The secret of the small stone. After delivering a blow to Zhang Jing, Lu Yun felt a sense of relief. She had learned from a young age that weeping and wailing would not resolve her issues, but rather invite mirth. Ibuliying. As her right hand made contact with the small stone, an intense heat surged through her arm, igniting it like a red-hot iron. Startled, Lu Yun quickly released the stone, her right hand trembling uncontrollably, and the yearning desire once again flooded her mind. She glanced at the stone, then at her right hand. Lu Yun rolled up her sleeve to her shoulder, grasped the small stone, and held it near a birthmark that was situated close to Hera, armpit on the side of her chest. This birthmark, crescent-shaped, had been with her since birth. Do you recall the crescent-shaped birthmark on Judge Bao's forehead? Her mark resembled that, though more pronounced, akin to a waning crescent moon rising in her childhood. Her grandmother affectionately named her Yiya, while others fondly called her Lele for convenience. As she compared the small stone to her birthmark, Lu Yun realized that their sizes were strikingly similar. The small stone was a reflection of her mark. She contemplated pressing the stone against her arm, but hesitated, swiftly gathering a change of clothes and bathing supplies to occupy a space in the bathroom. She filled a bucket with water for emergencies, knowing that if the burning sensation in her arm intensified, her only recourse would be to douse herself in water for relief. If no miracle occurred, there was no need for sorrow after all. A good sweat warranted a refreshing bath before revisiting her studies. Prepare thoroughly, with a heart more tragic than that of when the wind howls and the waters of the Yi River turn cold. The hero departs and never returns, and with a courage that rivals the strength to uproot mountains. She pressed the small stone firmly against her birthmark. As the stone made contact with her flesh, it became searing hot, akin to molten iron. Was she truly to endure the pain of stone against her arm? Oh, could this be a touch of the fantastical? Lu Yun felt an exhilarating urge to leap. It mirrored the tales of those who inadvertently stumbled upon extraordinary treasures, akin to her own stroke of fate. Was she on the verge of embarking on the path to becoming a winner in life? The thought ignited her excitement, and she yearned to touch her arm, only to discover, to her astonishment, that she was immobile, her feet seemingly rooted in place, rendering her powerless to move. Heat, a searing sensation coursed from her heart throughout her being, engulfing her as if she were trapped in flames, beads of sweat cascading down her face in torrents, saturating her, loathing in layers. As her garments became drenched, she made a startling revelation. The sweat that oozed from her formed a greasy layer, which at first glance appeared as if she had coated herself, and her clothes in an oily substance. The sweat, a pale yellow hue, carried a sour scent. The burning sensation intensified, and Lu Yun felt as though she was on the brink of being reduced to cinders. Her consciousness began to blur. Time became an enigma. Suddenly, a wave of overwhelming heat surged to her brain, as if something within had shattered, sending forth a piercing echo. New York that clouded her vision. In an instant, she was engulfed in darkness, her awareness fading into oblivion. At the moment she succumbed to unconsciousness, her body, once standing in the shower, inexplicably vanished, leaving only a pool of sweat and a bucket brimming with clear water in her stead. In a secluded corner of the universe, there exists a small expanse, merely a few hundred square meters wide, where a soft carpet of verdant grass unfolds gracefully. At its center lies a square garden, encircled by meticulously arranged stone blocks, reminiscent of a flower bed, with the earth within partitioned into several sections by these stones. The perimeter of the rectangular garden is also laid with stones, giving the entire area the appearance of being constructed upon a solid stone foundation, imparting a sense of vagueness to the surroundings. Beyond the foundation, the grass flourishes abundantly. Beyond the lush greenery, a hazy white mist envelopes the space, which has languished in solitude for countless years, devoid of sound. Suddenly, a figure, like a ghost, descends with a soft thud onto the tender grass. It is a girl, lying quietly upon the verdant ground, her eyes closed and her breath long and steady. Her hair, clothing, face, and arms are coated with a greasy layer, as if she has emerged from a pool of oil on her exposed right arm. Near the shoulder and armpit, a faint gray birthmark is tinged with a flowing red hue. Unaware of her surroundings, The girl exudes sweat in abundance. After a considerable time, her perspiration ceases, leaving a thick residue of sweat on her garments. The short strands of hair clump together, and her face appears as though coated with a layer of facial mask, obscuring her true complexion. After a while, her fingers begin to stir, and she stretches her hands and feet. She is on the verge of awakening. In a moment of tranquil anticipation, the girl awakens, gradually opening her eyes that a smile of contentment spreads across her lips, revealing her satisfaction. It is a moment of pure comfort. When Liyun became conscious, a sense of ease enveloped her entire being. Her heart felt light, her body buoyant, and her mind exceptionally clear. The exquisite sensation was more refreshing than sipping ice-cold water on a sweltering summer day. However, that joy lasted only a fleeting 3 seconds before a hint of discomfort clouded her vision. She felt sticky and grimy all over when she reached up to touch her face. It felt as though she were brushing against a layer of mucus, further obscuring her sight. "Damn it!" Liyun exclaimed in frustration, disregarding everything else, as her hands frantically wiped at her sides to remove the sticky substance. She rubbed her eyes vigorously, and after several attempts, her vision finally cleared. Looking up, she beheld a canopy of ivory white above, with a vast expanse of whiteness in the distance, and lush green grass carpeting the ground around her. Additionally, there lay a plot of land divided into grid-like sections. Where was this? Liyun leaped up in excitement. Could it be the wondrous space she had heard of? Or perhaps some sort of system? She was convinced it was indeed the case. Look over there. There was a piece of land. Didn't novels often describe such spaces as having land for cultivation? Ah, I'm striking it rich. A surge of joy flooded her heart as Liyun jubilantly jumped 3 feet high. Space, oh space. She too possessed a space now. Chapter 2. Have you been bullied? Having endured a torrent of insults, Zhang Jing collected herself and sought medical attention. The school doctor was unavailable, compelling her to visit a private clinic outside the school. Fearing ridicule from passers-by, she hastily acquired her medication and rushed back to campus. Zhang Jing, Zhang Jing. Ah, your face. Yang Binbin panted as he approached, only to recoil in horror upon seeing her disfigured visage. His expression akin to that of someone who had encountered a ghost. Yang Binbin was strikingly handsome, standing at 1.78 meters, with piercing eyes and chiseled brows. Coming from a wealthy family, he was widely regarded as the heartthrob of the school. He and Zhang Jing had once been classmates, but were separated when classes were divided by discipline. As Yang Binbin set out to find Zhang Jing in the dormitory, he spotted someone in the distance and called out to her, but instead of a warm smile, he was met with a visage reminiscent of a pig's head. The shock of Yang Binbin's reaction jolted Zhang Jing into the painful realization of her own unrecognizable appearance. In a state of panic, she covered her face with her hands, feeling as though her image had been irrevocably tarnished. While she might have been less distressed had it been another boy witnessing her current state, the embarrassment of being seen in such a vulnerable light by a boy she liked was unbearable for any girl. Tears brimmed in her eyes with indignation as she dared not look at him. Fearing the disdain that might be reflected in his gaze and the potential for future encounters where she would be branded as an ugly duckling. Observing Zhang Jing's frantic retreat, Yang Binbin, frustrated, ran a hand through his hair and quickly approached her, eager to offer her the items he held, yet with her hands shielding her face. Zhang Jing was unable to accept them. Zhang Jing, what happened to your face? He inquired, concern etched across his features. The boy did not flee in fear. Zhang Jing subtly shifted her gaze, peering through her fingers to catch a glimpse of the boy's anxious, yet slightly bashful expression. Her heart raced uncontrollably, and upon noticing his glance towards her, she quickly concealed her face once more. Was it Liyun's doing? She remained silent, but Yang Binbin instantly surmised the situation. No. Do not blame her. Please do not trouble her, Zhang Jing spoke softly. As the sound of retreating footsteps faded, Zhang Jing removed her hand and swiftly gathered her belongings, hastening towards the dormitory. Yang Binbin's father owned a factory, providing him with a substantial allowance each month. And the gifts he presented her were always of a high caliber. It was implausible for her to genuinely refuse them. Lu Yun entered the classroom just moments before the bell for evening study rang. Earlier that afternoon, she had diligently cleaned the jade floor she had soiled in her space. Subsequently contemplating the points of entry and exit, pondering how to retrieve items from her realm. Lu, too, was the last student to arrive in the classroom. while her peers had trickled in throughout the afternoon. With the impending college entrance examinations, even those once inclined to frivolity had taken to reviewing their studies, creating a palpable atmosphere of diligence within the classroom, where students preferred to remain. Upon reaching the doorway, Lu Yun felt a wave of embarrassment as she observed a sea of heads before her. She instinctively retracted her neck and crouched slightly, stealthily making her way to her seat. Being the youngest among the senior students at Sanzhong and the shortest in her class, her seat had remained unchanged from her first year to her third, always at the front. Now she found herself in the middle of the first row of the third group. While others could enter through the back, she had no option but to use the front entrance, regardless of the time. "Hey, you touched my head again," Lu Yun exclaimed in mild annoyance, glaring at her deskmate, Du Miaoshu, affectionately nicknamed Little Du by her. Du Miaoshu, standing at a height of 1.64 meters, possesses an oval face and long hair cascading down to her waist, epitomizing the archetype of a statuesque beauty. With a firm grip on her deskmate's shoulder, she menacingly threatened, "Lu Xiaoyo, dare to call me Little Belly again, and I shall flatten you." In a fit of vexation, she playfully pinched her deskmate's cheek, only to be taken aback by its delightful softness, exclaiming, "Wow, so tender and smooth." Her exclamation drew the attention of classmates surrounding them. The comical scuffle was met with reproach as a voice chided, "Comrade Little Belly, must you create such a ruckus? Mind your manners." Lu Yun, having been subjected to such playful antics, rolled her eyes and extricated herself from the grasp, ascending to her seat. Being petite, she barely reached Du Miaoshu's shoulder when seated. Du Miaoshu wrapped an arm around her diminutive classmate and, lowering her voice conspiratorially, inquired, "Why are you so late today? Were you bullied?" "Indeed, I got into a fight today," Lu Yun replied, though she noted it was hardly the crux of the matter. The correlation between the altercation and her tardiness seemed tenuous at best. Everyone knew Lu Xiaoyo was still a minor, and should she engage in a brawl, it was she who would receive a reprimand, while others might find themselves writing reflections. "I turned him into a pig's head," Lu Yun lamented, her forehead adorned with beads of frustration. It appeared her classmate thrived on chaos, and as she attempted to dislodge the persistent embrace, her eye caught a furtive figure lurking by the door, sneering as they bowed their head in mockery. True to her instincts, a moment later, a voice rang out like a warning bell. "Du Miaoshu, are you causing trouble again? Do you wish to face the wall in penance?" Chapter 3. The troublemaker arrives sometimes. An abundance of surprises can be overwhelming. Lu Yun was taken aback by her own remarkable memory, which was soon followed by a surge of joy. She eagerly began to scan her textbooks, determined to absorb as much as possible while her memory was still sharp. During the break, she tested her supposed ability to see through things, only to find it was inconsistent. At times, she possessed this peculiar insight, while at others, she did not. Unable to discern the reason behind this fluctuation, she chose to set it aside for the moment and focus on her studies. After the evening study session concluded, Du Miaoshu leapt up, playfully pouncing on her desk mate, exclaiming, "You little rascal, did you not think to warn me when the teacher arrived? I nearly faced the wall for punishment. You've truly put me in a predicament. Just wait and see how I'll deal with you." Du, being 3 years older than her companion, had a mischievous younger brother of a similar age to Lu Yun, which fostered her affectionate teasing towards her desk mate as if she were a sibling. Lu Yun, feeling exasperated yet tearful, reflected on how this desk mate had derived amusement from bullying her for 3 years, showing no signs of fatigue in this endeavor. Although Du was sometimes quite feisty and strong enough to overpower her, Lu Yun could do little about it, as she was at a disadvantage in stature. Despite enduring 3 years of playful torment, they remained on good terms. Du was indeed the only classmate Lu Yun could truly consider a friend. "All right, I can accept that reasoning," Lu Yun conceded. With a beaming smile, Du Miaoshu continued to chat, affectionately pinching Lu Yun's cheeks. As they played and laughed, she inquired, "Lele, do tell me what you've been eating. Your cheeks are softer than silken tofu. How delightful. Come on, let me touch them. A sweet treat awaits." Lu Yun could not escape the clutches of her burgeoning belly, enduring relentless torment, until her tormentor grew weary, gathered her books, and prepared to depart. "Lu Yun, why do you keep picking on Zhongjing?" Yang Binbin exclaimed as he sprinted over, successfully confronting her with pointed inquiry. "Oh, so Lu Yun and Zhongjing are at it again," he continued, his voice rising to a pitch that attracted the attention of students from the adjacent class, who exchanged knowing glances. Meanwhile, classmates from the first class merely observed, remaining silent as passive onlookers. "Have you lost your mind?" Du Miaoshu exclaimed, nearly hurling her bag of fries at the boy's face, her words flying. "Zhang Jing is 18, while Lu Yun will only turn 14 next month. Zhang Jing stands at 1 meter 64, whereas Lu Yun is merely 1 meter 53. Comparing age and height, Lu Yun has always been the underdog. Do you truly believe that everyone in the world is as foolish as you?" The nearby students fell into silence. Du's argument was compelling, leaving them speechless. Yang Binbin too found himself momentarily at a loss for words, hesitating before countering with fervor. Lu Yun is simply taking advantage of her youth to bully Zhang Jing, who dares not retaliate. Just look at Zhang Jing's face. What has happened to her? Lu Yun has suffered no harm. This is irrefutable evidence. Who says I haven't been harmed? Lu Yun retorted, her temper flaring. Yang, think before you speak. Zhang Jing kicked me in the stomach, pulled my hair, and elbowed me in the chest. She attacked me. Do I need to strip naked and parade around for you to see my injuries? She always strikes with malicious intent. While I confront her openly, conscience in hand, tell me, who is truly in the wrong, myself or her? I, Yang Binbin, was taken aback by the fiery outrage emanating from the petite girl. Why could I not find the words? Lu Yun did not spare him, continuing her tirade. Over the years, it has always been Zhang Jing and Huang Yali who have made my life difficult. When have you ever seen me proactively seek them out? Yang Binbin, your affection for Zhang Jing is your own affair, but please refrain from bullying me under the pretense of being her protector, simply to curry favor with her. Should you come to trouble me without cause again, I shall retaliate in kind. The onlooking classmates remained silent. Yang, who had shown interest in Zhang Jing since the first year of high school, was not particularly distinguished by appearance or family background. It seemed akin to a turtle falling for a mung bean, yet he inexplicably found Zhang Jing appealing. Lu Yun unleashed a torrent of words, and Du Miaoshu immediately chimed in. Yang, your mind is meant for contemplation, not for holding tofu. Constantly being used as a pawn while reveling in your own delusions of grandeur makes me question whether your brain has been kicked by a donkey. Just because you are handsome and labeled the school's heartthrob does not mean your mind is devoid of substance. This sharp retort was delivered with such finesse. It could only be described as a masterstroke. The spectators erupted in laughter at the unfolding drama. You are all being too excessive. Yang Binbin, unaccustomed to quarreling with girls, turned crimson from the verbal onslaught. Lu Yun, disinterested in further conversation with someone who spent his days seeking female approval and picking fights, huffed off, her mood soured. She kicked the boy blocking her path and exclaimed, "Good dogs do not obstruct the way, move aside." Chapter 4. Is your face better now? Two individuals huddled together engaged in lively discussion. Du, the student, first expressed her comprehension, while Lu assisted her in analysis and elucidating problem-solving strategies. "Ah, I understand now," exclaimed Du Miaoshu, her eyes gleaming with excitement after listening to her desk mate's explanation. She suddenly leaped towards Lu, exclaiming, "Lu, you are my little teacher. Oh, little teacher, let me give you a gentle pat. But wait, I still need to rely on my skills to earn a living." She added playfully, "La la la, I must seize this moment of mental agility to complete some exercises for deeper understanding. Lu, you carry on with your tasks." Du Miaoshu playfully squished her classmate's cheeks a few times, skillfully diverting the topic, and happily immersed herself in her work. Freed from the playful grasp, Lu Yun activated her scanning mode, perusing her English textbook. Once the lights in the dormitory dimmed, she hurried to wash her face, bathe, and brush her teeth before climbing to the upper bunk. Each girl harbored her own little secrets, hence the presence of bed curtains, which created a distinct world for each. Nestled behind her curtain, Lu Yun listened intently to the sounds outside, waiting patiently until she was certain the teachers would not conduct surprise visits, and that her lower bunk mate had settled down for the night and would not seek her out again. She swiftly slipped into her own space, only to be momentarily disoriented by the enveloping darkness. It was evident that the spatial time aligned with the outside world, rendering her unable to see anything in the pitch blackness. Thus, she opted to exit and find true solace in slumber. With her magical space and unique memory and auditory abilities, Lu Yun continued to attend class with joy. The life of a student revolved around a trifecta of learning, dining, and resting, a steadfast routine, unchanging, with the addition of morning exercises and breaks between morning lessons. During the morning exercises, Lu Xiaotong consistently occupied the front row, a position she had held for ages. Amidst the collective activities of the class, A petite girl resembling a junior high student mingled among a group of high schoolers, her diminutive stature making the older students feel somewhat diminished in stature themselves. Upon completing the exercises, as they ascended the stairs, Lu Yun unexpectedly encountered Zhang Jing. Since they attended the same school and shared a classroom in the same building, their paths crossed frequently, a rather ordinary occurrence. Zhang Jing's face had improved somewhat, less swollen than the day before. She had only taken leave for one evening study session, attending classes during the day, which sparked a flurry of astonishment among her classmates. Upon spotting Lu Yun and Du Miaoshu, Zhang Jing instinctively lowered her head and attempted to walk away, but Du Miaoshu was determined not to let her slip by unnoticed. She hurried over to observe, casting a few glances before exclaiming loudly, "Oh, Yang Binbin from Class 2 sought trouble with Li Xiaotong last night, claiming that Lu Yun had severely beaten Zhang Jing. This caused Yang Binbin to unjustly blame Lu Yun for defending you. I expected something truly terrible, yet aside from a bit of swelling on your face, I failed to see any signs of significant injury." As the morning exercises concluded, a throng of students began to ascend the stairs, causing a bottleneck due to Du's commotion. Yang Binbin was among the crowd, and upon hearing Du's accusations, he immediately buried his head in the sand. I did not ask Yang Binbin to confront Lu Yun," Zhang Jing murmured, feeling cornered and without an escape. "Dear friend, engaging in a debate with her is futile. She has consistently spoken in such a manner. If she truly wished to refrain from seeking Yang Binbin's assistance, she would have revealed the truth, disclosing the reasons behind my actions against her. Given her nature, it is improbable that she would speak honestly. Instead, she would mislead Yang Binbin, coaxing him into defending her, fully aware of his affections." Lu Yun pulled Du Miaoshu aside, stating, "Let us depart. It is pointless to reason with someone possessing the traits of a white lotus and a scheming vixen. Our high school years have been marked by her antics. If she were capable of change, she would have done so long ago." Feeling belittled, Zhang Jing was infuriated. She suddenly looked up, noticing Lu Yun's flawless face. Her pupils dilating in astonishment as she exclaimed, "Your face has healed? How is that possible?" This outburst caused a ripple of confusion among their classmates. Zhang's implication was that Lei's face ought to bear some injury, was it not? Lu Yun's heart sank. After undergoing 2 sessions of rigorous treatment yesterday, her wounds had miraculously healed. While others remained oblivious to her previous injuries, Zhang's revelation posed a dilemma: how to conceal the truth now? What does she mean? Du Miaoshu questioned, bewildered. As her thoughts raced, Lu Yun led Du Miaoshu upstairs, calmly explaining, "I got into a scuffle with her yesterday, which left her face bruised. She clawed at me several times, drawing blood in an attempt to mar my appearance. Now that it appears I am unscathed, she is envious. Is that truly the case? Yet, your face bears no marks," Du Miaoshu remarked, disregarding the gazes of their classmates as she reached out to pinch her desk mate's cheek. "Last night, you did not notice because I skillfully concealed my injury with ointment. You are well aware of my innate regenerative abilities. I recover swiftly overnight. Thus it is impossible for my face to be marred. No wonder, yesterday your touch felt remarkably smooth against my skin." Du Miaoshu seemed to grasp this, only to dash off fervently in pursuit of her classmate Li Xiaonyo, who had run ahead. "Where did you get such marvelous ointment? Its scar-reducing effects are extraordinary. Please, share some with me." Lu Yun gritted her teeth in irritation, wishing to hurl this troublesome classmate far away. Why did she have to bring up ointment? What ointment did she possess? With her mind racing at 1,000 thoughts per second, she maintained her stern demeanor and replied briskly, "There is none left. The ointment was a remedy given to my father by a Taoist priest from the holy Martial Mountain. After frequent brawls, it had dwindled to nearly nothing, and I had exhausted it all yesterday. O wise priest, I beseech you to lend your name for my benefit, that I might navigate through this trial." Amit Ba? Chapter 5. The watermelon ripe as each day passes, it signifies a step closer to the college entrance examination. In this tense atmosphere, the students resembled tightly wound clocks, diligently reviewing their material. Meanwhile, Lu Yun felt particularly buoyant. Besides scanning textbooks and resources, she occasionally assisted her classmate with challenging problems. But her mind was primarily occupied with thoughts of her own space. This space allowed plants to flourish at an accelerated rate, which brought her immense joy. The only minor regret was its lack of internal vision. To inspect the vegetables within, she was required to enter the space itself. The vegetables have flourished beyond her expectations. The watermelons have sprawled across the ground, bearing clusters of blossoms. The cucumbers have already grown to several inches in length, and she anticipates a harvest by tomorrow. The tomatoes have also developed either flower clusters or fruits the size of fingers, while the leafy greens she planted last night are ready for harvesting. The eggplants are now in bloom as well. This situation leaves Liyun in a quandary. At this rate, several varieties could be ready for harvest by tomorrow morning. And if she waits until tomorrow evening, they may become overripe. After much deliberation, she rolled up her sleeves and pant legs and ventured into the garden to gather the vegetables. Fortunately, she had sown a modest amount, testing only a small patch of each variety, so even with a few successful crops, the area was not extensive, making the harvest less laborious. Nevertheless, it took her 2 hours to collect the willow leaf greens, baby bok choy, celery, and lettuce. This batch was experimental, and she carefully stacked them in a corner of the stone base outside the garden, intending to leave them for a few days to observe whether they would spoil. After completing the harvest, she emerged with a light sheen of sweat and hurried off to sleep. There was no time for reflection. She rolled up her sleeves once more to gather the ripe eggplants and cucumbers, as well as the tomatoes, before hastily preparing for the day ahead. In the blink of an eye, 2 days passed, and the date on the whiteboard beside Liyun's bed updated to May 5th, Thursday, marking the beginning of summer. On this day, the sun shone brightly, heralding the arrival of a sweltering summer ahead. With each passing day, the atmosphere surrounding the impending college entrance examinations grew increasingly intense. By the evening of May 6th, Liyun entered the space to inspect the watermelons. She had purchased small watermelon seeds, which typically yield oval-shaped fruits weighing between 1.5 to 4 pounds. However, those cultivated in her space had grown to be more than 1.5 times larger than those grown in the natural environment or greenhouses, each weighing an impressive 7 to 8 pounds. The land appears to be exceptionally fertile, as every vine of the watermelons cultivated in the space bears small fruits. The initial melon ceases to grow, while subsequent ones begin to thrive. The same holds true for tomatoes and cucumbers. Once the previous batch is harvested, the next will rapidly flourish, with an anticipated yield of at least 10 harvests from a single planting. Celery, once its upper portion is cut, will also sprout anew with great swiftness. As the watermelons lay upon the ground, their ripeness remains a mystery at first glance. Liyun decided to pick one and slice it open. With a single cut, the rind shattered, revealing the vibrant, succulent flesh within, accompanied by an enticing aroma. Gudong, her classmate, could not help but gulp in anticipation. He cut a piece from the half-melon, and upon biting into it, exclaimed, "Sweet, crisp." The sweetness was unlike that found in market watermelons. It was a pure, primal flavor, imbued with an indescribable, refreshing essence that only deepened one's desire to indulge. Liyun devoured half of it in one go, her little belly unable to contain more. Satisfied, she wiped her mouth and ventured to gather more melons, stacking them neatly outside the field. For the past few days, she had been stealthily enjoying the tomatoes and cucumbers from the space, feeling invigorated each day. After consuming half a watermelon, she felt an inexhaustible surge of energy, significantly enhancing her productivity. As anticipated, the space boasted a preservation function. The vegetables and tomatoes picked a couple of days prior remained as fresh as if just harvested. The academic pressure in the third year of junior high and senior high was intense, with breaks occurring only once a month and weekends reserved solely for rest, while Saturdays were dedicated to regular classes. As the Gaokao approaches, weekends are no longer a reprieve. In the past, the immense pressure of the examination led many third-year students to seek relief and excitement during weekends, resulting in altercations and even tragic incidents. Consequently, in light of various considerations, schools have decided to keep students on campus, allowing teachers to supervise and prevent safety accidents. On the 7th, after a day of diligent scanning, Liyun meticulously stored all her high school textbooks and materials in her mind. During evening study sessions, devoid of tangible books to engage her attention, she found herself beset by new worries. Seated in the classroom, even without straining to eavesdrop, she could discern an array of sounds emanating from the classrooms around her. To mitigate the distractions of external noise, she endeavored to explore the capabilities of her eyes. She discovered that the previously encountered ability of X-ray vision was not merely a fleeting phenomenon. Whenever she concentrated intently on a person, she could perceive an aura surrounding them or visualize a skeletal image akin to an X-ray. This realization substantiated the possibility that she indeed possessed a unique ability of clairvoyance. However, She was perplexed as to why the images she observed remained only for a brief period. If these visions faded, and she compelled herself to maintain her gaze, it would result in an excruciating headache. Ecstatic with this newfound ability, Liyun believed that the day she could avenge her grandmother and herself would soon arrive. Lele dear, you're not going to burn out your brain, are you? Du Miaoshu, after toiling over a set of exercises for what felt like an eternity, exhausted and in need of a breather, noticed her dazed deskmate lost in thought, a smile gracing her lips and her gaze wandering. With a swift motion, she playfully slapped the head of her absent-minded companion. Once again, she attempted to observe and analyze several individuals, but Lu Yun's eyes grew dry and her head throbbed painfully. She hastily abandoned her study and, with nothing else to occupy her mind, turned her gaze to her deskmate. She suspected that during the division of subjects, her classmate, whom she affectionately referred to as Little Belly, must have had her mind wandering elsewhere, resulting in a haphazard choice. Otherwise, why would someone so proficient in the humanities opt for the sciences? Consequently, when faced with more profound calculus conundrums, Little Belly was perpetually at a loss. Having made up her mind, Liyun decided that after class, she would gather her belongings and take Little Belly along. Just as they descended the stairs, a familiar voice called out to her, Liyun, wait a moment. Chapter 6, Finding Fault, a punch that sends you flying. Du Miaoshu felt a surge of happiness. Previously, her deskmate Lu had been quite solitary, but recently she had become much more vivacious, willing to play together. This was a promising sign. As her spirits soared, she spotted someone emerging from the side to block their path, and her expression immediately soured. Huaxia, time is akin to life itself. Wasting someone else's time is tantamount to committing a heinous crime. Step aside and cease your nefarious activities here. Little Belly's words made Lu Yun unable to contain her laughter. Her spirits lifted as she chuckled with delight. Little Belly had a way with words, deftly delivering barbs without resorting to foul language. Huaxia, momentarily stumped, retorted defiantly, I'm not even looking for you. What business is it of yours? Little Belly, let's go, Lu Yun said dismissively, tugging at her deskmate, maneuvering gracefully around the obstruction. Hey. Du Miaoshu joyfully responded, Lu, you are truly impressive. That person claimed it was none of her concern, and now she has been quite publicly refuted, hasn't she? I can almost feel her embarrassment. Lin. Huaxia's face changed in anger as she gritted her teeth and rushed forward to block her path. Lin. I'm not here to quarrel with you. Once again obstructed, Lin crossed her arms, lazily inquiring, if you are not here to argue, then what is your purpose? It is evident that you are seeking trouble. I wish to study with you. Huaxia hesitated, stammering as she articulated her intention. Are you mistaken? You want to study with me? Lin expressed her astonishment, akin to deciphering an ancient text. You are a liberal arts student, while I am a science student. Our disciplines are distinct. The foundational knowledge of mathematics and English may be similar, but you have sought the wrong person. If you desire a study partner, you should approach ZH and J. You both share the same field of study and friendship, which would make for a more enjoyable collaboration. Why won't you assist me? You frequently help Miaosh with her problems. Why is it unthinkable to extend the same courtesy to me? Is it merely because we have had disputes in the past? Firstly, my deskmate is in the same field as I am, while you and I are not. Secondly, we are not well acquainted. Our mutual disdain would only sour my mood. Thirdly, your choice to seek my help is your prerogative, yet my reluctance is equally my right. Lastly, why should I aid you in your studies? If you make progress, people will attribute it to your efforts. However, should you falter, they might accuse me of leading you astray or deem me incompetent. In any case, I would bear the blame, and I am not inclined to undertake such a thankless task. After years of mockery from someone with the surname Huang, why would I assist you in your review? There are no such bargains in this world. Some verbal disputes, trivial matters, can be overlooked as they bear no significant weight. However, certain grievances pierce the soul and linger in the mind. The relationship between Lu Yun and Huaxia transcends mere verbal contention. It is not merely a matter of moral rectitude or returning kindness for enmity. Some grudges, inevitably, demand retribution. While one should not be governed by hatred, one must also not forget. Lu Yun possesses an internal scale, a mental ledger meticulously noting those who have wronged her, firmly believing that one day she will have the opportunity to seek just vengeance. After being brusquely rebuffed, Huaxia was overwhelmed with a blend of shame and anger. Her face flushed crimson. She set aside her pride, questioning why Lu Yun would be so unyielding. As she witnessed the two girls' unflinching departure, Huang clenched her fists in frustration. Just as she was about to leave, She noticed a few students passing by with peculiar expressions, suddenly realizing that her earlier subservient pleas had likely been witnessed. A wave of humiliation washed over her, intensifying her resentment toward Lu Yun. It was all Yun's fault. Had she acquiesced, Huang would not have become the subject of ridicule. Seething with anger, she felt as if her chest would explode when a voice interrupted her thoughts. Why treat Huang Yali in such a manner? Someone as vindictive and narrow-minded as you, bullying classmates under the guise of youth while exhibiting such a vile attitude, is nothing short of a farce. It was the voice of the campus heartthrob, Yang Binbin. Huang Yali's eyes brightened, prompting her to hasten toward him. What does it concern you? Lyn cast a disdainful glance at the boy who suddenly obstructed her path. She had been walking along quite peacefully with her friend, and now this boy had dashed over to confront her. How dare he treat her like a soft persimmon to be squeezed at will? Demiosh was startled by the abrupt appearance of this individual, her eyes blazing with indignation. Such rudeness and insolence were utterly intolerable. Yang Binbin, taken aback, exclaimed, Lyn. Huang Yl has made an effort to reconcile with you. What is this attitude? With the immense pressure of the college entrance examination, you should not bully your classmates and disrupt their mood. You must apologize to Huang. Mind your own business, Lyn retorted coldly, a smirk curling her lips. Without waiting for the boy to utter another word, she sprang forward like a finely tuned engine, her small fist striking him squarely in the face with a resounding thud. Lyn's sudden fury took both Demiosh and the cowering Huang Yl by surprise, leaving them momentarily breathless. Yang Binbin had not anticipated that Lyn would launch an unprovoked attack. His mind barely registered the situation before he was met with a powerful blow, involuntarily crying out in pain, "Ouch!" as Lyn landed the punch. She did not relent. Her fist rose again and struck the boy in the stomach. Her keen hearing had allowed her to discern footsteps, identifying who was who. When Huang Yi had interrupted her, she had recognized that Yang Binbin was eavesdropping from behind the flower bed. He remained silent, and she had no interest in his affairs, but to her astonishment, he had once again jumped in to question her, as if he had the right to intrude upon her matters. Did he truly believe she would not retaliate? This insolent boy deserved to be punished. With considerable force behind her punch, she sent him flying, his tall frame of over 1.70 m seemingly weightless in the aftermath of her blow. With a single powerful blow, he was sent flying 3 to 4 meters, crashing onto the cement floor with a resounding thud. Upon landing, he clutched his abdomen in pain. Groaning softly, Du Miaoshu was taken aback, while Huang Yali, paralyzed with fear, dared not move. What was happening? A single punch had sent someone flying. Lu Yun was equally bewildered. When had she transformed into a powerhouse? Suddenly, enlightenment struck her. It must be the miraculous strength derived from the cleansing of her tendons and marrow. Her heart swelled with joy at the thought of possessing such power, ensuring she would no longer be trampled upon. Overwhelmed with excitement, she dashed over to the boy, looking down at him from her elevated position. Initially intending to deliver a few more blows, her vision was suddenly engulfed in a dazzling light as the boy's form transformed into an X-ray image. She could see everything within him, his veins, nerves, muscles, blood. Gazing at the human anatomy for several seconds, a subtle pain began to throb in her eyes. Realizing that she could not force herself, Lu Yun shook her head, waiting for the image to dissipate. Bending over, she propped her hands on her knees, scanning the boy once more. Should she continue to pummel this fallen opponent? Yang Binbin, drenched in cold sweat from the pain, caught sight of 2 legs entering his field of vision. Looking up, he was met with the eerie smile at the corner of the girl's mouth, sending his heart into a panic. What are you going to do? Chapter 7. The might of a fist is the true principle. Huang Yali, witnessing Lu Yun approach the boy, was filled with dread at the thought of being next on the receiving end of her wrath. She crouched low, using the flower bed as a shield, and stealthily slipped out of Lu Yun's sight, hastily fleeing the scene. When asked what her intentions were, the answer was clear. She simply wished to deliver another blow. Upon witnessing the terror etched upon Yang Binbin's countenance, Lu Yun's eyes sparkled brightly as she unveiled a particularly radiant smile. I warned you last time, she declared, that if you continued to fabricate grievances out of thin air, I would not hesitate to confront you. I am a person of my word, and if you emerge seeking to test my resolve, I shall gladly oblige. She was accustomed to facing the world with a smile, even in the depths of sorrow, for it is said that when one weeps in despair, others perceive them as weak and are emboldened to trample upon them. Conversely, when one smiles, fear takes hold, and others tremble. Li Yun, a mere 14-year-old girl, despite her precocious maturity, still bore the innocence of youth upon her cherubic face. When she smiled, small dimples danced upon her cheeks, exuding a vivacious charm and untainted innocence. Will hitting someone lead to imprisonment? She mused, and yet, so what? With a joyful laugh, she playfully poked Yang Binbin's abdomen a few times. Listen here, Yang Binbin. I have endured your antics for far too long. For 3 years, you have taken up arms for Zhang Jing and Huang Yali, concocting tales and distorting the truth, persistently seeking to trouble me, casting all your filth upon my reputation. Take this current situation, for instance. I have committed no wrong, yet you come charging in, demanding an apology without discerning right from wrong. Who do you think you are? My previous restraint was not born of fear, but rather a reluctance to engage with a rabid dog. As the college entrance examination approaches, I could have ignored your presence altogether, treating you as mere air. But you insist on provoking me. Since you are so intent on finding trouble to alleviate your own burdens, I shall accompany you into this fray. Regardless of who approaches, I shall handle each one, and if two come, I shall be ready for both. After all, you seem unafraid of hospitalization, so what do I have to fear? Oh, Yang Binbin, when it comes to imprisonment, have you forgotten that I have yet to reach the age of 14? I am still a child, and as such, minors are exempt from criminal penalties. Even in cases of homicide, minors are not sentenced. If a child under 14 engages in a fight, as long as no fatalities occur, there is no need for confinement in a juvenile detention center. At most, one might receive a few days of education. Therefore, if I were to seriously injure you, you would undoubtedly require hospitalization, potentially missing the college entrance examination. As for me, the most I would face is a reprimand from the teachers and the police. Perhaps writing a reflection. In a more severe scenario, I might be barred from taking the exam, but that holds little terror for me. I am merely 14. If I cannot take the exam this year, there is always next year, or even the year after. What about you? You and Yali Zhangjing have both surpassed the age of 18. Can you afford to wait? Those who wish to see me suffer shall find no respite in their own lives either. Yang Binbin, if you and your friends are eager to stir up trouble, feel free to approach me. I shall meet you at every turn. If you do not wish to participate in the college entrance examination, come to me, and I will gladly sacrifice my own interests for your sake, granting you the opportunity to restart in September. Li Yun, with a playful demeanor, reached out to prod him, her fingers landing on several areas previously highlighted in Yang's X-ray images. She had observed clearly that there were spots in his abdomen where blood vessels exhibited a slightly slower flow rate compared to others, akin to water encountering an obstruction and losing its speed. The coloration of the halos around those areas differed as well. Where blood flow was normal, the halos appeared red, while those with sluggish blood flow manifested a dark red hue. She pressed firmly on 2 sites of sluggish blood flow and 2 acupoints with normal circulation, intending to monitor his condition over the next couple of days. Li Yun, with a composed demeanor and unruffled breath, casually selected Yang as her experimental subject. An unsuspecting individual had conveniently presented him as a free test subject, and she thought, why not take advantage of the opportunity? Ouch, ouch. Ouch. A sudden jab to his shoulder sent Yang Binbin into a spasm of pain, cold sweat cascading down his brow as he abruptly lifted his head. Under the street lamp, Li Yun's pair of dark, gleaming eyes radiated an eerie glow, and he was suddenly seized by a chilling sensation creeping up his spine, his heart pounding uncontrollably. Is it truly painful? Li Yun felt a surge of exhilaration. Could she genuinely inflict pain? As she extended her finger, intent on delivering another poke, her hand was abruptly seized by a concerned classmate, who looked at her with worry. Lele, let it go. Given his current state, he has likely learned his lesson. Let us observe him for now. If he doesn't amend his ways, you can deal with him more severely later. Oh, very well then. I initially intended to give him a few kicks to prompt some self-reflection, but now he is granted an opportunity for redemption. Although her classmate prevented her from taking further action, Li Yun felt a twinge of regret. She refrained from poking Yang again, and instead flashed a broad smile. Yang, do you still want me to apologize to Huang Yali? And no, that is unnecessary. You did nothing wrong. The pain coursing through him felt akin to having flesh severed. And Yang Binbin struggled to articulate his thoughts, humiliated by the consequences of his own misguided sense of justice. If I had known this would happen, I wouldn't have acted as I did. Li Yun nonchalantly stood up, pulling her classmate along for a couple of steps before turning back to glance at the boy who had just managed to sit up. Yang Binbin, Do you understand why Zhang Jing has always been indifferent towards you? Do you know why she has a distaste for me? It is because she harbors feelings for Qiao Yuba. As Yang Binbin lifted his gaze, he recognized who Qiao Yuba was. Before he could utter a word, the girl disdainfully turned away, and then the cheerful voice of Du spoke up. Strange incidents occur every year, but none as frequent as now. To remain a backup for so many years without realizing it, one must be incredibly foolish and masochistic. Engaging in conversation with dim-witted individuals drags down one's intelligence. Lele, we should strive to converse less with such people, lest we contract their ignorance. An indescribable emotion surged within Yang Binbin, his lips pressed tightly together, his expression contorted in profound discomfort. It was only when a classmate noticed him and inquired about his well-being that he reluctantly rose, enduring the pain radiating from his abdomen as he slowly made his way back to the dormitory. Chapter 8. Pain deepens hatred. Lele, do you think Yang Binbin will report to the teacher? Du Miaoshu asked with a hint of concern, having distanced herself considerably from the scene. Just moments ago, when Li Yun had struck Yang Binbin, nearby classmates had been covertly observing, yet no one had spoken up. If Yang Binbin were to summon a teacher and seek testimonies from others, the situation would become unfavorable for Li Yun. Let him report if he wishes. At most, he will face a reprimand or be barred from the college entrance examination. I'm not afraid of him. Li Yun, like an unyielding pig indifferent to boiling water, declared that if she were unable to participate in the exams, then none of them would enter the examination hall unscathed. Du Miaoshu was rendered speechless. Realizing her desk mate had clearly assessed that those few individuals would not dare escalate the matter, she increasingly envied her classmate, thinking how wonderful it would be to be a minor, free to engage in carefree brawls. Had she known this earlier, she would have insisted on skipping grades, ascending to become part of the older crowd, basking in the glory of being a young prodigy. Little did she know that after waiting for several days, she had received no news whatsoever, as if the incident had never occurred. Huang Yali was utterly distressed. Why hadn't Yang Binbin reported to the teacher? Such a splendid opportunity for percussion performance had been squandered in vain. Days passed one after another, inching ever closer to the college entrance examination, and the atmosphere grew increasingly tense, filled with determination. After 12 years of relentless study, unrecognized by anyone, their sole desire was to achieve fame and recognition in one fell swoop. Perhaps intimidated by the fear of consequences, Yang, the school heartthrob, and a few petty troublemakers refrained from causing any disturbances. Lu Yun's spirits soared, her demeanor lightened. With her almost computer-like intellect and exceptional memory, she felt no pressure regarding the impending examination. As the new week commenced, Lu Yun encountered the inevitable monthly visitor that every girl dreads. At just 14, having experienced her first menstruation 6 months ago, it was considered normal for a girl to begin her cycle around the age of 13 and a half. On Monday morning, as she sensed the arrival of her monthly visitor, Lu Yun felt not only her nerves tighten, but her very skin as well. She consumed 2 large cups of brown sugar water at noon and carried some with her throughout the afternoon. She suffered from excruciating menstrual cramps, the kind that had once caused her to faint, necessitating a visit to the hospital. Since then, her monthly visits had brought unbearable pain, a cycle of agony that felt like life and death intertwined. This time was no exception. Waves of pain surged through her, causing her to break into a sweat as she curled into a tight ball, hoping to alleviate her suffering. In reality, no matter how tightly she curled up, the pain remained relentless, each spasm intensifying, becoming more ferocious with every passing moment. The onset of her menstrual pain cruelly tormented Li Yun, causing her to see stars and convulse painfully, her hands clutching the blanket tightly, her teeth clenched in despair. "Grandma, it hurts." In the unbearable agony, her body curled like a shrimp, her eyes brimming with tears that refused to fall. The pain was excruciating, more intense than before. When another wave of torment crashed upon her, Li Yun could no longer endure it, a whimper escaping her lips, and finally, the tears spilled forth. "Grandma, I hate her. I hate her. I hate her." Once, she had promised her grandmother not to harbor hatred or resentment, vowing to live joyfully. Yet she found herself unable to fulfill that promise, truly unable to do so. In the past, perhaps she could forget, but when relatives arrived, the monthly torment brought her to the brink of death. Even if she wished to forget, those old wounds would surge forth from the recesses of her heart, reminding her of the pain inflicted by those people. Pain rendered her memories more vivid. As the agony lingered, indistinct words floated through her mind. How could such hatred exist? How could such cruelty be directed at such a small child? Poor child, so young yet already suffering here. One could only fear the torment that awaited her in the future. Liyun recalled those were the doctor's words, her vision blurred by tears, and amidst the haze. She faintly saw her grandmother's face, hearing the tremulous voice, "Doctor, what will become of my granddaughter? Is it possible that she may never be able to bear children? Dear elder, your granddaughter's uterus has suffered severe damage. Such a young child, with her uterus still in the early stages of development, has sustained such an injury. It is difficult to say whether she will be able to conceive in the future. One thing is certain, even if she heals, she will likely endure great pain when her menstrual cycle begins. Please do your utmost to nurture her from a young age." The doctors and nurses had communicated further with her grandmother, but Liyun did not hear it, as that incident occurred 3 years ago. At that time, she was in so much pain that she was nearly unconscious. Any words spoken during her fleeting awareness are vividly etched in her memory. She did not fully comprehend the gravity of the situation until 6 months ago when she experienced such excruciating menstrual pain that she fainted, only to awaken in a hospital bed. Upon inquiring with the doctors, she learned that she had collapsed due to the severity of her dysmenorrhea, brought to the hospital by her teachers. It was then that she recalled those buried memories and understood the implications of what the doctors had warned her about menstrual pain in the future. Her grandmother had once imparted wisdom, urging her not to live in the shadows of past wounds, to pursue brightness and joy, and even in her last moments. She emphasized that Liyun should not dwell in resentment. Her grandmother's words have always resonated in her heart, encouraging her to forget certain pains and to let go of unpleasant memories, like a sunflower seeking the sun. Grandmother, memories flicker through her mind like a film, and tears stream down Liyun's face. Grandmother, forgive me. I cannot forget all the hatred. It is not that I do not wish to forget. It is that I truly cannot. This anguish constantly reminds her not to forget the cruelty of certain individuals and the wounds she has once borne. With a sharp pain gripping her lower abdomen, Liyun clutched her belly, consumed by the torment inflicted upon her by that individual. Should she ascend to greater heights one day, she vowed to repay that person tenfold for the agony bestowed upon her. Chapter 9. Father arrives as dawn broke. Liyun rose and prepared herself, descending from the upper bunk. Suddenly, the curtain of the lower bunk was flung open, revealing a smiling face that greeted her. "Hello, little belly." Liyun, momentarily taken aback, reached out to pinch the cheek of the little one who emerged. June 1st marked International Children's Day. Her classmate was born on June 6, 2002. According to the lunar calendar, which was the 26th day of the 4th month. In their rural tradition, birthdays are celebrated according to the lunar calendar, making today, the 26th of the 4th month, her 14th birthday. If counted by the Gregorian calendar, she would reach the age of 14 the day before the college entrance examination. On June 6th. "Thank you, little belly," Liyun said sincerely, struck by the thoughtfulness of the little one who remembered her birthday just 6 days before the exam. Amidst the collective tension felt by all. "If you omit sister from your thanks, I would be even happier," Du Miaoshu grumbled playfully, annoyed at her classmate's habit of using nicknames. She raised her hand behind her back and mischievously stuck out her tongue. "Little lol, here is your birthday gift. You can't complain about your sister being stingy. Although it's a bit small, it's still a cake." Liyun's gaze fell upon the small round cake in the little one's hands, which was quite adorable. She extended her hands to receive it. "Thank you, little belly." "Little lol, just saying thank you lacks sincerity. A sweet kiss will convince me of your genuine gratitude." Du Miaoshu, her mouth watering, gazed eagerly at her petite desk mate's delicate face, yearning to pounce on Lele and pinch her cheeks. Oh, how she longed for a sweet kiss. This, however, posed no challenge. Liyun placed the birthday gift she had received upon the bed, leaned in, and planted a swift peck on Lele's tummy before scampering off. Hey, I desire a French kiss, not just a fleeting touch, dear Lele. That doesn't count. Come back." Du Miaoshu leapt from the bed, donned her shoes, and gave chase. Meanwhile, the other 6 classmates exchanged glances, feigning ignorance of Li's birthday, each engrossed in their own affairs. Thanks to a mere light kiss, Du Miaoshu delighted in her morning, pursuing Lele throughout the day. Yet she failed to secure that coveted French kiss even upon reaching the classroom. With the college entrance examinations looming, the palpable tension permeated the air, saturating every corner of the school. The atmosphere in the senior classroom was particularly intense. Each student entered the classroom with utmost caution, fearful of disturbing others. Those who remained in the classroom were even more conscientious, moving quietly as they diligently prepared, each one striving for a final push in the week leading up to the exams, hoping fervently that their revisions aligned with the actual test content. Amidst this environment, Liyun found herself particularly bored. Indeed, she was bored. All her textbooks and materials had been thoroughly scanned into her mind, rendering her so disinterested that she had even scanned numerous sets of exercises. Now, there was nothing left to peruse, while others buried themselves in their books. What was she to do? Luo Ban quietly approached the back door of the classroom, stealthily observing for a moment. The students were earnest. The atmosphere was commendable. If this continued, they would surely enter the examination hall with ease. As she quietly circled back to the front entrance, she approached her classmate Liyun, gently calling, "Liyun, could you step out for a moment?" A question mark flashed through Liyun's mind. She had been quite well behaved lately, avoiding fights and disturbances. Why would the teacher be seeking her out? Confused, she stealthily made her way out of her seat and followed the teacher out of the classroom. "Mister." Luo led the students to the stairwell, steering clear of others. Upon turning, he noticed a small girl with her head slightly bowed, embodying the essence of a well-behaved student, and couldn't help but smile. "Liyun, why aren't you being stubborn today? I still haven't figured out what I did wrong. Only once I know the issue can I determine whether I should be obstinate." My father has come?" "Teacher, you aren't pulling my leg, are you?" Liyun's mind struggled to comprehend. How could her father possibly come to school? Why would I deceive you? Go on now, don't keep your father waiting. Listening to the rhythmic sound of her footsteps echoing down the stairs, Mr. Luo's smile deepened. He hoped that Liyun would perform as impressively in the upcoming college entrance examination as she had recently done in her practice tests. If she could maintain such efficiency, there was a good chance that their school might produce a top scorer in the city this year. Liyun dashed down the classroom building, summoning the final burst of speed akin to that of a long-distance runner, making her way swiftly towards the school gate. With the college entrance examination looming, student safety had become the school's foremost concern, leading to a nearly sealed-off educational environment. The school gates were shut tight, prohibiting entry to anyone who was neither a student nor a staff member. Lu Ba stood beside the side gate, his half-worn shirt and trousers impeccably clean. With his right hand tucked under his armpit and his left grasping the iron gate, he anxiously peered inside, his weathered denim backpack slung over his back. Through the gate, he caught sight of a girl rushing towards the school entrance, and instinctively, he tightened his grip on the iron bars. His beloved daughter was coming. Lu Ba, whose full name is Le Qing, had just entered his 40s. Standing at 173 meters, he was not unattractive and had been quite the handsome young man in his village. However, after suffering a fracture in his right leg, he could no longer bear weight and required a walker to move about. Although he was only in his 40s, life had aged him, making him appear nearly 50, with strands of gray subtly emerging in his hair. His once straight spine had become slightly hunched under the weight of existence. Nevertheless, his weather-beaten face bore a calmness. Unlike the typical furrowed brows of the impoverished, instead, he radiated a sense of honest simplicity. The gatekeeper had originally offered him a chair to wait, but he was too anxious to sit still. As his daughter drew closer, his slightly bent back straightened with resolve, and he exclaimed with excitement, "Lele, Lele, Daddy is here." Chapter 10. A gift for me. Liyun sprinted towards the school gate, her heart tightening as she spotted a familiar figure waiting outside. Tears welled in her eyes. Her father had truly come to see her. She recalled a time in middle school when he had visited, only to be ridiculed by her classmates for his disability. Fearing he would bring her shame, he had vowed never to come to her school again. Now, he had made the journey to the county town, and she could only imagine the inner struggle he had faced to muster the courage to take this step. Fatherly love is akin to a mountain, silent and profound. Reflecting on the years spent in mutual reliance between father and daughter and the immense efforts made by her father to ensure her education, Liyun found herself standing still, gazing intently at that figure. Her throat tightened, and her nose tinged with a bittersweet ache. It was not that he wished to remain absent, rather, he feared the mockery of others towards Lulu. Yet, she never harbored disdain for him. Even when faced with jeers and insults, Lulu would staunchly defend him, engaging in confrontations without ever uttering a word of complaint. Her little cotton-padded jacket was both considerate and understanding, evoking deep sympathy. Lu Ba's heart felt as if pierced by a dagger, burdened by the feeling of inadequacy, unable to provide a better life for his child. However, upon seeing his daughter's radiant smile, the shadows in Lu Ba's heart were momentarily illuminated, as if the sun had broken through a cloudless sky. He realized that his little cotton-padded jacket would be joyful at the sight of him. The gatekeeper said nothing but opened the door to allow Lu, the young student, to exit the school. Expressing her gratitude, Lu Yun dashed out and spotted her father approaching. She hurriedly ran to support him, casting aside any lingering melancholy, and cheerfully exclaimed, "Dad, why aren't you at work today? Today is Lulu's birthday. I requested a day off from my boss to see my beloved little cotton-padded jacket," replied Lu Ba, his smile blossoming, accompanied by the early emergence of Crow's feet at the corners of his eyes. "Dad, my birthday comes every year. There's no need to make such a fuss. Taking a day off means losing 30 yuan in attendance pay. And all those early mornings and late nights would be in vain," Lu Yun said, supporting her father. A warm, tender sensation enveloped her heart, stirring emotions that nearly brought her to tears, yet she held them back. She refused to cry, determined to joyfully accompany her father for a meal. The backpack was snatched away by his daughter, yet Father Lu indulged her, closely observing the child. The more he looked, the more astonished he became. Despite their family's modest means, he had not provided any supplements for his little girl, yet she was not malnourished. Rather, she seemed to flourish, her delicate features glowing with a rosy hue, her entire being akin to a tender water onion. Gazing at her radiant smile, his heart felt rejuvenated. And with a playful chuckle, he teased, "Little cotton jacket, your smile is so sweet today. Did that handsome lad Chow call you?" "Dad, stop it. Brother Chow only calls me once a month. You know that." "Ah, so it seems my presence brings you joy." "Indeed. Is it not true that my little cotton jacket possesses a great sense of gratitude? My little Lele is the most conscientious of all. Who dares claim my thoughtful little cotton jacket lacks a heart? I would have them met with dire consequences." The gatekeeper, listening to the playful banter between the father and daughter as they strolled away, felt an indescribable warmth in his heart. In an era where children are often treated as little emperors and empresses, such a close-knit relationship between a father and daughter is a rare sight. The summer sun cast a gentle warmth upon the ground as the bustling morning market dissipated, leaving behind only a few scattered souls wandering the streets, which were not entirely desolate. Lu Yun excitedly pulled her father in search of a dining spot. The slightly upscale places were deemed too expensive, while the roadside stalls raised concerns about hygiene. They meandered about, occasionally stepping into shops to browse, and thus, father's once sagging backpack gradually swelled with a newfound fullness. By the time the sun reached its zenith, the father and daughter entered a fast food establishment, ordered 4 small dishes, and settled in to await their meal. Soon, the 4 dishes arrived, and Lu Yun retrieved the eggs her father had brought from the backpack, peeling 6 of them, 3 for each of them. As the father observed his own child savoring her meal with delight, a sense of melancholy enveloped him. He felt a profound ache in his heart, lamenting that Lele had drawn an unfortunate lot in life. Had she been born into a slightly better family, she would undoubtedly be cherished like a precious gem. Instead, as his daughter, she was compelled to mature prematurely, displaying an understanding akin to that of an adult, even at such a tender age. During this meal, the father experienced a bittersweet taste, both sweet and sour, stirring emotions that caused him to discreetly wipe away tears from the corners of his eyes. After purchasing tickets at the station, he discreetly slipped 400 yuan into his daughter's hands, intending to buy her a cake for her birthday. However, his daughter insisted against the purchase, prompting him to concede the money for her to enjoy additional meals during her college entrance examination preparations. Reluctantly, Lu Yun accepted the money, opening her backpack to show her father what she had acquired. "Ah, my little cotton-padded jacket. Do you think there are no tomatoes in our town?" He chuckled as he beheld a large bag filled with vibrant red tomatoes. Amused, he wondered if she believed that the tomatoes from the county town were superior in size. "This is something I specifically sought out to honor you, Dad. I must earnestly inform you that you cannot share these with others. The most I can tolerate is you giving Aunt Feng a couple. Should you offer them to anyone else, it would truly sadden me." Lu Yun casually handed one to her father, these being delectable treasures she had discreetly procured from her space. They were irresistibly delicious, and she was adamant about not sharing them with anyone else. The father, filled with skepticism, took a bite and was immediately astounded by the flavor. The moment he bit into the tomato, a wave of refreshing sweetness wafted through the air, causing those in the waiting room to salivate. Their eyes fixated on him with a predatory hunger. "Delicious. I must have another." Lu Ba effortlessly dispatched a ripe tomato, yet his desire for more lingered. He reached out for another, just as he was about to take a bite, when he heard a voice inquire, "Are you the brother eating tomatoes? Could you spare one for me to taste?" Chapter 11. I buy two. Lu Ba held the tomato close to his lips, and upon hearing the slightly urgent voice from behind, instinctively turned his head. He spotted 3 or 4 individuals standing by the entrance of the waiting room, all gazing in his direction. Reflexively, he glanced down at the tomato in his hand. Lu Yun, with her keen hearing, had long sensed the arrival of others and, gleaning from the conversation who they were, pretended to look around, blinking her eyes. Director Tang. The little girl's tone carried a hint of surprise and confusion, capturing the attention of Director Tang and his entourage. Everyone turned to see whose daughter this was. Her bright eyes and charming smile made her truly enchanting. Director Tang? Lu Ba exclaimed, rising in shock and momentarily forgetting his cane. Losing his balance and swaying to one side. Quick to react, Lu Yun leaped up to steady her father, preventing him from falling. The few individuals scattered throughout the waiting room also turned to the entrance, whether they had seen the director on television or had never watched the news. They instinctively stood up. "Fellow villagers, please sit down. There's no need for formality. I am merely waiting for a bus as well," Director Tang said. Standing at just under 1.7 meters, he had a somewhat stout appearance and a genial smile that made him quite approachable. The men and women gradually resumed their seats, their rural backgrounds rendering them somewhat starstruck at the sight of such a notable figure, akin to ancient villagers encountering a county magistrate. Their hearts raced, and they dared not speak loudly, feeling rather constrained. County Chief Tang greeted everyone with a smile and approached the Lu family, warmly shaking Mr. Li's hand. "Fellow villager, please take a seat. It is I who have been too forward and startled you." Mr. Lu, with his simple and hearty laughter, sat down and offered the tomato he held in his hand. "County Chief, this will quench your thirst." He raised his hand, then blushed in embarrassment, his hands rough and calloused. "Thank you, fellow villager." County Chief Tang accepted the tomato, rubbing it in his palm before bringing it to his lips for a bite. The moment he tasted it, a burst of sweetness and fragrance filled the air, tantalizing the senses. Delicious, so crisp, sweet, and fragrant. It surpasses even the flavors of my childhood memories. "Tell me, fellow villager, did you grow this?" After savoring a few bites, he was thoroughly impressed. Several accompanying staff members discreetly swallowed their saliva in envy. Mr. Lu, scratching his head bashfully, replied, "This was purchased by my daughter, Lele." He glanced at his daughter, noticing her clutching her backpack with an expression of vigilance, which stifled the words he almost uttered, suggesting there was more to taste. "Is this little student your daughter? How old is she? What grade is she in?" County Chief Tang inquired, observing the youthful appearance of the girl, who looked like a primary school student. "Today, she turns 14 and is in her 3rd year of high school." Lu Yun held her backpack tightly, feeling the weight of her father's gaze, and sensed that the tomato he had offered might not last much longer. Mr. Lu, feeling quite embarrassed, feared that the county chief might form a negative impression of his daughter due to her apparent lack of enthusiasm for studying, and hastily explained the reason for her absence from school. In the waiting room, the gazes of the people exchanged, each wondering if they had misheard. A mere 14-year-old in her 3rd year of high school, on the brink of the college entrance examination. How many grades had she skipped? It was astonishing that the school allowed such advancement. Reflecting on the children of their own families or relatives, still in the 1st or 2nd year of junior high at the same age, they could not help but envy the radiant girl before them. Each one consumed with admiration for the prodigious student whose academic prowess must surely be exceptional. County Chief Tang felt a twinge of inadequacy, yet he did not outwardly display it. With genuine sincerity, he congratulated her, extolling the virtues of effective education. He noticed the curious glances directed at the tomato in his hand and hastily finished it, wiping his mouth before he could even regain his composure. Just as the county chief devoured the last remnants of the tomato, a small child, no more than 4 or 5 years old, suddenly erupted into tears, wailing for a share, exclaiming, "I want it! I want it!" The waiting room fell into a state of stunned silence. The child's parents, both in their 30s, attempted to soothe and placate him, but their efforts were in vain against the relentless outbursts. The young father, at his wits' end, hesitated momentarily before mustering the courage to approach the father and daughter from the Lu family. With an air of embarrassment, he ventured to ask, "Little girl, do you have any tomatoes left? Would you be willing to share one with me?" All eyes turned towards the Lu family, with Li's father glancing at his daughter. Lu Yun, clutching her backpack, assumed a protective stance, saying nothing. Lele, shall we share one with him? Li's father, feeling the weight of the collective gaze, stammered as he conferred with his little girl. No way. Those are $10 a pound. I want to give them away. Li Yun resolutely refused, jokingly questioning why she would give away the fruits of her labor after toiling so hard to cultivate them. In her childhood, whenever she envied what others possessed, who ever offered her anything? 10 yuan per jean? Everyone was astonished. Was there a mistake? 10 yuan for a pound of tomatoes? The young people stood there, unsure whether to leave or stay, caught in an awkward predicament. Little classmate, where did you buy them? Why are they so expensive? Mayor Tang quickly intervened to steer the conversation away. Is 10 yuan per jean really expensive? If you can procure the same quality, I will gladly sell them to you at that price. Li Yun clutched her backpack tightly, determined not to relinquish it to her father. Once it was in his hands, the tomatoes would surely be devoured without a trace. I genuinely cannot find such an authentic flavor. Even the most genuine taste from my hometown in Ji province pales in comparison. Mayor Tang found himself outmaneuvered and cheerfully admitted his inability to replicate it. This is it. One gets what one pays for. The price is not arbitrarily proclaimed by the seller, but rather willingly offered by the buyer. It is said that a wealthy businessman from the city, upon fortuitously encountering the elderly tomato farmer in Fong County, purchased all the tomatoes after tasting just one. He bought as many as he could and always drove himself to the county to collect them. One can only imagine how rare these tomatoes must be. Throughout her life, Li Yun had rarely told lies, but this time she was determined to fabricate a story, spinning an elaborate tale about an imaginary person, confident that no one would know the truth. Everyone was bewildered, willing to drive from the city for tomatoes, truly a display of the extravagance of the affluent. The child continued to wail incessantly, while the young man found himself at a loss. After a moment's contemplation, he retrieved 10 yuan from his pocket. Little sister, I would like to purchase 2 from you. Chapter 12. Price hike. Upon hearing that the young man was willing to spend money, he did not voice any objections, leaving the decision entirely to Lele. I refuse to sell, Lu Yun replied, shaking her head. 10 yuan per jean, and at less than 2 for a jean. Selling you 2 would result in a significant loss for me. Such a transaction is simply not feasible. The county head and others observed in astonishment. What an astute young student. As the child's mother struggled to soothe the child, whose heart-wrenching cries tugged at the young man's heartstrings, he had no choice but to seek an alternative. Very well, I shall give you 1. Lu Yun, pained at the thought of parting with her produce, rummaged through her backpack and selected the smallest tomato from a bag brimming with them. With one hand, she accepted the payment, while with the other, she handed over the fruit. Upon receiving the tomato, the young man felt a pang of regret, yet could not suppress his salivation. The fruit was undeniably enticing, its vibrant red hue, glistening freshness, and an indescribably delightful aroma were utterly irresistible. There are still 7 left. But do not look at me. I refuse to sell. Even at 10 yuan each, that would be a considerable loss. It is worth noting that the elderly gentleman who cultivates these tomatoes only manages to grow a handful of seedlings each year. At 10 yuan per jean, it simply does not add up. Last year, he contemplated not planting at all. The major buyer, eager to savor the fruit, resorted to flattery and persuasion. And only out of respect for the buyer's sincerity did the elderly gentleman decide to plant tomatoes again this year. It is likely that next year, such delicacies will be out of reach. Lu Yun counted her treasures. 2 consumed, 1 sold, leaving her with 7. Joy surged within her until she caught the covetous gaze of the county magistrate and his companions, prompting her to quickly shield her bounty. This was a prized possession. She would not be foolish enough to part with it for free, not even for the county magistrate, who had shown no extra kindness to her struggling family. The tantalizing aroma once again tantalized the taste buds and hearts of all present. After a few bites, a child sported 2 streaks of moisture on their face, bursting into laughter and mumbled a delighted affirmation of its deliciousness. The young parents, fearing their child might inquire about the source, swiftly whisked them away. Could you sell me one? Asked a classmate, as Secretary Zhang, accompanying the county magistrate on his rural visit, found it increasingly difficult to resist temptation. Observing the eager expressions of others, he hastened to act first. With only 7 left, she was reluctant to part with them. Clutching her bag, Lu Yun deftly assumed the role of a guardian of her prize. 12 yuan each, how about it? I'll buy 1, Secretary Zhang proposed, raising the price himself. Though 12 yuan for a single fruit seemed exorbitant, He reasoned that people at the seaside willingly paid even more for shrimp. 12 yuan? Not a chance. If it's 15, then I might consider it. But that would feel like a sacrifice, Lu Yun replied, raising her price by 3 yuan. The onlookers could only think, do you believe this is a ginseng fruit? Secretary Zhang grimaced at the thought of parting with his money, yet in the end, he could not resist the allure and gritted his teeth. Fine. Another profit secured. Lu Yun felt no remorse for her audacity. Her heart soared with delight at the prospect of selling a tomato for 15 yuan. What a lucrative venture this was. First, she collected the money, rummaging through her backpack until she found the smallest tomato to give to Secretary Zhang. Her tomatoes were notably larger than the average market size. Even the smallest was as big as her little fist, while the largest was comparable to an adult man's fist, weighing at least 6 or 7 taels. Secretary Zhang purchased one, prompting the other 3 to become restless and immediately reach for their wallets. Little student, may I purchase one as well? Absolutely not, Lu Yun insisted, firmly covering her backpack. These tomatoes are larger than the 2 I sold earlier, and you think you can take one for 15 yuan? Not a chance. The onlookers gasped in disbelief. This was clearly a case of price gouging. In the mind of County Head Tang, 2 words emerged: shrewd merchant. It was understandable. At just 14, she was already in her 3rd year of high school, having skipped a grade. Could a dull-witted child accomplish such a feat? Little student, how much do you want? The 3 government officials felt exasperated. They had hesitated for merely a moment, and now the girl was raising the price. Wasn't this a blatant attempt to exploit them? Fully aware that she considered them easy marks, they nonetheless had to maintain their composure. They had initiated the purchase, after all. As public servants, their every action was scrutinized. In the glaring eyes of the public, they could not afford to break their word. Nor could they chastise the little student for her lack of fairness. This one for 17, that one for 18, and this one for 20. Not a single cent less. Lu Yun stated with utmost seriousness as she produced 3 fruits for display. The crowd observed and accepted her terms. The 3 officials immediately began counting their money. Lacking change, one offered 50 yuan while the other 2 pooled together 5 yuan, making a total of 55. Once the payment was made, the 3 officials, fearful that the little student might change her mind, swiftly took possession of the tomatoes. 3 gentlemen had just picked up their fruits when Secretary Zhang had already devoured his share. His eyes sparkled with excitement as he eagerly rummaged through his wallet, exclaiming, "Dear student, may I have another?" The others in the waiting room looked on in disbelief, muttering under their breath about the absurdity of spending 15 yuan on a mere tomato, feeling cheated yet again, while still wondering if it truly tasted that exquisite. No more for sale. Lu Yun surveyed the remaining 3 tomatoes, covering one with one hand while reaching for another with the other. She took a decisive bite, then set it down to sample the second, before bringing the third to her lips. No, don't bite. Secretary Zhang, in a state of alarm, attempted to intervene. Yet, the little girl took a definitive chomp, marking the last one with her teeth. His heart ached at the sight. He was merely a moment too late. The 3 civil servants, who had barely managed to savor their own fruits, were left speechless as they watched the little girl leave her mark on all 3 remaining tomatoes. The most bewildered of all was County Chief Tang, who, having enjoyed a tomato that left him feeling refreshed, yearned for another. However, being a county chief, he felt compelled to conceal his desire. He contemplated discreetly approaching the little girl for a discussion later on, only to find her resolutely biting into each fruit to ward off any prying eyes. He was utterly flabbergasted. Lu Yun carefully packed away the tomato she had bitten, grinning at her father and winking playfully. "Father, you wouldn't mind your daughter's saliva, would you?" "Not at all," replied her father. "I would never disdain the saliva of my little princess." Moved by his child's gesture of biting into the fruit, a warmth spread through his heart as he realized that Lu Yun's actions were meant to preserve the fruits for him so that he might relish them too. Such an expensive item, yet Lele is reluctant to part with it, insisting on keeping it for him. What more could he possibly say? The warmth surged within Lu Dad, his eyes glistening with emotion. He reached out his rough, calloused hand and gently patted the child's head, a sense of gratitude radiating from his gaze. With such a filial daughter, what more could one desire in life? Chapter 13. I am thriving remarkably well. 3 civil servants, having finished 2 tomatoes, still felt a lingering desire for more. They were very much inclined to purchase the remaining 3 from the little girl. To be honest, they were unperturbed by the thought of saliva. A mere bite mark could easily be washed away. Yet, regardless of their cravings, they felt too embarrassed to snatch them away. After all, those tomatoes were a token of the little girl's devotion to her father. How could they shamelessly ask to buy them? Furthermore, the father was a disabled individual, which made their reluctance to take advantage of the situation even more pronounced. They were not concerned about being accused of living extravagantly by paying a high price for the tomatoes, for they could always claim they wished to assist a person with disabilities. However, they also feared infringing upon his dignity, thus opting to provide indirect economic support to the father and daughter through a transactional approach. County Chief Tang engaged in gentle conversation with Lu Dad, inquiring with genuine concern about his family's welfare, any difficulties they faced, and the agricultural conditions within the village. Upon learning that Lu Dad hailed from Jiudao Township, his spirits lifted instantly as he was en route to that very place. It turned out that County Chief Tang's vehicle had broken down on the way, and it would take some time to repair. Consequently, he had to resort to taking a bus. Originally, there were 3 buses available in the county, but the other 2 were occupied on official business, leaving no vehicles to spare. Coincidentally, they had purchased tickets for the same bus as Lu Dad, sharing the same journey. Before long, as the departure time approached, the county chief and his companions boarded the bus alongside Lu Dad, who was kindly assisted by the chief himself. Cradled in someone's embrace, Lu Yun's cheerful visage contorted into a grimace as she emphatically exclaimed, "Little belly, release me at once. Are you attempting to suffocate me? If you do not let go, I shall withhold treats from you." Upon hearing the mention of food, Du Miaoshu clung even tighter, nuzzling affectionately as she chuckled, "Xiao Lele, you have been developing so rapidly of late. Your little dumpling has grown quite substantial. In just a few months, with a fuller bosom and a tender visage, you will truly embody the essence of a well-endowed little loli." At this remark, Lu Yun's face paled, for since the arrival of her last menstrual cycle, her bosom had swelled like an inflated balloon, transforming from a delicate little bun into a hearty meat bun, akin to those large loaves sold for 2 yuan in the shop. While maturation is indeed a positive development, being addressed in such a manner left her feeling quite bashful. "Little belly, why have you yet to return to the dormitory?" queried the glum-faced Lu classmate, half dragging her companion toward her bed, where she placed the items she was carrying and peeled off the adhesive plaster clinging to her skin. "Spare me your excuses. Who would believe such nonsense? Speak plainly. Have you been stumped by a particular question, or perhaps teased by someone? To think she was regarded as a mere child." Du classmate lowered her head, visibly disheartened. "During this afternoon's math class, the teacher presented a problem that I struggled to comprehend, and my dorm mates mocked my wooden intellect. Indeed, it was rather foolish to be so perturbed by trivial matters." Lu Yun nearly wished to pry open her friend's mind to understand what occupied her thoughts, for it seemed she had little time to dwell on the opinions of others. With a gentle prod, she softened her tone. "Bring me the question. Let me have a look." Alas, Du Miaoshu was so delighted that she nearly leaped from her seat, swiftly retrieving a test paper from beneath her pillow. She flipped to the last challenging question. This one. Lu Yun settled onto a square stool and leaned in for a closer look. Indeed, it was quite profound. It was only natural for Xiaodun to grasp it partially. She had no intention of discouraging her eager classmate, so she took a pencil and began to elucidate the problem. Du, a diligent student, listened attentively and quickly untangled her thoughts, joyfully working through the questions. Upon completion, a delicate little hand appeared before her, cradling a glistening red fruit. "Here, this is your reward." Lu Xiaodun flashed a radiant smile, revealing her pearly white teeth. "Wow, such a fresh fruit." Du Miaoshu snatched it eagerly, unwashed, and opened her mouth wide, taking a hefty bite that left a sizable indentation. Delicious, so very delicious. That single bite illuminated Du's eyes as she transformed into a ravenous wolf, devouring the fruit with unrestrained fervor, consuming every last morsel. Just as she was about to inquire if there were any more, a bag containing 6 or 7 vibrant red fruits landed in her lap, accompanied by the most enchanting voice. "I'll share half with you, but remember to savor it. This is pure organic produce, free from pollution and fertilizers. I won't share it with anyone else." Lu Yun spoke with heartfelt sincerity. The produce from her space was undoubtedly a treasure, even after undergoing 2 rigorous purifications. Consuming the tomatoes grown in her space left her feeling invigorated. Those who had not experienced such cleansing would certainly feel even more refreshed after indulging. Human relationships are akin to drinking water. One knows best the warmth and coldness of their interactions. She is acutely aware of who treats her well and who does not. Among her peers, only her deskmate remains steadfastly supportive from their first year to their last. Despite the isolation and ridicule she faced from others who were swayed by Zhang Jing's provocations. Rest assured, no one can take what is mine. Du Miaoshu nodded enthusiastically, quickly seizing one of the items and tucking it between her pillow and the wall, diligently covering it with a blanket for concealment. Unable to resist temptation, she devoured the fruit in mere bites, yearning for more. Her willpower faltered as she retrieved another, and then yet another. In rapid succession, she consumed 4 tomatoes, leaving her stomach pleasantly full yet still craving more. Just as she was caught in this dilemma, a sudden cramp gripped her abdomen, prompting her to clutch her belly and rush to the restroom. Oh no, Lu Yun gasped, wondering if overeating could produce effects akin to a thorough cleansing. She recalled a time when she had consumed 8 in one sitting, feeling invigorated and mentally sharp, with no adverse reactions, unlike her deskmate. What if something went awry? That would be disastrous. It's nothing, really. I feel absolutely fantastic, brimming with energy, Du Miaoshu proclaimed, flexing her muscles in a display of strength. "Le girl, I just expelled a mountain of foul waste, and after that release, I feel like I've been reborn. I feel as strong as an ox. If anyone dares to challenge me now, I would effortlessly overpower them." The sweat on her brow only reaffirmed Lu Yun's realization. The products cultivated in this space may possess detoxifying properties. She was apprehensive that her little belly might cause some unusual trouble if she continued eating fruits, so she hurriedly pulled her away, saying, "Stop boasting. Your arrogance might lead to a fall. Let's go and focus on studying diligently in the classroom." Chapter 14. Are you not going to check? That evening, having tasted the sweetness of her indulgence, Little Belly could not resist and devoured the remaining tomatoes. She persistently asked her deskmate, Lu, where she had purchased them. Unable to obtain an answer, Du clung to her desk mate day after day. Thus, time passed amidst their playful banter, leading them to the final weekend before the college entrance examination. The junior high and first 2 years of high school had a holiday, while the seniors needed to maintain their momentum and fervor, remaining at school. The weekends swiftly elapsed, and June 4th and 5th faded into the past. Each year, June 7th and 8th marked the National Unified College Entrance Examination Days. In Fong County, there were only 2 examination venues, namely the first and second high schools. The candidates' numbers were assigned randomly, and both Li Yun and Du Miaoshu found themselves at the first high school, although at the same venue. They were not in the same examination room. On the afternoon of June 6th, candidates from various cities and schools visited the examination site. After a regular morning of review, in the afternoon, Li Yun and Du Miaoshu set off on the school bus to scout the first high school. The third high school was comparatively distant, located to the south, while the first high school was to the north, separated by a half-hour journey on the bus. Others were anxious, yet Lu Yun was filled with excitement, secretly preparing to showcase her talents the following day. Du Miaoshu, however, was nervous, incessantly chatting with Lu as if her words could alleviate the pressure. That night was one of sleeplessness for countless parents of examinees. Li's father also struggled to find rest, his heart racing with uncertainty. Ultimately, he refrained from calling his daughter, fearing it might impose psychological pressure on her. Those who have never experienced the Gaokao can never truly comprehend the emotions it evokes. Only by enduring that trial can one truly grasp its bittersweet essence. A journey that leaves an indelible mark. No matter how fervently one wishes to cherish the time leading up to the examination, time remains indifferent, and the day of reckoning approaches with an unhurried grace. Lu Yun, unperturbed, maintained her usual routine, while others rose early to study. She continued to slumber, only to awaken at the appointed hour. Together with her sister Du Miaoshu, they enjoyed a hearty breakfast before gathering for the examination. The teachers from their school awaited them, ensuring a prompt roll call and urging everyone to verify their examination supplies, including spare clothing and shoes. The entry check for the Gaokao is exceedingly strict. Items such as watches and mobile phones, as well as clothing and shoes with metal components, are strictly prohibited. Hence, it is essential to bring alternative attire. Only the admission ticket, identification card, pencils, black ink pens or fountain pens, rulers, compasses, erasers, sharpeners, and answer sheets are permitted. The answer sheets are distributed uniformly by the school, while candidates must prepare their own stationery and bags. At 7:40 a.m., they boarded the bus. In anticipation of a smooth Gaokao experience, the county had made ample preparations, with traffic police stationed at major intersections to escort the school buses. Drivers on the road made every effort to give priority to the school buses, for every family has children, and one day, they too will face the rigors of examinations. With empathy in their hearts, they all wished for the well-being of the students. After approximately half an hour, the school bus arrived at number 1 high school. Lu Yun and her classmates alighted, where teachers conducted another roll call and escorted them to the vicinity of the examination venue. On the morning of the 7th, the Chinese language examination commenced at 9 o'clock, with candidates required to enter the venue 10 minutes in advance. While awaiting entry, millions of examinees across the nation grappled with nerves, the tension palpable in the air. The previous days had seen rainfall, and the current weather was rather gloomy, evoking a sense of oppression, with anxious energy lingering in the atmosphere. As the time for entry approached, each candidate placed their backpacks and belongings at designated spots, ensuring only essential examination materials were brought inside. Students, well-versed in the examination regulations, entered smoothly, with only a handful being delayed due to metallic items on their persons, necessitating a change of attire. Fortunately, the early entry time mitigated any significant impact. Li Yun navigated the entrance without incident, locating her assigned seat and arranging her materials as per the invigilator's requirements for inspection. The examination hall adhered to standard protocols, accommodating 30 candidates in 5 rows of 6. Lu was seated at the forefront of the central row. 5 minutes prior to the examination, the papers were distributed, allowing students to verify for any missing questions, repetitions, or pages. Each examination hall was overseen by 2 invigilators, with cameras installed in every corner, ensuring a comprehensive surveillance of the entire room. Any attempt at deceit would likely be thwarted before it even commenced. After the invigilators verified the candidate's identification and ensured they were seated correctly, the papers were distributed promptly at the designated time. Students were guided to check their examination papers and answer sheets, confirming that everything was in order, while being monitored as they filled in their examination numbers and personal details in the specified areas. As the school bell rang, signaling the start of the examination, Lu Yun felt an exhilarating rush upon receiving her paper. Her mind, a reservoir of knowledge, was ready to tackle the questions that lay ahead. Without hesitation, she revved her mental engines and commenced her work. Entering the state of answering questions, she transcends into a realm of complete focus, methodically addressing each query without missing a single one, akin to a machine, sitting upright with impeccable posture. The invigilator, patrolling the examination hall, poses no pressure upon her. In fact, on several occasions, as the teacher approached her, she did not even flutter her eyelids, truly oblivious to the world around her, wholly engrossed in her examination. Her mind possesses an innate scanning and storage capability, akin to an external aid. The juxtaposition of a student utilizing such an advantage alongside those without is nothing short of cruel, as while others have barely tackled a quarter of the questions, she has already accomplished half, and by the time her peers reach a third, she has advanced to the final, more complex problems. Smoothly transitioning to the essay question, Lu Yun contemplated briefly. The prompt required writing an essay based on a comic, offering vast potential for expansion. After closing her eyes and reflecting for about 10 minutes, she discreetly began her work. While some students answered with calm composure, others were drenched in sweat from anxiety, for the more one frets, the more overwhelming the tension becomes, naturally slowing down the performance of those under duress. Upon completing her essay, Lu Yun glanced at the clock hanging before her, suppressing a smirk. 10:30. A full hour remained until the examination concluded. Such a pace was nothing short of miraculous. She silently commended herself, neatly stacking her answer sheet, question paper, and draft in sequential order, patiently awaiting the end of the examination. The invigilator approached her several times, yet she remained unfazed, leaving the teacher bewildered. Student, are you not going to check your work? Chapter 15. The Consequences of Underhanded Tactics. The college entrance examination, a significant milestone in one's life, commenced on the first day, leaving countless students across the nation in a state of disarray. It was rumored that 3 students had fainted at the second high school examination site, yet this news did not affect Li Yun in the slightest. After the afternoon examination, she was drawn aside by her desk mate to receive an abundance of gratitude, as she had assisted a fellow student in highlighting key topics, which fortuitously appeared in the exam. As the first day concluded, both students and parents approached the second day with heightened anxiety. On June 8th, early morning rain began to fall, incessantly drizzling, and causing some inconvenience for the parents escorting their children to the exam. Fortunately, traffic remained smooth, and candidates at the two testing locations in Huaxia arrived punctually. The second day, which was also the final day of examinations, featured the comprehensive science and liberal arts tests from 9 to 11:30 in the morning, followed by the English exam from 15 to 1700 hours. The morning science examination lasted 2.5 hours. However, Liyun remarkably completed it in just 1.5 hours, then sat in silence for an additional hour. As the exam concluded, light rain continued to fall, prompting most candidates to shield themselves with transparent plastic document bags used for their stationery. As Liyun exited the examination hall, she too utilized the document bag to protect herself from the rain. As she ambled along, she was inadvertently bumped into, and upon turning her head, she found herself locking eyes with Yang Binbin. At that moment, her brows furrowed in irritation, and she clenched her fist, questioning, "What? Do you still want to pick a fight?" Unreasonable. Yang Binbin, distracted as he walked, had not intended to collide with anyone. He meant to apologize, but upon realizing it was Liyun, the words caught in his throat. Seeing her clenched fist and visibly upset demeanor, he lowered his head and hurried past her, feeling a mix of regret and confusion. How absurd, to collide with someone and refuse to apologize, yet still feel justified? This is the quality of the school heartthrob, truly akin to certain individuals who are birds of a feather, all unworthy. Never mind, I shall simply consider myself struck by a dog. Liyun disdainfully patted her shoulder where she had been bumped. Her gaze was chillingly frosty. "Humph, I knew you lacked the courage to confront me." Observing the boy storm off in indignation, Liyun joyfully whistled. Since he chose not to provoke her, she missed the opportunity to deliver a well-deserved thrashing. Witnessing his nose crinkle in anger was, after all, a delightful sight. Yang Binbin, whose ire flared at the mere sight of Liyun, took a few steps before slowing down, pressing a hand against his side, discreetly clutching his abdomen. That uncomfortable sensation resurfaced. Lately, he had been feeling as though his breath were stifled, experiencing tightness in his chest, and occasionally enduring inexplicable pangs across certain areas of his torso. A week before the exams, his family, concerned for his well-being, had taken him to the hospital for a comprehensive scan. The results revealed no issues. However, that discomfort lingered, surfacing intermittently, particularly when his temper flared. Thus, he endeavored to keep his anger in check. Upon encountering Liyun, he inexplicably found himself filled with rage once more, that suffocating sensation returning. Liyun, having successfully driven Yang away, was in high spirits, noticing that he had paused. Could it be that he wished to confront her? If that were the case, she would be exceedingly delighted, as she had been searching for a reason to unleash her pent-up frustration. Should he dare to provoke her, she would possess ample justification to give him a thorough beating, ideally rendering him outwardly unscathed yet inwardly weakened, so that he would struggle to hold a pen during the afternoon exam. Liyun was unafraid of conflicts. Her only fear was the absence of a worthy challenge. Without hesitation, she joyfully approached Yang, the school heartthrob, deliberately slowing her pace just ahead of him, silently praying, "Come on, let us engage in a delightful bout." As a diligent student, she would never instigate a fight. Her actions were purely defensive, arising only in response to provocation. Yang Binbin, feeling a tightness in his chest, was increasingly uncomfortable. Upon noticing someone surpass him, he instinctively glanced over, only to find it was the person he despised most, igniting a fresh wave of frustration within him, nearly overwhelming him. He could hardly endure the discomfort, letting out a slight groan through clenched teeth. When the boy behind him remained unresponsive for some time, Liyun pondered that perhaps her hopes were in vain. However, upon hearing a faint sound of pain, she swiftly turned her head, observing the boy clutching his abdomen, a surge of inspiration striking her as she focused intently on him. After countless contemplations, she had nearly mastered her unique ocular abilities, allowing her to perceive what resembled an X-ray scan of individuals. She could maintain this sight for a maximum of 2 minutes, though it typically lasted around several dozen seconds. As she concentrated, she discerned Yang's body in this peculiar vision, noting several acupoints in his chest where the flow of energy appeared sluggish and obstructed. After scrutinizing him for over 20 seconds, Liyun shook her head. Maintaining such concentration was mentally exhausting. Enduring for 2 minutes felt as though her very essence had been drained, while even a minute felt akin to recovering from a grave illness, leaving her limbs weak. Through her repeated experiments, She concluded that the optimal observation period was between 20 to 40 seconds, ensuring she did not deplete her energy unnecessarily, especially with an examination awaiting her that afternoon. Clearly, she had no desire to squander her vitality on inconsequential matters. Yang was her experimental subject. That night, she struck him and pressed on a few points of his body. After a few days of observation, she discovered that the areas where his qi and blood had previously been stagnant became much more unblocked after her intervention, while areas that had been clear became obstructed. Through multiple observations, she noted that the spots she had pressed began to show signs of increasing stagnation over time. Currently, Yang Binbin exhibited significant blockage in 2 acupoints. Lu Yun found this amusing and understood why Yang Binbin often appeared to be in distress. The stagnation in those 2 areas affected his entire body, leading to adverse reactions elsewhere. Let him suffer. Let him endure. Lu Yun silently cheered, her steps light as she continued on her path. After 3 years of bullying, it was high time for Yang Binbin to face some consequences. She felt no regret, nor any guilt, when Zhang Jing and Huang Yali conspired against her and isolated her. Yang was the most enthusiastic participant, joining forces with the boys to marginalize her and using the coldest of tactics to ostracize her, psychologically tormenting her. Had it not been for her resilient mental fortitude, she would have succumbed to depression or social anxiety long ago. The virtue of repaying kindness with kindness was not a quality Lu Yun possessed or desired. Thus, the unexpectedly positive results from her pressing on Yang Binbin filled her with exhilaration. She felt as though she was floating while walking during those days. However, as she walked and chuckled to herself, a twinge of regret lingered within her. She lamented the missed opportunity to take action against Zhang Jing and Huang Yali. How delightful it would have been to see those 2 harpies face some punishment as well. Chapter 16. Tricked by a schemer. As Du Miaoshu stepped out of the examination hall, she gazed at the drizzling rain, a smile gradually forming at the corners of her lips. The college entrance examination. Nothing could bring her greater joy than excelling in the subjects she had diligently prepared for. With the spirit uplifted by the good fortune of her performance, she found beauty even in the gentle rain. While the atmosphere surrounding the examination was fraught with anxiety, akin to a death sentence, the aftermath was often marked by a sense of unease as students hurried to designated resting spots or rushed to reunite with their parents outside. In stark contrast, Zhang Jing emerged from the hall burdened with a heavy heart, acutely aware of her disappointing performance. Her results in the comprehensive arts were even less favorable than the previous 2 subjects, as she had encountered several questions that left her utterly bewildered, resulting in blank answers. Students were prohibited from lingering around the examination site after submitting their papers, and as the crowd dispersed in haste, Zhang Jing felt compelled to follow suit. Descending the stairs, she located her umbrella at the designated area and opened it, gradually stepping into the fine mist of rain. Unable to find anyone, her frustration simmered with nowhere to vent. Zhang Jing continued walking, subtly crossing to the other side of the road, slowing her pace while casting a glance over her shoulder. Within a minute, the person she had been observing approached. Just as they reached each other, she unexpectedly extended her foot. Zhang, shielded by her umbrella, did not notice Du Miaoshu, who was suddenly tripped by the unexpected obstacle, letting out a yelp as she stumbled forward. In that fleeting moment of falling, she recognized the face of her assailant. And before she could utter a word of reproach, she crashed to the ground. In a sudden tumble, she found herself sprawled on the ground, akin to a dog digging in the dirt. As she turned her head to seek the culprit who had tripped her, she slightly lifted it, ensuring that her hands and chest made contact with the ground first to avert the calamity of striking her chin. With a sharp intake of breath, Du Miaoshu quickly rose to her feet, disregarding her own plight, and hurriedly retrieved her fallen pencil case, shaking off the moisture. A sigh of relief escaped her lips upon discovering it had not been soaked. However, when she sought the instigator, she found only unfamiliar faces moving ahead, causing her chest to constrict with ire as she muttered a curse under her breath. Standing upright, she felt a burning pain in her hands. Upon examining her palms, she noticed both were scraped, with a patch of skin torn from her left pinky, oozing blood. "You wretched girl, I want to let this go." Du Miaoshu seethed, her eyes ablaze with fury. The audacity of that Zhang, daring to trip her, had etched a grudge in her heart. The pain from her scraped hands was excruciating, and she cautiously shook off the water, wiping them on her clean clothes before bringing them to her lips to inhale a few breaths of disinfection. After a prolonged downpour, the ground was slick, and the fall had left her attire considerably damp. Clutching her pencil case, Du Miaoshu hurried towards the resting area. The first high school had prepared temporary resting spots for candidates from other schools. And the third high school's science students were assigned to a small classroom on the ground floor of a building. Luo Ban and his colleagues were counting the number of science students when they noticed Du Miaoshu's clothes were visibly wet, prompting them to rush over and inquire. Du Miaoshu, what happened? With a pout of indignation, Du Miaoshu recounted, I was walking perfectly well when Zhang Jing from class 4 suddenly tripped me, causing me to fall. Did you get hurt? Robin grew anxious as he noticed Du's palms spread open, revealing abrasions. He instructed Du to retrieve his backpack and spare clothes and accompany him to the infirmary. Du Miaoshu, without hesitation, grabbed the backpack and followed Robin to seek medical attention. Historically, during the college entrance examination, there were often 1 or 2 students who fainted to address such unforeseen circumstances. The county hospital dispatched an ambulance and medical personnel to the examination site, ready to assist candidates alongside school nurses. Robin guided the students to the medical staff to help Du with her injuries. The doctors promptly sprang into action, first directing Du to change her clothes, then disinfecting the wounds, applying antiseptic ointment, and finally bandaging with adhesive strips. Fortunately, Du's injuries were merely superficial, sparing her bones from harm, and the minimal wounds did not significantly impede her ability to write. Upon seeing her deskmate, Le Zion, Du Miaoshu's eyes sparkled with delight as she dashed over. Lifting her hand for Lu to see, Le Zion, I've been injured. Would you be so kind as to offer me some consolation? Le Yun, feeling a mix of frustration and concern, contemplated casting her petty grievances aside, realizing that the examination was still ongoing. Despite her injury, Du Miaoshu remained in high spirits, seeking sympathy for her plight, which seemed almost comical given the circumstances. Unwilling to shield Zhang from the truth, Du Miaoshu recounted her misadventure in a torrent of words, concluding with a disparaging remark about the woman responsible for her fall. Let us first pay our respects at the temple of the 5 internal organs, she declared. Le Yun, without expressing her opinions, took hold of Du's hand and led her away. It seemed that Du's unfortunate predicament was primarily a result of her amiable nature, as Zhang had likely seized the opportunity to trip her, perhaps hoping for an incident that would prevent Du from writing during the afternoon examination. Du Miaoshu was preoccupied with memories of the tomatoes and cucumbers that her classmate, Le Xiaotong, had once shared with her. This morning, Lu had even offered her a tomato to quench her thirst. Now that she was injured, it was the perfect opportunity to evoke sympathy, hoping that Lu, her desk mate, might bestow upon her another tomato. She incessantly queried about any consolation prizes, chattering away until they reached the cafeteria. Upon spotting Zhang Jing exiting, she abandoned her desk, made in pursuit of retribution. Damn it! She scurried away faster than a rabbit. Du Miaoshu fumed, spitting in exasperation. How dare that despicable coward act with impunity? But Lu Yun, with narrowed eyes, swiftly scanned the surroundings and darted towards another entrance of the dining hall. My goodness! The enemy has escaped. Du Miaoshu thought of seeking Lu Xiaotong to share a meal, only to witness Lu darting towards yet another exit. Her eyes widened in astonishment. Li's cleverness was remarkable, employing such tactics of evasion. Chapter 17. A vengeful feast for the little stomach. Zhang Jing was horrified, screaming as she fell to the ground. The pathways at County No. 1 High School retained only a few traditional elements, consisting of blue stone slabs and cobblestones, while the roads surrounding the cafeteria were paved. As Zhang stumbled, she landed face down, limbs sprawled, her umbrella slipping from her grasp and colliding with a boy ahead, causing him to tumble, the umbrella's handle pointing skyward. From a patch of greenery, Du Miaoshu observed her desk mate closely. She saw Lu crouching as she stealthily approached another exit of the cafeteria, concealing herself behind a pillar. Just as Zhang Jing stepped out, Lu slipped from her hiding spot and trailed after her, only to witness Zhang's unfortunate fall. She did not clearly perceive the events that transpired in the midst of the commotion as classmates passed by, obstructing her view. All she witnessed was Zhang Jing tumbling forward and flinging her umbrella away. Lu, her deskmate, exhibited remarkable prowess. Du looked on with her mouth agape, as if it could accommodate a large egg. Lu Yun, trailing behind Zhang Jing, seized the opportunity to give her a shove, swiftly tripping her before pivoting and darting ahead of a few girls holding umbrellas, racing into the dining hall. The sound of someone falling caused the students outside the dining hall to halt. Are you all right? Someone inquired, eager to assist yet wary of being taken advantage of. Zhang Jing had taken quite a tumble, her chin striking the ground painfully, leaving her dazed and seeing stars. As her vision cleared, she noticed a large puddle and several pairs of feet. Lifting her gaze, she saw a few boys and girls staring at her. An embarrassment washed over her as she scrambled to her feet, stammering, I'm fine." Seeing that she was relatively unscathed, the onlookers resumed their own affairs. For in these times, incidents of extortion were all too common. Merely pausing to show concern was a testament to their inherent kindness. In a flurry, Zhang Jing rose and glanced back, only to find a throng of students entering the dining hall. She remained oblivious to who had pushed and tripped her. Inspecting herself, she noted her clothing was damp, and her chin, elbows, and knees throbbed faintly. "Lu, you are amazing. You're my idol," Du Miaoshu exclaimed, wishing she could attach herself entirely to Lu. "You're just too impressive." With her deskmate avenging her, Du felt invigorated and elated. Exclaiming her desire to treat Lu to a meal, she eagerly pulled her deskmate to the counter, ordering several dishes in one breath, filling the tray to the brim. While Du and Lu were enjoying their meal, Zhang Jing sought assistance from the infirmary, where the doctor attended to her injuries. She was the second student of the day to seek treatment for a fall, the first being Du Miaoshu. The infirmary was ill-equipped with spare clothing, leaving them helpless in addressing the wet garments of the female students. As the doctors rolled up the sleeves and pant legs of the young ladies, they discovered significant bruising on Zhang's elbows, akin to that on her chin, along with varying degrees of abrasions on her knees. Du sustained heavier abrasions on her palms as she braced herself upon landing, which mitigated the impact on her knees and elbows. In contrast, Zhang was first pushed and then tripped, resulting in simultaneous contact of her elbows and knees with the ground, leading to severe abrasions, particularly on her elbow. At that time, she was holding an umbrella and other items, causing her elbow to hit the ground first, scraping away a layer of skin and causing a slight bleeding. The doctor attended to the wounds, eliciting cries of pain from the young lady that startled the medical staff. After a painstaking effort to treat her injuries, the doctors wiped the cold sweat from their brows, as they truly detested such tasks. The delicate nature of the young women meant that even the slightest pain would be magnified. Meanwhile, Du Miaoshu and Lu Yun indulged in their meal. Nearly reaching the point of excess, Du casually draped her arm over Li's shoulder, exuding camaraderie, and seized the opportunity to curiously inquire about how Lu managed to bring Zhang Jing down while escaping unscathed. "I learned it from her. She often employed this trick against me before," Lu replied. "You should adopt similar tactics in dealing with certain individuals. One must stay vigilant to ensure they suffer in silence." Lu Yun rolled her eyes, unable to shed the clingy octopus-like belly that had taken hold of her. At last, Du Miaoshu obtained the elusive treasure she had tirelessly inquired about for 2 hours. Her eyes sparkled with delight as she stealthily slipped away to indulge in the tomatoes, discreetly savoring them away from prying eyes. She was reluctant to eat in front of others, for during her first attempt in the classroom, the enticing aroma had stirred her classmates' curiosity, prompting an avalanche of inquiries about its source, nearly overwhelming her with embarrassment. That afternoon, an English examination loomed ahead. Although it was officially scheduled to commence at 3 o'clock, candidates were required to enter the venue by 14:45 due to the listening component. By 2:20 p.m., students from various schools began gathering at designated points outside the examination hall, awaiting the security checks that would grant them access. The rain had ceased by then, leaving the sky shrouded in a gray haze. The absence of the gentle patter of raindrops provided a serene backdrop, ensuring an undisturbed environment for the candidates' listening tasks. The timing of the college entrance examination was meticulously orchestrated. At precisely 14:45, the listening section began. In each examination room, not a single extraneous sound could be heard, as candidates sat in hushed concentration, fearful of missing even the slightest detail. Lu Yuan's memory was remarkably astute. She retained everything after just one hearing, able to recite the material verbatim. While others struggled in contemplation, she answered with ease and composure. When the written portion commenced, Lu Yuan surged ahead like a rocket, her speed rivaling that of her performances in Chinese and mathematics. By 5 p.m., the 2-day marathon of intense examinations came to a close. As the time to submit their papers arrived, many who had not felt faint before the exams suddenly succumbed to dizziness, the release of built-up tension manifesting in unexpected ways. Chapter 18. A request for a phone number. Throughout the 2 days of examinations, Lu Yuan's father found it difficult to concentrate, his mind wandering. Fortunately, his job did not entail any considerable hazards. Even with divided attention, he faced no perilous consequences. Lu Dad works at a cultivation site for wood-ear mushrooms and shiitake mushrooms, located in the outskirts of the countryside, with a small workshop on the edge of the town. The workers are engaged in various tasks such as harvesting, drying, sorting, and packaging the mushrooms, as well as cutting raw timber and watering the logs that nurture the fungi, ensuring proper ventilation. There is only one technician, while 6 workers perform all the tasks. Due to his limited mobility, Ladad is responsible for sorting the mushrooms and operating the packaging machine, which requires minimal physical exertion. Thus, his workload is lighter, albeit with a lower wage of 500 yuan compared to the 800 yuan earned by the others. Although 500 and 800 yuan may seem meager, in a small county like Huaxia, especially in the rural areas, it is considered a decent income, particularly since it allows him to work close to home and balance family responsibilities. The consensus among the workers is that the boss is a conscientious individual. As the final half-day of the college entrance examination approached, Ladad could hardly contain his anxiousness. He hurriedly took leave and stepped outside to await a phone call. Standing beneath the eaves of the mobile workshop, leaning against the wall while repeatedly checking his phone, he had inquired with his teacher, who informed him that students must wait for the invigilators to complete their checks before they are allowed to leave, and that they must retrieve their belongings from a designated area, needing to wait for the school to disable the signal interference before their phones could receive any messages. With a growing sense of tension, Lu Dad incessantly refreshed the screen of his old mobile phone, watching the seconds tick away. Unbeknownst to him, beads of cold sweat began to form on his forehead. After what seemed like countless refreshes, his face bore traces of perspiration. Yet he could not bring himself to wipe it away. The clock displayed 17:20, and his fingers trembled slightly, but he hesitated to press the green call button. In a state of anxious bewilderment, he stared at the black screen of his phone, which had yet to illuminate again. After a prolonged silence, the long-awaited ringtone resonated, and as he beheld the name Little Cotton Jacket flashing on the display, Lu Dad tremulously pressed the answer button. Lu. Father, are you very anxious? Lu Yun stood by the lawn outside the temporary rest area, conversing on the phone. Hearing the tremor in his voice brought warmth to her heart, and a smile blossomed within her, irresistibly spreading across her face. After the college entrance examination, all test papers were sealed immediately, dispatched promptly upon completion of each subject to ensure no leaks or losses occurred. The transportation of completed papers was conducted with the same stringent measures as that of delivering exam papers to the school beforehand, leaving no room for delays at the examination site. She surmised that her father might be nervous, or perhaps even more so than herself. In truth, had she not activated her auxiliary mode, she might have felt a twinge of anxiety. However, it would not have been overwhelming, for she possessed a modicum of confidence. Once she engaged her auxiliary mode, what was anxiety to her? She no longer recognized it. With a sigh, Lu Dad finally managed to wipe the sweat from his brow, silently reassuring himself that his Lulu would surely gain admission to a prestigious university. Little Cotton Jacket appeared unperturbed, and thus he too must remain calm. Yes, calm. June 9th, 2016, coincided with the Dragon Boat Festival, marking the first day following the conclusion of the college entrance examination. Lu Ba reiterated his concerns about safety, reluctantly hanging up the phone. His insistence was not mere nagging. Rather, it stemmed from the fact that his little cotton-padded jacket had been a source of trouble since childhood, frequently embroiled in fights, and almost deserving the title of a brawler. Previously, there had been a need to temper her actions due to her studies. But now that the college entrance examinations were over, the pressure had lifted. If conflicts arose, given her vengeful temperament, it was entirely possible she would retaliate fiercely against any provocateur. Thus, while Lu Ba felt at ease before the exams, he found himself increasingly anxious afterward. Having assured her father of her safety, Lu Yun's spirits soared as she made her way to the lounge. Suddenly, she heard someone calling her name. Lu Yun. Turning around, she spotted Huang Yali, who was rushing towards her, phone in hand. Was she seeking a confrontation? Lu Yun halted, her heart racing with excitement. If Huang truly intended to fight, this time she could deliver a thorough lesson without fear of repercussions. As for Huang's father, she felt no trepidation. After all, Mayor Huang had no influence over her affairs, and there was little chance he could meddle with her and her father. Having finished her call, Huang Yali, slightly out of breath from her sprint, approached Lu Yun, her youthful visage radiating vitality. Unable to suppress a pang of jealousy upon seeing the younger girl, She quickly remembered her purpose for seeking her out and, getting straight to the point, asked, Lu Yun, do you have the phone number for Zhao Yuba? Brother Zhao? Lu Yun's eyes widened in surprise, surveying Huang with curiosity, her smile broadening as she replied, oh yes, I do have Brother Zhao's number. Huang Yali was momentarily dazzled by the youthful, unblemished smile of the girl before her, a surge of envy igniting within her heart. How could a child, abandoned by even her own mother, possess such a fair and tender visage? Consumed by jealousy, she clenched her fists, battling the urge to tear the delicate face before her apart. Gritting her teeth, she asked, Liyun, could you kindly provide me with Brother Chao's phone number? I have something important to discuss with him. You wish to ask for Brother Chao's number? The young classmate beamed brightly, executing a graceful turn that left behind a refreshing silhouette, her voice ringing like shattered jade, as invigorating as the dawn breeze. Though her improvised lyrics left much to be desired. Huang Yali trembled with indignation. If simply inquiring about Brother Chao's number would suffice, why would she need to come here, humbling herself to ask? She felt a strong impulse to kick the girl named Lu, but upon noticing others nearby, she swallowed her anger and restrained herself. Chapter 19. No longer the guardian of flowers. Should one simply provide Brother Chao's number because someone inquires? The answer is a resounding no. Liyun was not foolish, regardless of whether it was Huang Yali, who had a tenuous relationship with Brother Chao, or a more amicable classmate making the request. She would not yield. Brother Chao preferred to avoid entanglements with unsavory individuals. Sharing his number would imply trust, and she would never betray that confidence. Upon returning downstairs and passing the staircase, Liyun spotted someone leaning against the banister, uncertain whether to ascend or descend. A smile of delight spread across her face. Oh, is that not Zhang Jing? What happened to you? You seemed so vibrant at noon in front of the cafeteria, yet now you appear rather worse for wear. Did you trip and fall, or were you tripped by someone else? Lu Yun, gritting her teeth, called out Zhang Jing's name. The fall she had taken at noon had left her quite battered. Initially, it seemed insignificant, but by afternoon, her knees and elbows throbbed with a numbing pain, rendering her gait awkward. During the afternoon examination, her arm refused to cooperate, often succumbing to tingling sensations that severely hampered her riding speed. Her legs felt similarly numb. She could neither bend nor walk without resembling a zombie. After a laborious journey to this spot, she attempted to ascend the stairs, only to be halted by Huang Yali, who called out to Lu Yun for Zhao Yuba's phone number. Unable to resist the interruption, she paused, and in that moment, she collided directly with Lu Yun. Why do you meddle in affairs that do not concern you? Zhang Jing thought bitterly, her discomfort boiling over into a muttered curse. Whether her fall was a result of her own misstep or someone else's push was entirely irrelevant to Lu Yun. My ears are perfectly healthy. There is no need for your lioness's roar, Lu Yun remarked, playfully digging into her ears, revealing a dazzling smile that showcased her pearly white teeth. Zhang Jing. It seems you have finally recognized your own insignificance. When a mouse scurries across the street, everyone cries out to chase it away. Even dogs catch street rats. As a living being, I cannot turn a blind eye to injustice. Lu Yun, you speak from a place of ignorance, Zhang Jing retorted, feeling the sting of her own words as they left her lips. Regrettably, it was too late. She found herself the target of Lu Yun's sharp wit, her face flushing crimson. The realization that Lu Yun was indeed here to settle scores only intensified her ire. In the past, she had often mocked Lu Yun's father for his limp, and now Lu Yun seized the opportunity to retaliate. Overwhelmed by frustration, Zhang Jing contemplated hurling the pencil case she clutched in her hands at Lu Yun, but just then, a girl rushed past her, prompting Zhang Jing to pivot and ascend the stairs in haste. Zhang Jing's back was stiff. She had not intended for Du to witness her unfortunate state after tripping and falling. However, due to the numbness in her knee, she ascended the stairs slowly, step by step, and was inevitably spotted by Du. A mixture of embarrassment and anger welled within her, fearing that Du might seek revenge. She chose to endure in silence, refraining from retort or sarcasm, and continued her ascent with her head bowed. Du Miaoshu, puzzled by Zhang Jing's unusual demeanor, observed her rigid posture and broke into a smile. You deliberately tripped me this morning, causing my injury. I had intended to retaliate in kind, but seeing your predicament, I shall refrain. My heart is too kind to kick a person when they are down, ha ha ha, regardless of whether you were tripped by someone or stumbled on your own. It is a delightful spectacle. A seething rage ignited within Zhang Jing, her chest heaving with indignation, yet she found herself at a loss for words. grinding her teeth. She continued her ascent, dismissing Du's taunts as mere barking. Resolute in her decision to avoid conflict, she was soon distracted by the sight of Yang Binbin approaching from the corridor. In that instant, realization washed over her. No wonder Du chose to ignore her. The gallant protector had arrived. Ah, Zhang Jing, how astute you are, skillfully employing your backup with such finesse. I admire you, Du mused, a spark of irritation flaring in Zhang Jing's chest. She opened her mouth to explain but quickly recognized the futility. Any words uttered would only serve to further Du Miaoshu's amusement. Du Miaoshu was unperturbed by Zhang Jing's potential outburst of anger, turning her focus instead to Yang, the school heartthrob. Yang, are you suggesting that we are once again bullying Zhang Jing, or questioning whether we pushed her, causing her to fall, and that we owe her an apology before the eyes of the world? She continued, just moments ago, someone asked me for Brother Chao's phone number, which struck me as odd. Did Brother Chao not socialize with other students before I arrived at Shenzhou? Li's words momentarily stiffened Yang Binbin's expression. He lowered his gaze, uttering not a single word, and walked past the two girls, absorbed in his own thoughts. How surprising that the school heartthrob chose not to play the gallant protector today. Du Miaoshu's mouth dropped in astonishment, while she glanced at Zhang Jing, whose face oscillated between shades of green and white, evidently pleased. After being toyed with for 3 years, it seemed time for her to awaken from her delusions. Lu Yun, with a radiant demeanor, pondered aloud. Previously, Yang would always come to Zhang Jing's defense. Today, however, he suddenly turned a blind eye to her plight, leaving Zhang Jing in a state of humiliation and fury. This delightful turn of events uplifted her spirits as she gleefully scampered away. In a moment of triumph, Du Miaoshu made a face at Zhang Jing, bursting into laughter as she leaped onto her desk mate, the two of them linking arms and chatting merrily as they departed. Standing on the stairs, Zhang Jing suddenly grasped why Yang Binbin had refrained from aiding her. The mention of Lu asking for Huan Yubo's phone number must have led Yang to mistakenly assume she was the one inquiring about Brother Chao's contact information, inciting his jealousy. Curse that Lu Yun. Understanding the reason, Zhang Jing was filled with indignation, her chest burning with anger. Yang Binbin had promised to gift her an iPhone 7 after the college entrance examination, allowing them to stay in touch conveniently when she was away. However, with the interference from someone surnamed Lu, her hopes for the iPhone 7 seemed to be dashed. Chapter 20. You are like a family. All gatherings must eventually come to an end, regardless of how harmonious or discordant the relationships may have been. Once the college entrance examination concluded, everyone returned to their respective homes, seeking their own families. Du Miaoshu, who resided in the county, had her parents come to the school to collect her. As Du reluctantly departed, she embraced her classmate Lu, shedding tears of farewell, only to be pushed away by Lu, who urged her towards her parents. There were no farewells, nor companions for the journey. She departed in solitude, just as she had arrived at the school 3 years prior, without sorrow, nor lingering attachment. The experiences, both good and bad, had become mere memories of the past. One must look forward. Fang County encompasses 12 towns and 7 townships. Classmate Lu hailed from the most remote region, Jiudao Township. The earliest long-distance bus to Jiudao departed at 8 in the morning. Should she miss it, the next bus would not leave until 9:30. Lu Yun rose before 7, arriving at the bus station by 7:30, purchasing her ticket before grabbing breakfast, ensuring she was on time for her departure. Jiudao lies over 150 kilometers from the county town, and the journey by bus, which swayed for more than 3 hours, only brought them to the township shortly before 11:30. The bus parked in an outdoor area of the village, and Lu Yun, wishing to avoid an encounter with Zhang Jing, disembarked from the front. She carried a wheeled suitcase, a large woven bag, and a backpack filled with personal toiletries, all packed to capacity, making it cumbersome to load and unload, necessitating 2 trips. Lele, as she turned to drag her suitcase after unscrewing a large woven travel bag, noticed a dark-skinned woman in her 30s approaching in an electric tricycle, a vehicle ideal for the elderly. The woman, Zhou Qiufeng, stood at a height of 157 meters, her skin deeply tanned from years of labor. With her hair neatly tied in a bun under a hairnet and dressed in black capri pants and a short-sleeved casual shirt, she exuded a vibrant and healthy beauty. On market days, she often set up a stall in the street, selling her homegrown vegetables or seasonal produce, conducting her business with a refreshing straightforwardness and a lack of pettiness, which contributed to her success. She typically packed up her stall earlier than others. As Zhang Jing alighted from the vehicle, She heard Zhou Qiufeng's shouts and glanced towards the front of the car, feeling a surge of anger. Zhou Qiufeng's mother belonged to the Zhang family, but the Zhou family preferred to maintain cordial relations with the Lu family rather than hers. Zhang Jing dared not confront Zhou Qiufeng, knowing well that the latter was not one to be trifled with. If provoked, she could become quite formidable. In the countryside, where people are sparse and life lacks the daily hustle of the city, market days bring a flurry of activity. The 3rd, 6th, and 9th days of the month mark the market days in Jiudao Township, and this particular day, coinciding with the Dragon Boat Festival, was a bustling market day. During this festival, villagers would hang bundles of calamus, mugwort, and peach branches at their doorsteps as protective charms. Each year, many would gather these herbs to sell. The ticket collector, who regularly traveled the Jiudao route, recognized Lei and handed Zhou Qiufeng the suitcase and bucket that she had not yet removed from the vehicle. "Aunt Feng, I am not that fragile," Lei remarked as she efficiently organized her belongings and climbed into the back of the tricycle. Meizijing Village, often referred to simply as Meizun, is one of the natural villages directly governed by the township, located at the edge of the area with a population of approximately 500. Li's family resides in the eastern part of the village. Zhou Qiufeng, driving her small tricycle, made her way along the cement-paved road towards the east. Upon reaching the village center, she encountered Sister Wu, Zhang Jing's mother, who was riding an electric scooter. As they exchanged pleasantries, Sister Wu spoke loudly. "Qiufeng, are you off to pick up Lei again? I wouldn't be surprised if others thought you were family." Sister Wu's sharp remarks did not sit well with Zhou Qiufeng, who promptly retorted, "Oh, haven't you seen my little Jing? She just called me to pick her up." Sister Wu, caught off guard, quickly changed her tone, implying that Zhou Qiufeng was speaking nonsense. Was she now blaming her own child? Left speechless, Sister Wu ceased her banter and rode off to collect her child. Chapter 21. Yearning for a mother, Zhou Qiufeng dismissed Sister Wu's comments, as she had heard similar barbs before and chose not to dwell on them. Navigating through the winding paths, she finally arrived at the Lu residence. The Lu family and the Zhou family were separated by a narrow alleyway. Zhou Qiufeng parked her vehicle in front of the Lu home, making it convenient for Lu Yun to carry her belongings. Meizijing Village predominantly comprises the surnames Zhou, Zhang, and Lu, while the Lu family stands out as a unique presence, not only in the village but throughout the entire township and county. The Lu family is an outsider. Lu Yun's great-grandfather was once a barefoot doctor who, prior to liberation, found himself in Meizun, where he acquired land and established a home. Lu Yun's grandfather followed in his father's footsteps, also becoming a barefoot doctor. The Lu family enjoyed a relatively comfortable life during the 1990s, and by the end of that decade, they constructed a 2-story house with a footprint of over 100 square meters. The first floor comprised 3 spacious rooms in a row, with the central area divided into 2 smaller rooms, resulting in a total of 6 rooms of varying sizes. The central room, referred to as the main hall by the locals, featured a staircase and kitchen occupying half of the rear inner space. The 2 larger rooms flanking the main hall were also partitioned into inner and outer sections for sleeping quarters, reflecting a traditional layout reminiscent of the 9 palaces and 8 trigrams. In the 1990s, it was customary for toilets to be situated outside the house, and the Lu family followed suit by building an additional structure for livestock and sanitation facilities at the back of the house. "Happy Dragon Boat Festival, Dad," Lu Yun exclaimed as she leaped out of the car, eager to assist with the luggage. "I've got it, Dad." Zhou Qiufeng parked the car and joined her, deftly handing Lu Dad a bucket filled with toiletries. "Brother Lu, just carry this for Lu," she instructed. The Zhou family consisted of a son and a daughter. Zhou Gu, Zhou Xiaolong, was a few months older than Lu Dad, currently at the age of 42. The two had grown up together, sharing childhood memories. Zhou married at a young age, just after reaching the legal marrying age, becoming a father at 23. His eldest child is a daughter attending a nursing school in the market town, while his younger son, a year older than Lu Yun, is in the 3rd year of junior high and preparing for the upcoming high school entrance examination, currently enjoying his break due to the high school entrance exam schedule. After bidding farewell to Aunt Feng, Lu Yun set her belongings down and made her way to the kitchen, then ventured into the right inner room to check on the rice storage. There, she spotted a string of zongzi hanging from a bamboo pole and, upon exiting, caught sight of her father, sharing a mischievous grin with him. "Dad, who made the zongzi?" Lu Yun quickly masked her cheeky smile, adopting an innocent expression. "I brought the rice and asked Aunt Feng's family to help with the wrapping," her father replied. His little cotton-padded jacket feigned ignorance, a recurring charade each year. This burly man, unable to rap Zongzi, could only beseech the Zhou family for assistance. "Aunt Feng, I am your niece Feng," she declared playfully, sticking out her tongue before scampering away. The child, full of mischief, earned a stern glare from her father, who could only sigh in resignation. To alleviate the pressure of the impending college entrance examination and to provide some nourishment for his daughter, he slaughtered a native chicken, stewed it with fragrant mushrooms, and procured some meat, preparing 2 meat dishes and 2 vegetable sides. When Lu Yun received a generously portioned chicken leg from her father, she gazed in disbelief. For she was 14, no longer a child, yet still eating chicken legs. Her protests fell on deaf ears, and she succumbed to the meal. Observing his daughter relish the food, Lu Ba felt a surge of joy. Suddenly, he was jolted by her bright voice. "Dad, do you still have feelings for that woman?" Stunned, Lu Ba fixed his gaze on his daughter, his heart a tumultuous mix of emotions. His beloved little cotton-padded jacket had endured too much hardship in her early years. Though she had grown sensible and articulate, she adamantly refused to refer to her biological mother as mom, always designating her as that woman. The very thought of her mother stirred a complex brew of feelings within him, leaving him at a loss for words. Unable to meet her gaze, he turned away. "Silly Lulu, what are you talking about? Your mother and I. There is no possibility left. I am content with you. My dear little cotton-padded jacket." "Dad, do you truly still harbor feelings for that woman?" Lu Yun pressed, dissatisfied with her father's response, resolutely determined to unearth his innermost thoughts. Father Lu is indeed a cultured individual, and he possesses the remarkable ability to navigate life's challenges with grace. In the past, he harbored genuine affection for the mother of his child, a love so profound that he would go to great lengths to support her, unafraid to confront any adversary. Yet, this very devotion transformed him from a promising youth into a man with disabilities. Does he harbor resentment? Perhaps he has felt a sense of grievance, especially given that they share a child. From that moment on, love and hate became intertwined, and regardless of the circumstances, the pain inflicted upon him, his child, and his parents by the child's mother remains an indelible scar in his life. Lu Yun blinked repeatedly, sensing that these words were indeed her father's heartfelt confession. He no longer wished to reconcile with that woman, which brought her a sudden sense of relief. Joyfully, she wrapped her arms around her father and said, "Dad, please find me a new mother. I want a mother." Chapter 22. The audacity of hope in a daze. She felt her arm being shaken vigorously, and instinctively glanced at the child sitting to her right, her mind still in a muddle. "Lele, what did you just say?" "Dad," I said, "please find me a new mother. I want a new mother." Lu Yun blinked her clear eyes, feigning innocence and charm. "Dad, dear father, would you consider it?" "Lele, your father is in his 40s, and he is aging, not to mention being disabled. I cannot, nor can I truly help you find a new mother who will care for you sincerely." Father Lu finally grasped that this was not merely a figment of his imagination. His beloved daughter genuinely wished for him to seek companionship anew. Though she had mentioned it before, he had dismissed her youthful naivety. Perhaps Lele truly yearned for a mother. For no matter how devoted a father he may be, he cannot provide the love a mother offers. "But, Dad, what if someone is willing?" Lu Yun clung to her father's arm, displaying an innocent and unblemished smile. "If someone were to overlook your father's shortcomings and genuinely care for you, I would have nothing to say. Unfortunately, that is an impossibility. Lulu, you should cease your hopes for a new mother. Your father is a disabled man, and our family is utterly destitute. No one would willingly choose to endure such hardships." Lu Ba, unable to bear the disappointment etched on his daughter's face, felt compelled to temper her enthusiasm. If only his leg were not crippled, perhaps he could find a partner in a second marriage to share their lives. As it stands, with his disabilities rendering him incapable of laboring in the fields, which woman would be willing to assume the burdens of a stepmother, shouldering the responsibilities of providing for their small family? Tell me, which woman would be foolish enough to take on such a role? Lu Ba's expression shifted slightly. "Lulu, do not heed the idle gossip of others. Some villagers delight in spreading unkind words. Simply dismiss them as nonsense. Indeed, for the most part, I treat their words as mere folly. However, I internalize today's remark. In truth, if Aunt Feng were to become my new mother, I would welcome it. To be candid, Aunt Feng has always looked after us. Even as a neighbor, she draws unwarranted attention." Lu Ba comprehended his daughter's sentiments, his face flushing with embarrassment. "Lulu, Do not misconstrue the situation. Aunt Feng possesses a kind heart and has consistently cared for us. You must not allow others to lead you astray and misinterpret her goodwill. Aunt Feng is still young. It is not that she cannot find a suitable partner, but she is concerned for Grandma Zhou and does not wish to act against her wishes. Father, speak honestly. If Aunt Feng did not object to becoming my new mother, would you be willing to share your life with her? Who is Li Yun? Once a master of brawling and street quarrels. Having navigated the complexities of human relationships since childhood, he was not one to shy away from playing matchmaker for his father. Such a person was often referred to as having a thick skin. However, when a child, a young lady yet to turn 18, broached the subject of his father's lifelong commitments, even after living for 40 years, he felt a wave of embarrassment wash over him. Observing her father's reaction, Lu Yun understood that familiarity breeds affection. Having known Aunt Feng since childhood and being neighbors for many years, it was likely that, if not love, a certain fondness had blossomed over time. Recognizing her father's sensitivity, Lu Yun refrained from pressing him further, continuing to enjoy her meal, buoyed by the thought that her father's future might soon find resolution. The food tasted particularly delightful, and even when her father insisted she drink the potent yellow wine, she found no distaste in it. With the topic closed, Lu Dad felt relieved. After the meal, as they tidied up the kitchen, he noticed his cherished little girl emerging from her suitcase with a bag clutched to her chest, eager to venture outside. He called out, "Lulu, where are you going?" The sight of her bouncing out the door left him flustered and dumbfounded. Just a moment ago, he had barely broached the subject, and now it seemed she was keen to see him off. As the early days of May arrived, the second batch of sweet potato seedlings had sprouted, ready for transplanting. After a few days of rain, the fields were finally drying out, and many were hastily cutting vines to plant the sweet potato slips. Zhou's family, including brother Zhou and his wife, along with Zhou Qiufeng, went to the fields, and even the children joined to lend a hand. Meanwhile, Grandma Zhou was at home, trimming sweet potato vines. Upon hearing someone calling her, she looked around and spotted the little child from the Lu family entering the house. The Zhou residence comprised two structures. The upper house was an old-fashioned brick and wood construction, while the lower house was a newly built two-story Western-style building. Between the two houses lay a small courtyard, with the main entrance facing north and south, resembling a traditional southern quadrangle. "Lele, how did your exam go? Were you nervous?" Seeing the little girl with a beaming smile, Grandma Zhou set aside her scissors and the sweet potato vines, dragging a chair to the side to converse with the child. "Not nervous. I feel like I did well." Lu Yun slipped beside Grandma Zhou, producing a glistening tomato and handing it to her. "Grandma Zhou, I want to discuss something very serious with you. Would you be willing to listen?" "Oh, you want to discuss something significant and only bring me a tomato to win me over?" Grandma Zhou chuckled, her face adorned with wrinkles, yet she graciously accepted the offering, wiped it on her clothing, and took a bite, exclaiming, "Delicious." Just like the last time, Lu Yun felt a bit dizzy, pondering the meaning behind Grandma Zhou's words, and asked, "What does that mean?" This inquiry filled her with excitement. It seemed there was potential regarding Aunt Feng and her father's situation. "You want me to help your father find a match?" Grandma Zhou instantly understood, her eyes widening behind her reading glasses. Could it be that Lele was already concerned about her father's marital affairs? Was this child truly only 14 years old? Chapter 23. Discussing marriage. Grandmother Zhou was taken aback. Her granddaughter was merely 14 and still an innocent child, while Lele, at the same age, had already matured into a little adult. It was a poignant reminder of how early children, without mothers, learn to be sensible. The elderly woman's voice rose by 3 degrees, startling Li Yun, who instinctively patted her chest in a state of lingering fright. "You nearly gave me a heart attack, dear grandmother. Please, keep your voice down. This matter hasn't even begun to unfold, and it would be quite undesirable for others to overhear." Although she initially had no intention of agreeing, the hopeful expression on the child's face compelled her to relent. Consoling herself, she thought of it as a benevolent act. "The new mother I favor is someone you are acquainted with, Grandmother Zhou." "She." Li Yun hesitated, unable to voice the name. "Who is it?" Grandmother Zhou inquired, astonished. Little Lele had always been a fearless child, capable of playing matchmaker for her father, yet now she seemed shy about revealing her choice. Was this person of notable stature? Eventually, Li Yun resolved to speak her mind. "The new mother I desire is your daughter, Aunt Feng." "What?" Grandmother Zhou, eagerly awaiting an answer, was left speechless. Wasn't her daughter Qiufeng the very person Lele called Aunt Feng? Grandmother Zhou's mind struggled to grasp the revelation. Grandma Zhou, I understand that this matter has come upon us rather unexpectedly. Nevertheless, I assure you that I am earnest in my intentions. I am aware that speaking of Aunt Feng to my father may seem to place her in an uncomfortable position. However, my father, despite his physical ailments, possesses a gentle temperament. Given that we are all familiar with one another, there is no danger of past grievances being unearthed. Moreover, since we reside in close proximity, he will be able to care for you, allowing you to rest easy. Furthermore, Aunt Feng cannot remain in this situation indefinitely. Even in your presence, the whispers of others will persist. When the time comes for you to depart from this world, Aunt Feng will lose the support of your towering presence. She will be left to contemplate her future. Though she may have children and nieces and nephews, none can compare to the comfort of having a home of her own. By bringing Aunt Feng and my father together, they will have companionship in their later years. I, too, shall not regard a new mother with disdain. I will support my father and his new spouse as they grow old together. As Liyuan eloquently articulated her perspective, she noticed Grandma Zhou clutching her chest in distress, which alarmed her. She hurriedly began to pat the elderly woman's back and soothe her. Once Grandma Zhou regained her composure, she grasped the child beside her, her wrinkled face glowing with emotion, and exclaimed, "Lele, dear Lele, is what you just said true? Is it indeed true? You genuinely wish for Aunt Feng to become your new mother? You are not deceiving me, are you? I did not mishear, did I? Yes, I never lie. What I said is the absolute truth," Liyuan affirmed, her mind racing with exclamation points. She had presumed her enthusiasm was singular. To her surprise, Grandma Zhou seemed to concur. With no objections from her, the situation appeared to have taken a significant turn. If the other party involved were to also express agreement, it would indicate that good fortune was indeed on the horizon. Grandma Zhou held the little girl tightly, nodding repeatedly. Yes, I shall discuss this matter with Aunt Feng tonight. I will gauge her sentiments. If she is agreeable, I have no objections whatsoever. Indeed, she had no objections. Not a single iota. This was partly due to the proximity of their families, where encounters were frequent, and partly because, as little Lele mentioned, they were well acquainted, alleviating any fears of the Lu family looking down upon their daughter. She felt reassured. Moreover, her daughter was unable to bear children, a flaw in her lineage. While Lu Qing had his own imperfection, a limp, the two of them, when brought together, were of similar standing. Neither could ridicule the other, as they were all humble beings in the same muddy waters. Most importantly, her daughter could not remain sequestered at home for eternity. While she was alive, her daughter cared for her and assisted her son and daughter-in-law with various tasks. Yet, unbeknownst to her, her daughter-in-law whispered and gossiped behind her back. When her time came to depart from this world, and as Autumn Feng grew frail with age, she could only imagine the disdain that might befall her. She was aware that her son treated his sister well, yet ultimately, he was a man. Should a conflict arise between his wife and sister, he would find himself in a precarious position, unsure of whom to support. With these thoughts in mind, Grandma Zhou found herself increasingly fond of the little girl. She was indeed a delightful little companion. However, she knew this matter required Aunt Feng some time to consider, and urged herself not to rush. Furthermore, it was prudent to keep this discreet. She was aware of her family's financial struggles. If others were to learn of this, they might speculate that she feared her daughter excelling in academics, only to be unable to afford her education, hence plotting against Aunt Feng's private savings. Regarding this matter, I must first clarify my position. My father and I harbor no ill intentions. Should I gain admission to university, I have long since devised a plan to secure a loan. Thus, even if it were to come to fruition, there would be no need for my future stepmother to assist with tuition fees. If you and Aunt Feng are amenable, we can discuss this further. My family certainly cannot afford the bride price, and you need not provide a dowry. Aunt Feng's previous savings are under your stewardship. Child, why speak of such things? Interrupted Granny Zhou. Financial matters are but external possessions. Why delineate them so clearly? If it truly comes to pass, your daughter's savings are hers to spend as she wishes. Outsiders have no say in the matter. Am I truly so lacking in discernment? The elderly lady and the young girl engaged in a lively discussion for quite some time. When they parted, the elder was beaming with health, while the younger was brimming with joy, indicating that their conversation had been most congenial. At such a direct remark, Father Lu felt his cheeks flush with embarrassment, and he picked up a handful of seedlings, declaring, "Children love to stir up trouble for no reason. The sweet potato vines are trimmed. It's time to get to work in the fields." Chapter 24. Unfit for surgery, the Lu family possesses farmland. But since Father Lu is unable to perform heavy labor following Grandfather Li's passing, Grandmother Lu took the initiative to lease the fields to the Zhou family, retaining only the garden surrounding the house and a plot of land at the village's edge. Over the past few weeks, Father Lu has been busy planting sweet potato seedlings in the fields outside the village during weekends, and the garden in front of the house is nearly full, leaving only the garden behind the house to be tended. Feeling somewhat embarrassed by his child's remarks, Father Lu swiftly retreated to the backyard. Behind him, Lu Yun adeptly donned a long-sleeved shirt and exchanged her sandals for a pair of rubber shoes, jingling away to the garden to tend to the chores. For the sake of her father's dignity, she refrained from dwelling on the issue any longer. The corn leaves were a vibrant green, swaying gracefully in the wind, undulating like waves, while a refreshing fragrance wafted through the air, embodying the essence of a bountiful countryside. Children of the less fortunate often assume responsibilities early on, and Lu Yun had been trailing behind the adults, assisting with tasks from a young age. Over the years, apart from the pear orchard, nothing had proven too challenging for her. She could cook at home, work in the fields, and excel in her studies, earning scholarships, a quintessentially versatile child of the new era. Father Lu held sweet potato seedlings and a cane in his right hand while using his left to plant the cuttings. After years of practice, his hand speed was comparable to that of an average person. However, the need to maneuver the cane carefully to avoid tripping over the corn seedlings did slow his overall pace. As he worked, he observed his daughter, becoming increasingly puzzled. Today, his little cotton-padded jacket seemed to be imbued with an extraordinary energy, moving with remarkable speed. Was it merely the passage of another year that had doubled her strength and agility? Though he felt a sense of unease, he chose not to inquire further, reasoning that it was a positive development rather than a negative one. Moreover, girls often keep their little secrets, and he had always maintained a nonchalant attitude toward such matters. He was aware that a certain handsome lad from the Zhao family had been in contact with his daughter. Were it another parent, they might have jumped to conclusions, fearing early romantic entanglements and bombarding their child with lectures on relationships. Yet, he refrained from meddling in his daughter's friendships, trusting that she would navigate her social connections wisely. In comparison, Li's father is remarkably understanding and exceptionally open-minded, refraining from meddling in his child's affairs or imposing his decisions upon her. He holds deep respect for his daughter. Labor is a joyous endeavor, and the father and daughter spent less than an hour and a half planting sweet potato seedlings in the garden behind their house, concluding their work with pleasure. The seedlings require a period of 7 days to 2 weeks before they sprout anew. Once the new shoots reach several inches in height, additional fertilizer will be applied to bolster their roots, providing them with the necessary space to develop tubers. After that, aside from timely weeding and vine management, they need not worry excessively about their care. Having just applied some ointment, Li's father was startled by a knock at the door. He hastily concealed the medicine and moved to open the door. Li's father resided in the outer room of a 2-room layout on the left side of the house, while the inner room served as a guest room. Lu Yun occupied the outermost room on the right side, with the inner room housing a refrigerator and serving as a storage area for corn and grains, which could also be temporarily converted into sleeping quarters for guests if necessary. Upon detecting the familiar scent of the medicinal oil, Lu Yun immediately understood what her father was engaged in. As the door swung open, she observed her father's cautious demeanor and stern expression. "Father, is your leg hurting again? Why don't you speak up?" "No, it's just a bit sore. I applied the medicine, and it's nothing serious," he firmly denied. He feared that if he admitted to any discomfort, his daughter would take over all the chores, preventing him from working in the fields. "Father, go sit outside. Allow me to massage your leg." Lu Yun was not easily convinced and promptly entered the room to rummage through the drawers of the wardrobe. Her father's room was quite simple, featuring an old-fashioned wooden bed, a handcrafted wardrobe popular in the 1990s, and 2 desks from that era, furniture that was aged yet meticulously organized and impeccably clean. "It's unnecessary. I am perfectly fine." Lu Ba steadfastly maintained his viewpoint, only to realize that his daughter had managed to extract the medicine from the drawer. Awkwardly, he acknowledged that having such a clever child could be troublesome. No matter where he hid things, she would always find them effortlessly. "Old man, your daughter aspires to study medicine. You might as well serve as her subject for experimentation, allowing me to learn in the process." Regardless of her father's consent, Lu Yun insisted on guiding him outside to the living room, near the door, where she made him sit comfortably while she fetched a small stool to sit opposite him. Concerned about dirtying her father's feet and thereby causing him embarrassment, he meticulously wiped his foot with the leg of his trousers before cautiously presenting it to her. As Liyun placed her father's foot on her knee and rolled up the pant leg, she activated her eye's X-ray scanning capability, revealing details invisible to the naked eye. 14 years prior, her father's tibia had suffered a fracture. During treatment at the hospital, although the bone was aligned, the positioning was suboptimal, leading to a displacement that ultimately resulted in malunion and impaired limb function, categorizing him as having a grade 7 disability. Liyun clearly discerned the misalignment in her father's leg bone, noticing that the main bone had twisted at an angle, transforming what should have been a straight toe alignment into an outward tilt of at least 3 degrees. Struggling to find adequate words to describe its appearance, she noted not only the displacement of the fracture, but also a vein that had likely been severed by the bone at that time, which had not been reconnected promptly. Consequently, the blockage in the vein had led to a gradual atrophy of the muscles in her father's right calf, rendering it noticeably thinner than the left. Gazing intently for a full minute, Liyun meticulously examined her father's leg injury 3 times. At that moment, she felt a profound sense of despair. She could discern the nature of the injury, identify its cause, and even comprehend how to rectify it. The disheartening truth, however, was that she lacked the means to assist her father surgically. What could be more disheartening than this? Chapter 25. A change of heart for his only daughter. Father Lei was indulgent. No matter how she scrutinized her own legs and feet, he bore it with equanimity. Yet, witnessing her serious demeanor, a twinge of anxiety stirred within him. Lei, have you discerned something? Just a hint of understanding, Liyun replied, her expression unwavering, her fingers gently tracing the contours of her father's calf. Father, the location of your fracture was here, wasn't it? In an instant, Father Lei's limbs stiffened, his heart racing with an increasing cadence. It was not that Lei was mistaken. Rather, she was entirely correct. He realized with a jolt that he had never allowed her to see the images taken when the injury occurred, nor the scans made during evaluations for disability. He was acutely aware of where the injury lay, for it was a nightmare that rendered him more dead than alive, devoid of hope. Had it not been for Lei's presence back then, he might not have endured, likely succumbing to the earth long before. In an effort to shield his child from fear, he and his parents had always prevented Lei from viewing the images of his broken leg. He was astonished that she could so precisely pinpoint the fracture's location. He swallowed hard, his throat dry. Lei, how did you know? Listening to her explanation, Father Lei's emotions swirled tumultuously within him. He probed further. Did you truly deduce this on your own? Didn't I once catch a glimpse of the CT scans? Father, you must have faith in your daughter's abilities. Have you forgotten? My grandfather, who is also your father, remarked when I was but a child that I was a natural talent for medicine. From that moment, I resolved to become a renowned physician in our homeland. Over the years, I have diligently studied the notes of my grandfather and great-grandfather, almost wearing them out, and have achieved a great deal. Not merely indulging in empty talk or superficial theories. How could you not believe in me, father? Liyun felt a twinge of frustration, yet she understood. Had it not been for her extraordinary circumstances, she would indeed not have reached this level through conventional study. Nevertheless, she would never divulge the extraordinary experiences that led her here, at least not to her father at this moment. It sufficed that he recognized her accomplishments. Father believes in Lulu. He immediately expressed his unwavering support, recalling how Lulu displayed an interest in medicinal herbs and medicine from a young age. He had nurtured her passion, teaching her about herbs and the distribution of acupoints in the human body since she was 3. Alas, he passed away when she was 8, leaving behind a void that could never be filled. But what if? There is no what if in this world. So, father, trust in your daughter. One day, your little cotton-padded jacket will help restore your leg, enabling you to walk normally once more. At that time, we shall trample upon those who once mocked us. Very well. Father, await that day. Lu Dad felt immense pride. It was indeed a good thing that Lula harbored such aspirations, deserving of encouragement. Her room, much like Lu Dad's, was simple: a single bed, a 2-door wardrobe, a rectangular table, a bookshelf, and a handcrafted, rough 3-tier shelf for miscellaneous items. Clothing and blankets were meticulously categorized and arranged. Liyun hung a whiteboard on the wall behind her desk, upon which the inscriptions read, 1 day since the college entrance examination, 16 days until the realization of dreams. Young Lu adjusted the whiteboard, tidied her books, and organized all her belongings, cradling a bundle of tomatoes and cucumbers to take to the storage room. Li's father settled onto a stool at the entrance, observing his daughter as she packed her luggage. With September approaching, it was likely that Lu would be heading to a different province for her studies, making it difficult for him to see her thereafter. He wished to cherish these moments with his beloved daughter while he still could. Upon noticing the tomatoes and cucumbers that had spilled from her suitcase, his eyes widened in surprise. Lu, did that elderly gentleman give you tomatoes again? Li's father grew restless, shifting in his seat. Lu, do you think he wants you to help him sell vegetables? Does he also grow watermelons and cucumbers? Indeed, he cultivates greens, eggplants, watermelons, cucumbers, and string beans. His produce resembles wild crops, hence the delay in harvest compared to others. The old man has been deceived in the past, making him wary of trusting people and reluctant to engage socially. Therefore, he wishes for me to assist in selling them. And I am compensated for my efforts, 80 yuan for a day's work. Oh. Li's father uttered several half-hearted responses, noticing that his daughter was preoccupied. After a moment of hesitation, he stammered, Lu, I would like to discuss something with you. What is it? Li's father's faltering words caused her to momentarily pause her journey to the storage room. Lu Ba rubbed his hands together, offering a sheepish smile. You see, during the recent visit of County Head Tang to our village, we happened to share a ride. He was quite amiable, bringing along several officials to our home to learn about the village's circumstances. He didn't mind our humble abode, even staying with us for a night. He asked for your phone number and left his for me, saying, if the elderly gentleman had any surplus tomatoes, I should discuss it with you and notify him, as he would take them all. Under the gaze of his daughter, whose eyes sparkled with a purity surpassing that of mountain spring water, Lu Ba felt a pang of uncertainty. Would Lele think him ineffectual for being so easily swayed? Dad, did you say County Head Tang wants to buy tomatoes? Lu Yun's eyes darted with excitement, her mind racing with possibilities. If the county head wished to purchase tomatoes, he could prove to be a valuable client. With judicious resource management, there was potential for substantial profit. Indeed, County Head Tang mentioned he would pay whatever price the elderly man set, and added, if there were no tomatoes, he would appreciate being informed about any other goods of similar quality. In that case, when the elderly man's watermelons and cucumbers come into season, I shall reconsider whether to inform him. Lu Yun had initially planned to venture into the county town the following day to sell watermelons and cucumbers. However, upon reflection, she recognized that scarcity elevates value. Thus, she decided to postpone her plans, extending the interval before her products entered the market. This would serve to demonstrate the elderly man's limited yield and the challenges in cultivation, making a higher price seem entirely reasonable. Chapter 26. Temptation Zhou Ge. Born in the summer, is formally named Zhou Xiaolong, while his sister, born in autumn, is called Qiu Feng. Their parents harbor the beautiful aspirations of wishing their son to become a dragon and their daughter to become a phoenix. As they sat down at the table, Zhou Xiaolong gazed at a large pot of stewed pig's trotters, accompanied by fried egg dumplings, meatballs, and freshly washed greens, feeling rather puzzled. Mom, is there a special occasion today? Zhou Ji's wife, Lu Tong, slightly curled her lips, skeptical of her mother-in-law's words. She sensed that there must be some underlying reason. Yet she feigned ignorance and did not inquire further. Qiu Feng also refrained from asking questions, while Zhou's little grandson, Zhou Tianming, unabashedly praised his grandmother's culinary skills, bringing a broad smile to her face. In this era, televisions are not expensive, and the Zhou family, being relatively well off in the village, owns several sets. There is one in the main living room, another in the hall of their small Western-style house, and one in the bedroom of the young couple. This arrangement allows the couple to enjoy watching television together, fostering intimacy between them. Mom, I won't marry. I will stay with you. Qiu Feng interjected before her mother could finish her sentence. Although she did not immediately counter her mother's words, her expression darkened. Grandmother Zhou sensed her granddaughter's discontent and continued with her unending discourse. Qiu Feng, you are my daughter, and naturally, I care for you. However, I am growing old. Ever since I fell gravely ill last year, I feel increasingly frail. Who knows what day might be my last? What will you do if I am gone? Your brother, being your full-blooded sibling, would naturally not cast you aside. You are well aware of your sister-in-law's character. I, alongside your father, am present. And you attend to us at home. Yet she continues to speak ill of you behind your back, expressing disdain for your presence in your maternal home. Over the past year, her gossip has only intensified. Should I no longer be around, I wonder what she would say then. Could you endure the daily barrage of disparaging remarks? If you were to exhaust all your savings, you might find yourself cast out, begging for alms. When a woman is a daughter in her family, she has a home. However, upon marriage, her original family transforms into her maternal home, while in her husband's family, she becomes an outsider. Thus, upon marrying, a woman effectively loses her home. If she cannot find contentment in her husband's household and possesses no assets or property, she is left with nothing, truly homeless. Zhou Qiufeng, with a heavy heart, held several bright red fruits, yet her head remained bowed. After a moment of hesitation, she brought one to her lips and took a bite. Burdened by her thoughts, she initially failed to discern its flavor, but after a couple more bites, she looked up in astonishment. Was this a gift from Lele? From the expression on her mother's face, Zhou Qiufeng deduced the origin of the fruit. She had tasted it once and would never mistake it again. Indeed, beneath Zhou's grandmother's gaze lay a hidden affection. That child is truly pitiable and endearing. Having endured so much hardship at such a tender age, yet she remains untainted by it all. Such resilience is rare. Today, Lele brought these as a means to win hearts, expressing her desire for a new mother and asking me to act as a matchmaker, which has put me in a difficult position. Zhou Qiufeng was taken aback. Mother, did you say Lele asked you to be a matchmaker? Yes, her mother replied. Lele said her family is poor and lacks anything of value, so she offered this as a token for the matchmaking service. Why does Lele wish to find a new mother? Whom does she favor? Her thoughts are in disarray. She scarcely registered her mother's incessant chatter. In a daze, she caught her mother mentioning that someone else might come to propose to her, which only added to her confusion. Unbeknownst to her mother, Lele's preferred candidate for a new mother is none other than herself. The chaotic thoughts gnawed at her, leaving her agitated. When pressed for her opinion, she vaguely replied, "Mom, let me think it over." "All right, take your time. There's no rush," Grandma Zhou responded cheerfully, noting that the girl hadn't outright rejected the idea, suggesting there remains a possibility. In the meantime, while the Zhou mother and daughter deliberated over marriage matters, the Lu family was engaged in a silent standoff. Lu Yun, clutching a cucumber, bit into it with a fierce crunch, her cheeks puffed up in indignation. Lu Dad, holding 2 tomatoes, had initially resolved to ignore his daughter, but upon hearing her gnawing on the cucumber, his heart trembled. Stealing a glance, he saw Lele's irritated expression, causing his heart to race uncontrollably, leaving him increasingly unsettled. The source of the tension between father and daughter was quite simple. During dinner, Lu Yun informed her father of her intention to venture into the mountains the following day to collect medicinal specimens. Upon hearing this, Lu Dad vehemently opposed the idea, citing the dangers of a girl traversing the deep woods. With one determined to go and the other resolutely against it, the father and daughter remained steadfast in their positions, unable to sway one another, their quarrel simmering from the dinner table onward. The grand door had long been shut, and within the room, the fragrant smoke of mugwort was wafting to ward off mosquitoes. The television, an ancient relic older than Latong by 3 years, flickered softly, broadcasting the evening news with the volume turned low. The muted sounds from the television rendered the crunching of cucumber by Lutong particularly pronounced. Lulu Lulu. Little cotton-padded jacket, my sweet little girl. Lu Ba's heart brimmed with concern as he softened his tone, calling out his daughter's nickname. After a few attempts, she remained unresponsive, prompting him to lower himself further, using the affectionate name he often employed. Yet, little cotton-padded jacket remained indignant, having not heard his words. She was resolute, unwilling to engage in negotiations, stating firmly that there was no room for compromise. If he disagreed, she would proceed regardless. With her neck defiantly arched, she exuded an air of unyielding determination. Lu Ba's heart sank as he recognized this familiar defiance. His daughter had always possessed a strong will, inheriting not only his stubbornness but also that of her father. He had always feared her fiery temperament, striving to guide her with gentleness, anxious that she might grow up to be as inflexible and brittle as he was. "Very well, I agree. Would that suffice?" Lu Ba, sensing the urgency of the situation, was genuinely apprehensive that she might become upset and run away without a word. In such a case, he would be the one left worrying. If he acquiesced, at least Lulu would inform him of her whereabouts, granting him some peace of mind. "Father, you are such a wonderful dad. Lulu loves you the most. Fear not, your little cotton-padded jacket has always known her way around the mountains and waters. She will not be in danger." Relenting, Lu Ba found himself greeted with Lu Yun's jubilant cheers as she leaped up and affectionately clung to him. knowing full well that her father responded better to firmness than to softness. Indeed, a firm stance had proven effective once more. For his stubborn daughter, Lu Dad could only feel a sense of helplessness. Just moments ago, she bore an expression of indignation, as if he were her adversary. Yet, upon taking a step back, she quickly resorted to flattery, shedding her earlier demeanor. He found her adulation somewhat gratifying, but maintained a facade of seriousness as he negotiated terms, insisting that she must disclose her itinerary and more. After some back and forth, a father-daughter agreement was reached, allowing Lu Dad to contentedly munch on tomatoes. After devouring two, he craved more and fetched another pair, casually grasping a couple of cucumbers. Initially, he believed cucumbers to be akin to those grown in the village, but upon tasting them, he discovered they were as delectable and crisp as the tomatoes, leaving him yearning for more. This revelation astonished Lu Dad, prompting him to ponder in the still of the night whether he should share this news with Mayor Tang. However, upon waking, he momentarily cast aside that thought, his mind consumed with concern for his daughter's impending venture into the mountains. After dinner, witnessing her preparations to depart, an overwhelming sense of worry enveloped him. The destination was no ordinary mountain. She was to traverse the renowned Shinnong Mountain of the province, home to pristine forests and regions untouched even by intrepid explorers. In the past, his father, in a bid to cultivate Leilei's knowledge, would take her to the mountains annually during holidays, imparting wisdom on medicinal herbs through a blend of practice and teaching. Although Leilei had been acquainted with herbs and mountainous terrain since childhood, she was merely 14 years old. The thought of his young daughter venturing alone into such a formidable place to gather medicinal specimens filled Lu Dad with an immeasurable sense of unease. Lu Yun secured her backpack onto the rear of her bicycle. Her bag, a somewhat outdated canvas satchel, was remarkably functional, water-resistant, and exceptionally sturdy, impervious to the sharpest thorns. Within it, she packed a raincoat, a thick long-sleeved shirt, rubber boots, a small hoe, a short machete, and an assortment of provisions. Hanging around her neck was a simple camera, slightly younger than the antiquated television set in her home, yet still older than her. It was a relic purchased by her grandfather in the early 2000s, still operational, a testament to the enduring quality of appliances from that era. The bicycle, once her mode of transport during her middle school days, had seen little use since high school, but had been well maintained with oil, remaining functional to this day. Leilei, be sure to bring along the tomatoes and cucumbers. They make for refreshing sustenance, suggested her father, cautious not to utter any ill omens as he observed her deftly securing her belongings. No need, Dad. The spring water from Shinnong Mountain is purer than bottled mineral water. There's no requirement to carry any. Don't skimp on the tomatoes. Consume them freely, and don't fret about your little sister. Remember, when you were 4, you spent 7 days alone in the mountains and emerged unscathed. You've grown wiser and more adept at caring for yourself since then, understanding the safest ways to navigate. The most memorable feat of Lu Yun's childhood undoubtedly occurred when she was 4 years old, accompanying her grandfather into the mountains, only to become lost for 7 days. Eventually found on a hillside in the neighboring village. It was a different experience then. She had ventured to a place far removed from Shinnong Mountain. I understand. And you must remember to call me when you have signal, so I know where you are. Being reminded by his own child, Lu Ba felt a bittersweet sensation in his heart. The father and daughter exchanged mutual reassurances, and then Lu Yun pushed off on her bicycle, climbing onto the vehicle outside, waving her small hand at her father with joy as she set off. Lu Ba watched her depart with a lingering reluctance and a heart full of concern, observing her as she moved further and further away. Chapter 28. Encountering a car accident. The Shinnong Mountain area is not merely a protected reserve like certain national forest parks, but rather a unique administrative region that combines tourist attractions with local villages. Within the district, the mountains are interspersed with villages, creating a landscape reminiscent of a hidden paradise. Huaxia borders Shinnong, and Jiudao Township is even closer to Shinnong Mountain, if one disregards other factors. Crossing over the mountain ranges behind the villages governed by Jiudao leads directly to the Shinnong Mountain area. They say that great skill breeds great courage, although Lu, the student, does not possess the martial prowess of ancient sages. She navigates the mountain paths as if traversing flat ground, thanks to the advantages of her newfound space. Setting off shortly after 7 in the morning, even taking shortcuts, she cycled at a remarkable speed and took an hour to reach Zhongshu village, the nearest village to Jiudao within the Shinnong protected area. Inside the reserve, only visits to the scenic spots require a fee. While riding a bicycle on national and rural roads is permitted freely, of course, this refers specifically to bicycles and environmentally friendly vehicles. Lu Yun did not linger as she traversed the village path towards Dongxi, eagerly anticipating her arrival at the southern gate of Shinnong Mountain and the Banshan exploration area, rumored to be haunted by wild men. Afternoon. For her, reaching the mountainous terrain would be akin to a dragon returning to the sea or a tiger retreating to the depths of the forest, a true embodiment of boundless freedom. The roads within the scenic area were well paved, and the route from Jiangshu village to Dongxi township was in excellent condition. In less than half an hour, Lu Yun arrived at the outskirts of Dongxi township. However, upon entering the spacious vicinity of the township government, she observed a multitude of people rushing in one direction. With her keen sense of smell, she detected the acrid scent of blood and overheard snippets of conversation lamenting the tragedy, mentioning severe bleeding, which led her to realize an accident had occurred ahead. She pedaled furiously, weaving past numerous vehicles parked along the roadside, until she reached the crowd encircling the scene. Men and women jostled together, their voices creating a cacophony of concern. Among the throng were nearby residents who had rushed over upon hearing the news, as well as passers-by, with the majority of backpackers likely being tourists. In the midst of the crowd lay the accident site, a black sedan skewed across the road. Beside it, a mangled and shattered motorcycle. From the scene, it appeared that the car had lost control and collided with the motorcycle. The sight was indeed gruesome, as the rear wheel of the motorcycle was crushed beneath the sedan, and just a little further ahead lay two deformed bicycles, lying motionless on the ground, with two young backpackers seated nearby. Beside the sedan sat two individuals, one slumped in shock and the other trembling with anxiety, presumably the owner of the car. Approximately 1 to 2 meters away from the front of the car, a man wearing a helmet lay on the ground, a pool of blood beneath him, with a dark stain on his chest that nearly turned his checkered shirt crimson. One of his arms was broken just above the elbow, revealing a bloodied fragment of bone that pierced the skin, causing blood to flow in steady streams. Some bystanders were calling the police, others were taking photographs, while a few attempted to examine the man's injuries, trying to bandage his wounds. The crowd gathered out of sheer curiosity. Most were timid and, upon witnessing the scene, turned pale and hastily retreated. A few bolder individuals lingered, waiting for the authorities to arrive, chattering and offering suggestions, yet they did not dare to approach too closely. Fearing bad luck, people moved about, some departing, creating a somewhat chaotic atmosphere. Lu Yun had chosen a good vantage point. Upon entering the throng, she could clearly see the scene. The gruesome sight only made her wrinkle her nose. From a young age, her grandfather had taken her to see deceased individuals, and in elementary school, she had witnessed a car accident, cultivating a commendable courage that rendered her unfazed by terrifying spectacles. Initially, when she first encountered blood, she experienced many nights of haunting dreams, but eventually, she grew accustomed to it and lost her fear. Now, confronted with the bloodied victim, she immediately focused her attention, determined to assist, as she aspired to study medicine and felt it her duty to help. It was akin to a free practical experience. As a few individuals were about to help the man lie flat, they heard a frantic shout. "Don't move him." They froze, looking up to see a short-haired, round-faced girl, appearing to be a middle school student, rushing over with a puzzled expression. "You can't move him?" The onlookers, a mix of men, women, and children, gazed in astonishment at the girl with the backpack, some inquiring about the situation. His fourth and fifth ribs on the left side were fractured, and any contact could prove fatal. Lu Yun hurriedly approached the crowd, offering explanations. "How do you know his bones are broken?" one asked. "Just a glance. And you can tell how many bones are fractured? Are you some sort of deity?" Others scoffed, expressing their skepticism. "Young lady, are you a doctor?" Lu Xiangyang noted the expressions of his peers and surmised their thoughts, greeting the approaching girl. "My great-grandfather practiced medicine, and I have studied medical principles since childhood. I possess some knowledge of injury symptoms," Lu Yun replied, undeterred by strangers as she crouched beside the injured man, deftly pressing on his arm and chest before unfastening his clothing. The young man held the man's arm, blood gushing uncontrollably, yet after the girl applied pressure, the torrent of blood remarkably slowed. "Is she applying acupressure to staunch the bleeding?" queried a bystander. "His ribs are broken, and his chest is punctured," explained the youth beside Lu Yun. "Ah, how impressive. She knows where the injury lies without even looking." The spectators marveled in disbelief. Lu Xiangyang observed the girl taking the injured man's pulse, maneuvering around the crowd to inspect his spine and back. Noticing a change in her expression, he humbly inquired, "Young lady, is his condition critical?" Chapter 29. What is he doing? Critical? She observed the victim's fractured ribs from the front, where a splintered bone had pierced a lobe of the lung, pointing directly towards the heart. She cautioned those around not to move him recklessly, lest the heart be further impacted by the jagged bone. Upon circling to the back, she discovered that the interior of his brain had sustained catastrophic damage. Even a divine being would likely be powerless in such a dire situation. In response, Lu Yun could only feel a profound sense of regret. Rising to her feet, she accepted a tissue from a young man nearby to wipe the blood from her hands. The onlookers, captivated by the little girl's articulate account, found her words credible, adhering to the notion that seeing is believing. Yet, uncertain of the outcome, some harbored lingering doubts, caught in a state of ambivalence. A few individuals, noticing her approach while she wiped her hands, instinctively parted to clear a path for her. Lu Xiangyang intended to ascertain the veracity of the girl's claims, but, upon realizing she was about to leave, called out, "Little beauty, don't go. I wish to discuss something with you." "I'm in a hurry, pardon me," she replied. The victim had already lost all hope of survival. What purpose did her presence serve? Even if there remained a glimmer of possibility for rescue, her words would likely be dismissed as mere fanciful talk by the rural hospital's physicians upon their arrival. Rather than linger in a situation that brought her distress, she chose to follow her own path. The little girl departed, leaving Lu Xiangyang to sigh in disappointment. They were also involved in the incident and could not leave. He could only console himself with the thought that he and the little beauty were simply not meant to cross paths. The accident scene was not far from the town government, and the police were dispatched promptly. The ambulance from the rural hospital followed closely behind, intersecting with Lu Yun's group. As public officials arrived, the crowd immediately parted, and the officers quickly established a perimeter, collecting evidence and interviewing witnesses, while simultaneously attending to the victim and the driver of the car. In the rural hospital, 2 doctors, accompanied by 2 guards, disembarked and hurried towards the scene with a makeshift stretcher. Lu Xiangyang conveyed the findings from the examination of the young girl to the police officers, who exchanged glances of concern. The medical team promptly attended to the critically injured man, administering life-saving injections before carefully lifting his head and removing his helmet. They discovered a significant indentation above his right ear, yet there was no blood. Just as they placed him on the stretcher, the man's legs began to convulse violently, and blood gushed from his mouth. Before the doctors could react, his limbs lay still. One doctor reached out to check for breath. There was none. The nurse exclaimed in despair, "The 4 wouldn't even go in." Lu Xiangyang and his companions watched as the man's pale face drained of color, turning an ashen gray. With his facial muscles slackening, they understood he had succumbed. The doctors and nurses conducted another examination, shaking their heads to indicate that he was beyond saving. With the critically injured man lost, they turned their attention to the 2 seated casualties. The gathering crowd also realized the man had died, whispering among themselves about the earlier young girl. Meanwhile, the classmate, having made a few remarks before departing the scene, swiftly traversed the town streets, resolutely heading towards the destination. Nantian Gate, one of the most renowned attractions in the Western Shenong Nature Reserve, is celebrated for its rugged rocks and majestic mountains. Often hailed as the most beautiful Nantian Gate, it is also rumored to be a region where wild men have been sighted, drawing countless adventure enthusiasts each year. In recent days, the weather has been favorable, with clear skies and gentle breezes, perfect for travel. As midday approaches once more, the warm sun radiates gently over the undulating mountains of the South Gate scenic area, resembling a maiden draped in emerald silk, gazing tenderly at passers-by. Her unspoken sentiments lingering in the air, intoxicating the soul. Backpackers traverse the narrow valleys, hills, and meadows, some in small clusters, others forming long lines. Their vibrant backpacks and garments adding splashes of color to the boundless green, each hue, whether bold or subtle, exuding an air of elegance and charm. On the hillside of a narrow gorge, a cluster of peculiar stones stands tall, surrounded by uneven trees, creating a picturesque scene. Beneath one of the massive stones, a man clad in athletic wear crouches low, carefully digging up a plant, shielded by the trees and several smaller stones. His movements are delicate, frequently glancing around or listening intently, likely fearful of disturbing the group traversing the gorge a mere 10 meters away. Unbeknownst to him, his every action is observed by another. who is perched atop the very stone beside him, dressed in light camouflage and carrying a canvas backpack. This individual peeks down, scrutinizing the man diligently working below, occasionally brandishing a small hoe as if to strike. This observer is Yue, who has journeyed far, crossing mountains and rivers. At the tender age of 7, she accompanied her grandfather on an expedition to these hills, where among the semi-shaded, semi-sunny terrain of the peculiar rocks, they discovered 3 wild Dendrobium officinale. Her grandfather collected only a portion of the stems, leaving the rest to flourish. Known in folklore as the miraculous herb, Dendrobium officinale is one of the precious medicinal plants revered for its life-saving properties. Within the sacred confines of Shinong Mountain, wild Dendrobium officinale flourishes in numerous locations, some of which grow in such obscure and challenging spots that they are nearly impossible to harvest. Accompanied by her grandfather, Lu, a student, discovered 5 patches of this elusive orchid around the South Heaven Gate. Of these, 3 were regrettably out of reach, while 2 could be gathered. This particular one was the most accessible. She ventured into the mountains yesterday afternoon and only reached the site today, anticipating the worst, such as arriving to find it already harvested by others or that it had perished. She was pleasantly surprised to find it thriving. However, before she could revel in her good fortune, a backpacker, under the pretense of convenience, abandoned the group and resorted to thievery, aiming to pilfer this precious medicinal herb. Kill him, kill him. Lu Yun furiously wielded her small hoe, desperate to defend her find. Her thoughts spiraled into a frenzy of vengeance. Should she stun him with a stone, frighten him away, or eliminate him stealthily? As she contemplated these dark deeds, her eyes remained wide with intent, oblivious to the world around her. Could someone please explain what that person is doing? Chapter 30. The struggle for possession. A gentle breeze wafted through the air, carrying a fragrant scent. Observing the backpacker burying something, Lu Yun blinked, gazing at the cerulean sky, the white clouds, and the verdant mountains and trees, before absent-mindedly touching the back of her head. She sighed, acknowledging her limited education and her utter confusion regarding the backpacker's actions. Once finished with his business, the backpacker emerged from the thicket of bizarre rocks and trees, shouldered his backpack left by the grassy slope, and rejoined the group of travelers, continuing onward. As he walked away, Lu Yun slipped down the giant rock, crouching as she navigated through the peculiar stones, reaching the spot where the man concealed his belongings. The ironclad Dendrobium thrived at the foot of the colossal stone, surrounded by ferns and weeds, with a few small boulders and saplings forming a perfect canopy for it. After years of growth, the Dendrobium had blossomed into a substantial cluster, with some old branches withered, while new shoots emerged from the dead wood, vibrant and flourishing. Long time no see, old friend. Do you remember me? Lu Yun squeezed between the giant rock and the smaller stones, joyfully toying with the Dendrobium. After 7 years, it still thrived. What a serendipitous reunion. As she pushed aside the surrounding underbrush, she discovered several tiny seedlings of ironclad Dendrobium, likely descendants of its fallen seeds. Just as she was about to examine them further, a chill ran down her spine. Someone was approaching. The area around the South Heaven Gate was known as an adventure tourism zone, where many travelers meandered off the beaten path, exploring freely according to their whims, so it was not surprising to encounter determined trekkers. However, what perplexed Lu Yun was that the newcomers were not the leisurely type. They headed straight for the peculiar rocks, and there were 4 distinct groups of them. She was taken aback to realize that the first person had already entered the rocky cluster without her noticing, and she could only console herself that her excitement had made her oblivious to the sounds of the outside world. What on earth were they up to? Lu Yun pondered, bewildered by why each of them seemed drawn to this particular place. Sensing that a person was approaching, she had no time to examine what had been unearthed. She tossed the items along with the small spade into her spatial pocket, collected her thoughts, and strolled away at a leisurely pace. The summer landscape of Shinong Mountain resembled a verdant sea, with lush vegetation cloaking the hillsides in vibrant shades of green. As one walked through, or as small creatures scurried by, or as the breeze caressed the leaves, a gentle rustling sound ensued. The path he traversed was the same as that previously walked by a man who had buried something there. After not more than 3 minutes, a man sporting oversized sunglasses and carrying a backpack emerged from another direction. Following the impressions left by footsteps, he too investigated beneath the peculiar stones, discovering the area that had been excavated. With a low grunt of frustration, he searched every nook and cranny, yet found nothing, ultimately departing along the path trodden by others. Before the man in sunglasses could exit the cluster of odd stones, another man stealthily approached the base of the rocks, mirroring the actions of the previous two, scouring the vicinity to no avail and hastily retreating. Shortly after the third man had left, a young man clad in a hooded sweatshirt emerged from a corner, similarly returning empty-handed. Four men sequentially arrived at the same location, engaged in similar endeavors, and departed with composure. Their entries differed in direction, yet they exited by the same route. As one by one, they emerged from the thicket and the cluster of stones. Other passers-by mistakenly assumed they had gone to relieve themselves. The day before, upon entering the mountain, she had unearthed some medicinal herbs, which she had diligently planted the previous night, now flourishing vibrantly, with lilies and purple flowers blooming beautifully. Little Lou, barefoot and wielding a hoe, ventured into a patch of land that had never been cultivated. The hoe, pilfered from home, was not the delicate tool typically used for planting flowers and grass. With remarkable vigor, she dug several holes, first planting a cluster of Dendrobium officinale, followed by lilies and Cotinopsis. Once the medicinal herbs were planted, she settled on the ridge, washed her hands with water she had gathered, and nibbled on a couple of tomatoes. It was then that she recalled the enigmatic treasure buried by the backpacker. What could it possibly be? Chapter 39. The end. Curiosity may kill the cat, but Lu Yun was unperturbed by the potential peril to her feline companion. She placed the backpacker's buried treasure on her lap, deftly unwrapping it. The layers of packaging were quite meticulous. First, a black plastic film, then several more layers of waterproof paper and aluminum foil, followed by an additional layer of soft cloth. As she unveiled the soft cloth, the truth emerged. A small object, reminiscent of a child's palm, appeared to be a curious amalgamation of metal and plastic. There was no astonishment, nor was there delight, only a sense of disappointment. What on earth is this? Lu Yun exclaimed, unable to contain her frustration. After such elaborate packaging, she had anticipated something extraordinary, yet instead, she found herself confronted with what could only be described as refuse. Enraged, she lambasted the man who had buried this item, cursing his ancestors through generations. How could he be so cruel as to conceal such trash beneath the dendrobium? Once the outer layers succumbed to decay, the precious plant would perish beneath the weight of neglect. She recalled a memory from when she was 7, the very day she discovered the dendrobium. She and her grandfather had encountered a heartbroken girl who buried a silver bracelet, a gift from her boyfriend, beneath a tree on Shinong Mountain. After more than a month of exploration in the space, she has discerned numerous practical insights. For instance, within this realm, one can sense the external world, albeit with limited range, approximately 200 meters. This means that within the confines of the space, one can detect the presence of humans or animals approaching within a 200-meter radius. Upon entering the space, she adeptly multitasks, cultivating plants while simultaneously attuning to the external environment. She becomes aware of individuals approaching and subsequently departing, though the reasons for their coincidental congregation in one area are of no concern to her. She finds no merit in expending mental energy on such trivialities. Approximately half an hour later, the student known as Lu emerges from the rocky outcrop, descending along a hillside path frequently traversed by travelers. She crosses a narrow gorge and climbs over a ridge, venturing to the opposite side. The forest is densely vegetated, with flourishing trees that easily conceal both individuals and animals. In a sunlit patch of thick foliage, a cluster of rhododendrons and azaleas flourish side by side, lush and verdant. Nearby rests a canvas backpack alongside a woven grass sieve, which holds various items and is perched on a stone to bask in the sunlight. A young man crouches behind the thicket, tending to his backpack. He swiftly unzips the canvas bag resting on the ground, meticulously counting its contents, which include a blanket, a raincoat, clothing, and a selection of plant roots, stems, and leaves neatly stored in boxes. Additionally, he has batteries for his mobile phone and camera, along with a bottle of mineral water, biscuits, chocolate, and other essential provisions for hiking in the wilderness. Judging by the food supply, it appears sufficient for only 1 to 2 days. The grass sieve, resembling a household plastic basket with perforations used for washing vegetables, contains sun-dried lily garlic cloves and tubers. Whether young or adolescent, they are concealed by the lush greenery surrounding them. If they do not rise, even if someone passes nearby, it would remain unknown that someone lurks within the thicket. He could discern the joy radiating from the youth, whose round face was aglow with sunlight, a smile so pure and crystalline, reminiscent of an unblemished sky. Those eyes sparkled with the clarity of a spring hidden deep within the forests of Shinong Mountain, akin to gemstones nestled within glacial pools, transcendent and luminous. The young man stealthily crouched, maneuvering to the side of the azalea bushes, evading a direct encounter with the boy. The thicket of azaleas flourished, occupying a generous area of 6 or 7 square meters, their branches resplendent. Not only could it conceal him alone, but even several others could easily find refuge within its embrace. As the young man observed the boy crouch down and then rise, he swiftly lunged forward. At last. I've caught you, you heartless wretch, daring to run away from home. Just wait and see how I shall punish you. At the sound, the boy looked up, scarcely able to utter a word before a wall of flesh came crashing down upon him with the weight of Mount Tai, sending him reeling backward. Not only that, but the weight bore down upon him, blurring his vision with golden stars, nearly causing him to faint. How could you leave me without a word, forcing me to languish in solitude, day and night, consumed by thoughts of you? The young man restrained the boy's arm, refusing to allow him to escape, his eyes aflame with fury, his mouth poised to unleash a torrent of invective. To avoid attracting unwanted attention, he clenched his teeth, sacrificing his own innocence to silence the boy's protests. What on earth? In a bewildering turn of events, Lu Yun, overwhelmed and dazed by a sudden collision, was on the verge of rising to confront the inexplicable lunatic who had emerged from nowhere. Just as she gathered her wits, she was unexpectedly confessed to and, in a moment of sheer astonishment, received a firm kiss. Her mind went blank. Her innocent maiden kiss, pure and untouched, had been inexplicably snatched away by a madman. This was intolerable, absolutely intolerable. In an instant, thoughts of vengeance surged within her. How dare this lunatic take advantage of her? She would not rest until he faced the consequences, even going so far as to reverse his name in her fury. Yanxing had merely wished to silence the youth and avoid any disturbances, yet upon closer inspection, he realized that the boy was not a boy at all. The revelation struck him like a bolt from the blue, leaving him in a state of disbelief. How could it be? The seemingly pristine and delicate youth was, without a doubt, a girl, clad in camouflage attire with the hem knotted at her waist. He had initially assumed the outfit was simply oversized, only to now comprehend that the girl possessed an enviable figure. This blunder left Yanxing with a flushed face, grappling with the undeniable truth that he had inadvertently taken advantage of her. It was no wonder the youth had previously regarded him with such hostility. She must have perceived him as a rogue. Furious and utterly devoid of control, Lu Yun felt as though she might explode. With fierce determination, she glared, promising that once she regained her freedom, he would be doomed. At that moment, she clearly discerned his visage, an apparent escapee from some asylum, his features sharply defined, with a nose resembling a gallbladder, and a high, straight brow like a pillar. Beneath his sword-like inky eyebrows were a pair of piercing, dragon-like eyes, radiant and intense. Their gaze veiled, deep and dark, akin to a swirling pool of cold water that could ensnare one within its depths. The man was strikingly handsome, exuding an extraordinary aura, his facial contours flawless, seemingly chiseled by divine craftsmanship. Wherever he stood, he radiated an almost luminous charm. Should one encounter such a figure on the street, Yuan would undoubtedly whistle, exclaiming how extraordinarily handsome he was. Yet now, all she desired was to beat this infuriatingly attractive rogue into submission. In her commitment to a mission that required her to bear the label of a villain, Yanxing hastily conducted a search. She observed the girl's almond-shaped eyes, brimming with fury, hinting at a murderous intent. He swiftly covered her mouth with one hand. I mistook you for someone else. You bear an uncanny resemblance to my intended target. I misjudged you in a moment of distraction. Please, refrain from shouting, will you? His voice was rich and soothing, reminiscent of a cello in D major, melodious enough to enchant the ear. As he lowered his voice, his demeanor softened, the previously rigid angles of his face taking on a gentler aspect, the corners of his lips curving slightly upwards, exuding an indescribable elegance and charm. As refined as a nobleman of a turbulent era, poised, graceful, and effortlessly alluring. You're a lunatic. Yuan fumed, nearly bursting with rage. How dare he brazenly approach her and assume that a mere declaration of mistaken identity would suffice? Did he think her easy to intimidate? 3 years ago, she had endured a similar humiliation, and at that time, she was powerless to defend herself, unable to retaliate against the affront. But today, An anger surged within her like a tidal wave, and Lu Yun's fury became uncontrollable. As the rogue loosened his grip slightly, which had been suppressing her arms and covering her mouth, she seized the moment to strike back. With a sudden burst of strength, she shoved his arm aside and delivered a punch aimed at the handsome scoundrel who dared to take advantage of her. Her pent-up rage manifested in a blow that carried the ferocity of a tempest. As the young girl's fist flew toward him, Yanxing felt a tightening in his chest. The hand that had been covering her mouth released its grip, and in a desperate attempt to seize her wrist, he faltered. Instead, her fist collided with his side, striking him with a resounding thud. A sharp pain radiated from his waist, an agonizing sensation that coursed through his limbs, leaving him writhing in discomfort and involuntarily uttering a muffled groan. In the wake of that excruciating moment, a sudden numbness enveloped him. Seizing the opportunity while his movements were hindered, Lu Yun executed a swift roll and delivered a sweeping kick that sent the rogue tumbling to the ground. With a graceful leap, she planted her foot firmly on his abdomen, exclaiming, "You wretched lunatic, harassing me like this. Today, I shall make you understand why the flowers bloom so resplendently." Another wave of immense pain struck Yanxing, causing beads of cold sweat to form on his forehead. Who was this girl, possessing such extraordinary strength? She was nothing short of a formidable force. In the world of chaos, debts must eventually be settled. A feeling of helplessness washed over him. It was time to pay the price. Meanwhile, Lu Yun, consumed by her indignation, paid no mind to his suffering. She kicked his arms, struck his chest, and targeted his legs, stomping mercilessly on his hands with forceful determination, ensuring he remained incapacitated while she sought her next target. The X-ray scan traversed the man from head to toe, and she could not help but gasp in astonishment. The rogue was indeed a paradox. Most of his body radiated health in vibrant hues of red and green, yet certain areas remained a disconcerting gray and in considerable swathes. After merely a few seconds of scanning, her extraordinary vision was obscured. Lu Yun pressed down with renewed vigor. "You insolent, underdeveloped scoundrel. Do you not realize that exploiting others comes with consequences? If I do not strike you, if I do not make you feel pain, you will never comprehend the meaning of error." The rogue, lacking in proper development, deserved a harsh lesson. Lu, the student, was unabashed in exposing his secrets. Yanxing had initially intended to clarify that he was mistaken, that he had not deliberately acted inappropriately. However, upon hearing the little girl's incessant chatter, he was tempted to silence her. Her words were venomous. Even if he had erred, her cruelty in revealing a man's vulnerabilities was unwarranted. He attempted to leap up, but the girl's foot stomped down upon a sensitive area, sending shockwaves of pain throughout his body, causing his muscles to seize and veins to bulge. Struggling, he raised his hand to grasp her foot, but she deftly evaded him, her foot striking his elbow and rendering his hand numb. Yanxing, now genuinely incensed, contemplated retaliating against the girl, only to be met with another painful stomp. The agony was compounded by her taunts. "After all, you're a eunuch. Why not send you to Thailand to earn some easy money?" He thought to himself, "Once I catch you, you will be doomed." The pain was excruciating, and he seethed, vowing that if he ever got her, she would be left in tears, begging for mercy. "Am I destined to perish? I know not. But you, my dear eunuch, are certainly doomed." To take advantage of her and then threaten her. Does he think she can be intimidated? Even if she truly was frightened, she felt no fear. Lu Yun's heart hardened like ice, and her smile deepened as she forcefully stomped down several times. Each strike caused the man to break into a cold sweat, his muscles twitching in agony. Yan Xinglong's eyes gleamed with a feral ferocity as he endured the excruciating pain, flipping over and leaping up. He was swift, but the girl was swifter. She seized his leg and swung him in a half circle, hurling him away like a thrown wheel. Whoosh! The man soared past the grass, the blades grazing his face. Yan Xinglong tasted his own blood, a flash of darkness obscuring his vision, as a piercing pain shot through the nape of his neck, plunging him into oblivion. "One day, when you fall into my hands, I will not rest until you are utterly defeated. I will not bear the surname Yan." In the final moment before losing consciousness, the man vowed in his heart that if he did not avenge this grudge, he would not be a man. Chapter 41. A Surge of Integrity. Scoundrels deserve to be punished. After dispatching the ruffian, Lu Yun coolly spat in the direction where the man had fallen, touched her lips, and felt an overwhelming urge to rush over and deliver a few more kicks. Ultimately, she darkened her expression and refrained from pursuing him any further, huffing to herself that it was as if she had been licked by a dog. After a thud, There was no further movement. The castrated man would likely take some time to recover. With her backpack slung over her shoulder, Liyun discarded the unpleasant items into her spatial pouch. And as she made her escape, she waved a small hand in farewell towards the spot where the man had landed, bidding him goodbye. Until we meet again, castrated man. In the verdant mountains of Shinnom, where the grass flourished and the trees stood tall, the air was filled with the melodious songs of birds and the sweet scent of flowers. The sun warmly bathed the earth, illuminating the handsome and ethereal man lying motionless in the grass, surrounded even by a few playful little birds flitting about him. After an indeterminate amount of time, the strikingly beautiful man let out a soft murmur as he finally awakened. Yinxing was awakened by the melodious chirping of birds. Upon opening his eyes, he beheld a flock of sparrows flitting about in the grass, singing joyfully and carefree, their chatter exuberant and lively. However, he felt discomfort in his sideline position, as something hard pressed against the nape of his neck, sending a sharp pain coursing through him. Yinxing turned over and sat up, glancing back to discover that he had been resting his head upon a stone, which bore a patch of dark red. When he reached back to touch his neck, he felt a sticky sensation. Raising his hand before his eyes revealed traces of blood on his fingers, likely from a cut inflicted by the sharp edge of the stone. What misfortune! When fortune frowns, even a sip of cold water feels like a trial. Today, his luck had betrayed him. First, he had mistakenly perceived a young girl as a boy, only to be violently assaulted and, to add insult to injury, hurled against a stone, rendering him unconscious. This was the epitome of bad luck. The thought of being tossed about like a shot put by a girl barely reaching his shoulder height ignited a fierce anger within him, his handsome and gentle visage darkening with indignation. Was it merely a mistake in judgment regarding gender that warranted such a vicious retribution? Furthermore, recalling how the girl had called him a eunuch, a storm cloud gathered on his otherwise striking face. Even if her words held a kernel of truth, they had wounded his pride. Physically and emotionally battered, Yinxing clenched his teeth in frustration, steadying himself against his waist as he rose, feeling a throbbing pain in his groin that compelled him to press his legs tightly together. The girl had mastered her self-defense techniques with remarkable finesse, targeting the most vulnerable spots of men with such malice. Taking a moment to adjust, he resolved to ascend a nearby large rock to survey his surroundings from a higher vantage point. From this elevated position, he observed the trampled vegetation left in the wake of the girl's escape, deducing her path of flight. She must have scaled the mountain and vanished into the distance. The pursuit of the young girl, once a suspect, has ceased, rendering further surveillance unnecessary. He strides toward the nearby thicket, retrieves his backpack, and embarks along the paths frequented by intrepid adventurers. After decisively vanquishing a scoundrel, he gracefully distances himself from the scene, immersing himself in the woods to joyfully forage for herbs. Among his finds are the black tiger herb and the woodvine. The black tiger, also known as cold rice ball, mountain red, and bone-drilling wind, possesses roots that are both nutritious and medicinally valuable. The woodvine comes in varieties such as 5-leaf, 3-leaf, and white woodvine, the latter also referred to as August explosion or sheep's mouth, known in traditional Chinese medicine as yuji. In the solitude of the mountains, free from the chaos of others, Lu, our protagonist, forages at will. Although he does not uncover the desired gastrodia, angelica, ginseng, or earth pearl, he gathers a considerable amount of party ginseng, salvia, chuanxiong, coltsfoot, and white atractylodes. The most delightful discovery is a small patch of the layered mushroom, also known as cloud fungus, gray fungus, tile mushroom, or red hand. Commonly referred to as the turkey tail, it ranks among the most medicinally significant fungi, known for its properties of heat clearing, detoxification, inflammation reduction, cancer resistance, and liver protection. Finding the cloud fungus instills Lu with renewed confidence in his quest for gastrodia and ginseng. Reminiscent of the days when his grandfather and great-grandfather foraged for wild gastrodia in these very mountains, he is certain that he too shall succeed. Many party ginseng plants are laden with seeds, their leaves turning yellow, nearing the completion of their growth cycle. Once they wither, he plans to gather the seeds and scatter them, ensuring their propagation. The sweet potatoes will be ready for harvest in just 2 days, while the newly planted tomatoes and cucumbers require picking twice daily. The foundation of the garden is already heaped with an abundance of fruits and vegetables. The quantity of medicinal herbs in the space is on the rise, while the available area of the flower bed diminishes gradually. The fragrant aroma of the herb's blossoms and leaves pervades the atmosphere, bringing a sense of tranquility. Lying on the soft lawn at night, Liyun drifted into a lengthy dream. The specifics eluding her grasp, it felt as though she were immersed in an audiobook. Upon awakening, she sensed an influx of thoughts in her mind, an unsettling feeling creeping in. After a refreshing slumber, Liyun felt an oddity lingering in the air. She glanced at the ground and around her, suddenly startled to realize that the space had expanded. Her certainty of this change stemmed from her curiosity about the elusive white mist that had always been beyond her reach. She placed a pile of vegetables at the juncture where the grass met the mist, and now, the mist had receded approximately 3 to 4 meters from the vegetables in one direction. Simultaneously, a well had materialized within the space. The well stood about 7 to 8 meters away from that section of the ground, constructed from intricately laid jade stones. Its circular form rising half a meter above the grass, with about 1/5 of it submerged in the mist, tantalizingly half visible and inviting exploration. Liyun dashed towards the well, her footsteps falling like raindrops, and in a single breath reached its side. Peering in, she discovered water within. The surface glimmered about 10 centimeters below the rim, as clear as a mirror, reflecting her radiant visage. The little girl beamed with joy, her eyes sparkling with life, her spirit invigorated and her demeanor joyous. A surge of fortune enveloped her. Liyun leaned over the well's edge, excitedly caressing its walls, akin to a mother tenderly cradling her child, gentle and affectionate. The prospect of further expansion within the space filled her with boundless happiness. Liyun gently caressed the back of her head, sensing the touch of truth, and swiftly rushed to wash her face and brush her teeth. If the cultivation of various plants could amplify the area of her space, she was determined to seek out medicinal herbs and fill the entire plot, eager to discover the extent of her newfound realm. Chapter 42. The enigmatic well water. The expansion of her space filled Liyun with immense joy, prompting her to diligently search for herbs. Although she yearned to saturate the ground with flora, she was unwilling to compromise on quality, meticulously selecting rare herbs such as the yellow flower water lily, huangjing, baiqi, baiqian, wuqi, and tianqi. The forest was abundant with wild fungi, and she gathered a plethora of wildwood ear mushrooms. The moist air of the mountains fostered the growth of shiitake and wood ear mushrooms throughout the year, making encounters with them quite frequent. While collecting the more precious herbs, she also sought the elusive yenju, known scientifically as the longevity herb, or earth pearl. Due to environmental degradation, the population of this species diminished annually, compounded by its low reproductive capacity and limited ability to occupy living space, rendering wild yenju species critically endangered. She discovered a secluded spot in a small valley, nestled deep within the mountains, where human presence was scant and a wealth of other medicinal herbs, including dendrobium, thrived. This location was once her great-grandfather's medicinal garden, later passed down to her grandfather. However, due to her father's disinterest in medicine, the line had been interrupted. Fortunately, Liyun, the granddaughter with a penchant for healing arts, rekindled this legacy. Her grandfather, fearing the loss of the precious garden cultivated painstakingly in the depths of the mountains, took Liyun to survey the territory and sketched a rudimentary map. Relying on memories from years past along with the map, Liyun fulfilled her promise and returned to patrol her ancestors' herbal sanctuary. The ancestors of the Lu family were truly wise, understanding the principle that medicinal herbs should be sourced from the forest and cultivated within it. In a small valley, they adapted to the local conditions, planting according to the preferences and characteristics of the herbs. Those that thrived in shade were planted in sheltered spots, those that favored moisture were nestled in the valley, and those that basked in sunlight were placed in sunlit areas. Consequently, the forest floor, the hillside, and the crevices between stones were adorned with a plethora of medicinal plants. The precious Dendrobium officinale, though rare, required specific growing conditions, while partially shaded areas were not difficult to find. Some seemingly suitable locations proved inhospitable due to excessive moisture or dryness, hindering survival and growth. However, the spot discovered by Grandfather Lu was neither too dry nor too wet, with an elevation that was just right, offering a perfect balance of sun and shade, an ideal sanctuary for the Dendrobium officinale to flourish. Years had passed since his last visit, and the herbs had thrived magnificently, their abundant yield tantalizing to behold. The Dendrobium officinale naturally extended its territory, clustering in large patches, Standing amidst the wild medicinal garden, Lu Yun was left speechless, realizing the truth of the saying, "The predecessors plant the trees, and future generations enjoy the shade." The foresight of her ancestors was remarkable. Now, uncertain of where to begin, she stood gazing around before dashing off. Despite her intentions to be cautious, she inadvertently trampled on several herbs. Fortunately, they were rhizomatous plants, so she had no cause for concern. Sprinting past the Dendrobium officinale patch, she darted beneath the sparse oak trees, discarded her backpack, crouched down, and retrieved a hoe. With a flurry of sounds, she cleared away the weeds and decaying wood, unearthing several root tubers resembling sweet potatoes, each with a single stem. Brushing the soil off the tubers, Lu Yun joyfully kissed one and exclaimed, "Grandpa, Lila loves you to bits." Wild Gastrodia elata. She had not anticipated that the last time her grandfather brought her into the mountains, he was burying an oak tree at the base of which he was planting Gastrodia. 7 years had passed, and the Gastrodia had flourished, forming its own intricate system, with shoots of varying sizes. Gastrodia is highly valuable, a precious medicinal herb. For Lu Yun, its significance extended beyond its rarity. It was also an essential remedy for her menstrual pain, although she was not yet in a position to seek treatment. Finding wild Gastrodia and gathering a few other necessary herbs would enable her to take action once the circumstances were right. Upon discovering the Gastrodia, Lu Yun was filled with exuberance. She unearthed several clusters, taking some while leaving others to propagate. That night, she fell asleep with a smile on her face. The next morning, as she awoke and peered outside, the white mist lingered in the same spot. The revolution had not yet succeeded. Comrades must strive further. A new day began, heralding the dawn of hope. Lu Yun joyfully harvested Dendrobium, adhering to the principle of taking 3 and leaving 1, distributing a portion of the vast family of plants while preserving the main stems for offspring. After a day of diligent toil, exhausted yet invigorated, she spent the evening planting everything she had gathered, utilizing a mineral water bottle to fetch water from the well to irrigate her crops. Only when every herb had been thoroughly watered did she lie down, feeling a sense of fulfillment. In her dreams, the space expanded several-fold, awakening her with a smile as the first light of dawn crept in. The first thing she did was hurriedly check the space, and just as in her dream, it had indeed grown larger. The white mist had only receded a few inches, while the well remained partially submerged. Even a slight expansion brought an overwhelming joy to Lu Yun, who laughed and rolled on the ground, gazing up at the sky, seemingly forgetting something. In a sudden twist, she turned to look at the patch of land, utterly astonished. Was that truly her medicinal herb garden? Despite her diligent efforts, even 10 plots were only partially cultivated. In order to prevent the herbs from becoming entangled, many were planted separately, with Dendrobium candidum occupying a single plot. In total, 5 plots were dedicated to herbs, which collectively amounted to roughly 3 small plots fully planted. Now, the land had transformed into a verdant forest. Truly, this was no exaggeration. Those once slender stems of the yellow-flowered water lily had grown thicker than disposable cups, reaching heights exceeding 1.5 meters. The Dendrobium candidum appeared to have consumed a growth agent, stretching to about 17 or 18 centimeters with new branches adorned with blossoms, while the old branches hung heavy with fruit. Each individual plant had sprouted 10 or so new shoots, each 1 or 2 centimeters tall. The seedlings of Polygonatum and Paris polyphylla towered over a person, and the lilies soared to approximately 3 meters. Even the once modestly sized ginseng, standing only 20 to 30 centimeters tall, had grown to knee height. Various plants seemed to be in a contest of growth, competing to see which could flourish the fastest, exerting all their energy to stretch higher, continuously reproducing. In a single night, the once solitary plants transformed into a thriving multitude, bustling with life. The most extravagant are the August explosion and the black tiger, with 5-leaved wood vines bearing both mature and immature waist-shaped and round fruits that adorn the branches. The foliage is replete with blossoms, and the weight of the abundant fruits nearly topples the bamboo fence. Moreover, yesterday, the previously yellowing plant stems have withered entirely. The newly sprouted branches are either blooming or bearing fruit. It seems as though, overnight, the space has undergone a complete cycle, with the plants transitioning into the mid-stage of a new era after completing their previous cycle. Does the well water possess a nurturing quality? Lu Yun gazes vacantly at the lush medicinal field, lost in thought, and after a long while begins to murmur to herself. The reality leaves Li shocked, standing foolishly for quite some time before hastily gathering the existing medicinal herbs from the space, picking flowers, fruits, trimming branches and vines, and digging up roots and rhizomes, desiring nothing more than to sprout an additional pair of hands, busy to the point of disorientation. Her mind begins to ponder, if the well water can accelerate plant growth, could it also facilitate the rapid healing of external and internal wounds? Chapter 43. The bottom line: in summer, the days are long and the night short. No matter how lengthy the daylight, dusk eventually arrives, and weary birds return to their nests, while cattle and sheep are ushered back to their pens. The laborers, having toiled throughout the day, gradually conclude their work. Upon finishing his shift, Lu's father checks his phone, shaking his head in resignation. It has been 2 days since Lulu, his little cotton-padded jacket, last called him. He wonders in which nook she has been playing, oblivious to the passage of time. A well-behaved child is a treasure at home, yet when released, she becomes like a wild mare. He deeply feels the pangs of concern and entanglement. The girl is audacious beyond measure, and he cannot help but comply. It has been several days since he last heard Lulu speak, and it feels rather strange. Grandma Zhou glanced at Li's home, her heart filled with confusion. Lele had visited on the day of the Dragon Boat Festival, but in the days that followed, she had not seen the child again, leaving her uncertain of the girl's whereabouts. Why not ask Brother Lo? He would know, Zhou Qiufeng casually suggested. She had been preoccupied with transporting fertilizer to the fields, leaving home early and returning late, and her mind had been somewhat detached from external matters, particularly pondering Lele's mention of seeking a new mother. Zhou Qiufeng was about to say, "Go ahead," when she noticed Lu Qing approaching the Lu residence. Momentarily taken aback, her ears instinctively perked up. Li's father parked the vehicle outside, and upon seeing Grandma Zhou approaching, he hurriedly slammed on the brakes and called out, "Auntie." "Ah, Lu Qing, where's Lele? I wanted to ask her to help me thread a needle today, but I couldn't find her after calling for so long." Grandma Zhou responded with a smile. Embodying the saying that a mother-in-law grows fonder of her son-in-law with each encounter, she felt increasingly that Lu Qing was well-suited for her daughter. "Auntie, you are looking for Lele? She is not at home. She has gone into the mountains to study medicinal herbs." Li's father was an honest man, speaking plainly. "What?" The simultaneous exclamations of surprise came from both Grandma Zhou and Zhou Qiufeng, both startled by the revelation. "She told me she would be gone for 3 to 5 days. And this is already the 4th day. We have not seen a trace of her. How could she not keep her word?" Li's father felt a wave of frustration. "She went into the mountains on the 6th day of the month? Today is the 10th. It's been so many days. Has she called you?" Grandma Zhou inquired anxiously. "She called a couple of days ago, saying she was heading to a place with no signal, and that she might not be reachable for a few days. Auntie, rest assured, Lele knows what she's doing. She will take good care of herself." As a father, Li's father is also filled with concern, needing to comfort Grandma Zhou. The neighbor's concern for Lele is a manifestation of kindness. It is unreasonable to expect others to share in his worries. "What are you saying? Men can often be careless. Have you considered Lele's age? How could you allow her to venture alone into the mountains? It truly is distressing." The following day, rain began to fall. It is quite normal for spring and summer to bring frequent showers. Just a few days prior, the weather had been quite accommodating, alternating between sunny and overcast days. Even the occasional drizzle did not hinder the agricultural labors of the farmers. Consequently, the sweet potatoes had been planted and herbicides had been applied in the fields. Thus, even with the rain, the farming activities were not adversely affected. Perhaps the heavens, having withheld rain for several days, had accumulated a great deal of sorrow. The morning rain, which started gently, soon poured down as if from a bucket, rapidly deepening the waterlogged ground and raising the river levels. Li's father's heart was knotted with anxiety. With such heavy rain, was Lele trapped in the mountains? Did she have enough to eat? Would she get wet? Would she be cold? A father serves as a steadfast support for his children, whether in silence or perhaps lacking in expressive capabilities. His love for them is no less than that of a mother. Outwardly, Li's father may appear taciturn and unassuming, but within, he possesses a delicate and gentle nature. For over a decade, he has played both parental roles, much like tea leaves steeping in hot water, always oscillating between concern for warmth and worry over coldness. Fearful of his child being bullied in his absence, the thought of his child wandering into the depths of the mountains, engaging in such a perilous adventure, is simply unfathomable. By the afternoon, the rain had lessened somewhat, still falling in a gentle, persistent drizzle. After a prolonged period of anxiety, Leba finally found some solace in the afternoon when he received a message from his beloved daughter. Although she did not call, merely knowing that she was safe brought a sense of calm to his restless heart. Chapter 44. The examination results are out. Lu Yun toiled diligently in her space for an entire day, successfully gathering the medicinal herbs. She harvested what needed to be collected, dug up what required excavation, and planted what was to be sown, leaving the organization of her work for another day. Despite feeling utterly exhausted, with sore muscles and cramping legs, her spirits soared at the sight of the herbs piled high like little haystacks. She decided to indulge in a restful evening, preparing to enthusiastically scour the valley for more herbs the following day. However, fate had other plans as rain fell heavily, with the torrential downpour rendering work impossible. Lu Yun turned her attention to tidying her space. By mid-morning, she donned her raincoat and waterproof boots and ventured out, climbing the hillside until she reached a small peak. As the rain began to ease, she attempted to search for a signal, but the mountainous terrain offered poor reception, especially in such inclement weather. Unable to make a call, she resorted to sending messages repeatedly, hoping at least one would successfully go through, before hastily descending the mountain. The rains persisted for 2 full days, finally ceasing on the 3rd day, June 17th, a little over 10 days since the examination had concluded and just days away from the announcement of the results. As the weather showed slight improvement, the agrarian villagers resumed their labors. The sweet potatoes, planted a fortnight prior, had begun to vine and sprout new branches, making it an opportune moment for fertilization and root mounding. Following the rain, it was ideal for applying fertilizer, which would also benefit the corn intercropped with the sweet potatoes, promoting healthier growth. After 2 days of eagerly awaiting the melodious sounds, Lu Yun plunged into a frenzied harvesting mode. During the rainy spell, she scarcely found a moment of respite, dedicating herself to meticulously peeling lily petals, clearing the roots of buplurum and the water lily, discarding the unnecessary stems and branches into the space, while finally chopping the leafy twigs to bury them in the earth as fertilizer. Occasionally, she would take a breather and fetch water from the well to irrigate the fields, nurturing the newly planted herbs, lilies, cotinopsis, and Paris polyphylla, ensuring their robust growth, which filled her with a profound sense of accomplishment. After tirelessly traversing the rugged terrain for half a day, in the evening, Lu, the diligent student, finally emerged from the depths of the forest into areas frequented by tourists, where the signal naturally stabilized. On the 19th, which marked International Father's Day, it was a Sunday, and Li's father was off work. Rising early, he hastily consumed a light breakfast, contemplating a venture on his tricycle to earn some extra income. His electric trike, equipped with a canopy, could transport passengers or deliver goods, supplementing the family's finances. On his days off, he occasionally drove to assist villagers or adventurous tourists to neighboring towns or to the East Creek of the Shinong Nature Reserve, earning a modest sum of around 40 to 50 yuan for a day's work. Before he could set off, he received a call from his daughter, with whom he had not been in touch for several days. Hearing her sweet voice was like 1,000 blossoms blooming in his heart. When she urged him to take a break and enjoy some leisure, he nodded eagerly. After a hearty half-hour of conversation, Li's father joyfully locked the door and set out to earn money, knowing his daughter was soon to embark on her university journey. As a father, he felt it imperative to work diligently. Every bit earned was a step towards supporting her future. Regarding why he firmly believed that his daughter would certainly be online, it stemmed from the child's confidence and a father's faith in his daughter. Lu Yun called her father from a hillside, charming him to the point of elation. And in turn, she felt a sense of joy. As soon as their conversation concluded, she hurried towards her new objective, the Inyu River Giant Salamander District. The giant salamander, known locally as, inhabits this region. The Inyu River is also a favored destination for adventurers who enjoy trekking through the Shinong Protection Zone, featuring an extensive journey with diverse and thrilling landscapes along the way. Lu Yun's aim was to immerse herself in the mountainous world, traversing from the Southgate area into the Inyu River District, plunging into the wilderness to embrace a life akin to that of a wild inhabitant. The summer weather is notoriously unpredictable. Within the Shinong Mountains, conditions can shift dramatically. One moment it may rain, and the next, the sun shines brilliantly, with the phenomenon of rain and sunshine occurring simultaneously being quite common. As the weather fluctuated day by day, June 23rd arrived, a significant date when Province E would announce the results of the college entrance examinations. This day filled students with trepidation, for it marked the culmination of 3 years of toil, whether their past struggles would fade into memory or whether they would need to start anew hinged entirely on the results released that day. Traditionally, results were announced around the 25th, but this year they were disclosed 2 days earlier, at 8 o'clock in the morning on the 23rd. Countless parents and students scarcely slept the night before, some remaining awake entirely, while many rose before dawn to await the arrival of 8 o'clock. Meanwhile, working parents, even as they headed to their jobs, found it difficult to concentrate, though their employers expressed understanding of the situation. Parents and students await the results, while teachers across various schools share in the anticipation. The educators at Sanzhong rise before dawn, gathering early in a small conference room, eagerly awaiting the announcement of the results and the subsequent honor roll. The school's honor roll reveals the final examination scores of each term and highlights those who have achieved special distinctions, serving to motivate the students. Each year, following the release of the college entrance examination results, the honor roll is promptly updated with the names of those who have excelled. The homeroom teachers from each class, along with the principal and director Yin, are all present in the conference room, anxiously awaiting news. As the moment of the results approaches, the atmosphere grows increasingly tense. With less than 5 minutes until 8 o'clock, beads of sweat form on everyone's brows, except for Luo Ban, who remains composed, sipping his tea with an air of tranquility, seemingly unaffected by the storm of anxiety surrounding him. Luo teacher, how can you be so calm? Principal Huang queries, sensing the unease among the staff and seeking to lighten the mood. No matter how urgent it may seem, there is nothing we can change now. The students' performances are already determined, and we must accept it with grace. Luo Ban offers a gentle smile. However, his words only heighten the tension among the principal and others present. Finally, as the clock strikes 8, the principal hastily logs into the computer. Principals possess certain privileges that allow them to access the examination results of candidates from the county in real time. After a tense moment, he successfully logs in and retrieves the list of candidates from Fong County along with their scores. The roster is immediately projected onto the large screen on the wall, providing clarity for all the teachers and leaders in attendance. The results of the college entrance examination have always garnered significant attention. The teachers at Sanzhong first turned their gaze toward the top 3 ranks, eager to discover which school would claim the coveted first position this year. When the dazzling name of the student in first place flashed before their eyes, a wave of excitement surged through the room, prompting everyone to rise in unison, exuberantly exclaiming, "The first place goes to Liyun, our Liyun from Sanzhong." Chapter 45. The troublemakers arrive. Principal Huang and the others, startled, instinctively questioned their own perception, and a group of them rubbed their eyes in disbelief. Upon a second glance, it was confirmed. Lu Yun from Sanzhong had indeed secured the top rank. With scores of 149 in Chinese, 150 in mathematics, 150 in English, 300 in comprehensive subjects, culminating in a total of 749. She achieved the first position in the province. Ha ha ha, the provincial champion. We have produced a top scorer at Sanzhong. The principal, unable to contain his elation, pressed his hands against the table, while Luo Ban gazed at the large screen, equally overwhelmed with pride. He had always believed that Lu Yun would not disappoint. He had merely hoped she would attain the title of city champion, but it seemed his aspirations were too modest, reflecting a lack of faith in her potential. Lu Yun had delivered them an astonishing surprise, a college entrance examination champion. The school leaders and teachers erupted in unrestrained cheers, regardless of the class. The emergence of a top scorer from Sanzhong was an honor for the entire institution. It is said that when one person achieves greatness, all associated with them rise as well. When others speak of a top scorer, they refer to the school rather than an individual class. The emergence of a top scorer at the school brought pride to the teachers of Sanzhong, who would dare question the quality of education here now. If Sanzhong's teaching were truly inadequate, how could such a champion have emerged? In an instant, the teachers exhaled in relief. Having endured years of pressure from the top-tier schools, every year, numerous students willingly spent thousands of yuan to secure their place in these prestigious institutions. After this year, who would dare to claim that the third school's teaching quality is inferior to that of the first and second? Principal Huang and his colleagues were busily overwhelmed, their voices dry from incessant chatter. Yet, in the face of immense joy born from hard work, all their struggles appeared trivial, as everyone experienced a bittersweet blend of pain and happiness. When the college entrance examination results were released, both candidates and their parents rushed to check their scores. Those who passed exhaled in relief, while the disappointed faced a somber mood. The day of results is eternally a mix of joy for some and sorrow for others. Zhang Jing, having waited anxiously all morning, hurriedly checked her scores online after 8 o'clock, logging in with her admission ticket and verification code. She anxiously awaited her results, 374 points, comparing it to the cutoff for the second tier, which was 403 for liberal arts. She realized she hadn't even reached that benchmark. Wow! Upon seeing her score, Zhang Jing was instantly dumbfounded and broke into tears. Xiao Jing, what's wrong? Aunt Wu, still in the fields, rushed into the house upon hearing the distressing wails. She found the child with her head in her hands, crying uncontrollably, and felt an urgent need to soothe her. Despite her attempts to comfort her, nothing seemed to work. Did you not perform well? After a moment, Aunt Wu finally grasped the situation. You didn't pass, not even the second tier. Zhang Jing's cries grew louder. Please don't cry. Could it be a mistake? Upon further reflection, it truly matters not if one has not gained admission to a second-tier university. There remains the option of a third-tier institution. And should that fail, one may always consider repeating the year to re-attempt the examination. Sister Wu was initially taken aback, followed by a profound disbelief. Xiao Jing had consistently maintained remarkable academic performance, often ranking within the top 10 of her school, with only rare instances of slipping beyond that threshold. How could it be that she had not even reached the second-tier university? As the child wept, her composure began to unravel, and she hastened to offer comfort. After considerable effort in soothing the child, she found herself lacking the motivation to continue with her work. When encountering villagers, she avoided discussions regarding her child's grades, hastening her pace to evade inquiries. Father Lu was also at home. His employer, aware that he and another parent from the workshop had children participating in the recent college entrance examination, had generously permitted both of them to remain at home on the day results were released to accompany their children. Should the results be favorable, they could celebrate together. If disappointing, the parents could offer solace to their children. Father Lu had not checked his daughter's results. His mobile phone was an antiquated model, capable only of receiving calls and texts, lacking internet capabilities. Even if he could access the internet, he did not possess the necessary verification codes to log onto the education department's website. With a robust labor force within the Zhou family, and being in the prime of their lives, they had largely completed the morning's tasks in the fields by the time of the results. In the afternoon, Zhou Qiufeng went to check the irrigation of the fields and, upon returning, spotted Father Lu carrying a bamboo basket filled with fertilizer. Leaning on a cane and moving slowly toward the fields, she hurried over and, without hesitation, seized the bamboo basket, exclaiming, "Brother Lu, let me assist you. How much more fertilizer do you need?" This is not appropriate," Father Lu protested. However, the basket filled with manure was swiftly taken from him, and he could only chase after Zhou Qiufeng, who, agile and determined, had already carried the fertilizer into the garden. Father Lu limped into the garden, candidly expressing his thoughts. Little Lele was being exceedingly mischievous, while others were eagerly awaiting their exam results. She was frolicking about the mountains like a monkey. Zhou Qiufeng could not help but chuckle as she poured fertilizer between the rows of corn seedlings, then fetched a basket from the garden. Father Lu attempted to intervene but was unsuccessful, so he allowed her to proceed. Zhou Qiufeng was quite familiar with the placement of items at the Lu household. She found another basket in the back where the cattle and pigs were kept, took a yoke, and prepared to carry a load of manure and straw to the garden. Hearing Sister Wu's loud voice, Father Lu realized that Zhang Jing's mother was up to her usual antics, causing a knot of frustration to form in his chest. Indeed, he had finished his tasks and was merely assisting Brother Lu with a few loads of fertilizer. "Ah, Sister Wu, today is the day the college entrance exam results are released. How did your Zhang Jing fare? What was her score?" Zhou Qiufeng openly acknowledged her assistance to the Lu family while casually inquiring about Sister Zhang's child. She had encountered Sister Wu earlier, chatting with others, somewhat evasive about her child's exam results, which suggested they might not be very promising. "Well, that's fortunate." Sister Wu, feeling pricked at her sore spot, stammered and mumbled, eager to escape the scene. Just then, she heard someone mention that the house belonged to Lu Yun, and she quickly turned to see a large group of people streaming down the main road of the village. A sense of delight surged within her. Could it be that Lu Yun had caused yet another stir, and they had come to settle the score? Chapter 46. The intruders arrived. Father Lu also heard the commotion and hurriedly emerged from the corn rows, making his way home. Although he was uncertain whether the situation was one of joy or sorrow, Any visitors to his home should be treated with respect. As the crowd approached from a distance, Zhou Qiufeng did not linger with Sister Wu, hastening her steps to deliver the fertilizer to the garden. When the group drew near, Sister Wu was taken aback. The leading figure was none other than Teacher Luo from the 3rd middle school. She recognized him from the time he visited her home for a home visit while Zhang Jing was in her 1st year of high school, and she recalled their encounter vividly. Observing that everyone was equipped with cameras, it was evident they were journalists. The accompanying individuals wore bright smiles, radiating joy and excitement, which hardly suggested they were there to create trouble. Sister Wu was bewildered. Teacher Luo, leading the entourage, made his way straight to the Lu family. His heart was filled with myriad emotions. 3 years ago, he had visited Mai Zijing village for home visits, particularly to see Li's family. At that time, his feelings were a mix of helplessness and complexity. Now, returning after 3 years, his purpose was once again to see Lu, but this time he was overwhelmed with excitement. The ancient saying, 30 years on the west bank of the river, 30 years on the east bank, resonated profoundly with him. Having been there before, Teacher Luo was familiar with the route. Arriving effortlessly outside the Lu residence, he called out, "Classmate Lu Yun, classmate Lu Yun." Knowing that Mr. Lu had a job and was likely at work, he assumed that Lu Yun was at home since the door was open. Thus, he directly addressed his student. However, upon seeing the wave of journalists, he suddenly felt like a mute cannon, his heart racing anxiously as he was unsure of what to say. "Hello, we are reporters from XX Radio. Are you Mr. Lu Qing, the father of classmate Lu?" "Greetings, we are reporters from XX Radio." As the journalists from provincial, municipal, and county stations, burdened with equipment, caught sight of the subject, they abandoned the crowd and rushed forward, wielding both long and short cameras aimed at Lu Dad. Eager to conduct an exclusive interview, Luo Ban and director Yen lagged behind with the esteemed guests, each wearing a beaming smile, surrounded by a throng of reporters. Lu Dad was utterly bewildered, unsure of what was transpiring, feeling anxious and flustered. Dear reporters, my daughter Lu Yun is not at home. I am her father. May I inquire what has occurred?" "Mr. Lu, is Lu Yun not at home? Do you happen to know her college entrance examination results?" "Mr. Lu, has Lu Yun called to inform you of her examination results?" Upon learning that Lu Yun was absent, the reporters swiftly pivoted their inquiries. Observing Lu Dad's look of utter confusion, Luo Ban stepped in to alleviate the situation. "Dear reporters, it seems Mr. Lu may not yet be aware of Lu Yun's results. I take responsibility, as I assumed she had already checked and communicated with her parents. Mr. Lu Yun has achieved the highest score in the province. She is the top science student in our province. Reporters from the provincial, municipal, and county stations are here to interview the top student and her family. So there is no need for you to feel anxious. Lu Yun is the top student?" Sister Wu, upon hearing this, felt a sudden constriction in her throat, nearly choking as disbelief washed over her. How could this be possible? Lu Yun, known for her rebellious and wild nature, becoming the top student? This can't be. Could it be true? Lulu ranked first? Really? Lu Dad exclaimed, nearly leaping with joy, overwhelmed by the news that his precious Lulu had indeed secured the top position in the province. Undoubtedly, Director Yen and Luo Ban nodded gravely. Originally, the principal was supposed to accompany the reporters and esteemed guests to the Lu family, but unfortunately, the leaders from the county's education bureau arrived unexpectedly at the school. The principal and several key officials were occupied with receiving them, leaving them unable to attend. Consequently, they dispatched him and Luo Ban to escort the reporters and guests to the Lu household. The journalists, aware that Mr. Lu was genuinely unaware of his son's academic achievements, pressed him for his thoughts once more. A deep crimson hue surged across Mr. Li's dark face, and his eyes sparkled with excitement, joy radiating from the depths of his heart, enveloping him entirely, down to every strand of hair and every toe. Luo Ban and Director Yen ushered the reporters to take their seats at the Lu residence, while the photographers meticulously set up their equipment, ensuring no moment worthy of capture was overlooked. Mr. Lu walked with an almost ethereal lightness, and once everyone was seated, Luo Ban introduced him. "These two are esteemed professors from our nation's premier universities, Peking University and Qingdao University. This is Professor Li from Peking University, and this is Professor He from Qingdao University. They are responsible for the freshman admissions in our province." Within the school, the professors had already gained some insight into the Lu family's circumstances, aware of Mr. Li's disability and having witnessed firsthand his mobility challenges. Naturally, They would not require him to stand. Professors Li and he kindly urged Mr. Lu to remain seated, with Professor Li taking the initiative to grasp his hand, saying, "Mr. Lu, please don't stand on ceremony. It's perfectly fine to sit. The reporters wish to interview you, the father of this remarkable student, and we will converse shortly." Mr. Lu, realizing his child had achieved the top score, could surmise the purpose of the visit from the distinguished professors. Overwhelmed with emotion, he took some time to regain his composure before happily agreeing to the interview with the provincial radio station. A group of reporters took turns bombarding Li's father with questions. Li's father articulated his thoughts with clarity and displayed quick reflexes, his facial expressions shifting in tandem with his emotions, exuding a genuine and natural aura that resonated with everyone present, earning their unanimous admiration. Meanwhile, Shou Qiufeng prepared a large platter of peanuts and sunflower seeds to entertain the guests at Li's home. The reporters seized the opportunity to interview her for a few minutes, gathering insights about Lu from her neighbors. After an intense session of questioning Li's father, the reporters took a brief respite and discussed Lu, noting that she had been in the mountains for half a month. The expressions on their faces were nothing short of extraordinary, almost leading them to question their own hearing. Can you imagine a mere 14-year-old girl surviving alone in the wilderness for over 10 days? What a concept. Chapter 47. The return. The reporters rushed outside, eager to catch a glimpse of the young Lu, who had braved the wild for nearly half a month. In their minds, they envisioned a disheveled girl, gaunt and weary. Teachers Li and he, unable to contain their excitement, joined them outside, accompanied by Luoban and Director Yin. The tall corn seedlings in front of the house obstructed their view, prompting them to wait along the side of the house. On the village path, a cyclist approached Li's home. The swift pace of the bike indicated that the rider possessed remarkable strength. Even from a distance, they could hear the rhythmic whirring of the bicycle wheels. As the cyclist drew nearer, the small group waiting outside Li's house widened their eyes in anticipation. The girl on the bicycle sported a short, spirited haircut, donned a blue long-sleeve shirt, and carried a hefty backpack. Items were secured in her bike basket and on the rear seat, leading them to believe that any slight tilt could potentially unbalance her and cause a fall. The little girl pedaled with remarkable speed, her spirit radiant and her smile bright and pure. She appeared untouched by the hardships of outdoor life, resembling a traveler returning from an adventure, full of vitality and exuberance. As she sped closer, a few meters away, she spotted Teacher Luo and beamed. "Hello, Teacher Luo. What brings you here?" Lu Yun possessed an astonishingly keen eyesight, discerning her homeroom teacher from afar and picking up on the voices of several guests at home through her acute hearing. Upon noticing a throng of reporters with cameras spilling out of the house, she felt a moment of confusion, wondering what their purpose was. "Lu, I'm merely an onlooker. These esteemed guests are the main attraction," Teacher Luo said, gesturing towards the line of reporters beside him, his gentle smile conveying a mix of indulgence and affection towards the young student. The reporters quickly focused their cameras on the girl, who had somehow managed to get her clothes smudged with traces of rocky dust and tree debris, yet her face and hair remained impeccably clean. Teachers Li and he contemplated their work while the reporters eagerly prepared for interviews. Despite her tender age, the little girl exuded a certain air of confidence, a hint of dominance subtly shining through. Drawing from their years of experience in the field, the teachers perceived that she was destined for greatness. Teacher Luo and Director Yin felt immense pride in their student, viewing her from all angles and seeing nothing but virtues. Luo's father observed his daughter's calm demeanor amidst the swarm of reporters, maintaining her own poise, and felt a pang of nostalgia, realizing he had aged. As he still struggled to find his own composure as a father, Lu Yun pushed her bicycle as she entered the house, opened the door, and wheeled the bicycle into her room. She closed the door and swiftly removed the bags from her bicycle and her back. After changing into a fresh white t-shirt and a pair of jeans, she slipped on some sandals and grabbed a bag before stepping outside. Noticing a few pairs of eyes upon her, she maintained her composure. Just as she intended to head to the kitchen to wash some items, Shou Qiufeng intervened, urging her to sit down. "Little Lele, our journalist friends have been waiting for you for quite some time. Please go greet the guests. I will handle this." Lian playfully winked at Aunt Feng and greeted the guests, while Luo Ben hurriedly introduced those who had just arrived. "Are you from Jingda or Qingda's admissions team?" Li Yun once again acknowledged the two teachers and the journalists. The journalists immediately began to inquire, asking if she was aware of her exam results. Upon receiving a negative response, they were intrigued by her calm demeanor. "Little Lu, you seem remarkably self-assured. Can you guess what score you achieved on your college entrance exam?" The score? It certainly won't be lower than 730, replied little Lu with unwavering confidence. How can you be so sure? Of course. I believe I have aced the 2 comprehensive subjects. The only uncertainty lies in my Chinese and English essays. I wouldn't dare claim full marks there, as I am not a liberal arts student and my emotions are rather limited, which may lead to some deductions. Her confident words, spoken with determination, left those present in astonishment. This young student was truly remarkable. Congratulations, young scholar. Your remarkable achievements surpass even your confidence, with perfect scores in mathematics, English, and comprehensive studies, and a mere 1-point deduction in your Chinese essay, culminating in a total score of 749. Not only have you attained the highest raw score in this year's college entrance examination, but you also hold the record for the highest score among all provincial top scholars in history. Currently, you are in contention for one of the top 3 national scholars of this year, maintaining a leading score rate. You are a source of pride for your father and for our province. The journalists share in the pride of Lu, as historically no top scholar from province has ever entered the national top 3, with the best ranking 5th. Given the current circumstances, there is a promising opportunity to break this precedent and achieve even greater heights. Upon hearing this exhilarating news, a question arose in Lu Yun's mind. Only a single point lost in Chinese? She couldn't help but stroke her chin, acknowledging the leniency of the grading teacher, who had not deducted as many points as she anticipated. She had expected at least a 10-point deduction, as she felt her essay lacked emotional depth, likely rendering it uninspired to the evaluators. Your praise is excessive. Everyone is striving diligently to contribute to the beauty of North. I merely fulfilled my duties as a student, she modestly responded, adhering to the customary expressions of humility. Even though Lu is not particularly fond of engaging with officials, it is essential at this moment to conform to the local customs and exhibit modesty. With the reporters from the provincial radio station leading the charge, they resumed their barrage of questions directed at young Lu. Initially, they inquired about her feelings regarding achieving the top score. They probed into her mindset while others awaited their results, and as the questions progressed to more intricate and incisive inquiries, they even delved into her perspectives on certain policies. Before the dust of worldly desires could tarnish her spirit, and despite the myriad adversities she faced, the little girl radiated an abundance of positive energy. The journalists, moved by her resilience, refrained from imposing difficult questions and redirected the conversation toward a more uplifting path. The interview extended for an hour, and as it concluded, the reporters bestowed upon the young student their most heartfelt blessings. Hailing from a family of disabilities, she had endured the harsh whispers of society in her early years, yet had emerged unscathed, much like a sunflower reaching for the sun. Such a child, with her tenacious spirit and unwavering resolve, is destined for greatness. Chapter 48. Choices. Upon completing their interview, teachers Li and he found themselves in a conundrum. The young student had subtly expressed her desire to attend a specialized medical institution, showing no inclination towards Kyoto University or Tsinghua University. Both esteemed universities were eager to secure her enrollment, not solely due to her status as a top scorer, but also because of her youth. Such a young mind holds far greater potential for development than that of an adult student. The night prior, they had received the results from the provincial college entrance examination, prompting experts from both institutions to urgently convene for assessment. They unanimously concluded that the young girl's potential was boundless, warranting their utmost dedication in nurturing her talents. The 2 teachers, representing their respective schools, fervently hoped she would choose to study at their institution. However, adhering to decorum, they refrained from overt competition, instead employing all their persuasive skills to present the myriad advantages offered by their schools: scholarships, financial aid for impoverished students, and preferential treatment for living arrangements, all designed to ease her transition. Father Lu and the others remained silent, recognizing that such pivotal decisions regarding the future should be left to the young lady herself. Their opinions and suggestions could inadvertently lead her astray, rendering silence the wisest course of action. I am resolutely committed to the pursuit of medicine. This principle remains unaltered. Lu Yun blinked her large, glistening eyes, earnestly affirming her conviction. Fear not, our institution boasts a medical faculty. The 2 instructors nearly vied for the opportunity to respond, simultaneously opening their hefty binders to present the materials pertaining to the medical department, regurgitating the information with unwavering formality. My primary choice is the integration of traditional and Western clinical medicine, while concurrently studying various other disciplines. My aspiration is to harmoniously blend both traditions, mastering the full spectrum of medicine. Alternatively, I might initially focus on traditional methods before gradually incorporating Western practices. My ambition is to encompass all fields. However, whether I can achieve this depends on my own capabilities. My sole inquiry is whether the school can facilitate this journey. The assembly murmured in astonishment at the enormity of my aspirations. The two educators, filled with enthusiasm, seemed eager to whisk the young student away, believing that a soldier lacking ambition and dreams is not a worthy soldier. Students imbued with ambition and dreams, when provided with a platform, can unveil extraordinary potential. Teacher Lee, feeling a profound sense of regret, yet willingly accepting the student's gratitude, remarked, "Lu, you are a remarkable child. Peking University always welcomes you to pursue your master's and doctoral studies. Your passion for traditional Chinese medicine instills hope in me and all who cherish our cultural heritage. The traditional medical arts of China require the self-respect of our people. I hope you swiftly acquire knowledge to elevate the prestige of Chinese medicine. Thank you. I shall unwaveringly dedicate myself to the career I have chosen, remaining true to my original intentions, and uphold the esteemed legacy of our cultural heritage." Initially, he felt an overwhelming sense of disappointment as the young student approached Teacher Lee. However, upon hearing the news confirming that the student had chosen Qingda University, an exhilarating joy surged within him, akin to a tempestuous tide, impossible to contain. A radiant smile erupted from his eyes, illuminating his entire face. The student's decision was met with thunderous applause from the reporters, who recognized her earnest and detailed inquiries regarding every facet of the universities. Demonstrating that her choice of Qingda was the result of careful consideration, a serious individual deserves respect. Lu Yun, however, was reluctant to leave her hometown for the capital immediately. She preferred to complete her application locally and report to school once the term commenced. Teacher He, fearing she might reconsider her decision, was anxiously perspiring, articulating every possible argument to dissuade her from changing her mind. Ultimately, he had no choice but to hurriedly communicate with the school, leading to a flurry of discussions in which both parties made concessions. They agreed that the following Monday, the student would visit the school to complete her application with Teacher He's accompaniment. As Mr. Lu, his daughter, and Shou Qiufeng bid farewell to their guest while conversing, the reporters' vehicles were parked at a small clearing in the village. The narrow village road leading to the Lu residence was only passable by small three-wheeled vehicles, and while cars could squeeze through, there was no room for turning around. Consequently, the reporters' vehicles remained outside the Lu family home. Oh my! Has the Lu family produced a top scholar? There is now hope for Liqing. As a side note, dear ladies, my internet has been disconnected since yesterday afternoon. Initially, I thought it was an issue with my computer system, and after much hassle, I discovered that the fiber optic line had been cut. I remain oblivious as to which misguided soul engaged in a quarrel or dispute, leaving me to suffer the consequences. Alas, I feel quite disheartened. Chapter 49. Mixed Blessings. Father. Your daughter clearly stated 3 to 5 days. 3 to 5 is 15, which means I will be away for at least a fortnight. My dear father, it seems you have not been keeping up with your arithmetic lately. Perhaps you should revisit your multiplication tables. Furthermore, I must tell you that I have unearthed a plethora of treasures in the mountains. If I were to sell them, I could likely cover a year's tuition. Allow me to show you. I assure you, you will be utterly astonished. Father Lu was left speechless by his daughter's eloquence. She possessed a remarkable gift of persuasion and could easily turn black into white, a skill she wielded with ease. He felt somewhat inadequate in comparison. Though he feigned a fierce exterior, his daughter was safe and had achieved the honor of being the top student in her high school, which brought him immense pride. He was too pleased to scold her and, understanding the situation, decided to accompany her to see the treasures she had mentioned. Upon returning to her room, Li Yun rummaged through her backpack and produced 2 bags, presenting them to her father. Father, this is wild gastrodia, and this is the flower of the ironclad dendrobium. These 2 items alone could fetch at least 10 to 20,000 yuan. Lu Ba held the plump tianma and the fragrant dendrobium flowers, his excitement rendering him incapable of closing his mouth. These were treasures. Even during his lifetime, his father would occasionally discover dendrobium flowers, drying and selling them to pharmacies for several hundred yuan per couple. Converting these into cash would provide Lei with a more comfortable life while studying in the capital. Observing her father's delight, Li Yun fetched a few cold rice dumplings and casually fabricated a tale about encountering a small valley with warm water in the mountains, where the elusive zhuanggu fruit had miraculously ripened, which she had cleverly claimed for herself. Lu Ba harbored no suspicions. Shenong Mountain was indeed a wondrous place. And it was not surprising that the mountain housed hot springs, creating a climate akin to spring throughout the year. It was not unusual for cold rice dumplings to mature prematurely in such an environment. With a blissful heart, Li Yun felt an urge to burst into song. For her father asked no questions, allowing her to freely gather her medicinal herbs. And so she did, spreading the herbs out to air, and connected her phone to the charger. Upon powering it on, a cascade of messages flooded her screen, some from Brother Chow, others from Diagnose, with the majority from Brother Chow. The initial messages inquired about her academic performance, and after 9 o'clock, he expressed his knowledge of her triumph as the top scorer in the science stream, exuberantly congratulating her on her remarkable achievement. A shower of celebratory messages and flowers followed. Diagnose also shared the joyous news with their classmates, exclaiming that she had performed exceptionally well, scoring 593 points, well above the threshold of 526 for first-tier universities, exceeding it by over 60 points. She expressed her heartfelt gratitude and wished to treat her desk mate to a meal in appreciation of the support she had received in her studies leading up to the college entrance examination. As Lu Ba observed the young lady's harvest, he assisted her while secretly sweating with anxiety. He wondered if his daughter Lulu had mistaken Shenong Mountain for her personal medicinal garden. After all, it was a protected area where foraging was prohibited. His little cotton-padded jacket seemed to possess the audacity akin to a bear's heart and a leopard's gall, boldly bringing home whatever she fancied, embodying the saying that a newborn calf fears not the tiger. Lu Yun? How coincidental, sharing the same name as our village's Lu Yun. I had thought we were the only ones with the surname Lu. At the dining table, Zhang Ba, with keen ears, caught mention of the science top student and exclaimed curiously, "Just eat your meal. Why are you trembling?" Sister Wu immediately sensed the awkwardness, scolding her husband while attempting to seize the remote control. Just then, the news transitioned from the literature top student to the science prodigy, and Li Yun's radiant face flashed before the viewers. The commentator promptly revealed detailed information about the science top student Lu Yun, a student from Shifeng County No. 3 Middle School, who had just turned 14 the day before the college entrance examination. Clang! Zhang Jing dropped her chopsticks, her expression frozen in disbelief. The science top student Lu Yun? How is that possible? It cannot be true. It must be a fabrication. In her shock, Zhang Jing tossed aside her chopsticks, inadvertently sweeping her bowl off the table, sending rice scattering everywhere. Observing his daughter's desolation, Zhang Ba paused mid-bite, forgetting to swallow. "Xiao Jing, do not pay attention to that. She is merely fortunate," he murmured. Sister Wu, forsaking the remote, dropped her chopsticks and hurried to console her child. "How can this be? How can Lu Yun achieve such remarkable results? She is just a wild child, a product of a motherless upbringing. How could a disabled wildling possibly secure first place? How could I possibly perform better than this? This must be a mistake. I refuse to believe it. It has to be an error." The Zhang family's plot of land is not as spacious as the Lu family's. After constructing a small building, it measures approximately 70 square meters, comprising a living room, 2 bedrooms, a kitchen, and a bathroom. One bedroom serves as the master suite while the other is typically occupied by the elderly to facilitate her child's studies. Zhang Jing resides on the 2nd floor. The staircase is situated beside the hall, and when Sister Wu hastily pursued the child, she was unsuccessful. She chased up to the 2nd floor, only to hear the sound of a door slamming shut, followed by the heart-wrenching cries of a child. After being rebuffed, Sister Wu's coaxing and persuading proved futile, prompting her to descend the stairs in frustration. Upon her descent, she found her husband eating as if nothing were amiss, which ignited her ire. She confronted him, saying, "All you do is eat, eat, eat. Is that all you are capable of? Can't you take care of Xiao Jing?" Zhang Ba responded with a perplexed tone. "Didn't you say that my involvement would ruin the child's life? Therefore, you have insisted I refrain from interfering. Xiao Jing has always been under your care, while I focus on my work and earning a living. Why are you blaming me now? How did Xiao Jing perform? Did she do poorly, thus unable to bear seeing others succeed?" Sister Wu was momentarily rendered speechless. Her husband's words were entirely accurate, leaving her with no retort. Chapter 50. A guilty conscience. Zhang Jing inadvertently learned that Lu Yun had become the top scorer in the college entrance examination. Simultaneously, Huang Yali's family also became aware of that astonishing news. The Huang family is not originally from Feng County. Their roots lie in Shisheng. Huang Yali's father, Huang Zhenxing, once served as the deputy township head in Jiudao Township before being appointed as the town head of Juandian, which is directly governed by Fong County. Rather than remaining in their hometown under the care of their grandparents, his daughter chose to accompany him during his tenure, while Mrs. Huang dedicated herself to child rearing. As a civil servant, Town Head Huang had a habit of watching the news. After dinner, the family of 3 would gather to view the news broadcast. When the segment on this year's top scorer in the provincial college entrance examination aired, the family watched with great enthusiasm and keen interest. However, their expressions froze when the report introduced the science top scorer, Lu Yun, a student from Shishir Fong County No. 3 Middle School, who achieved an impressive total score of 749. As the report continued, the camera shifted to the young girl, who, with her innocent smile, appeared before the reporter. In the background, several individuals gazed at her with deep admiration and fondness. Lu Yun, the top science student in the province, upon seeing her radiant and sunny face, Huang Yali abruptly stood up, her face alternating between pale and flushed. Town Head Huang also bore a look of disbelief. Nonetheless, even if the family found it hard to accept, the fact that she could be featured on the provincial radio station and have reporters come to Fong County for an interview was undoubtedly a genuine occurrence. Professors from Jingda and Qingda are coming to recruit her. Town Head Huang's expression shifted. Shaoli, where's your computer? There should be a detailed report of the radio interview on it. Let us find out what they said. How did Lu Yun achieve such remarkable results? Gazing intently at the television, Huang Yali's envious eyes blazed with resentment. Lu Yun consistently ranked among the top 10 students in her school, often securing a place within the top 3 of her class. In the context of Sanjiang, such performance was commendable. However, compared to the outstanding students of Yizhong and Erzhong, it fell a tier short. It was perplexing that, despite the top students from Yizhong and Erzhong failing to become the provincial champion, Lu Yun emerged victorious as the provincial top scorer. As the saying goes, without comparison, there is no harm. Unaware of the scores of others, Huang Yali managed to maintain a good mood throughout the day, until this moment when Lu Yun's dazzling score was unveiled before the entire province, delivering a crushing blow to her spirit. The flames of jealousy ignited within her, nearly scorching her heart. Upon hearing her father's words, her mind faltered, and she instinctively dashed towards her room. Mayor Huang resided in the staff quarters designated for civil servants, a modest 3-bedroom unit with a shared dining and living area. Huang Yali hurried from the living room to the bedroom, retrieving her laptop and placing it on the coffee table. The news segment had concluded, and the family of 3 gathered around the computer, powering it on and entering the Wi-Fi password to connect to the internet. The strength of the online community was formidable, with numerous posts already discussing who the provincial top scorer was and what their score entailed. Upon typing in E-Province top scorer, a plethora of posts appeared, along with interview videos and news articles. Mayor Huang clicked on the reports from the provincial radio station's website, which contained various articles regarding this year's college entrance examination results. With the results announced today, the latest reports were prominently displayed, and he examined the details of the top scorers in both the arts and sciences, finding comprehensive coverage complete with images and text. Reporter, as we understand, your previous academic performance was not exceptional, and your remarkable results in the college entrance examination have astonished even the teachers at your school. Your homeroom teacher believes that this reflects your true potential, suggesting that you had previously held back. What are your thoughts on this, Lu? Is this indeed the case? Lu Yun, pausing briefly before responding, Mr. Luo is an excellent teacher with discerning insight. It is true that I had previously held back and did not exert my utmost effort. Reporter, why did you not give your all before? We know that the school rewards students with good grades each semester, and there are distinctions among the rewards for the top 3. You frequently received 2nd and 3rd class awards. Why did you not strive to put forth your utmost effort to achieve 1st place? Lu Yun, everyone aspires to be first, and I do as well. But I was once too apprehensive. There is a saying that the nail that sticks out gets hammered down, and I did not wish to be that protruding nail, only to be subjected to further bullying that could lead to hospitalization. The girl in the video bears scars on her face that belied her age, evoking shock from those present within the same frame. Mayor Huang and Huang Yali felt their hearts race, their breaths becoming rapid. Reporter, pausing slightly, has your past success in academics resulted in harm to you? The room fell into stunned silence, with even the attending reporters and teachers, Li and He, almost at a loss for words. What kind of bullying had this young student endured for excelling academically? Despite the adversities she faced, she remains optimistic, highlighting her remarkable resilience. The interview continued, and when the reporter inquired whether Liyun recalled those who had besieged her in the past, she responded that she had suffered severe injuries and, upon awakening, found that many events were shrouded in her memory. She could not fully recall the faces of her assailants, only remembering a few. Among them, 3 were already imprisoned for other offenses. There was one voice that she felt was familiar, yet could not place. Huaxia felt a bead of sweat form on her forehead, her heart thundering like a drum, each beat more fervent than the last. Xiaoli, do not ask Liyun for Zhao Yuba's phone number again. Even if you encounter her, refrain from provoking her. She has risen to fame, and any confrontation would be detrimental to you, cautioned Mayor Huang after watching the video, wiping the sweat from his brow. I understand, Dad, Huaxia replied stiffly, nodding. She had no intention of troubling Liyun further. The revelation of past events could lead to her being identified as one of the attackers, with disastrous consequences. Chapter 51. A small gesture. Liyun scored 749 points, while she only achieved 374, meaning Liyun's score surpassed hers by more than double. The villagers had a penchant for comparing her to Liyun, and should they learn of their respective examination scores, they would undoubtedly have much to say about her in comparison. The mere thought of Liyun's score incited an angry outburst, causing her to leap up and sweep everything off her desk with a forceful motion, sending books tumbling to the floor. How could Liyun perform so exceptionally? After entering high school, her family no longer required her to toil in the fields. On weekends and holidays, she devoted herself solely to studying and solving problems, while Liyun spent her weekends managing farm chores. Why then? Did Liyun still outperform her academically? Zhang Jing was utterly indignant, casting her books to the ground in frustration, and fiercely stomping upon them as if they were Liyun, seeking to expel the resentment that festered within her. Exhausted from her outburst, she collapsed onto her bed, gritting her teeth as she cursed Liyun, continuing until her voice grew hoarse and her throat parched, all the while breathing heavily in agitation. In a foul mood, she ignored her mother's attempts to console her as she retreated to her room, sulking. By the next morning, she awoke to swollen eyes resembling those of a rabbit. Worried throughout the night, Aunt Wu was taken aback by the sight of her daughter's puffy, water-filled eyes. She hurriedly prepared tea to wash her daughter's face, hoping to alleviate the swelling. Following last night's tempestuous display from their daughter, the Zhang couple vowed to refrain from discussing college entrance exam results. When they ventured out, they avoided conversations with villagers to prevent inquiries about their daughter's performance. In Maziewell village, every household possessed a high-definition color television. Some villagers, having witnessed the news of Liyun's triumph as the top scorer in the college entrance exams, expressed astonishment, and the news spread like wildfire among neighbors. Unbeknownst to the Lu family, who were busy until 11 o'clock the previous night organizing medicinal herbs, Lu Yun's father enjoyed a warm breakfast prepared by his daughter before setting off early on his electric tricycle to work at the small workshop. Boss Wu, not originally from Fong County but from Han City in Yi Province, was in his 50s, slightly portly, and always impeccably groomed, exuding an air of vitality and positivity. Upon encountering Mr. Lu, Boss Wu burst into hearty laughter and swiftly approached him, grasping the hand of Mr. Lu, who had just disembarked from a tricycle. Lu Qing, congratulations on your daughter's remarkable achievement in the imperial examination, securing the top position. Ha ha ha. Who would have thought that such a distinguished father of a scholar would be hidden in my humble locale? Henceforth, I shall proudly tell my clients that my shiitake and wood ear mushrooms are handpicked by the father of a top scholar, surely elevating the stature and value of my products. Boss Wu, you flatter me excessively. I am grateful for your years of support, which have provided me with this job, relieving me from the anguish of seeking assistance. Your kindness has empowered me to afford my daughter's education, and I shall forever hold your generosity close to my heart. Mr. Lu replied, touched by a wave of warmth. He would eternally remember Boss Wu's benevolence, a sentiment that would linger throughout his life. Years ago, when he suffered a leg injury, he exhausted all his family's savings for treatment and had to borrow an additional 70 or 80,000 yuan, all while caring for a newborn. At that time, his parents were still alive. His father, a barefoot doctor, earned a meager income tending to patients, while his mother worked as a substitute primary school teacher, earning a scant salary. With household expenses, medical costs, and the need for infant formula, even with both parents' efforts, they struggled to make ends meet. Eventually, when the child was a year and a half old and no longer required formula, they began to repay their debts. But just as they were doing so, his father passed away, leaving the family without its pillar. In the wake of this loss, he sought work tirelessly, hoping to find odd jobs to support his family and shoulder the burden of responsibility. Yet, opportunities eluded him, and he faced relentless hardship. During that trying time, no one was willing to extend a helping hand, save for Boss Wu, who, undeterred by his disability, offered him a job that provided a stable income each month. At that time, his monthly salary was merely 300, seemingly insignificant, yet it was a lifeline for him. He painstakingly saved every penny and eventually cleared his past debts. 3 years ago, when his child suffered an unexpected injury and required hospitalization, he found himself unable to afford the medical expenses. It was then that Boss Wu came to his aid, lending him money for the treatment. Reflecting on the past, emotions swelled within him, and tears welled in Laba's eyes. In times of abundance, friends gathered like moths to a flame, yet in times of adversity, not a single one was to be found. Once, he had many companions, but when he was crippled and struggling under the weight of debt, those friends became strangers, revealing the frailty of human connections. Consider this, he mused, the fruits of your labor are hard-earned. Let us not dwell on the past. With such a joyous occasion at hand, surely a banquet must be in order. Do not forget to extend an invitation when the time comes. I would love to share in your happiness. He sighed. I truly envy you for having such a caring little one. Sometimes, I wish I could take her home. If my child were as obedient as your darling girl, I would wake from dreams with a smile. Thank you for your kindness, boss. If you do host a banquet, please allow me the honor of serving you a modest drink at my home. Suddenly, Laba recalled something. Boss Wu. Lila asked me to bring you some local produce. I hope you won't find it lacking. Ah, your little one remembers me? Boss Wu exclaimed. Now you understand why I wish to take your daughter. She is so thoughtful, it makes one envious. I heard that the young lady from the Lu family prepared a gift for herself, he said, his heart filled with joy. This is from little Lulu. I shall certainly savor it. Boss Wu replied with delight as he opened the package to reveal 6 or 7 cucumbers, a dozen tomatoes, a bag of tender garlic cloves, and a handful of fresh, green stalks. Is this Dendrobium officinale? He wondered aloud. He possesses a discerning eye. Upon beholding that vibrant and succulent green plant, his eyes widened like brass bells, and his face radiated immense astonishment. Lele remarked that it was entirely wild. Albeit in limited quantity, yet it represented a small token of thoughtfulness. Chapter 52. An uninvited guest. Chickens, ducks, cows, sheep, and pigs, these are the fundamental livestock of rural households. In this modern era, however, the countryside has evolved alongside the times. Many farmers no longer raise pigs, cattle, or sheep if they do not venture out for work. They typically keep a few chickens or ducks, for a home devoid of livestock feels less like a true home. This morning, Lian sent her somewhat overprotective father off to work, and she took the chicken feed to the back of the house to tend to the chickens. The free-range chickens were fed corn and rice, and occasionally, she would prepare pig feed for them. After completing a thorough cleaning and ensuring her own appearance was tidy, she ventured into the kitchen to kindle a fire in the traditional hearth, where she began to stir-fry dendrobium. The previous night, she had already prepared a batch. Those were but a mere fraction of her inventory. Taking advantage of the fine weather, she seized the opportunity to continue frying some more to dry. The best way to stir-fry medicinal herbs is with firewood, utilizing natural timber to process the wild herbs, thereby preserving their most primal essence. The Lu family also had a stock of firewood, a portion remaining from the sale of economic timber, while others were remnants from her father's workshop, where he cultivated shiitake and wood ear mushrooms, waste material that could no longer be used after cultivation. Boss Wu, in consideration of her father, provided the wood to the Lu family at a fraction of the price. Selling it to others would likely fetch tens of thousands, yet for the Lu family, it was merely a couple of thousand as a labor fee. Consequently, the Lu family amassed an abundance of firewood, sufficient to last them 3 years without issue. The fire in the hearth blazed brightly. Once the flames stabilized, Lian placed a pot over the fire and retrieved a basket of dendrobium seedlings, gently tossing a handful into the pot to salt. Processing medicinal herbs is a meticulous endeavor, demanding precise control over the heat. Too fierce, and the herbs would scorch. Too weak, and they would fail to yield their essence. Liyun tended to the fire herself, stirring the dendrobium slowly, twisting the stems into spirals, which, once dried, would transform into the well-known iron-skin phoenix flower. It's ready. Shou Qiufeng set down her hoe and donned a sun hat. The mother and daughter secured the 2 large doors of their home before heading outside. Zhou Nai made her way directly to the garden in front of the Lu family's house, while Zhou Qiufeng ventured to the pigpen behind it. With ease and familiarity, she opened the gate to the backyard, locating a basket and shoulder pole, and filled it with a load of fertilizer from the storage area. She then proceeded to the garden in front of the Lu residence. Zhou Nainai took charge of distributing the fertilizer, carefully placing the manure around the base of each sweet potato plant, working cheerfully as she labored. Unbeknownst to her, she mused about her daughter's willingness to marry. Irrespective of her daughter's feelings, she had already regarded Lu Qing as a prospective son-in-law. Just last night, when her daughter mentioned wanting to assist the Lu family for a couple of days, she had unhesitatingly volunteered to lend a hand. The mother and daughter did not inform their hosts of their labor. One carried the fertilizer while the other applied it, exhibiting a diligence that surpassed even their own household chores. Meanwhile, Liyun, who was diligently sought ing the dendrobium in the kitchen, heard the voices of Aunt Feng and Zhou Nainai, along with the sounds of the latter gathering fertilizer, yet she did not glance outside. Interrupting her work would compromise the heat, thereby diminishing the quality of the final product. After finishing the preparation of the herbal concoction, I twisted it into spirals and placed it in a bamboo sieve set on the living room rack to cool. Setting the pot down, I hastily dashed outside. Upon glancing at the entrance, I noticed that despite the tall corn seedlings providing some cover, I could still spot two figures in the field. Aunt Feng was carrying a load of fertilizer into the corn rows, while Grandma Zhou was deftly distributing the fertilizer. Grandma Zhou, Aunt Feng, I called out cheerfully upon seeing the mother-daughter duo who had come uninvited to assist with the farm work, and I ran towards the garden in front of the house. Lele, what are you busy with? I smell something delightful. I heard the sweet, melodious voice of the little girl approaching. The mother and daughter turned to see the charming Lele, who was bouncing toward them. Grandma Zhou smiled and engaged with the child. Aunt Zhou Qiufeng remained silent. But with a smile, she set down her burden and efficiently poured out the fertilizer, using the shoulder pole to gently pat the bottom of the sieve to remove the clumps of manure and grass. I am preparing herbal ingredients, I replied. Grandma Zhou, you and Aunt Feng have your own tasks to manage. It is too much for you to help us. Our sweet potato patch is not extensive. My father and I will finish it in a day or two. You and Aunt Feng should take a rest. We have completed our chores at home. And since we have some free time, little Lele, you are busy organizing the herbs, so don't worry about us. It would be troublesome if you stepped in mud and had to wash your hands and feet. Focus on what you do best. And remember to add an extra ½ kilogram of rice when you cook at noon. Aunt Feng's brother and sister-in-law have gone to the market to play mahjong today. And your Aunt Feng and I will be having lunch at your place. It is said that Xiao Lele is preparing medicinal herbs, and Grandma Zhou, with a cheerful smile, gently discourages her from running into the garden. The crow's feet at the corners of her aged face ripple like waves. Zhou Qiufeng empties another basket of manure grass onto the ground, and, with an empty basket in hand, encourages Xiao Lele to tend to her tasks, for they are more adept at the work in the fields. Given the close relationship between the two families, there is no need for the children to summon them. Seeing Xiao Lele bounce around with the vivacity of a newly born calf brings great joy to the Zhou mother and daughter. They sincerely lament how swiftly time passes. The little child who once stumbled while walking and spoke in indistinct tones has now grown so much. Returning to the kitchen, Liyun washes her hands once more to continue sought ing the herbs. Cooking a pot of dendrobium will produce some juice, which she is reluctant to discard. So she collects it in a clean bowl. After preparing several pots, as the sun climbs high in the sky, she carries the twisted dendrobium upstairs and brings out the herbs that were steamed and cleaned last night, laying them out to dry in the sunlight. Once the herbs are ready, she hastens back to the fields to resume her work. Chapter 53. A heartwarming moment, three women come together, forming a delightful ensemble, the Zhou family and Lu Yun. Engaged in their tasks, they converse animatedly, with the Zhou women often listening to the amusing anecdotes shared by little Lulu about her adventures in the mountains. For instance, after a strenuous search, she triumphantly discovers a rare medicinal herb, only to be met with the overwhelming stench of a large pile of excrement left by an unknown wild beast nearby. On another occasion, as she spots a beautiful bone-dissolving flower and prepares to capture its beauty with a photograph, she suddenly finds herself confronted by a nest of wild bees, their wings buzzing furiously as they come to defend their territory. For villagers residing in the forested areas, encounters with wild animals such as mountain cats are commonplace. However, the trivialities that Lulu recounts, filled with humor and vivid imagery, are nothing short of captivating. Her storytelling brings bursts of laughter from the Zhou women, who find themselves both entertained and anxious, fearing for the little one's safety against the wrath of the bees. With the strength of teamwork, the Zhou family works efficiently, while Lu Yun accelerates her efforts, quickly stacking the sweet potatoes. By mid-morning, they complete the tasks in the front yard and move to the garden behind the house. After draining the thawed chicken, they ignite the fire, saute the meat until it releases its flavorful oils. Water is then added, along with herbs such as dangshan and the juice of dendrobium, which is simmered on high heat for half an hour before being reduced to a gentle simmer. Just before serving, fragrant mushrooms are added. The free-range chicken from last year requires only about 50 minutes of cooking time, and in this sweltering heat, they choose not to have hot pot, instead serving the dish in large bowls. Lu Yun also prepares a delicious broth with cloud mushrooms using the chicken stock. The aroma of the dish is wafted through the air, stirring a deep hunger within. At the moment of indulgence, Grandma Zhou picked up her chopsticks and selected a piece of wild mushroom, savoring its exquisite flavor, evoking memories of the past decades as if she had lived once more. It was delectable, truly delightful. Grandma Zhou could not stop praising. Lele has grown up. Her cooking surpasses that of even the finest chefs in hotels. I have tasted countless mushrooms, yet none have ever been this exquisite. I wonder who will be fortunate enough to become Lele's new mother and inherit such a wonderful daughter. Lele's eyes sparkled with joy. Grandma Zhou was incredibly supportive, always ready to speak kindly on her behalf. She felt that perhaps her wish for a new mother would soon be realized. Zhou Qiufeng's face flushed with embarrassment, and she quickly nudged her mother. Mother, please eat your food and refrain from uttering such ungracious remarks. You might embarrass Lele. Grandma Zhou glanced at her daughter, choosing not to expose her little blush, and laughed it off. Lele, what kind of mushroom did you gather? It doesn't resemble the typical chicken tail mushroom. Those are never this delicious, so crisp and sweet. It's the turkey tail mushroom. I simmered it in dendrobium soup, which probably altered its flavor, Lele replied with a radiant smile, revealing her pearly white teeth. Oh dear, how did you come to cook it? Just a few days ago, someone from Woolly Village found a bunch of turkey tail mushrooms at 20 yuan per pound, and others were inquiring if there were more. With your cooking, you must have used up quite a fortune. This is not merely a meal of mushrooms, but rather a feast of money. I understand. I shall not betray little Lele. It is said that there are more little ones, and the mother and child are filled with joy. This child, Lele, has an innate affinity for the mountains. She possesses a connection with the hills. In her childhood, when accompanying adults to gather mushrooms in the forest, while others toiled endlessly yet found little, she would merrily dart among the thickets and always return laden with treasures. The mushrooms are delectable, and the chicken stewed with dendrobium juice and cotinopsis is even more exquisite. One bite envelopes the palate with a fragrant allure, rendering one unable to resist, almost swallowing the chopsticks whole. Consequently, the three of them devoured every dish, leaving not a drop of soup behind. Satiated and invigorated, Grandma Zhou felt rejuvenated, her body lightened, while Zhou Qiufeng experienced no fatigue whatsoever. Eagerly awaiting the noon hour to load the cart with manure and grass, brimming with energy to toil in these fields beside the village. Poverty often brings a sense of inferiority, and the lack of friends is a commonplace occurrence. The tendency to elevate oneself while belittling others is human nature. Lu Yun, well aware of the vicissitudes of human relationships, maintained her usual demeanor, meeting it all with equanimity. Chapter 54. Perhaps it's time to marry off the suitable one. The clouds in the west blazed like flames, with the sun casting a final golden hue upon the mountaintops. Cattle and sheep returned to their pens, chickens and ducks settled in their coops, and the rural smoke spiraled gracefully into the sky. Lu Yun exchanged mischievous glances with her father, a sly grin adorning her face. Father, we have guests this evening. Who? Inquired Lu Dad casually. You may need to call upon your future mother-in-law and my sister Feng. Lu Yun teased, sticking out her tongue, her laughter unabated. Instantly, Lu Dad's face flushed crimson, burning with heat. He tried to summon the courage to scold his daughter, but upon seeing her blissful, joyous expression, he faltered. Lele, refrain from speaking carelessly. One never knows if there are ears beyond the wall, and it could tarnish another's reputation. I am not speaking carelessly. It is simply the truth. Today, Grandma Zhou and Aunt Feng assisted us, and we have finished stacking the sweet potatoes in the front yard and the back of the village. The garden behind the house is nearly done as well. This is quite concerning. It burdens them with too much work. Lele's father stuttered as he spoke. Father, it was your Feng sister who came voluntarily. Do not take her kindness for granted. Lelian noticed her father's face flush with embarrassment, and suppressing her urge to laugh. She quickly turned to prepare the meal. Feeling utterly mortified, Leilei's father felt an intense heat wash over his face, prompting him to rush outside and splash cold water on himself to cool down. Just as he finished washing his face, the Zhou mother and daughter arrived. They did not stand on ceremony, having bathed and come to the Lu family for a meal without needing to be repeatedly invited. "Aunt Zhou, we truly appreciate your efforts once again." Leilei's father noticed Grandma Zhou glance at him, causing his face to flush anew. "To say it is hard work is merely being overly courteous," he replied awkwardly. Grandma Zhou stepped into the Lu household with a knowing look, further intensifying his discomfort. Feeling somewhat out of sorts, Zhou Qiufeng cast a sidelong glance at Leilei's father as she entered the home, actively helping to set the table and offering to assist in the kitchen, only to be shooed away by Lelian. Lelian prepared several vegetable dishes, pouring the braised pork ribs from the pot into a large soup bowl, which she carried out on a tea tray. The three adults laughed heartily as they scrambled for bowls and chopsticks, with Grandma Zhou enjoying a bit of wine, while the others substituted tea for spirits. As the ancients stated, happiness renders even water sweet. Zhou Qiufeng sipped her tea, feeling a warmth in her heart. In the Lu household, she felt a sense of ease, contrasting sharply with the oppressive atmosphere she often experienced at home in the presence of her sister-in-law. During dinner at the Lu family, Sister Zhou was still busy cooking. She prepared only a stir-fry of green beans, which she did not serve, but instead called Brother Zhou to have his meal in the kitchen-like room between the upper and lower floors. Upon entering the room, Brother Zhou noticed the absence of his mother and sister and immediately shouted, "Mom, Xiaofeng, it's time to eat." "What are you shouting for?" Sister Zhou shot back with irritation. "They are helping the Lu family today, indulging in exquisite delicacies. Why should you concern yourself? Why do you speak in such a sarcastic tone? What have I said that is inappropriate? I haven't seen mother lifting a finger around here. Nor have I noticed your sister being particularly industrious at home. Yet when it comes to the Lu family, she rushes there faster than anything else. I truly wonder where her real home lies." "Lu Tong, do not provoke others to the point of wishing to silence you." Brother Zhou's face began to reflect a hint of anger. "Who do you think handles the majority of the household chores? Look at your hands, and then speak with a clear conscience." "I." As her husband called her by both name and surname, Sister Zhou instantly wilted. She understood his temperament. While he was usually easygoing, his wrath could be quite formidable. "Mom, please remain calm." Zhou Qiufeng supported their mother, one hand holding a flashlight. Feeling particularly speechless, had she not spent the entire day with their mother, she might have suspected that her mother had either found money or taken some stimulant today. "I am not drunk. I am perfectly composed." Grandmother Zhou, her face glowing red, walked with vigor, bolstered by her daughter's assistance, singing joyfully. Zhou Qiufeng chose not to dissuade her. If their mother enjoyed singing, then let her sing, for life in the countryside was not like the city, where one might be reported for such merriment. Upon hearing her mother's voice, Brother Zhou rose to turn on the lights and open the front door. Sister-in-law Zhou, fearing her husband would accuse her of neglecting the elderly, followed suit to assist her mother-in-law. Little Leilei." Throughout the evening, Leilei had been diligently placing food into my bowl, displaying such filial piety and understanding. If only I had a granddaughter like her, I would awaken from dreams with a smile. "Mother, is Li Yun truly as wonderful as you say? If so, someone would have long desired to be a stepmother, and Li Qing would not still be single. Furthermore, you already have a granddaughter. It sounds as if Chun Mei is ungrateful to you." Mother-in-law praised the children of the Lu family incessantly, which irked sister-in-law Shou, who had been holding back her frustration. She quickly retorted. It was better not to mention her daughter. The moment it was brought up, Brother Zhou's anger flared. Other girls attending junior college receive a living allowance of at most $800 a month, while his daughter receives $1,200 and still complains it is insufficient. Sister-in-law Zhou was momentarily rendered speechless, unable to utter a word. "Alas, Qiufeng, I have grown old. If there is a suitable family, you should marry. Do not delay any longer." Grandmother Zhou did not even glance at her daughter-in-law, passing by Lu Tong. Sister-in-law Zhou's heart raced. Was her mother-in-law blaming her for disdaining her sister-in-law? With a shout, she disregarded her wife, forcefully slamming the door and leaving her outside the bedroom, retreating into a deep slumber. Is Zhou Xiaolong implying he wishes to divorce her? Sister-in-law Zhou stood frozen, lingering for a moment before retreating to the guest room. It was only the next day, when Brother Zhou did not mention divorce, that she felt a sense of relief. Out of fear that her words might provoke Brother Zhou, she kept her thoughts to herself. Chapter 55. the stall following the conclusion of the college entrance examination. Students in their final year of high school and middle school experience a newfound liberation. The streets are teeming with youth, leading to prosperous businesses and a steady influx of customers. On this particular weekend, Diagnose sets up his stall as usual, settling onto a small stool to observe the ebb and flow of passersby. By now, the hour has surpassed 9 o'clock, and the youthful denizens have risen to enjoy the fresh air, populating the pedestrian street. Grandpa Lee, Diagnose, squinting slightly as he admires the vibrant scene of young men and women, is momentarily taken aback by the calls. He gazes ahead, puzzled, only to turn his head and discover a girl clad in a white t-shirt and jeans standing beside him, grinning widely. Instantly invigorated, he exclaims, "Xiao Lele, what brings you to the county today?" His playful intonation elicits a hearty laugh from Lele, who responds, "Grandpa Lee, I've come to the county to assist someone in selling goods. I'm having trouble finding a suitable spot. Could we strike a deal? May I borrow your stall for a while?" Originally, she had intended to complete her field work before heading to the county to fill out her college application forms, contemplating setting up her own stall afterward. However, with Aunt Fong and Grandma Zhou assisting her so adeptly yesterday, she found herself with free time at home and decided to venture to the county early to sell some fruits and vegetables from her garden. Once she completes her applications, she plans to return to the mountains in search of medicinal herbs. Of course, why not? Where are your goods? Go fetch them, and I'll quickly clear a space for you. Diagnose replies with a cheerful smile as he begins to gather his small trinkets. I also need to borrow Uncle Li's tricycle to transport the goods, so I'll go have a word with him. Lu Yun dashed into the shop in search of Diagnose's son, Li Wang. At this hour, young people were just rising to enjoy breakfast and indulge in playful activities, and the pastry shop was bustling with business. Li Wang, clad in an apron, was kneading dough when he spotted Li Yun and greeted her with a beaming smile. "Ah, our little scholar has arrived. What would you like to eat? I can have your aunt prepare something for you." Having become quite familiar with the Li family, Lu Yun felt no shyness as she replied, "Uncle Li, I would like to borrow your tricycle to fetch some goods for sale. Is it free at the moment?" The vehicle was parked at the back, and she could take it herself. Without hesitation, Li Wang directed her to the location of the tricycle and where the keys could be found, allowing her to retrieve it on her own. "What kind of scholar is our little prodigy? Is she the one from the 3rd middle school?" In the meantime, patrons in the shop began to murmur among themselves, intrigued by the mention of the young girl as a little scholar by Li Wang. "Indeed, she is the one from the 3rd middle school. Little scholar Lu is a close friend of my father's. She often helps out at our shop." "Ah, so it is truly little scholar Lu. I believe she mentioned selling something earlier." As the patrons exchanged curious glances, their interest piqued. They lingered longer, savoring their meals while eagerly awaiting the young scholar's return from the back door with the tricycle. In her haste, she maneuvered her vehicle out of the pedestrian street, taking a detour through a different thoroughfare before entering a narrow lane. Intentionally parking amidst a cluster of vehicles, she observed the vicinity for any onlookers before swiftly repositioning her car into a vacant space. After securing the vehicle, she feigned a casual departure, meandering through the opposite end of the alley to retrieve her 3-wheeled cart filled with goods, which she then drove with a roar towards the pedestrian street. Diagnose diligently stowed away his trinkets and tidied the ground, eagerly awaiting the arrival of his friend, Le Xiaotong. Meanwhile, patrons inside the shop were also anticipating, with some feeling a twinge of guilt for occupying a table and potentially inconveniencing others, thus opting to wait outside. As the clock ticked past 9, a collective concern arose among the group. Would they be able to sell everything? Typically, morning was the prime time for purchasing vegetables, and by mid-morning, most shoppers were merely wandering about. The sight of such a laden cart at this hour seemed to suggest a struggle to sell. Diagnose, wishing to preserve the child's enthusiasm, refrained from voicing doubts about the potential sales, instead assisting in positioning the cart against the wall for convenience. Once Le Xiaotong had parked the cart, curious onlookers got a clear view of the bounty: cucumbers so fresh they appeared ready to burst with moisture, and tomatoes of vibrant red, exuding an alluring fragrance. In the past, encounters with cucumbers and tomatoes had elicited little desire. Now, however, a singular thought prevailed, a longing to eat. "Le Xiaotong, how much for a pound?" Before the vendor could weigh the produce, the crowd could no longer contain their curiosity about the prices. 10 yuan a pound, came the reply. "What?" The crowd's eyes widened in disbelief, their expressions reflecting a mix of confusion and astonishment. Surely, they had misheard. It must be 10 yuan for 3 pounds, not 1. Just as I was about to confirm the price, Le Xiaotong rushed into the store with great enthusiasm, retrieving a piece of cardboard and inscribing a few words with a water-based pen. She then inquired of the Li Wang couple for a basin filled with water, took a bowl and a knife, and casually pocketed the toothpick holder from the store. Le Xiaotong propped the sign onto the cart, boldly declaring, "Cucumbers and tomatoes. 10 yuan per pound, limited to 5 pounds. 10 yuan? 10 yuan per pound, and with a purchase limit? Surely there must be some mistake." The crowd erupted in astonishment. After all, they were merely cucumbers and tomatoes. Were they being sold at such an exorbitant price as if they were ginseng? Or was it simply because the top scholar was selling them, prompting such a lofty price? The aroma of the cucumbers, sliced into delicate pieces, wafted through the air, enticing whispers among the onlookers, causing their throats to dry and prompting them to swallow audibly. Everyone's gaze was fixed on Le Xiaotong, eager to discover her intentions. As she cut open the tomatoes, a refreshing, invigorating fragrance spread around, accompanied by the sound of eager swallowing echoing in the vicinity. Unable to contain themselves, the crowd yearned to taste. Those who had previously deemed the prices too steep now found themselves entranced by the cucumber and tomato slices that Le Xiaotong was preparing, nearly drooling in anticipation. Watching her work with urgency, they were driven to distraction, imploring her to hasten her pace. Chapter 56. A great sale, what a delightful aroma. Such an enticing sight. Oh dear, who is tempting us so? The sweet and savory scent of cucumbers and tomatoes wafted through the air, captivating passers-by and even some nearby vendors, who could not resist the urge to swallow audibly, whispering to one another and scanning the area for the source of the delicious fragrance. A crowd had gathered around Li Daniu's home, drawn by an enticing aroma. Curious, they approached and soon joined the throng, united by a singular desire to savor the delightful fare. Amidst the chorus of eager gulps, Lu Yun prepared bowls of cucumbers and tomatoes, spearing them with toothpicks and placing them on the table. She stowed away her knife, hung up a bag for the goods, and, raising her voice, proclaimed, "Do not miss this opportunity. Come and taste our cucumbers and tomatoes, priced at 10 yuan per jin. These are purely ecological, green, and healthy products, available in limited quantity, maximum purchase of 5 jins. Once you pass this village, you won't find this shop again. Act swiftly. 10 yuan per jin for tomatoes and cucumbers, guaranteed to be a taste you've never experienced before, and you won't find anything quite like it anywhere else." Li Daniu, being the closest, seized the moment as Lu Yun set down her bowl. Quick as a flash, he grabbed a toothpick, spearing a cucumber in one hand and a tomato in the other. He tasted the cucumber first, its crispness and sweetness sliding down his throat, leaving him yearning for more. He then tried the tomato and exclaimed, "Oh dear, I wish to devour them all. Lele, save me 10 jins." He bellowed, "No, 10 jins is far too little. Make it 20. Fearing he might miss out, he swallowed hastily, saliva splattering as he shouted, "Grandpa Li, the limit is 5 jins. We mustn't be greedy." Lu Yun, struggling to catch her breath from the outburst, reminded him of the purchase restriction. 5 jins is far too little. You yourself said that once we leave this village, this shop will be gone. Grandpa Li, we cannot break the rules." As the melodious notes of the market filled the air, the plates brimmed with ripe tomatoes, while a solemn conversation about decorum unfolded between Grandpa Li and others. "Li Wang, come quickly. Bring your wife to help me secure a share," exclaimed Li Daniu with a sudden spark of inspiration, calling out to the house. The surrounding crowd perceived Li Daniu as merely a charlatan, their disdain palpable. Yet the allure of free samples was irresistible. They surged forward, eager to partake in the tasting, for after all, sampling came at no cost. Upon tasting a piece, the reaction was unanimous, exquisite. Another bite followed, and the desire only intensified. In an instant, the earlier scorn directed at Li Daniu vanished into thin air, replaced by fervent cries. "I want 5 pounds of tomatoes. I desire 5 pounds of cucumbers. I want both." Each taster devoured the offerings with fervor, clamoring eagerly. Some with their mouths full, their voices muffled, momentarily forgetting about the price. Li Daniu, initially hoping to snatch a few more bites for himself, was prompted by the chorus of demands to abandon his sampling and instead fill his bag with cucumbers and tomatoes. Spotting his son emerge from the shop, he called out loudly, "Li Wang, hurry up. Come help me secure our share, quickly." Li Wang and his wife were taken aback by their father's urgency. Was this a matter of securing seats at a childhood cinema? Though they found his behavior peculiar, their filial piety prevailed as they rushed to assist their father and little Lele, deftly filling plastic bags with cucumbers and tomatoes. Drawn by the refreshing scent wafting through the air, their mouths watering in anticipation. Unlike those who merely imagine the taste, they savor the aroma, their appetites awakened. Liyun, engrossed in her tasks, felt an immense joy as she listened to the shouts around her, relishing the prospect of earning money effortlessly. Her spirits soared, and her hands moved with remarkable agility as she weighed and packaged the goods, calling out the prices. 5 jin and 1 liang, 51 yuan. 5 jin and half a liang, 50 yuan. For jin and 9 liang, 49 yuan. With 2 assistants by her side, she was unperturbed by the possibility of someone attempting to sneak away with the merchandise. Liyun focused solely on weighing and announcing the amounts due, while Aunt Li managed the payments and change, and Li Daniu occasionally helped with packing or collecting money. Human nature is often characterized by a profound curiosity and a penchant for socializing, a common affliction. A throng gathered around those eagerly purchasing tomatoes and cucumbers, creating a lively scene that piqued the interest of passers-by. Men and women alike, thinking there must be something extraordinary, rushed over to witness the commotion. Upon discovering that the produce was being sold at 10 yuan per jin, they regarded the buyers with disbelief, as if they were fools. Did they not realize the true market price? Cucumbers typically ranged from 2 to 2.5 yuan per jin, while tomatoes varied from 2.5 to 4 yuan, with the smallest variety, often referred to as cherry tomatoes, fetching the highest price of 4 yuan, while ordinary ones averaged around 3 yuan. A stall selling cucumbers and tomatoes at 10 yuan per jin was exorbitantly priced, 2 to 3 times higher than others. Yet people continued to scramble for them. It could only be described as sheer folly. The bustling crowd clamored with excitement, their voices intertwining in a cacophony of chatter. Amidst the throng, a seemingly daft individual, perceived by onlookers as foolish, managed to extricate himself from the masses. In an attempt to console himself, he grasped a ripe tomato, its essence wafting through the air, captivating the noses of those nearby. The spectators exclaimed in unison, "What a delightful aroma! It must taste exquisite." The previously judgmental onlookers fell silent, pondering whether they too should partake in this tempting treat. Some, driven by curiosity, gravitated towards the stall, while others, feeling the urgency of the moment, clamored for their own share, causing a ripple of impatience among the crowd. As people arrived and departed, some unable to resist the allure of the fresh produce joined in, while others remained reluctant to spend, merely content to observe. With each passing moment, the stock diminished at an astonishing rate. Li Daniu was equally engrossed, feeling an immense sense of satisfaction as he witnessed the success of his venture. His former assistant, Lele, who used to help him sell ancient wares, was now thriving in her own stall, a natural-born harbinger of fortune. The cart, once brimming with cucumbers and tomatoes, was rapidly depleting, and Lele's infectious joy radiated as she reveled in her inaugural success. In a moment of joviality, a cheerful message was shared. "Happy New Year, beautiful souls." As he ambled along the path, a sudden commotion drew his attention. A ricksaw's engine sputtered behind him. He instinctively moved to the edge of the road, only to find the rickshaw halting beside him. As a neighbor, Brother Zhou is quite familiar with the dynamic between Lijia and his daughter. Lele exercises a tight rein over her father. Whenever she is at home, she forbids him from working in the fields on rainy days, ensuring that he does not miss any agricultural tasks. As for Li's father, to put it plainly, he is rather doting on his daughter, complying with her every whim. Thus, witnessing his childhood friend, Zhou could not help but chuckle. Lele had ventured into the county yesterday, claiming she was going to assist someone in selling goods. Li's father, with a simple-minded grin, explained the reason for his daughter's absence from his side today. "Ah, little Lele is off to earn some extra money on her own. How impressive." Once his childhood friend settled into the car, Zhou glanced in the rearview mirror, disregarding the eavesdropper behind, and drove away toward the county. "Off to the county, are we?" Zhang Jing murmured to herself as she repeated the phrase. Since the results had been released, she had isolated herself for a day, ultimately unable to alter the predetermined reality. Life must go on, meals need to be eaten, sleep must be had. Due to her dismal mood, she had refrained from helping with farm chores, only tending to the chickens and ducks. So, off to the county. Halfway through dinner, Zhang Jing announced to her parents, "Dad, Mom, I will head to the county this afternoon. Tomorrow, I will consult with my teachers to decide whether to repeat a year or enroll in a third-tier university." Just as Zhang's father opened his mouth to respond, his wife nudged him sharply in the side, prompting him to immediately fall silent. "Very well. It's good to have a heads up. Better to see the teacher early tomorrow. Otherwise, there will be a crowd the day after, and the teachers will be overwhelmed. Sister Wu unconditionally supported her child without regard for the circumstances. She harbors her own concerns. Since receiving her college entrance examination results, Xiao Jing has been morose at home. Now, she has taken the initiative to visit the county town. It may be beneficial for her to gather with her classmates, for perhaps, through their comforting words, she might find solace from the distress caused by her results. She recalls that Xiao Jing has a good friend, surnamed Huang, whose father was once the deputy township head in Jiudao Township and later moved to the county, where he seems to be the mayor of a town now. Whenever Xiao Jing goes to the county, she typically stays at Huang's house, which brings her some peace of mind. Lian's cucumbers and tomatoes quickly sold out. And as she contemplated closing her stall, an elderly woman with snow-white hair rushed over to her three-wheeled cart, only to be taken aback upon discovering it was empty. All gone, she exclaimed. Yes, completely sold out. The three bystanders nodded in unison. Lu Yun felt a twinge of pain in her wrist as the elderly woman grasped it. Yet she did not resist, understanding the elder's feelings. When her grandfather was gravely ill, her grandmother would spare no effort to fulfill his wishes, seeking to leave him without regrets. What time will you sell tomorrow? The elderly woman asked. Tomorrow, I likely won't have any either. The tomatoes were originally reserved by a vendor, but since they had an excess, I sold some on the street. Otherwise, I wouldn't have mentioned that the shop won't be here past this village. These aren't even mine. I'm merely helping an elderly person sell goods. Tomorrow, I will have vegetables and watermelons from the same place that produced today's tomatoes. There is none left? The old woman's eyes dimmed with disappointment. Grandpa Li, could you spare some for this elderly lady? Lu Yun could not bear to see the elder disheartened and broached the suggestion with Grandpa Li. I don't have much either, he replied. Li Daniu hesitated, having finally managed to acquire 3 portions, which he was reluctant to part with. Come on, brother. Share a bit with me. It's a good deed, he pleaded. The elderly lady's eyes brightened with anticipation as she gazed at him, yet Li Daniu lingered, unable to bear the thought of letting go. Is it true? More genuine than pearls. Last month, someone made a reservation in advance. I set aside a portion for him. And he also wanted some vegetables. I've told him to pick them up tomorrow. All right, I will share a portion. Finally, Li Daniu ceased his hesitation and rushed to his son's shop to retrieve a bag of tomatoes, which weighed a hefty 7¼ jing. After closing up his stall, Li Daniu felt a surge of exhilaration, pulling his little friend Lele into the shop. He first weighed his share, claiming 3 portions of each item, leaving him with 5 portions, totaling 37 jing. Seizing the opportunity, Mr. Li made a considerable profit, paying with a beaming smile. Hey, is it really necessary to bully me like this? All I wanted to say is, the more vegetables you can spare, the better. Li Daniu readily accepted the money. Well aware of Lele's character, he was clear-cut in business, and if he did not accept the payment, Lele would undoubtedly refrain from setting up his stall there the following day. Aunt Li sighed, placing her hand on her forehead. Was it truly appropriate for an elder to be so blunt? The 3 of them sat together, counting the money. Due to a shortage of small change, Aunt Li initially lent 100 yuan in coins, and after settling, they counted again. The tomatoes and cucumbers amounted to over 400 jing, totaling 4,730 yuan. With the bright red notes in hand, Li Yun's fingers trembled with excitement. It was her first time earning such a substantial sum all at once. With one more day of hard work tomorrow, her annual school expenses would be nearly covered. She was grateful for the space. Having space meant having a source of income. Gratitude is due to Grandpa Li, whose small stones have ushered her into a life of triumph. As a side note, Happy New Year to everyone. May the coming year bring you every success and endless joy. After a long absence from posting, I have returned with some updates. Does this not reflect my diligence and merit your praise? I humbly seek your commendation. Chapter 58. The prize having enjoyed a prosperous start. Li Daniu eagerly proclaimed a celebration for little Lele, leading to a midday feast at the restaurant, leaving them with greasy smiles. The journey from Jiudao Township to the county city takes approximately 3 hours. By the time Zhang Jing arrived, it was nearly 4 in the afternoon. After checking into a local inn and tidying up, she ventured out. The county lacks opulent villa districts, yet Yang Binbin has established a factory, purchasing land to construct a 3-story house resembling a villa. Yang Binbin has completed his university application online and now awaits Monday to collect his diploma. Accidentally stumbling upon an interview with a college entrance examination top scorer last night stirred an inexplicable wave of frustration within him, leaving him in physical discomfort. Consequently, he visited the county hospital again today, yet no diagnosis was made. The doctors insisted he was in good health, subtly suggesting he consult a psychologist, suspecting mental health issues. Reflecting on the words of Li Yun and Du Miaoshu only heightened his agitation, prompting him to change his name, transforming his goddess into an anonymous figure. As the ringing of his phone abruptly ceased, only to resume shortly thereafter, Yang, the campus heartthrob, stared at the Apple device in silence for nearly 30 seconds. He then picked up his phone and pressed the call button. An urgent voice came through. Yang Binbin, this is Zhang Jing. I'm in the county town, and I need to see you urgently. After Zhang Jing's first call went unanswered, she dialed again, feeling a twinge of anxiety, fearing the line would be disconnected. In her haste, she stumbled over her words, explaining her situation in a flurry. Following a prolonged silence from the other end, she finally heard a faint acknowledgement. After ending the call, Yang Binbin remained quiet for a full 3 minutes. Rising, he retrieved his wallet and left the room. On the ground floor, he encountered the housekeeper, instructing her to inform his mother that he had stepped out for a moment. Meanwhile, Zhang Jing attempted to reach Yang Binbin again, positioning herself at the entrance of the county sports plaza. The sweltering heat deterred anyone from playing in the open square, and she hesitated to bask in the sun, opting instead to wait beneath the shade of the roadside trees. Before long, a heavy vehicle navigated the intersection and came to a halt beside where Zhang stood. The driver, clad in a white t-shirt and jeans, donned a helmet. Upon recognizing the rider, Zhang Jing felt a rush of excitement. Yang Binbin, noticing her expression through the helmet's visor, seemed unaffected by the flattery of his peers, removing his helmet with a casual flick of his hair. Zhang Jing, what brings you here in such a hurry? He inquired. Displaying no signs of bashfulness, Yang maintained a stoic demeanor, his face devoid of a smile. Zhang Jing sensed his indifference and felt a flutter of nervousness. Swallowing hard before whispering, I would like you to introduce me to a few connections from the social scene. I need to teach someone a lesson. In the past, Yang Binbin would have unconditionally agreed, without needing to inquire, fully aware of who Zhang Jing sought to reprimand. However, now, an overwhelming sense of irritation engulfed him. He found himself pondering the unfamiliarity of the world around him. Suddenly, he felt a reluctance to speak the truth. Du Miaoshu was correct. He had become merely a backup option. When Zhang Jing required him, she approached him with candor, yet in her absence, she treated him with an air of indifference. How could this be? Zhang Jing could hardly believe her ears. Yang Binbin had never been like this previously. Regardless of whether she personally conveyed her sentiments or merely expressed her likes and dislikes to others, he would unconditionally adopt her aversions. You know them, she asserted, gathering her courage to gaze intently at Yang Binbin. 3 years ago, during the incident when Li Yun was assaulted on her way home from school, several of those involved were your acquaintances. 3 years ago, you had companions. It's inconceivable now. Before she could finish her thought, she noticed the darkening of Yang Binbin's expression, his eyes glinting with menace as they bore into her. Instinctively, she bit her tongue. 3 years prior, Li Yun had been in her 3rd year of middle school when she was ambushed and brutally beaten by a group, leaving her unconscious and hospitalized. The assailants had escaped, and the case remained unresolved. It wasn't until another incident occurred, when an individual, apprehended for a separate crime, inadvertently revealed details about the assault, that law enforcement was able to trace the 4 perpetrators involved in the violent attack on the student. However, they only identified a fraction of those responsible, as the 4 participants claimed there had been an additional group involved, whom they did not recognize. Yang Binbin fixed his gaze intently on Zhang Jing, only breaking the silence when she averted her eyes. 3 years ago, I assisted you, but why should I continue to come to your aid? You are neither my girlfriend nor a relative. Why should I repeatedly offer my help without compensation? If you wish to teach someone a lesson, you must find a way to do it yourself. In the recesses of his mind, he began to agree with Li Yun and Du Miaoshu. He had been foolish, willingly allowing himself to be used as a backup for years without gaining anything in return. He no longer wished to occupy that role. Yang, the campus heartthrob, donned his helmet, only to have his hand seized by another. He turned to find Zhang Jing gripping his hand tightly, her expression fraught with tension and determination. I'm staying at a hotel. Her lips quivered slightly, and her voice trembled. Was Zhang Jing attempting to employ her charm? A flicker of sarcasm crossed Yang Binbin's eyes as he came to a realization, responding with a curt agreement. Let us discuss it at your hotel. Upon entering the room, the first thing Yang Binbin did was switch on the air conditioner. Though the small hotel room was modest, it was equipped with the essentials. The cool air provided a refreshing relief. After basking in the breeze for a moment, he noticed Zhang Jing had not yet approached. He tossed the remote aside and, with a half-smile, sauntered toward her. After 3 years of selflessly playing the role of a backup and assistant, it was high time he collected his due. Zhang Jing, witnessing the expression on Yang Binbin's face, felt her eyes widen in fear, momentarily forgetting how to react. It seemed the situation was spiraling beyond her control. Previously, Yang Binbin had adored her so deeply that she believed their interactions would remain innocent, perhaps a hand-holding or a gentle kiss on the cheek. She never imagined he would compel her to do anything against her will. Yet today, his demeanor was decidedly different. Zhang Jing was terrified, yearning to scream. Yet Yang Binbin deprived her of the opportunity. Regret enveloped her, and she wished to retreat at the last moment. But alas, Yang Binbin offered no reprieve. Chapter 59. Do you sell Tang Seng's flesh? The summer night slipped away like water, and as the first light of dawn painted the eastern sky, the streets of Fong County began to buzz with life. Vendors, eager to partake in the early market, were either on their way or had already set up their stalls. The morning's vibrancy unfurled amidst the merchants' clamor and the chorus of crowing roosters and barking dogs. Those engaged in the breakfast trade rose at the break of dawn. So too did Li Wang and his wife, who were up by approximately 4:30. They stoked the coal stove, prepared soup, and placed the dumplings they had made the previous night into the steamer, ready to open their shop as daylight broke. On either side of the street, shops that sold meat and baked goods opened their doors early, while those peddling clothing typically commenced business only after 8:30. A glance down the street revealed few open establishments, with the dim glow of streetlights illuminating the bustling vegetable stalls and poultry vendors. His gaze fell upon his young student, Le Xiaodong, approaching on her tricycle, and he couldn't help but smile. Little Lele was indeed tenacious in her quest for the early market, likely having set out before dawn. He stood at the entrance, beaming as the young girl arrived, and rushed to assist her with parking. Little Lele, I spoke with the shopkeeper next door yesterday. You may use a bit of their space, provided it does not hinder the customers entering or exiting. Thank you, Uncle Li, Lu Yun exclaimed, nearly leaping with joy. The Li family shop specializes in breakfast, bustling with patrons in the early morning. They can occupy only half of the shop's front width, allowing room for a tricycle, although it poses a challenge for placing watermelons. If they could encroach upon the neighboring storefront, it would indeed be much more convenient. Early riser Li Daniu, who has come to assist, eagerly awaits as Xiao Lele delineates the space. Lu Yun leaps from the vehicle, swiftly laying down a plastic sheet on the ground, hurriedly unloading goods with the help of the Li couple. The vegetables, bundled neatly, are easily transported. A single embrace can carry a hefty load. In no time, all the produce is offloaded, and they begin unloading the eggplants from the tricycle. Grandpa Li organizes the greens, while Lu Yun makes another trip for watermelons. And the Li couple busies themselves with shop duties. As summer dawns, the sky begins to brighten just past 5 o'clock, with early market goers typically arriving after 5:40, providing ample time for vendors to arrange their goods. Li Yun scours for cardboard to scrawl a few words, placing it atop the tricycle and watermelons. She sets down the newly purchased digital scale on the ground. Everything is in place. While enjoying her breakfast, a commotion arises outside. Upon stepping out to investigate, she is astounded to find a long queue of over a dozen people, predominantly middle-aged and elderly. Spotting Le Xiaozhuang in line, they excitedly urge her on. All right, I shall commence weighing immediately. The naive smile on Lu Yun's face fades as she forgets her breakfast, swiftly positioning herself at the stall. She takes a handful of green beans and vegetables, placing them on the scale. These neatly bundled greens and beans are priced at 5 yuan per jing. For those who doubt, feel free to inspect at any time. If shortchanged, refunds are guaranteed. This is 5 yuan per jing, not 50 cents. We have indeed seen the words on the sign. I would like to have 5 bundles each of bok choy and celery, totaling 50 yuan. Here is your payment. If you doubt it, then do not come. I also desire 2 jin of eggplant, 3 bundles of bok choy akin to the green beans, which should amount to 40 yuan, correct? Yesterday, those who purchased cucumbers and tomatoes stealthily checked the weights to ensure they were adequate, and they were exceedingly pleased with the ample quantities and unparalleled quality. They had never savored such delectable cucumbers and tomatoes, which is why they arrived early this morning. Even though the vegetables are priced rather steeply, they feel compelled to buy some to taste, considering it an investment in experience should the fare not meet their expectations. Li Yun assumed her prices were high, resulting in few customers, yet to her surprise, each buyer was remarkably generous. She swiftly packaged the vegetables. Very well. 5 bundles of celery and bok choy for you. The greens were neatly tied for convenience. Only the eggplants needed weighing. One person could manage adequately, while Lu, like a little bee, flitted about joyfully, her smile radiant. Lidania hastily finished his breakfast and set off for work, taking his place beside the watermelon pile, where he was responsible for weighing. A few customers who initially intended to buy vegetables contemplated purchasing watermelons, but remained silent, observing Li's busyness. Upon seeing Lidania arrive, they directly called for the weighing of the watermelons, each one a vibrant green and round, differing only in size. Sales commenced just after 6, and by 8, the vegetables had all been sold out, leaving only a small heap of eggplants. Newcomers discovered the absence of greens and could only purchase eggplants, which were also gone within 20 minutes, leaving just a modest selection of watermelons. Little Lu thought that watermelons might not sell well and pondered whether to open a stall, contemplating the temptation of engaging in illicit activities. Before he could come to a conclusion, a throng of 7 or 8 individuals dragging shopping carts surged in, their voices rising in a cacophony. We'll take 3 watermelons. Is it possible to lift the purchase limit? 3 feels rather insufficient. We desire 5. Lidania was taken aback. Indeed, little Lu was a prodigy of fortune, effortlessly selling whatever he offered, evoking a twinge of envy in him. After attending to a group of loyal customers, only about a quarter of the watermelons remained. Lu Yun seized a moment to wipe away the sweat, only to hear a caustic female voice. 5 yuan per pound for watermelons? Do you think you're selling monk's flesh? Chapter 60. Following and provocation. Upon overhearing the sarcastic remarks, Lidania looked up to see a flamboyant woman approaching, her presence enveloped in an overpowering scent. Ma Yuanyuan nearly choked, casting a glance at the girl leaning against the wall. Who says I'm not here to shop? If I weren't shopping, what would I be doing standing here? Do you think I have nothing better to do? Ma Yuanyuan retorted sharply. Even if you wish to buy, I shan't sell to you. Your fragrance is far too strong. Please keep your distance and do not scare away my customers. What did you say? The customer is always right. Do you understand? Do you look down on people? Ma Yuanyuan bristled. Grandpa Li, see? I told you she was here to stir up trouble. In a normal transaction, she complains about the price. If I refuse to sell to her, she accuses others of looking down on her. Frankly, I do look down on homewreckers, especially those who sell their bodies and act as mistresses. You are slandering me. Ma Yuanyuan's face contorted in agony. She had previously engaged in a most disreputable trade, yet could not bear to have her past exposed. Shall I summon a few witnesses to corroborate? To speak candidly, there are several patrons from our village who frequently visit the city to reminisce with her. They share tales of her scandalous escapades, recounting how 2 men and a woman could spend a night for 200 yuan, sometimes even 100. Under the scrutiny of all, her disgraceful history was unveiled, causing her powdered face to tremble, and she dared not defend herself. Instead, she turned and fled. So she is a woman of ill repute? From that day forth, I shall never purchase anything from that fruit shop again, for the proprietress is a woman of dubious character, and the owner is no better. Coincidentally, a few elderly ladies approached. Witnessing Ma Yuanyuan's retreating figure, they spat in disdain. These women, frequent shoppers on the pedestrian street, naturally remembered the faces of certain shopkeepers. Lidania, infuriated, felt like leaping in anger. Had that woman not left on her own, he would have wielded a broom to expel her. Even after her departure, his ire lingered, concerned for young Lele, who might be led astray by such influences. The old man glared at the little girl, admonishing, Lele, you are a young lady. Do not heed the foul language of others, lest you soil your ears, understand? Oldly, why scold the child? It is that woman's shamelessness that is at fault. Indeed, women who play the role of a mistress are the most detestable. The elderly ladies who had previously scorned Ma Yuanyuan now cast disdainful glances at Lidania, while they themselves hurried to embrace watermelons. Stop glaring, and help us weigh these. I heard from my neighbor that your watermelons are delightful. I shall take 3. Lidania innocently found himself the target of mockery, glancing at the scale with a mix of disdain and amusement. In front of the Li family shop, an elderly man and a young boy busied themselves, while under the eaves of a building diagonally opposite, a girl and 4 men lingered by a shop front bearing a for rent sign, observing the comings and goings at the Li establishment from a distance. Are you referring to that short-haired girl? Inquired Shirtu, with his dyed blonde hair, addressing the sole female among them. They were merely acting on someone else's instructions, gathering intelligence before taking action. Indeed, Zhang Jing managed to squeeze out a word through clenched teeth. Heaven knows how much effort she exerted to restrain herself from rushing over to tear apart Lu Yun. Her animosity towards Lu Yun was palpable. Because of Lu Yun, she felt robbed of her first experience. If it weren't for the crowd, she would have charged out to confront the one with the surname Lu in a fierce struggle to the death. She had sacrificed her most cherished possession, only to be left with 4 hired hands brought by Yang Binbin. Shirtu said nothing further, having identified their target, and dispersed with his companions to watch closely. After sending off a few more customers, Li Daniu noticed the stern look on Grandpa Li's face and, intending to ease the tension, was about to console him when he spotted several individuals approaching. With a cheerful tone, he reminded, Grandpa Li, County Head Tang has arrived. Li Daniu was momentarily taken aback. What business did County Head Tang have here? As the elder pondered this, County Head Tang and 2 companions, all clad in short-sleeved white shirts and each pulling a small shopping cart, approached the Li family shop. Upon seeing the young student standing in front of the store, County Head Tang's eyes lit up with enthusiasm as he briskly approached, exclaiming, Good day, esteemed elder. Lu, the young scholar, I have arrived as promised. Young scholar Lu, we meet again. Congratulations on your remarkable achievements. Accompanying County Chief Tang were 2 individuals who, like him, once spent a mere 10-odd yuan on a single tomato. They greeted the young students with cheerful congratulations. Thank you, said Lu Yun, her radiant smile revealing a set of pearly white teeth. Li Daniu warmly shook hands with County Chief Tang and his companions, inviting them to sit in his shop. County Chief Tang, a true Epicurean, fixated on his own produce, exclaimed, Lu Zia's Wangjuan, where are my tomatoes, my cucumbers, my vegetables? Fearing that others might snatch them away, he had placed them at Uncle Li's house and planned to retrieve them. Lu Yun, beaming, dashed into the store. The 3 of them took the bags and weighed them without inspecting the goods. The fresh, clean scent of the tomatoes and cucumbers made their mouths water. The young students busily transported items, while County Chief Tang and his companions fumbled to weigh the bags, 20 pounds each of greens, celery, green beans, and eggplants. Lu Zia's Wangjuan, how could you be so stingy? You've only saved me such a meager amount. County Chief Tang lamented, feeling the pinch as he anticipated his share being divided. I've only set aside 1 portion for you, but if there are any left next time, I will reserve more for you, Lu Yun replied. Ha ha, it's a deal. We must keep our word. County Chief Tang laughed heartily before eagerly turning his attention to the few remaining watermelons. There are too few. It's not enough for each of us to have 3. Are there any more? If so, bring them out quickly. There were approximately 150 watermelons on the truck, but now only 5 remained, barely enough for the 3 of them to have 2 each. Li Yun swiftly ran to the store and brought out 4 watermelons from the reserve stock, ensuring that County Chief Tang and his companions each received 3. County Chief Tang and his 2 companions weighed their purchases, placing them into a shopping cart. After settling the payment, he urged them to notify him when stock was available again, expressing concern about potentially hindering their business. He exchanged a few words with Lu Xiaotong before bidding farewell. Chapter 61. Surveillance. Zhang Jing stood beneath the eaves, her gaze fixed on Lu Yun's thriving business, a tempest of anger swirling within her, her eyes gleaming with predatory intent. When County Chief Tang arrived at the Li family shop, Huang Mao Shirtu, who was accompanying Zhang Jing, flinched slightly, murmuring under his breath. The 3 who just arrived include County Chief Tang from Fang County. How can you assert she lacks connections? As a streetwise individual, Shirtu understood the importance of being acquainted with local figures. Navigating the streets bears resemblance to the ancient tales of bandits. It is said that officials and criminals do not mix. To survive in such an environment, one must grasp the rules and avoid crossing paths with authority figures. County Chief? Zhang Jing was momentarily taken aback. Why would the county chief come to support this? It must be mere coincidence. With Shirtu having gathered concrete information, he felt reassured. She was still a young maiden, and Yang Binbin showed no mercy owing to her inexperience, pushing her to her limits, leaving her utterly exhausted. Despite collecting his dues, Yang Binbin remained true to his word, rallying his associates from the underworld to confront Zhang Jing, instructing her to resolve her personal grievances independently. Previously, Zhang Jing had noticed Lu Yun frequently stationed outside the Li family shop, and this time, she instinctively considered that Lu Yun might be selling goods there. Driven by her singular purpose, to her astonishment, she found Lu Yun indeed present. Once Zhang Jing departed, Shirtu felt the atmosphere lighten considerably. He lazily ambled next door to purchase a cup of soy milk, standing to observe. Moments earlier, their group had scouted the area, noting that the merchandise was nearly sold out, and they would soon be wrapping up. Not long after, County Chief Tang returned home. Noticing that the short-haired young girl had closed her stall while an elderly man entered the shop, the young girl then boarded a tricycle and set off. Shirtu observed a companion following her, yet he remained unhurried, strolling leisurely. At around 8 o'clock, during the bustling peak of the market, especially on a Sunday, the streets were teeming with people. With such crowding, the vehicles moved slowly. Lian, driving her vehicle, felt an unsettling sensation as if someone were watching her. With her heightened awareness, she confirmed the position by glancing into the rearview mirror, quickly identifying the target. In the mirror, she spotted a young man with dyed hair. Adorned with multiple earrings, his appearance exuding a sense of unruliness, a typical street ruffian. What could this streetwise miscreant possibly want from her? A wave of suspicion washed over Liyun. Her heart filled with trepidation. Could it be that her thriving business had drawn envy, prompting someone to send this ruffian to teach her a lesson? As she pondered, she continued to observe through the rearview mirror, confirming that the young man was trailing her, maintaining a deliberate distance. The buildings lining the street were densely packed. Liyun maneuvered her vehicle for over 10 minutes, barely covering 100 meters, before turning into a narrow alleyway, making her way towards the rear of Li's shop. Navigating through the twists and turns of the alley, she glanced into the rearview mirror once more, realizing that the ruffian had followed her into the alley. Liyun felt assured that she was being watched, yet pretended to be oblivious. The youth with crimson hair trailed the young girl, who skillfully navigated her tricycle through the narrow spaces between the buildings, eventually turning into a courtyard and securing the door behind her. The red-haired man meandered through the courtyard, observing a young girl park her vehicle and enter the Li family shop through the back door. He exchanged information with his companions while idly wandering nearby. A young assistant was present, ensuring that the supply of dumplings and wontons remained steady. Li Wang managed the cooking, while Li Bo Nyang assisted in the preparations. When time permitted, she would help in filling the dumplings, and Li Denyo sat to the side, diligently handling the collection and change. The four of them were engrossed in their work, and after 9 o'clock, the peak hour had passed, alleviating the crowd within the shop. During a lull in the activity, Li Wang prepared a bowl of dumplings, garnished it with the appropriate condiments, and presented it to the cheerful student. Recalling that she had left her breakfast unfinished to come to work, Lu Yun had become acquainted with Li Denyo towards the end of her first semester in high school. The couple, aware of her studies in the county seat, had invited her to assist in the shop on weekends, offering a modest wage of 20 yuan a day for her labor. As they had grown familiar over time, when Lu wanted to set up her stall, Li Wang and his wife, along with Li Denyo, readily offered their support, and in turn, Lu would assist them, all without the need for formalities. That morning, before heading out to her stall, Lu had eaten some fruit from the pantry, feeling no hunger. Engrossed in her work, she had not paid attention to her appetite amidst the frenzy of activity. Now, with a moment of respite, the tantalizing aroma of the dumplings stirred her stomach, prompting her to seize her chopsticks and devour them ravenously. After finishing a bowl of dumplings, Lu beamed with joy, her smile nearly unable to contain itself. She hurried to a corner piled with items and handed 2 large bags to Li Bonyang, saying, "These are for you, along with a few watermelons. As a token of my appreciation for your hard work and for the stall expenses." "Is there really so much?" A couple exchanged knowing glances. Yesterday, their elderly father had proclaimed that an abundance of vegetables was most welcome, and today, little Lele presented them with 2 large bags. Li Daniu grinned broadly, his smile wide enough to reveal his teeth. "Haha, I love it. Next time I help someone sell goods, I shall return here to lend a hand." Upon hearing their father's words, Li Bonyang felt a bead of sweat form. Surely, their father had become somewhat addicted. She busily twisted vegetables to conceal them in the refrigerator, knowing well that what Lele had brought was undoubtedly of high quality, and they were reluctant to use it as mere side dishes for sale. Li Yun engaged in conversation with the 3 members of the Li family for a while, informing them of her intent to deliver money to the owner. With her backpack slung over her shoulder, she bid farewell and exited through the front door, strolling leisurely along the street. The sun elongated the shadows of the buildings. One side of the street offered shade while the other gradually succumbed to the sun's rays, compelling most pedestrians to seek refuge in the cooler areas. Shirtu sat in a cold drink shop, enjoying the breeze while receiving calls from his brothers, prompting him to join them. Upon his arrival, the brothers stationed at the back door of the Li family shop had also gathered. The four of them split into two groups, maintaining a distance that was neither too close nor too far, casually shopping while keeping pace with the crowd. A young girl wandered down the pedestrian street, reaching its end before crossing an intersection and traversing a narrow alley, venturing further away towards the outskirts of the town. Chapter 62. Give her a break. Fong County is steadily developing, and the town's landscape is ever-changing. However, the area surrounding the dilapidated cardboard factory remains dotted with many old, uninhabited houses, their structures crumbling and forlorn. The cardboard factory, notorious for its significant environmental pollution, relocated to a site 5 kilometers outside the town. Yet the road leading to the former factory still sees use. Sure too, where exactly is she headed? Accompanying the leader, sure too. The little red-haired girl felt an overwhelming sense of frustration. She seemed to deliberately choose the less-traveled paths. What could this mean? Who could possibly know? Shirtu also sensed something peculiar, as if the young girl intentionally led them to a secluded area. But could that truly be the case? He found it hard to believe she had detected their presence, given their level of expertise. Moreover, the employer had never met her. She was no oracle, incapable of unveiling their existence. On the rural roads, pedestrians were scarce, with most travelers opting for bicycles. On the county road, a quartet of backpackers pedaled vigorously from the outskirts toward the town, their legs strong and their wheels clattering with fervor. The gray helmets glimmered in the sunlight, and the cycling team exuded a spirited vitality. The free-spirited riders kept to the right, largely oblivious to the girl and the young man behind her on the opposite side of the road. Yet, among them, a middle-aged man began to ponder, secretly observing the solitary short-haired girl across the street. He appeared to be in his 30s, with a fair complexion and a gentle demeanor, though a half-inch scar marred the elegance of his left eye, detracting from his otherwise handsome appearance. As Yanxing kept an eye on the girl across the road, he slowed his pace, struck by how strikingly similar she appeared to the powerful little girl he had encountered before. After cycling for about 100 meters, his gaze ignited like a torch. This girl was undeniably that formidable little sprite. The memory of being kicked by her on Shinnong Mountain flooded back, and he couldn't help but feel a shiver of apprehension. That little powerhouse was truly fearsome, and he had narrowly escaped a painful experience. A man, embodying the essence of masculinity, stands tall and resolute. He is not one to harbor pettiness. However, should anyone endure the humiliation of being struck in the groin and still manage to wear a smile, he would undoubtedly honor them with a banner of commendation. The world can be a small place, and the corners of fate often bring unexpected encounters. As he grins with a mischievous smirk, he finds himself face to face with that formidable little girl, a circumstance that echoes the adage of stumbling upon fortune when least expected. He had previously vowed, should he capture her again, to ensure she faced dire consequences. In his mind, he had envisioned torturing the memory of that strong-willed child countless times. Yet, he never anticipated such a swift reunion. The heavens have conspired in his favor, and the moment for retribution has arrived. With a swift motion, Yanxing engaged the brakes, causing his bicycle to glide to a halt with grace. The sound of the brakes prompted other riders to pause in their tracks. "Captain," as he halted, Hu Yong glanced toward the leader. Upon meeting the captain's gaze, he felt an urge to conceal his face. He found the captain's makeup to be rather distasteful. Despite possessing a beauty that could captivate nations, the captain insisted on presenting herself in such an exaggerated manner, rendering their appearance somewhat unseemly. "You all go ahead. I need to find a place to relieve myself. I will contact you afterward." Observing the expressions of his teammates, Yanxing knew they were once again grappling with their captain's unconventional appearance. For those like them, engaged in tasks that required anonymity, altering one's appearance was not an uncommon necessity. Constantly bearing one's own visage in a single location could easily lead to recognition, hence the need for a transformation. "All right, we shall proceed ahead." The three young men, fully aware of the situation, hastily departed on their bicycles. In this world, one could engage in myriad pursuits. Yet one paramount rule remained. Never accompany the captain when nature calls, lest one find oneself in a dire predicament, lamenting one's own foolishness. The robust youths pedaled with fervor, speeding away with an agility surpassing that of a rabbit. As they vanished from sight, Yanxing turned his bicycle around, casting his gaze across the street where a short-haired girl diverged from the main road, veering towards a secluded path. He leisurely pedaled against the flow, contemplating how to deal with the peculiar girl when he noticed a group of dyed-haired youths trailing her closely. A sharp glint flickered in Yanxing's eyes. Years of reconnaissance had trained him to recognize that these youths were indeed shadowing the little girl. This revelation incited a wave of fury within him. The girl was his quarry, and before he had even made his move, someone dared to encroach upon his territory? With a chilling smirk, he muttered under his breath, seeking death. Just as he resolved to cross the street, his phone rang ominously, compelling him to check the caller ID. It was one of his team members. Upon answering, his expression shifted slightly. "What did you say?" "All right, I'll be there immediately." After ending the call, Yanxing shot a fierce glare at the peculiar girl and the youths across the street, then swiftly turned his bicycle towards the county town, urgency propelling him forward. He decided to temporarily spare the girl. She would return, revealing that she was not from Fong County, but rather from a neighboring region. He would settle the score with her when time permitted. A frenzied rush to the vehicles ensued, swiftly catching up with the three who had departed earlier. Hu Yong and his comrades parked their cars by the roadside, awaiting their captain. The streets were sparsely populated, and no one recognized anyone else. Ensuring that no conversations would be initiated, Yanxing brought the vehicle to a halt and inquired about the situation. "Is there an urgent matter?" "The captain. There has been a communication breakdown with Team Lu. Number 2 passed away unexpectedly last night and was discovered this morning. Officially, it is reported as a sudden cardiac arrest, but there are suspicions that drug injections may have caused this abrupt demise." Hu Yong conveyed the recent information he had received to the captain. "Team Lu suspects that outside assistance has traced the situation back to us. It's not merely suspicion. It is almost a certainty that they have uncovered some evidence and are pursuing us." "What is the status of numbers 1, 3, 6, 11, and 12? Yanxing's gaze was sharp, colder than that of a wolf. "Team Lu has indicated that they are currently under control. You are responsible for closely monitoring numbers 5 and 7. I will take those stationed here and head over to Team Lu to facilitate a personnel exchange." "Understood." Hu Yong and the others responded quietly, leaping into their vehicle. The four sped towards the county town with great urgency. Shirtu and his companions followed the young girl, observing her as she entered a private, abandoned plot of land adjacent to the cardboard factory, where construction had halted after only a portion of a wall had been erected. "What on earth is she doing?" The red-haired member felt an inexplicable chill as he watched the girl venture into the derelict site. "Could it be a ghost? Let us investigate." Shirtu was the first to dash towards the forsaken property. The employer had stipulated that the task must be completed by the following day, having accepted payment. They were bound to fulfill their agreement. Chapter 63. Let us discuss life. Though Shirtu and his companions were adept at brawling, they were ill-suited for the rigors of long-distance running. After barely 200 meters, they were left panting heavily. The four of them paused momentarily to catch their breath before boldly striding towards the dilapidated old house, overgrown with weeds, nestled against the wall. Upon entering the building, they were taken aback. The structure possessed only a fragment of a dilapidated wall, while the floor was strewn with gravel. Wild grass seeds that had flown and had taken root and flourished. The short-haired girl they had pursued around in circles stood leisurely within the ruins, a radiant smile adorning her face, her lips curved upward in delight. The four young men suddenly felt a chill creep into their hearts. As Lu Yun, in a splendid mood, greeted them cheerfully, she remarked, "You finally caught up. To be honest, your speed leaves much to be desired. I was moving so slowly. Yet you couldn't keep up. It's evident your physical fitness is lacking. You must engage in more training henceforth." The four of them felt a sudden chill run down their spines, beads of cold sweat forming on their backs. "You had already noticed us. So you deliberately lured us out here?" The doubts that had lingered in Shida's mind were confirmed. He narrowed his eyes, recalling how Brother Yang had mentioned that the little girl was quite fierce in a fight. Did she intend to take on four opponents? "I could tell you were not too bright," Li Yun remarked, her gaze particularly piercing as she regarded the four young men. Perceiving them as nothing more than human punching bags, free of charge, the elder remarked that those skilled in the arts possess great courage. Ever since she acquired her spatial enhancement, she has been consuming spatial products daily, feeling as robust as an ox. Yet, she has had no opportunity to truly test her prowess. Just as fortune would have it, someone presented themselves as a target for her to practice on, and how could she not be exhilarated? "When did you discover this?" Stone inquired while subtly signaling to his companions, as the four of them began to encircle the little girl. "I realized it when you were tailing me to the back door of the breakfast shop," Lu Yun replied, her excitement palpable as she clenched her fists. Her keen senses had detected that she was still being watched upon leaving the Li family's establishment. Uncertain of who had taken an interest in her, she deliberately took a few convoluted routes to confirm that her pursuers had not abandoned the chase, all the while leading them to a secluded area. With a few unruly youths approaching her for a confrontation, she felt it would be remiss to not teach them a lesson, a disservice to the people and the party. Lu Yun resolved to give these four ruffians a proper lesson before engaging them in more philosophical discussions about life. Upon witnessing the little girl's smile, Stone and his companions felt a chill run down their spines. The tension was palpable. They could not back down now. Despite their hesitation, they had revealed their faces, and a confrontation was inevitable. In an instant, they launched their assault, kicking, punching, and striking at her from all directions. "Bring it on," Lu Yun exclaimed, charging toward the leader of the group, undeterred by their blows. The four young men, with their dyed hair and streetwise demeanor, attacked with ferocity, showing no mercy simply because their target was a young girl. In that moment, Lu Yun entered an extraordinary state, even without the need to see. She could sense the incoming fists and feet, estimating their distance and determining precisely how to evade them. With an extraordinary sense of perception, she deftly evaded a punch, swiftly grasping a person's foot and seizing their ankle with force, lifting them effortlessly before flinging them away. The onlookers barely comprehended her actions as a youth with orange-dyed hair was hurled against the wall. A girl, seemingly as innocent as an elementary school student, effortlessly launched a young man into the air as if tossing aside a mere straw. Should anyone have witnessed this spectacle, their eyes would surely widen in disbelief. Having dispatched one opponent, she executed a powerful kick to another youth's midsection, then spun gracefully to evade an incoming strike. With a swift and forceful punch, she sent yet another young man sprawling. In a seamless flow of motion, she seized the arm of the ringleader, executing a decisive shoulder throw that sent him crashing to the ground. Each maneuver unfolded with the elegance of drifting clouds. The first youth, forcefully propelled, collided heavily with the red brick wall, letting out a pained howl before tumbling to the ground. The one who received the kick staggered several steps, his legs trembling, before collapsing onto his knees. The youth who endured the punch felt a sharp pain radiating from his face, the world around him spinning into darkness as he staggered backward until he collided with the wall to regain his footing. Stone, having clearly seen his hand strike the little girl, was bewildered by the absence of impact. Instead, he found his arm captured, leaving him no time to escape. The world around him turned upside down, and he fell backward onto the ground, the rough gravel digging painfully into his back. Just as he attempted to rise, a heavy foot pressed down on him, forcing him back to the ground, the grit almost penetrating his flesh, eliciting a cry of agony. In the past, he had felled dozens, if not hundreds, of opponents, always standing triumphantly over others. Yet now, he found himself brought low by a mere little girl, who had the audacity to stand on his foot. Though the two men had dismissed her as a simple country girl, it was they who had been vanquished. A single thought coursed through Shida's mind. He had been duped. The red-haired youth, leaning against the wall, shook his head several times to dispel the dizziness, only to find that one of his brothers lay motionless on the ground while another was kneeling, contorted in agony, with the little girl's foot firmly planted on his head. A chill crept down Shida's spine, rendering his limbs unresponsive. It was utterly surreal. Cold sweat dripped from the red-haired youth, yet he dared not exhale, wishing he could faint, but his mind remained painfully alert. Four ruffians had entered the fray. One had lost consciousness, another was immobilized, and a third was literally underfoot, leaving the one propped against the wall with little fighting spirit, effectively a total rout. Come, let us discuss life. Tell me, what brought you here? How much were you paid?" Lu Yun pressed down hard on the belly of the scruffy man beneath her foot, her laughter ringing with delight. Having a golden opportunity was splendid. It required no effort to subdue others. Ah, how she relished the prospect of wielding her power for righteous deeds in the future. Shirtu clenched his teeth, saying nothing. There were rules in their line of work, and he could not betray his employer. Not willing to speak. "Let me pose another question. Do you know my surname?" Shirtu was bewildered. "What did your surname matter to us? All we need to remember is your face, and we shall have our chance to teach you a lesson. The individuals who summoned you to confront me evidently failed to inform you of my identity. I am Lu, a student from the 3rd high school, and I proudly hold the title of this province's top scorer in the college entrance examination this year. A teacher from Qingda is currently awaiting my decision regarding my university applications. Tell me, if I were to report this incident to the authorities, Would it not send shockwaves through the community to discover that someone has bribed thugs to assassinate the top scorer? Or perhaps I could accuse you of robbery. Would the county police and city police not strip you of everything you hold dear? They would surely dig deep to unearth the mastermind behind this heinous act to quell public outrage. My surname is Liu, and I am the top scorer. Shida's eyes widened in astonishment. Each year, the newly crowned top scorers draw immense attention, and at this moment, they have foolishly chosen to assault one, only to be swiftly subdued. If apprehended, they would not only face severe consequences, but also suffer greatly. His mind was a whirlwind of dread. They had landed themselves in a dire predicament. Chapter 64. Money is not easily earned regret. The young girl revealed her identity, causing Shirtu to feel as if he had been doused with a bucket of icy water in the dead of winter, leaving him chilled to the bone. They had indeed encountered an insurmountable obstacle, one that was searingly hot. Now you understand that you have been deceived, do you not? Lu Yun observed the ashen face of the scruffy thug, her spirits lifted. Let us continue our discussion about life. Tell me who commissioned the murder and how much they paid you. I do not comprehend what you are saying. We have made a mistake. Shirtu and Hongmao trembled inwardly, gritting their teeth in steadfast denial. Although they were streetwise, they understood the gravity of the situation. To divulge their employer would not only breach the unspoken code of their world, but would also equate to a confession of being hired to commit a crime. If apprehended, they would likely find themselves incarcerated for several months, at the very least. The little girl, with her fair complexion and delicate features, possessed bright eyes and a sweet smile. However, to Shirtu and Hongmao, her smile appeared as terrifying as a ghostly figure draped in red from a horror film, causing them to swallow hard in trepidation. Shirtu quietly grasped a small stone from the ground, secretly contemplating whether there was a chance to turn the tables. Noticing the furtive movements of the scruffy-haired boy, Liyun's gaze turned cold. She swiftly pivoted and brought her foot down with force, striking the back of his hand with a resounding crack. Ah! The sharp pain of the stone embedding itself into flesh elicited a wretched howl from Shirtu, reminiscent of a pig's cry. If he wished to keep his hand intact, he would do well to refrain from such underhanded antics. Liyun firmly pressed down on the paw he had extended, asserting that those who roam the streets without fear of retribution tend to prey on the weak. Only when faced with someone more ruthless than themselves would they be inclined to show fear. The ground beneath them was littered with stones the size of fingers, and as Shida's hand was pinned, the pressure above combined with the sharp edges below pierced deeply into his flesh, leaving him with the sensation that his bones were being crushed, an agony that caused him to convulse. Hongmao, initially intent on seizing an opportunity to ambush the girl, was paralyzed by the horror of Shidu's cries, his eyes filled with terror at the realization of her ferocity. I didn't. Shirtu, drenched in cold sweat and his muscles tense, felt his very core tremble. Though he had experienced pain in previous fights, nothing compared to the torment he endured that day. When he heard the suggestion of being spared, tears of gratitude welled in his eyes, but upon learning that they were to receive a lesson, his heart nearly leapt from his throat in fear. Just as he was about to plead for mercy, he saw the girl produce a phone and aim it at his face for a photograph. Instantly, he fell silent. Being taken to the authorities and receiving a beating seemed a gentler fate than the prospect of what lay ahead. He watched as the little girl struck each of them in the face, knowing she had memorized their features, and that should they cross her path again, she would settle both old and new scores. He cursed the woman surnamed Zhang bitterly, blaming her for bringing such a calamity upon them. His heart burned with fury, yet it was too late for regret. The little girl seized him, raining down punches upon him with relentless ferocity. The sight of a seasoned street fighter being mercilessly assaulted by a seemingly defenseless young girl was as bizarre as it was striking. Red Hair stood dumbfounded, nearly forgetting his surroundings. Gripped by the collar, Stone felt an overwhelming pressure descend upon him, suffocating him, as fists collided with his face, producing a cacophony of painful thuds. He cried out in agony. Lu Yun swung her tiny fist like a child striking a punching bag, delivering blow after blow, landing over a dozen punches that left the scruffy-haired thug's face a mottled mess of bruises. She discarded him carelessly, as if he were nothing more than a piece of straw, and marched toward Red Hair. Upon seeing the approaching girl, he was gripped by fear, paralyzed and trembling, uttering, "I was wrong." His words, though seemingly considerate of the small-time thugs, sent chills down the spines of those involved. Red Hair, paralyzed by terror, did not dare flee and thus endured a brutal beating at the hands of the little girl. The remaining two were likewise unable to escape their fate. Lu Yun repeated her method, delivering a barrage of punches to the one who had been kicked into submission and was still dazed. Poor fellow. He was roused from unconsciousness only to be met with darkness again, his vision fading as he lost consciousness once more. After delivering a thorough beating to the four ruffians, the gloom in Li Yun's heart dissipated entirely. She felt a remarkable improvement in her martial arts skills. The exhilaration of striking her opponents was simply delightful. Alas, your frail bodies could scarcely withstand my full force. As a gesture of mercy, I shall refrain from reporting this incident. But remember to be more vigilant in the future. Do not allow yourself to be duped while aiding the very ones who betray you. Lu, with a playful fist wave directed at the three terrified thugs, elegantly exited the dilapidated building, her spirits soaring. Stone, what shall we do now? Red-haired one, nursing his throbbing face, grimaced as he queried his leader. Stone, with one hand bloodied and his face marred by bruises of various hues, spat in frustration. To the hospital for treatment, then seek out young Master Yang. We have been deceived. The information provided was false. They promised a simple country girl. Yet have you ever encountered a rural maiden with such prowess? This level of betrayal is inexcusable. Had I known the truth, I would have rather eaten dirt than accept this job. Red-haired trembled, relieved that despite the beating they endured, their injuries were not severe. The two supported each other, leaving the abandoned site to make a call for their comrades to drive them to the hospital. Chapter 65. From Joy to Sorrow. Second update. The four ruffians faced a dismal defeat, ending in a pitiful state. Lu, having tested her skills against the small-time thugs, was in high spirits, exhilarated by the thrill of combat. This morning, in her haste to reach the early market, she awoke without paying attention to her surroundings. It was only now that she realized the well had been half submerged overnight. Lu Yun was momentarily stunned. She had been exhilarated after reprimanding the little rascal. But now it felt as though a bucket of cold water had been poured over her on a frigid winter day, leaving her chilled to the bone. Why had this occurred? Why had the space expanded, and what had caused it to contract? She struggled to comprehend, her mind swirling in confusion. Standing there, furrowing her brow in contemplation, she pondered for what felt like an eternity without arriving at a conclusion, muttering to herself, "The well, the water." Suddenly, a spark of realization jolted her. If the well was submerged, then the water would be lost. Water must be preserved. With the urgency to collect water, she assessed her possessions. There were flower pots and various utensils, yet no proper containers for holding water. She hesitated, sensing the outside world, and a wave of apprehension washed over her as she wiped the sweat from her brow. There were people outside, and if she recklessly dashed out, she might be seen and captured like a lab rat. After waiting for about 10 minutes until the nearby individuals had moved away, she hurried outside, standing in the sunlight, relieved to find no one around. With water conservation in mind, Lu Yun hurried towards the general goods street, her heart set on buying a bucket. She successfully procured 10 titanium alloy buckets, haggling them down to 20 yuan each at wholesale. Seizing the right moment, she swiftly concealed the buckets in her space and dashed to another shop, purchasing more and stashing them away. She repeated this process at 4 different stores before racing to another street, where she found an inn, booked a room, and entered the bathroom to wash the buckets with tap water. The water in her space was far too precious to waste. Thoroughly cleanse all the barrels twice, ensuring they are spotless, then securely lock the door to the room and enter the space. Without pause, draw water from the well to fill 40 barrels, stacking them upon the foundation stones of the flower bed. She felt it was still insufficient. If the well were to be submerged by the white mist, it remained uncertain how long it would take for the true visage of Lushan to re-emerge. The well water, imbued with spiritual energy, was vital for nurturing plant growth, necessitating ample storage. While classmate Lu diligently cultivated in the space, Shirtu and Hongmao tended to their wounds. Despite suffering considerable blows, their injuries were merely superficial. A stroke of fortune amidst misfortune. Upon Yang Binbin's arrival at the hospital, Hongmao and the others had completed their x-rays, and the rest were bandaged. However, Shirtu was still in the process of cleaning his wounds, as his hand had been scraped by gravel, embedding fine particles of sand and dirt into the flesh. Though their injuries were external, stained in hues of red, orange, and pale gold, the 3 ruffians resembled battered pigs, their appearances quite forlorn, which startled Yang, the campus heartthrob. "Yang Xiao, spare us the words. Your girlfriend has led us into a dire predicament." She claimed to be merely a little girl, yet she is evidently a master in combat, her skills surpassing even those of the police. She took on 4 of us single-handedly, knocking us down in an instant. Moreover, Yang Xiao, she is aware that you and your girlfriend instigated us. She mentioned that a teacher from Qingda is currently in the county and, in her desire to avoid bringing shame upon the county, has chosen not to report this incident to the authorities. She sent a message stating that this is her final act of tolerance towards you. Any further transgressions will result in consequences for which you alone will be accountable. The stone's hand was wrapped in gauze, resembling a pig's trotter, and his face was swollen like a pig's head, coated in ointment. When he spoke, any mention of his injury caused him to grimace in pain. He harbored resentment towards Yang Xiao for concealing the truth, yet he refrained from confronting him. For Yang Xiao had always been generous in the past. Even though he had been deceived once, he felt compelled to preserve Yang Xiao's dignity. With a sharp intake of breath, he was struck by a chilling thought. Did Lu Yun know that he and Zhang Jing had instigated someone to attack her? 3 years ago, was she aware of his involvement? Suddenly, a shiver ran down his spine. If she had known of his complicity all along and chose not to expose him, then such a young individual possessed an unsettling depth of cunning. The mere prospect of retribution sent a cold sweat trickling down his back, compelling him to abandon such dark musings. He sincerely apologized to Stone and the others, asserting that he had no knowledge of the girl's martial prowess and explicitly stating that he had no connection with Zhang Jing. He assured them that should they encounter Zhang Jing in the future, they need not feel obliged to extend her any courtesy on his behalf. Though the summer days are long, they inevitably come to an end. The sun tilted towards the west, quickly sinking beneath the horizon. The sunset faded, giving way to twilight, which enveloped the world in a hazy gloom. After tirelessly toiling in the space for an entire afternoon, Lu Yun emerged as the light dimmed. She took a shower in the guest room's bathroom, locked the door behind her, and stepped outside. The sky was shrouded in dusk, night had yet to fall, and the streets were filled with hurried passers-by. Chapter 66. Sister, I've been waiting for you for so long. Chapter 67. Unexpected windfall. Lu Yun's mood was rather gloomy as she ventured out to indulge in breakfast. Afterward, she took the bus to the 3rd high school. Upon entering the school, she encountered a teacher who, before she could utter a greeting, beamed at her with a broad smile, leaving her momentarily speechless. Lu Yun spotted her classmate, Du Miaoshu, dashing towards her with the speed of a sprinter. A dark line of annoyance appearing on her forehead. That person always seemed so cheerful every single day. It was truly enviable. Du Miaoshu rushed up to her petite desk mate, enveloping her in a warm embrace. Lu Xiaonyo, I've missed you dearly. After a playful nuzzle, she lowered her voice conspiratorially. Lu Xiaonyo, your figure has certainly grown more ample. Not at all, Lu Xiaola replied. Let me tell you. Yang Xiaoqiao has scored 528 on the college entrance exam. I just saw the list, and his face turned quite pale. Moreover, Zhang Jing only managed 394, so she can only attend a 3rd-tier university. Huang Yali performed well, securing a place in a 2nd-tier school. Don't you think this news is quite delightful? Du Miaoshu, still holding her adorable classmate, joyfully shared the news. Those two had often looked down upon Lu Xiaonyo and her, particularly Zhang Jing, who was an exceptional student in the humanities but fell to a 3rd-rate institution in the examination. This turn of events must surely infuriate Zhang Jing. Zhang Jing only made it to the 3rd-tier line. No wonder I haven't seen her mother around lately. Nor have I heard her boasting to my neighbors about Zhang Jing's accomplishments. Previously, Zhang Jing's mother had claimed that her daughter was destined for prestigious schools like Beijing University. Now, faced with this reality, she must be quite embarrassed. Lu Yun was momentarily delighted, reminiscing about how Zhang Jing's mother once boasted about her daughter's academic prowess, claiming she would surely gain admission to prestigious institutions like Beijing University or Qingdao University, and that she was already saving for her daughter's college tuition. However, when the results were released, Zhang Jing had failed to even meet the minimum threshold for a 1st-tier university, a slap in the face that could not be more resounding. As she spoke, her keen senses detected Zhang Jing's presence concealed behind a camphor tree in the flower bed, which piqued her curiosity about why Zhang was avoiding the spotlight. It became evident that she was too ashamed to face anyone. Du Miaoshu persuaded her classmate Lu to witness the honor roll, and upon reaching the esteemed list, they were thrilled to see their peer achieving remarkable success. Lu felt genuine joy for her friend, while Du insisted on treating their classmate to lunch as a token of appreciation. Cursed be Lu Yun and Du Miaoshu. Zhang Jing overheard their conversation, her face turning an ashen hue with indignation. Had those who failed to meet the standards truly been spared? Lu Yun appeared far from the type to engage in confrontations, which only fueled Zhang Jing's frustration. She attempted to call Yang Binbin, but once again, her calls went unanswered, infuriating her to the point of wanting to hurl her phone. Seeing more classmates flocking towards the honor roll, she hastily covered her face and exited the school in a rush, knowing that seeking out a teacher at this juncture would only invite ridicule from her peers. The former top student failing to meet the first-tier standards had become a farcical tale she could not bear to confront. With urgency, she slipped out of the school premises, eager to distance herself. Principal Huang and Luo Ban, along with others, were in particularly high spirits, as early that morning, reporters from Qingdao University, the municipal radio station, and the county radio station had already arrived, eagerly awaiting the illustrious Lu. As Lu Yun arrived at the school office building just past 8 o'clock, she was greeted warmly by the teachers who were either preparing to head to class or distributing graduation certificates and materials to the college-bound students. The teachers' eyes sparkled with admiration at the sight of the young scholar, akin to wolves eyeing their prey, as Lu had recently brought home the prestigious title of top student. In the days leading up to this moment, the teachers from the first and second high schools had been consumed with envy, while the third high school's educators finally felt a sense of vindication upon seeing Lu, as if they had stumbled upon a treasure they longed to savor. Overwhelmed by the teacher's enthusiastic reception, Lu Yun smiled broadly, her facial muscles nearly stiffening with joy. After much effort, she managed to escape and dash to the second floor, seeking refuge in the principal's office. The two groups of reporters, along with Principal Huang and Teacher He, greeted the perspiring student with warm smiles. The teachers powered on their computers and accessed the admissions homepage, eagerly awaiting Li's login to her personal account. Unable to resist their hospitality, Lu graciously logged in amidst the adoration of those around her and completed her application with determination. Upon witnessing Lu submit her choices, Teacher He finally felt a wave of relief wash over him. His presence in the office was partly motivated by a fear that Lu might change her mind at the last moment and consider other schools. Although she had filled in all her parallel preferences, he was not worried about other institutions snatching her up, as her first choice was Qing University. Her application would be directed there first, and only if she were not accepted would it be sent elsewhere. After Lu completed her application, Principal Huang and Teacher Luo approached her with the forms, their smiles so wide that their eyes nearly disappeared. "Lu, our top student, please sign your name here," they urged. The reporters also exchanged knowing glances, readying themselves for an on-site interview. What a splendid opportunity this was. The expressions of the teachers were quite tumultuous as Lu Yun hesitantly accepted the paper, glancing down only to be met with a cascade of capitalized question marks in her mind. What is this? It was a financial statement provided by Principal Huang and class leader Luo, revealing several substantial sums deposited into her student card. The first amount was 20,000 yuan allocated by the Provincial Education Bureau, followed by another 20,000 from Shishir, 10,000 from Fang County, and 13,000 from the third high school. The sudden influx of such a significant sum left Lu Yun utterly astounded. "Lu Yun, these are bonuses. Each year, the top scorer in the provincial college entrance examination receives 20,000 yuan, and each city offers a specific reward amount. Shishir has set a prize of 20,000 for its top scorer, while our county, with limited financial resources, awards 10,000. The third high school, also facing budget constraints, contributes 13,000. In previous years, the top 3 students received 3,000 for first place, 2,000 for second, and 1,000 for third, totaling 13,000 from the school." Lu Yun, momentarily stunned, soon felt her entire face illuminate with joy. "Teacher, is this for real?" She was aware that there were bonuses for top scorers, but never anticipated such a staggering amount. 20,000 from the province, 20,000 from the city, 10,000 from the county, and 13,000 from the school, totaling 63,000 yuan. This windfall was akin to a timely blessing, as it would cover her university expenses without the need for loans. Overwhelmed with joy, her heart raced wildly as happiness arrived with exhilarating swiftness. Chapter 68. Guess what good fortune awaits. Money can indeed move mountains. Lu Yun finally comprehended why the top students across various provinces were so fervently vying to be the champions of the college entrance examination. The prospect of such substantial rewards was undeniably alluring, and it was often said that knowledge has the power to transform one's destiny. Excelling in academics could lead to financial bonuses, thereby altering the economic circumstances of their families. With such windfall at hand, What was there to hesitate about? Overcome with excitement, the exuberant student, Lu, swiftly signed her name on the ledger. Meanwhile, teacher he was intending to log onto the school's admissions website to check whether the elementary school student files from E-Province had been submitted. Just then, his phone rang. As he answered the call, he nodded in acknowledgement, his smile widening with each passing moment. Once the call concluded, his grin was so broad that it left barely a slit for his eyes. Lu, the school has received the student files, and the admission letter will be sent via air. It should arrive in Fong County by this afternoon. Lu Yun exclaimed in astonishment. Is there truly a need for such haste? She had already filled out her preferences, and she had no intention of absconding. Upon reflection, she felt quite pleased. To be honest, had the letter been sent through the postal service, she would have harbored some anxiety, fearing that her admission letter might be tampered with by certain individuals. It wasn't that she was overly cautious, but rather that Lu harbored a lack of trust in a particular staff member at the local post office. The postal worker in question was Zhang Jing's uncle, a rather petty-minded individual. He had previously harbored a grudge against Zhang's family due to a dispute with a neighbor, and upon being incited by his sister, he had withheld several letters and packages belonging to that family. Although the matter eventually came to light, and he faced disciplinary action, he was not dismissed from his position. Zhang Jing's mother had always looked upon the Lu family with disdain, often seeking opportunities to belittle and criticize them. If the admission letter were to arrive in the town, there was little doubt that the postal worker might entertain some mischievous thoughts. The reporters conducted a brief interview, while Robin proceeded to the classroom to distribute graduation certificates and necessary materials to his peers, assisting those who had questions regarding their college applications. Lu Yun chose not to linger in the classroom or the principal's office, instead slipping away to the county center. There, she swiftly visited the industrial and commercial bank to open 2 new cards, both debit and credit, transferring 50,000 from her student card to the new accounts, and activating mobile banking and Alipay. With great joy, she continued her quest for various items she needed. Lu, now a shopping enthusiast, eventually met up with her friend, Du. Around noon, Du expressed immense gratitude towards her classmate for helping her highlight important points in their studies. As it was thanks to Lu that she had ascended to the 3rd position in the science track at their school, becoming an unexpected achiever, much to the pride of her family. With this commendable ranking, Du was awarded 1,000 yuan and insisted on treating her classmate to a celebratory meal. However, Lu was aware that Du's family was not particularly affluent and deemed it inappropriate to indulge in extravagance. They opted for a casual dining experience at a fast food restaurant, where they enjoyed a hearty meal before continuing their shopping spree, reveling in their happiness, especially as they learned of Zhang Jing's less-than-stellar exam results, which prompted them to unkindly express a sense of schadenfreude. In the presence of the reporters and the school's leadership, teacher he personally handed Lu her acceptance letter, conveying heartfelt hopes for her future. He urged her to remain true to her aspirations and to continue embodying the resilient spirit that would lead her to even greater achievements. Lu Yun solemnly accepted the green envelope containing her acceptance letter, her heart swelling with ambition. A beautiful era belonging to her was on the verge of unfolding. She was determined to reach the pinnacle of the medical field, and at that time, who would dare to disregard her and her father's struggles as a father and daughter duo? When she becomes the most exceptional doctor, who would dare to undermine the essence of traditional Chinese medicine? The notification has arrived, and the reporters bear witness to this historic moment, embarking on a long-anticipated interview that lasts a full half-hour. The radiant joy on my daughter's fair and plump face is infectious, even bringing a smile to my father's lips as he quips, "Has my little cotton-padded jacket struck gold?" "Ah, Dad, how astute you are, you guessed it right," she exclaims in delight, causing my father to break into a sweat. "Is it truly so?" He stammers, incredulous. "Indeed, Dad, today I found over 60,000 yuan. Do you think it warrants a celebration?" 60,000? My father, resembling a malfunctioning tape recorder, stutters, beads of cold sweat forming on his brow. "My little cotton-padded jacket. It is illegal to keep a fortune found on the street. We must report this to the police." "Ha ha ha, Dad. You seem a bit guilty." Successfully teasing him, I revel in the moment. "Father, I indeed received a substantial sum, but it was not from the streets. It is a reward for being the top student in high school, granted by the province, the city, the county, and the school. With this prize, I won't need to take out loans. And there's more good news, Dad. My acceptance letter arrived yesterday, delivered by air from Qing University. How does it feel to bask in the pride of your daughter's achievements? My father responds, with such a mischievous daughter. My heart can hardly bear the weight. Chapter 69. A fortuitous find. The thunder rumbles ominously, shaking the very earth. The sky is shrouded in darkness. Although it is barely past noon, it feels like dusk. Distant thunder grumbles above the dark clouds, yet no rain falls. As Father Lu sat in the workshop sorting mushrooms, he occasionally cast a glance out the window, his heart a tumultuous knot. This morning, Lele had ventured into the mountains again, and he had no idea where she might be at this moment. To be honest, Father Lu was naturally reluctant to agree, yet he was a doting father, unable to resist his daughter's firm threat of sneaking off if he opposed her. Despite his countless warnings, he had reluctantly seen her off that morning. The thought of his child running through the mountains in such weather filled him with dread. Thunderstorms made it perilous to be in the forest. When she arrived near the small village, the sky, which had initially been clear, was soon enveloped by dark clouds that gathered ominously. As she meandered around the two households in the village, the daylight faded into a foreboding darkness, hinting at an impending downpour. The village was a quaint settlement nestled on a hillside at the foot of a great mountain, with terraced fields carved into the slope, sparsely inhabited by 7 or 8 families. In recent years, due to educational considerations, the Shinong district had vigorously pursued relocation efforts, encouraging families from remote mountainous areas to move to more densely populated towns. Many small villages in the mountains had gradually been relocated, with fields being returned to forest. Lu Yun's visits to the village were largely influenced by Li Daniu, as relocated villages often left behind items that could not be taken, some of which were simply discarded. Li Daniu had a penchant for scavenging old goods, having found several valuable treasures amidst the ruins left by others during their relocations. Collecting the discarded was a venture that required no expenditure. Finding unclaimed objects was a delightful stroke of fortune. Gradually, Lu Yun developed an interest in these abandoned sites and villages, and while passing near the small village, she deliberately took a detour to see if she might uncover something valuable. As she lifted her gaze, silvery flashes flickered amidst the ominous clouds. Lu Yun let out a sigh and hastened towards the third dwelling in the village. Given the circumstances, should a torrential rainstorm arise accompanied by thunder, it would be unwise for her to traverse the mountains. Instead, she opted to meander through the village, for if the rain persisted, she could find refuge in a local abode to kindle a fire and prepare a meal come nightfall. The villagers had only moved their more treasured household items, as the mountain paths were treacherous and relocating cumbersome. The cost of employing mules or donkeys for transport was steep, leaving behind all that was deemed unnecessary in their old homes. Many houses remained unlocked, merely secured with ropes, allowing passers-by in the mountains to rest or spend the night. The small village predominantly featured wooden houses, with some of the pig, cow, and sheep pens retaining their ancient construction of stone and mud. Almost every household had a stockpile of firewood. The sky was thick with dark clouds, and the desolate village, devoid of human presence, resembled a scene from a ghostly film. A timid soul would likely be terrified, but Lu, unfazed, had traversed night roads since childhood, even daring to explore burial mounds. In her grandfather's words, she was possessed of the courage of a bear and the audacity of a leopard. Before she could reach the third residence, the sky darkened further, the clouds appearing to press down upon the rooftops. Lu Yun quickened her pace, keenly observing as a fleeting glimmer of colorful light danced before her eyes. With a burst of energy, she reached the eaves of a villager's home just as the heavens roared, and suddenly, a deluge of rain poured down in torrents. In front of the village, there lay a stone platform where mountain stream water flowed through a wooden framework, trickling from a pipe no thicker than a finger into a basin before being drained away. Lu Yun stood beneath the eaves, as torrential rain pelted the earthen ground, splattering the yellow mud that soon stained the hem of her trousers. She paid little heed to this, her gaze fixed on the edge of the water basin. Moments ago, vibrant colors had danced before her eyes as she approached the wooden cottage, and after a prolonged search, she finally located a laundry stick beside the pool. The laundry stick, a tool once commonplace among the people, served as an instrument for washing clothes, particularly coarse fabric that required vigorous pounding to cleanse thoroughly. In rural areas over a century ago, every household possessed a laundry stick. Villagers would place a stone beside the water basin for convenience, and thus the laundry stick leaned against the base of the stone, measuring over 2 feet in length, round in shape, and bearing the marks of time. The handle was worn down at the grip, a deep gray hue, seemingly unremarkable at first glance. However, through her X-ray vision, Lu Yun discerned that it was remarkably healthy, free from pests and corrosion, emanating concentric circles of light, signifying vitality, accompanied by a gentle halo of white light. What could this white light signify? She pondered, having previously observed numerous living beings, as well as inanimate objects such as benches, tables, porcelain, and utensils. Yet only the pestle for grinding medicine at home emitted a faint white glow. In contrast, the white halo surrounding the laundry stick was strong, rich, and tender, akin to the softness of moonlight. Upon discovering a piece of old merchandise, Lu, the student, felt an overwhelming sense of joy. As she meandered about, she stumbled upon a hidden key belonging to the homeowner, which allowed her to enter the villager's abode. The interior was nearly devoid of belongings. The hall spacious but dimly lit, necessitating the use of a flashlight for clarity. The scene resembled a prime filming location for a horror movie. Alas, no connoisseur had unearthed this hidden gem. Finding little of value in the hall, she proceeded to the kitchen, where remnants of pots and bowls remained. Venturing into other rooms, she conducted a thorough search, but uncovered nothing of significance. After securing the door once more and concealing the key in its original spot, she donned her umbrella and made her way to a nearby household. The rain poured relentlessly, shrouding the world in a misty haze, with the only sound being that of the downpour amidst the mountains. Lu, buoyed by the thrill of bargain hunting, darted from one house to another. Even in the absence of noteworthy finds, her enthusiasm remained undiminished. In a casual sweep, she pilfered 2 small wooden buckets previously used for rice and a few other visually appealing trinkets. Chapter 70. Who is the yellow bird? The torrential rain cascaded down, enveloping the towering mountains in a curtain of water. Animals sought refuge, and even the birds chose their perches wisely, ceasing their aerial antics. In this deluge, the mountains stood silent. At such a moment, 2 men were engaged in a life-and-death struggle on the grassy edge of a forest. Both were in their early 30s, one, strikingly handsome, yet marred by a scar at the corner of his left eye, detracting from his overall allure. The other, of unremarkable appearance, with deep-set eyes and a flattened nose, bore eyes of a peculiar hue. His irises, lighter than the pale blue typical of the West, were distinctly colored, showcasing a characteristic of the Northwest ethnic groups. Both men donned identical deep gray shirts and carried blue-green backpacks, which appeared only partially filled, resting lightly upon their backs without hindering their movements. Each wielded a dagger, engaged in a fierce and desperate struggle amidst the grass on the hillside. Their gaze is akin to that of wolves, imbued with a fierce, ruthless spirit and an unwavering indifference to life and death. Their deadly pursuit had persisted since morning, marked by several encounters over the course of half a day. Both were nearly exhausted, yet neither dared to relent even slightly, every nerve in their bodies heightened in concentration. The torrential rain masked their hurried breaths and pounding heartbeats, rendering the sounds of their clashes and the clash of weapons almost imperceptible. The downpour blurred the landscape, obscuring the distinction between earth and sky. A figure in blue, similarly burdened with a backpack, emerged from the trampled grass, brandishing a small, dark handgun. The relentless rain effectively concealed his footsteps and the rustling of the underbrush, while the dense curtain of rain provided him with an optimal cover as he darted through the foliage, unnoticed by the 2 combatants engaged in their fierce struggle. The man in blue wore a broad-brimmed sun hat, shielding his eyes from the torrential downpour. Upon nearing the scene, he crouched behind a rocky outcrop approximately 100 meters from the 2 men, adjusting his weapon to aim at the one with a scar on the corner of his left eye. It was crucial to target him, for the 2 were entangled in close combat, constantly shifting positions, making precise aim a challenge. The man, armed and stealthy, advanced quietly within mere meters, yet it was still insufficiently ideal. He sprinted once more, repositioning himself to a vantage point, adjusting his angle. The 2 combatants engaged fiercely, oblivious to the lurking presence of a third. Their clash echoed with the unmistakable sound of bones fracturing and the sickening scrape of blades piercing flesh. In that fleeting moment, the man in blue squeezed the trigger of his pistol. The bullet, expelled from the silenced barrel, was already diminutive, and amidst the cacophony of torrential rain, the gunfire was swallowed by the downpour. The projectile traversed through the curtain of rain, hurtling towards the 2 entangled fighters. With a bullet velocity ranging from 300 to 500 meters per second, Even the most ordinary handgun could exceed 300 meters per second. Positioned less than 100 meters from the two, the bullet would reach its target in less than half a second. At the instant of collision, Yan Xing thrust his saber into his opponent's chest, while simultaneously, the adversary's dagger found its mark in his left flank. The assassin, aware of the stakes, recognized that without absolute certainty of eliminating the foe, the outcome could lead to mutual destruction. In a simultaneous exchange, Yan Xing held a slight advantage. Using his arm as a shield, he allowed the adversary to shatter his left forearm in order to deflect the assassin's left hand, thereby avoiding critical injury. He plunged his saber into the opponent's torso, marking the third life claimed by his blade in the past 2 days. The gray-clad assassin's dagger embedded itself deeply into Yan Xing's left side, and as they clung to one another, blood gushed from their wounds, mingling with the rainwater to form a crimson stream that trickled through the grass. With a fractured arm and excruciating pain piercing his side, Yan Xing remained unfazed, twisting his wrist as he maneuvered his dagger around the chest of the gray-clad assassin. Simultaneously, the assassin's dagger lunged upward, their muscles convulsing violently. In that fleeting moment of mutual harm, Yan Xing sensed an imminent threat of death approaching from behind, a perilous intuition honed through years of surviving life and death encounters. Almost instinctively, he leveraged his bent arm to pin the gray-clad assassin down, pivoting with force and using the man as a shield. A gunshot rang out, piercing through the assassin's back, and blood splattered forth. The two entangled figures collapsed heavily into the grass, crimson blood mingling with the rainwater, flowing into the underbrush before vanishing from sight. A double kill. The man in blue, wielding a pistol, observed from his concealed position, waiting for 2 to 3 minutes. Noticing that the two wounded men lay still, he cautiously traversed the thicket, approaching while maintaining vigilance. The tussle's aftermath revealed trampled grass, and the two men remained in a close embrace on the ground, reminiscent of fated lovers entwined in death. After inspecting the scene, the blue-clad man confirmed the bullet had struck the heart, sealing the fate of both. He then stepped forward to examine the scarred face of the man pinned beneath. Finding him lifeless, he muttered softly, lifting the fallen body aside. Even in death, the gray-clad assassin clutched his dagger, which the blue-clad man dislodged, drawing forth a stream of blood as he pulled the weapon from the lifeless form beneath him. A bullet pierced through the back of the gray-clad man, emerging from his chest to create a gaping hole, only to plunge into the heart of the scarred man. The figure in blue confirmed that both were beyond salvation. He reached into the gray man's collar to grasp the necklace around his neck. In that fleeting moment of distraction, a sharp military dagger sliced into his throat, severing the carotid artery and cutting through his windpipe. The man first felt an overwhelming chill and the faint sound of rupture, followed by an excruciating wave of pain. Instinctively, he clutched his throat, collapsing to his knees as blood gushed forth, mingling with the rain and staining his hands and neck crimson. The man in blue, in anguish, covered his throat, his eyes bulging as he fixed a desperate gaze upon the scarred man, who had appeared lifeless yet now opened his eyes. A hallucination. You're not dead? The words struggled to escape his lips, morphing into a mere stammer. The scarred man, gritting his teeth, summoned the last remnants of his strength to thrust the knife forward, seemingly understanding the despair reflected in the blue-clad man's eyes. A faint, elegant smile graced his pallid face, drained from blood loss. If you still draw breath, how could I succumb? Side note Chapter 71. Exposure, seeking initial subscription, in the final moments of life. The blue-clad man's pupils captured the image of the scarred man's smiling face, and he found himself inexplicably entranced by the man's striking beauty. Then, at that instant, his consciousness ceased, his body collapsing forward, landing heavily upon the already deceased gray-clad assassin. His neck tilted to one side as a fountain of blood surged from his mouth, mingling with the rain to create a flowing river of crimson. The blood on the general's saber was washed away, revealing the renowned Swiss Army knife, a testament to its legendary reputation. Even after claiming 4 lives, it remained unblemished, devoid of chipping or dulling, save for a slightly blunted tip. Having lost some of its initial sharpness, a torrential downpour persisted, unrelenting. Amidst the curtain of rain, the general sheathed his saber at his waist, unburdened himself of his backpack, retrieved a tarpaulin to shield himself from the rain, and took out his phone, only to find the signal utterly elusive. After abandoning the attempt to reach out, he extracted a roll of bandages and medication, unfastened his outer garment, and wiped away the water and blood from his side. He sprinkled the medicine on his wounds, sealing them with adhesive tape, and similarly treated the gunshot wound on his left chest, ensuring to cover it against the rain. He rebut-toned his attire. With a fractured left hand, he relied solely on his right, making his movements cumbersome and time-consuming. Having rudimentarily tended to his injuries, he meticulously searched the belongings of the two assassins, appropriating several items for himself, including the silver cross-shaped necklaces from their necks. He claimed the blue-clad assassin's sniper rifle as his own, bracing himself to stand and gradually making his way toward the forest. He was acutely aware that he could not endure much longer. Although the bullet wound in his chest and the knife wound on his waist were not immediately fatal, the substantial blood loss had begun to induce a sense of dizziness. With the wilderness teeming with wildlife, lingering was not an option. He needed to find a safe haven and devise a means to contact his comrades. As for the two who lay here, he lacked the strength to bury them and could only leave their bodies to the elements. Fortunate that this area was sparsely populated and the inclement weather would likely deter any adventurers from venturing near. Previously, his entire body had been numb and devoid of sensation. However, as he walked, a nerve-wracking pain surged through him like a tidal wave, tearing at his limbs and bones. Despite Yanxing's unwavering determination, the agony caused his entire body to tremble, and he felt his legs grow as light as thistledown, devoid of roots or support. He clenched his teeth, uttering not a sound, and took unsteady steps, his feet uneven as he traversed less than 200 meters. A chilling sensation crept into his heart, and a shiver ran down his spine, causing his nerves to tense once more. Slowly, he turned his head, peering through the curtain of rain to locate the source of his unease. In the distance, a leopard emerged, even drenched by the rain. The black-brown rosettes on its golden fur remained strikingly clear. It was a leopard, one of the fierce beasts of Shenong Mountain. The leopard stood atop a protruding rock, its belly swollen, a female, presumably pregnant and soon to give birth. Through the veil of rain, the man and the leopard faced each other from afar, their gazes narrowing in mutual wariness as they assessed each other's threat levels. Yanxing quietly regarded the female leopard for several minutes before he cautiously and gently retreated a step. Armed with his spoils, he felt no fear of the leopard. However, knowing it was a protected species, he refrained from drawing his weapon unless absolutely necessary. He gradually backed away, and after a moment of observation, the mother leopard narrowed her eyes before leaping down from the rock, slowly making her way toward the spot where the two assassins lay lifeless, her large belly hindering her speed. The city of Shishir was besieged by torrential rains, with numerous regions across the nation similarly afflicted by fierce downpours. Following days of incessant rain, several cities in the south faced the threats of flooding and inundation, and the provincial capital of Yi Province, Huaxia, was no exception, transforming the urban landscape into a vast sea. Shishir, blessed with abundant water sources near Shenong Mountain, was fortunate to be situated in an upstream area. Despite the sudden surge in rainfall, it remained unscathed by devastation. Hence, even with the alarming news broadcasts of torrential rains and impending floods in recent days, the residents of Shishir remained calm and continued with their daily lives. The mountains, shrouded in humidity, retained their misty allure even after the rain ceased. Lu Yun did not succumb to lethargy. As soon as the rain stopped, she donned her rain boots, raincoat, and rain pants, hastily departing from her small village. She yearned to reach her destination swiftly, for any delay could result in further downpours, potentially causing the rivers along her route to swell, which would lead to a detour that could waste at least 2 precious days. The afternoon rains in Yi Province did not persist for long, but as dusk approached, a torrential downpour resumed, unleashing its fury throughout the night. The relentless precipitation posed unprecedented challenges to the flood control systems in the provincial capital and several cities situated along the banks of the Yangtze River, including Yishir. Meanwhile, in many southern provinces, residents found themselves gazing at the sea from their homes. A night of torrential rain left countless individuals sleepless. As dawn broke in the Shenong Mountains, the rain fell intermittently. Under such conditions, even the most adventurous trekkers opted not to venture into the mountains, choosing instead to stroll through safer scenic spots like ordinary tourists. It was not until nearly noon that the overcast sky finally revealed a hint of clarity. In the aftermath of the rain, the mountains, washed clean, stand elegantly against the backdrop of a fresh atmosphere. Birds, having shaken off the droplets clinging to their feathers, sing joyfully, while animals and insects stretch their limbs, attempting to move about. The wind stirs the flora, causing dewdrops to fall in a gentle patter, occasionally startling a squirrel or a wild hare that has just ventured forth. Suddenly, a sound reminiscent of falling dew resonates, causing a small squirrel perched on a branch to huddle in place, cautiously peeking out to investigate. Amidst the rustling of leaves, a figure clad in a raincoat emerges from behind the trees, wielding a wooden stick. As they walk, they strike at the underbrush and weeds, shaking off the moisture before continuing on their path. The squirrel, having never encountered a human, watches with curiosity. The figure, now several meters away from the tree where the squirrel remains, gazes upward and catches sight of the fluffy tail of a red squirrel. With a smile, they clear the brush ahead with their stick and press onward. The peculiar creature traversing the ground poses no threat, prompting the squirrel to scurry down the tree in search of food. The dew is abundant, and as the figure walks, they brush off the moisture from the foliage while remaining vigilant for snakes or larger animals nearby, proceeding at a measured pace. After walking approximately 200 meters, they wrinkle their nose, halting to gaze skyward, detecting a hint of blood in the air. Quietly, excitement stirs within them. The scent of blood, could it signify the noble demise of a wild beast? If a formidable predator has fallen, it presents an opportunity to gather valuable resources such as teeth, fur, horns, and bones, all of which possess significant utility. Her exhilaration stemmed from her grandfather's influence. As a child, she often accompanied him into the mountains. Whenever her grandfather detected the scent of blood, he would invariably investigate, often discovering treasures such as a pair of deer antlers and 2 bear canines. Would fortune smile upon her today? With a keen nose, Lu Yun quickened her pace, eagerly searching the air for that tantalizing scent, ready to seize opportunities. With a heart full of optimism, she ambled forward, inhaling deeply to trace the source of the aroma. Her sense of smell was remarkably acute, capable of detecting the absence of predators within a radius of several miles. If danger lurked nearby, she could swiftly ascend a tree for safety. Generally, avoiding tree-climbing leopards and bears was prudent, as climbing offered the best means of escape. However, should she encounter a creature adept at climbing, it would only pursue her if it were driven by insatiable hunger or provoked. After traversing approximately 100 meters, Lu Yun paused, sniffing in all directions. She circled a few times before decisively heading toward the forest's edge. Already positioned at the base of the mountain, she now moved in a straight line outward. The mountain summit split into 2 peaks halfway up, with a valley between them devoid of streams. One side of the valley connected to the forest, while the other featured a patch of dense grassland, where one could easily become soaked. The trees within the forest were lush, and the underbrush sparse, leading Lu Yun to opt for a path through the woods. Standing still for a moment, she gazed upward before making her way toward a rocky outcrop on the grassy slope opposite her, surrounded by a few trees. This rocky formation, approximately 300 meters from the dry valley, was a bluish-gray hue and quite towering, revealing a faintly visible nook that could offer shelter from the elements. In places like Shinnong Mountain, one should avoid exploring caves indiscriminately, for many of the rock formations may harbor ferocious beasts, or perhaps serve as concealments for the deceased. The unknown perils hidden within these caves pose a grave risk. Plunging into them without knowledge of their depths could lead to a fate of eternal entrapment. Lu, a student of both caution and audacity, emboldened by a sense of invincibility bestowed by an external advantage that allows for a swift escape, ventures forth into the unknown without a hint of trepidation, eager to embark on an adventure. As the esteemed writer Zhou Shuren once remarked, in this world, paths do not inherently exist, they emerge as more tread upon them. This adage rings true. In the mountains where no paths are evident, one must carve their own. Lu Yun traverses a waterlogged valley, forging a path through the grasslands, gradually approaching the rocky outcrop, detecting no signs of wild beasts nor any trace of their presence. She finds it somewhat peculiar. As she traverses the underbrush, her footfalls crushing the weeds beneath her. She reaches the rocky facade and is met with the sight of a blue backpack. Staring skyward in disbelief, she wonders if it belongs to a wayfarer. The metallic scent of blood lingers in the air, and with no time for exclamations, she hastily crushes the last obstruction in her path. The rock formation juts skyward, revealing a small nook below, a place that, while ostensibly sheltered from the elements, is far from tranquil. There, in one corner, sits a man clad in a gray shirt. Leaning against the rock wall, his head tilted at an odd angle, appearing as though he is in slumber. Judging by his condition, It seems he has lost his way and, somehow, found himself in this secluded spot. Initially, Li Yun had noticed the backpack before she saw the man, for it was positioned at a height, easily visible. The cave is rife with mosquitoes, their incessant buzzing a constant accompaniment. In a moment of exasperation at encountering someone akin to herself, Lu Yun's expression contorts in disbelief. What the hell? Wasn't this supposed to be an opportunity? After enduring countless hardships, she finally ascended, having evaded both danger and wild beasts, only to encounter an injured tourist, a stroke of misfortune beyond compare. Standing before the rocky alcove, Lu's student furrowed her brow in contemplation, torn between the desire to assist and the fear of being wronged. After a prolonged internal struggle, she exhaled softly, discarded her raincoat and trousers, and ventured into the rocky hideaway to assess the tourist's condition. After all, she was destined to study medicine. Setting aside the noble intentions of a healer, she could regard this as an opportunity for a practical experiment. As she approached, Li Yun was rendered speechless. The man was not merely asleep. He lay in a state of unconsciousness. His heartbeat was faint, and one half of his face, tilted at an odd angle, bore a scar, his complexion as pale as parchment, with lips tinged a disturbing shade of blue. Judging by the visible half of his face, he appeared to be middle-aged. Yet there was something dissonant about his expression and the scar. Activating her ocular scanning function, the image of his physique materialized before her. A bullet lay embedded within the muscle of his left chest, lodged perilously close to the sternum, nestled between the fourth and fifth ribs, mere centimeters from penetrating deep into the lung. His left side bore a gaping wound that reached the bone, and his left arm was fractured. Aside from these grievous injuries, there were several minor fractures and numerous small lacerations. Those could be overlooked. However, he was losing blood at an alarming rate. The volume within his body was woefully inadequate, and the wound on his waist continued to seep blood, each drop a testament to his dwindling life force. A bullet. Upon noticing the small projectile lodged in his left chest, Lu Yun gasped in shock. Who was this man? Shot and bearing external wounds. Could he possibly be a terrorist? To save or not to save? Lu, the student, found herself in a profound dilemma. It was her first encounter with such a grave uncertainty. What if he were a member of the underworld? Rescuing him would be tantamount to committing a sin. Yet, if he were a virtuous soul, allowing him to perish would be an act of sheer cruelty. Should she turn a blind eye to his plight or embrace the compassionate heart of a healer? This moral quandary rendered her utterly confounded. What intensified her inner turmoil was the striking resemblance between this middle-aged man and the brazen scoundrel who had previously taken advantage of her. The realization left Lu feeling quite unsettled. After a prolonged silence, she steeled herself with the conviction to save him. To save a life is far more meritorious than to erect a towering pagoda. She sought neither longevity nor the accumulation of virtue through such acts. Her sole desire was to act in accordance with her conscience, regardless of whether he was a good or evil person, regardless of the outcome. She resolved to exert every effort in his rescue. If he survived, it would be his fortune. If he did not, it would simply be his fate. With her mind made up, she hesitated no longer. She retrieved a handful of medicinal herbs and tossed them beside the man's backpack. The mosquitoes that had encircled him fled as if pursued by death itself. Approaching the man, she gently touched his clothing and forehead. His garments were damp, and his brow was feverishly hot. He was suffering from a high fever, and due to excessive blood loss, his complexion remained ghastly pale. The scent of blood had attracted the mosquitoes, which mercilessly feasted upon him, leaving his face swollen with bites. Lu furrowed her brow in concern. If she was not mistaken, she observed the darkened flesh around the bullet wound on his chest and the gash at his side, indicating that the bullet or the weapon that inflicted the wound had been tainted with poison. Remarkably, he had not yet succumbed. He was indeed fortunate to still be alive. After a moment of contemplation, Lu resigned herself and extracted an aged ginseng from her supplies, slicing off a piece with a fruit knife and placing it in his mouth. She lacked ginseng and could only rely on aged Cotinopsis to sustain him. Do not underestimate her Cotinopsis. It is no ordinary herb. The first time she ventured into Shinnong Mountain, she discovered it freshly unearthed and already quite old, having been cultivated in her spatial realm for several days. Its age could easily be equated to a century, rich in medicinal properties. She offered a piece of the aged Cotinopsis for the scarred man to hold in his mouth. Lu Yun retrieved a hoe from her space and began to toil vigorously, perspiring profusely as she leveled a patch of ground, from which she extracted her newly acquired tent bag to set up camp. She felt quite distressed. Her intention for the tent was to venture into the wild, where explorers might roam, ensuring her secrets remained concealed for her lodging. Yet, before she could utilize it herself, she had to allow a near-death individual to occupy it, which was psychologically unsettling. Having requested a demonstration from the shop attendant on how to pitch the tent, Liyun, despite it being her inaugural experience, managed to assemble it with ease, laying down moisture-proof mats inside. She rummaged through her collection of herbs, and after thorough searching, realized she was missing some commonly found ingredients. Fortunately, she possessed all the precious primary herbs, selecting portions of each, chopping them into segments, and placing them in a grinding bowl to be pulverized. With the herbs prepared, she exited her spatial realm, consuming several tomatoes to replenish her strength before examining the injured man's backpack. Inside, she found only a set of clothes sealed within waterproof bags, some food, a few miscellaneous items, essential outdoor medicines, and a military knife. She unsheathed the knife, noting its sharp blade, and immediately resolved to use it for surgery on the man, as her fruit knife was simply too dull for such a task. Shaking out the spare clothes of the scarred man, she found a deep gray shirt, a pair of underwear, and a pair of casual trousers. Observing his attire, he was clad in specialized hiking pants and sturdy mountaineering boots, a common appearance among outdoor enthusiasts, though his identity remained uncertain. Unable to locate any other useful items, Liyun wasted no time and tossed the man's garments into the tent. She rinsed her knife in the water provided by the space, swiftly peeled back the middle-aged man's shirt, scarcely blinking as she used her military knife to slice around the bullet hole, tearing the wound open. With precision, she extracted the bullet using tweezers, then made a circular incision around the wound with her knife, akin to the motion of scooping out meat for fish balls. The necrotic flesh was meticulously removed, oozing crimson blood. He had lost considerable blood, and the dramatic scene of blood gushing forth would not recur. Liyun opted not to stitch the wound, but instead applied the herbal concoction she had prepared, covering it with gauze and securing the edges with adhesive tape to prevent it from peeling away. After attending to the injury on his chest, she laid him on the ground on his side, allowing her classmate to rest with closed eyes. Extracting the bullet and excising the flesh had been mentally taxing, necessitating a moment of recuperation. After several minutes of rest, she resumed her efforts, tending to the injury on his waist. She carefully removed the makeshift bandage he had applied. The corner of her eye twitched in reaction to the sight before her. The wound extended from the pelvis upwards to the midsection, exceeding 10 centimeters in length, with the flesh rolled outward, swollen and discolored, showing clear signs of infection and a small amount of pus. The sight was alarming. My goodness. Liyun felt a chill creep down her spine. Despite her formidable fighting skills, such wounds were enough to make her shudder, and she could only imagine the pain he must be enduring. Originally, she extracted his flesh without even flinching, yet upon witnessing the external injury, her hands and feet stiffened. Taking a few deep breaths, she rinsed the general's knife with water from her spatial reservoir and resolutely assisted him in cutting away the flesh. Merchants often advertise their products with phrases like cut-price sales, but if they were truly to sever flesh, one could only imagine their expressions. Liyun pondered silently, activating her ocular function and decisively wielding the knife. She could maintain her X-scan vision for no more than a minute and a half, necessitating swift action. As her eyes grew weary, she completed the task, rinsed the wound with spatial well water, and retrieved a needle and thread. The needle was a simple boxed variety costing a mere $1, and the thread was intended for mending garments. Lee's supplies were more suited for stringing medicinal herbs to dry, so one should not expect the luxurious quality of hospital-grade sutures. Such items were beyond the reach of common folk. Suturing required the removal of stitches, a process fraught with agony. She only managed to stitch him up with 8 stitches, applying herbal ointment and binding the wound before taking a moment to rest. Afterward, she lifted the man, removing his shirt without a hint of embarrassment or breathlessness, and proceeded to discard his leisure pants, tearing away his modesty. The scarred man lay exposed, his body marred by blood and numerous mosquito bites, offering little to admire. If one were to seek a redeeming quality, it might be his chiseled abs and alluring V-line. As for his private parts, they were hardly noteworthy, resembling those of a child, albeit with a hint of hair. Even if he were a normal man, Liyun would not blush. She had come to know the appearance of male anatomy years prior, albeit under coercive circumstances. She could not fathom what pride could be derived from such an unappealing sight. Who would appreciate such a sight? As for indulging in fantasies, that is even more improbable. Only a person with a deranged mind would entertain improper thoughts about a man old enough to be her father. Stripping the scarred man, who could easily be her father, of his clothes, she would cover him with clean undergarments to shield his modesty, wipe away the bloodstains, and then dress him in casual pants before carrying him to the tent. A young girl cradling a man in her arms, much like a child, would surely elicit astonished gasps from any onlookers. No matter how much her classmate, Lachelle, fussed, the unconscious man remained utterly oblivious at her mercy. She tended to the fractures in his bones with herbal remedies, and as she surveyed her handiwork, she awarded herself 32 accolades for her resourcefulness. Look at her, a self-sufficient child with remarkable skills. Anyone who dares to dispute this can come forward. Feeling the man's forehead, still feverishly warm, she remained unperturbed, placing a slice of old ginseng in his mouth, covering him with her towel, and once more venturing out of the tent to clear a space suitable for sitting and starting a fire. Donning her raincoat and boots, she descended the grassy slope to gather firewood from the opposite forest. Given the man's condition, it was clear he wouldn't be able to walk for at least 3 to 5 days. She had made plans to reside in the rocky cave for an extended period. Upon returning to the rocky shelter, she tossed the firewood aside and gathered drier leaves and moss from the cave's corners to serve as kindling. The damp grass refused to ignite, and it took a tremendous effort to finally coax a flame into existence. With the fire alight, warmth soon followed. In the serene embrace of the rocky alcove, Lu Yun patiently awaited the rain's gentle retreat before embarking on a quest to gather medicinal herbs and firewood. Upon collecting an assortment of remedies, she skillfully combined them with the herbs cultivated in her space, then utilized a long-handled milk pot to brew a healing concoction for the scarred man, who, by nightfall, gradually broke his fever. The pungent odor of his soiled garments, steeped in blood, attracted a swarm of mosquitoes, prompting the ever-kind-hearted Lu to assist in cleansing his clothes with rainwater, subsequently drying them by propping them against a firewood pile. It seemed as though the heavens had succumbed to tears. Torrential rains swept across dozens of cities and counties in the south, inundating the news with images of devastating floods, stirring deep concern among the populace for their compatriots in the southern regions. The mountains, rife with mosquitoes, bore witness to the flickering light emanating from the alcove, drawing the relentless swarm of insects who, undeterred by the threat of danger, flocked to the alluring scent of fresh flesh, their incessant buzzing filling the air. That night, as torrential rain poured down, countless inhabitants of the flood-affected cities found themselves unable to sleep, haunted by the fear of rising waters. However, Lu Yun, having enjoyed a peaceful slumber, awoke at dawn, rising to sit upon the soft, verdant grass, contentedly rubbing her sleepy eyes and stretching luxuriously. Life, it seemed, was splendidly extraordinary, no explanations needed. As she unfurled her limbs and began to engage in a series of martial movements, she suddenly halted. Astonished by an unexpected revelation, the space had expanded. It had grown towards the direction of a nearby well, widening by several hundred meters overnight, transforming the entire area into an elongated rectangle. On the opposite side of the well lay a carpet of grass as soft as silk, extending far into the distance where a stone-paved courtyard emerged, encircling a magnificent tree at its center. Lu Yun's breath quickened, her eyes sparkling with brilliance. She vividly remembered that the space had remained unchanged from last night to day. She was astonished to discover it had widened overnight, and to such an extent. Standing there in a daze for a moment, she suddenly leaped up and dashed toward the distant tree, her small figure shooting forward like a rocket. Sprinting across the grass, she raced breathlessly to the base of the grand tree, resting her hands on her waist while gazing upward, panting. The tree before her was a dragon's blood tree. There are many varieties of dragon's blood trees. The one planted in the round garden belongs to the Dracaena genus, a large evergreen tree known for its red resin, often regarded as the sole tree of Socotra Island in Yemen. The dragon's blood tree, also known as the bleeding tree, is celebrated for its medicinal properties and longevity. With a Y-shaped structure, its trunk remains unbranched until it reaches the crown, where it diversifies. The leaves resemble sharp swords, piercing the top of the tree. If its branches were to spread horizontally, they would form a magnificent canopy. Typically, the dragon's blood tree reaches heights of 10 to 20 meters and grows at an exceedingly slow pace, taking centuries to mature and flowering once every few decades, earning it the title of the supercentenarian of the plant kingdom. The tree in this space, however, towered several times higher than any recorded in the outside world. Its robust trunk too thick for 10 adult men to encircle. The main trunk was adorned with large gnarls, a testament to its countless years of existence. The ground surrounding the dragon's blood tree was paved with stones identical to those used in constructing wells, creating a broad expanse, while the opposite edge of the ground was shrouded in white mist. The circular garden, constructed from massive stone blocks, stands approximately 3 feet high. The branches of the towering dragon blood tree incline ever so slightly upwards, almost growing horizontally. Its dense foliage spreads out like a colossal umbrella, casting shade over a considerable expanse, yet its leaves appear to be on the brink of withering. Not far from the circular garden lies a stone table surrounded by 4 stone stools, all impeccably clean, devoid of even a speck of dust. Lu Yun stands about 2 meters away from the garden, gazing up at the grand tree, her smile broadening with delight. What a treasure! Such a magnificent tree must yield at least several dozen barrels of sap with a single harvest. After observing for a while, a sense of unease settles in her heart. The X-ray images reveal it is severely dehydrated. Just as blood flows through human veins, so too does water and nutrients course through the tree's vessels. Yet the channels within the dragon blood tree are parched and barren. Dehydrated. Just wait, I shall fetch you water. After several examinations confirming its need for hydration, Li Yun dashes off, undeterred by the lack of moisture, for there is water in the space. As long as there is no illness, everything else can be managed. Outside the spatial realm, one can retrieve items at will, yet within, one must physically gather what is needed. Arriving beneath the dragon blood tree, Lu Yun pours well water into the soil of the circular garden, which is a deep black, likely due to a prolonged lack of moisture. The surface is cracked and dry. A gentle squeeze turns the earth to dust. As she pours 2 buckets of water, it seeps deep into the ground, bubbling up with a gurgling sound. She can maneuver the buckets to the base of the tree, but since she cannot see within, she is unable to manipulate the watering through her consciousness. After extracting over 80 barrels of well water, the soil no longer absorbed the water, and she decided to stop, her breath coming in short gasps from exhaustion. Wiping the sweat from her brow, she leaped beneath the tree, grasping a tree knot to ascend. The trunk was stout and climbing proved to be a challenge, yet the knots provided sufficient grip to aid her ascent. Reaching a height of approximately 10 meters, Li Yun seized a tree knot and leaned forward, peering into a hollow above. Within, she discerned an object emitting a faint white glow. The hollow measured about 1 foot in width, containing a bundle reminiscent of bamboo slips made of jade. With one hand clutching the edge of the hollow, Li Yun attempted to extract the bundle, only to find herself in a predicament. Carrying the object with one hand rendered her unable to climb. And if she were to drop it, the risk of damaging it loomed large. After pondering, she bit down on the binding silk thread. Utilizing both hands to slide down the tree, she settled onto the grass, dusted her hands clean, and untied the silk thread, which proved to be no ordinary cord, thin yet remarkably resilient. The bundle comprised 12 jade slips, each approximately 2 fingers wide, radiating a gentle luminescence. Their surfaces smooth and unmarked by any inscriptions. A chill of sweat trickled down Li Yun's spine. Without any writing, how could she ascertain their purpose? As she delicately explored each slip, an overwhelming sense of power coursed through her fingertips. Upon touching one, a wave of gentle energy surged forth, penetrating her mind and flooding it with a multitude of information. These jade slips were remnants left by a previous master of space. A sage had sealed written knowledge within them, intended for those destined to discover it. As the torrent of information surged within her, Li Yun was momentarily stunned by the realization the space required spiritual energy for sustenance. The elder once remarked that space requires spiritual energy. Without it, it would constrict. He was uncertain of the exact dimensions of space, yet in his possession, it expanded to a remarkable 900 zhang at its widest and contracted to a mere 300 zhang at its narrowest. The cultivation of ancient divine trees could replenish the spiritual energy of space. If one could gather 12 varieties of these sacred trees, the space would be preserved for eternity. Regrettably, despite his tireless efforts, he could only locate 2 types. One of the divine trees he discovered was known as the dragon tree, or the dragon's blood tree. Upon accessing the information left by this predecessor, Lu Yun felt a chill in her heart. According to the elder's words, without spiritual energy, space would cease to exist. When she first acquired her space, it was merely a few dozen meters wide, indicating a deficiency in spiritual energy. If no replenishment occurred, It might one day vanish silently in the river of time. Spiritual energy, spiritual energy. Who could enlighten her on what spiritual energy truly was and how one might accumulate it? Clutching the jade tablet, Lu Yun's expression shifted dramatically. The expansion of space was attributed to sufficient spiritual energy, while its contraction stemmed from a lack thereof. Yet, what had caused the sudden surge of spiritual energy that allowed it to expand over 100 meters overnight? Pondering deeply, she racked her brain for an answer. The medicinal materials were limited, and the trinkets she had cast into the space certainly lacked any form of spiritual energy. Suddenly, a thought struck her: the pounding stick. It was the only object that emitted white light, and the sole one whose significance of the white light eluded her understanding. Placing the jade tablet upon the surface of the spiritual stone, she set out to find the pounding stick. After rummaging through the clutter, she unearthed it, only to find that the white light had vanished. The exterior of the pounding stick remained unchanged, and the vibrant red and green halos surrounding it were unaffected. The only difference was the absence of the soft, rich white light. Could it be that the white light represented spiritual energy? Startled, she broke into a cold sweat as she glanced towards the medicinal garden in her space, her face flushed with embarrassment. The garden, painstakingly cultivated by her predecessors, was now being used for growing vegetables. What a predicament! Imagining the fury of her forebears if they were to learn of her audacious act, she couldn't help but chuckle, though her amusement was short-lived as she recalled the gravely injured man outside. Without further ado, she dashed out of the space, neglecting to harvest the herbs and vegetables from the garden. Outside, the rain continued to pour, the droplets cascading like a curtain of pearls, and the once vibrant fire pit lay in ashes. She carefully sifted through the remnants, discovering glowing embers amidst the gray, and reignited the fire before checking on the scarred man. He remained unconscious, his wounds slowly healing, though the progress was imperceptible to the naked eye. A sense of dilemma washed over her. The scarred gentleman had lost a substantial amount of blood. Should she replenish his strength or allow his body to mend itself while he remained in a state of unconsciousness? The most effective herbs for blood replenishment included angelica and jiao, while others like purple river car, hisho wu, cooked remania, and white peony were also beneficial. Unfortunately, she lacked both angelica and jiao, leaving her no choice but to concoct an alternative remedy, though her supply of commonly used herbs was limited. After much contemplation, she quietly devised a plan to search for the necessary materials. Before departing, her gaze lingered on the scarred man's face, and the sense of dissonance grew stronger. Driven by a quest for truth, she resolutely scrutinized his countenance. After a thorough examination, she finally uncovered a flaw. His scar was a fabrication. The area surrounding his old wounds appeared faded, yet that particular scar lacked any gray, black, or ashen hues that would indicate an underlying issue. With a smirk curling at the corners of her mouth, she meticulously studied the contours of his face, neck, and behind his ears, a sense of vindication coursing through her. Fate had conspired against her adversary. She has undoubtedly recognized that this individual is the very lunatic who stole her first kiss. No wonder the bodily X-ray features she observed during her scan were identical to those of that rogue. He may have altered his appearance, but the essence of his being remains unchanged. Can one expect anything different? Huh. Castrated fool, you have once again fallen into my hands. Lu Yun cracked her knuckles, contemplating whether to deliver a severe beating to the scoundrel now, eliminate him outright, or wait until he has recovered somewhat, and then leave him half dead. Had she known earlier that he was the rogue, she might have simply turned on her heel and let him fend for himself. Now, should she save him? Of course, she must. Not only should she save him, but she must also ensure he thrives, making him indebted to her for his life. Did he not proclaim that if she ever fell into his clutches, he would relish her pleas for mercy? She would save his life and relish the outcome. Yes, indeed. She is a compassionate healer, the cherished darling of her father, and cannot let personal grievances overshadow her medical ethics. It would be unbecoming to take advantage of the situation to claim his life. Speaking of which, his makeup skills are truly remarkable. He has transformed a strikingly handsome face into something entirely different, and his artistry is waterproof, moisture-resistant, and remarkably durable, utilizing only the finest materials. Such impeccable disguise mastery deserves a commendable score of 95. After rummaging through, she found no signs of any adhesive masks or human skin, compelling her to concede the impressive skill of his disguise. He nearly deceived her. This technique is indeed exceptional. Once she has managed the affairs within the medicinal garden, She will go fetch well water. Although the spatial dimensions have expanded, no one knows when it might shrink again, so it is imperative to store some water beforehand. As for those jade slips, Liyun refrained from delving into their mysteries. From the information left by her predecessors, she understood their nature, yet at present, she was unable to decipher them. Futile attempts would yield no results. Nevertheless, the mere thought of the legendary martial arts and cultivation techniques contained within those jade slips brought her to tears as she found herself unable to access them. Chapter 72. Awakening. After completing her tasks within the space, Liyun leisurely exited, replenishing the firewood in the hearth. She donned her raincoat, rain pants, and waterproof boots, braving the downpour to gather medicinal herbs. Her efforts were not solely for the sake of the castrated men in dire need of herbs for survival. Rather, it was largely due to the fact that common medicinal plants were prevalent in the countryside. In the future, should she venture to the capital, acquiring them would prove challenging. Rather than purchasing them from pharmacies, it was far more prudent to cultivate them herself. With the dawn of a new day, July had arrived. Following the torrential rains of the previous day, the sky appeared to have sprung a leak, with the celestial waters cascading down in torrents. Heavy rain persisted, with some cities experiencing incessant downpours throughout the day. The rainfall surged, leading to the overflow of rivers. As numerous cities and counties in southern Huaxia faced the ominous threat of flooding, the national authorities initiated comprehensive disaster relief operations, while the populace spontaneously organized themselves into teams to combat the floods and protect their homes. The weather was dire. In the cities afflicted by the deluge or in severely impacted areas, the sky remained shrouded in darkness from dawn until dusk, evoking a sense of impending doom that instilled fear in many. The provincial capital of Yi faced a grave trial, while the municipalities near the great Yangtze River entered a state of alert. Although the remote areas of Fang County remained relatively untroubled, some villagers with fields adjacent to mountains or streams faced the risk of their crops being inundated or destroyed by mountain torrents. In the midst of torrential rain, the signal is exceedingly poor. Each time Loba attempts to call his daughter, the message indicates that the connection cannot be established. His concern for Lila deepens, as he fears her impulsiveness might lead her to venture into the mountains despite the deluge. It is not until nearly mid-afternoon that he receives a text from the child, informing him that she remains in a small village. Currently, the mountain flood is too severe for her to descend or ascend, and she will be temporarily staying in the village. Due to the intermittent signal, she took the initiative to notify him in advance, assuring him not to worry should the call fail to connect. Thus, Laba's fragile heart finds a semblance of peace. After refreshing himself with rainwater, he cleans his clothes and hangs them by the fire to dry. Liyun prepares a meal to satiate her hunger and brews a life-saving soup for the eunuch, ensuring he continues to take his herbal tablets while also replacing the medicinal herbs for his wounds. With a willing subject for experimentation, she feels a delightful freedom to test her remedies, her spirits soaring as a result. The relentless rain has persisted for 3 days, and on the 4th day, it shows no signs of ceasing, continuing to pour down in a cacophony. In pursuit of her agricultural ambitions, Liyun administers another bowl of life-saving soup to the eunuch, tidies up the medicinal garden in her space, and prepares herself once again for the task of foraging for herbs in the rain. She cannot help but acknowledge the eunuch's extraordinary luck, while she traverses the mountains and encounters a golden leopard, a wild boar, and a formidable snake. The eunuch, lying half-conscious in a rock cave, remains untouched by any creatures. How fortunate he is. After 2 arduous days, her diligent efforts yield results, and Lu, the diligent student, finally assembles the nourishing recipe. She tends to her own needs and prepares a herbal concoction for the eunuch, boiling the herbs 3 times and combining them into a single bowl to offer him. After 2 days of gathering dry firewood, there was sufficient kindling. On July 3rd, Liyun remained in the cave, scouring the surroundings for medicinal herbs to prepare remedies for the eunuchs, diligently administering a bowl every 3 hours, thus embodying the role of a devoted caregiver. Isolated in the depths of the mountains, Lu, unaware of the relentless torrential rains over the past several days, remained oblivious to the widespread flooding that afflicted over 30 provinces across the nation. The first river of Huaxia faced multiple crises, bringing the riverside regions to the brink of life and death, as countless individuals lived in a state of constant anxiety, each day stretching into an eternity. Despite the merciless nature of the flood, humanity prevailed. In the face of such monumental disaster, people united with unwavering resolve to protect their homes, or, with heavy hearts, sacrificed their own sanctuaries for the greater good, ultimately overcoming the deluge and initiating the process of post-disaster recovery. By July 6th, even the hardest-hit central regions welcomed their first clear skies after days of relentless rain. The reconstruction effort surged forward with fervor in the Shandong Mountains. Many had been forced to remain sheltered for days due to the downpour. As the rain ceased, they resumed their endeavors in various areas, each searching for their purpose anew. In a cave atop a grassy slope, a man lay motionless in a small tent, having been unconscious for several days. After a prolonged state of unresponsiveness, his once still face began to twitch, followed by the subtle movement of his brows, which, dark and sharp as swords, twisted almost into a braid. He grimaced in pain, pressing his lips together instinctively, refraining from uttering a sound. After a few minutes, the long, thick lashes beneath his narrow brows gradually lifted, slowly opening the eyes that had been closed for days. The pair of transformed dragon eyes, dulled by the grave injuries of their master, still concealed a glimmer akin to dark peaks and the icy radiance of a cold soul, accompanied by a feral vigilance and wariness. Pain. The first sensation that surged through Yin Xing was agonizing pain, an overwhelming torrent that felt as if he were crushed beneath the wheels of a cart. His bones and flesh reduced to pulp, causing every nerve to tremble with torment. Drowned in an ocean of suffering, his breath quickened, cold sweat beading on his brow, as pain devoured all consciousness, rendering his vision somewhat blurred, preventing him from discerning what loomed above him. After several minutes, his sight gradually sharpened, and he finally recognized that the expanse above was a pale orange sky, instantly understood by his subconscious as a tint, a single-person tint of soft orange hue. In a fleeting moment of clarity, his muddled mind awakened. Who had rescued him? Realizing his physical safety, a flicker of gratitude welled up within him as he surveyed his surroundings. The tent was narrow, and through its fabric, he could see no one outside. Only a pile of fire emitting faint blue smoke. A swift glance around allowed him to identify his environment. This was the refuge he had discovered. He recalled dragging himself, gritting his teeth to persist in escaping the deadly confrontation with the assassin, eventually finding this place, scaring away a nesting golden pheasant, and claiming the rocky hollow as his own. He remembered attempting to reach out to his teammates, but ultimately failing, before succumbing to an overwhelming fatigue and drifting into unconsciousness. Thereafter recalling nothing. Had his comrades come for him, or had some passerby intervened? Deep down, Yin Xing believed it was his teammates who had arrived. For given his dire state, any casual tourists or forest rangers who encountered him would likely mistake him for a member of the underworld and be gripped by fear. As he endured the excruciating pain, he meticulously observed once more. His backpack remained perched upon the protruding rock, while a bundle of dry twigs lay discarded in one corner of the crevice, positioned close to the rocky edge. Should it rain, a few branches rested in a spot where they could collect water. Upon them rested two rudimentary sieves woven from vine, filled with heaps of verdant herbs. The sight of the grass sieves involuntarily conjured the image of the strong little girl and her crafted sieve in his mind, leading him to a self-deprecating chuckle. What was he thinking? That strong little girl, with her sharp tongue and ruthless demeanor, he mused, would likely turn a blind eye to any severely injured person, and merely calling for help would be an act of extraordinary kindness. Continuing his observation, he noted the triangular arrangement of 3 stones at the center of the fire pit, with another stone not far off. One area was lined with a layer of grass, upon which rested a stainless steel bowl with a handle, alongside some large leaves and a red food bag containing unknown contents. Upon witnessing this scene, Yin Xing felt an overwhelming urge to laugh maniacally. This setup was certainly not characteristic of his teammates, who were fighting for survival amidst a hail of bullets, carrying only items of utmost necessity. Why would anyone waste space with a mere bowl? It appeared more likely that this was the work of forest rangers, who ventured into the mountains with provisions for a meal. After observing the surroundings for a moment, he found himself preoccupied with his own condition. Discovering that he was covered only by a towel blanket, he faintly sensed his lack of clothing. With his uninjured right hand, he pulled aside the blanket, revealing that he indeed wore no shirt. His fractured left arm was secured with a tree branch, tightly bound with wild vines. Upon glancing at his chest, he noticed it was covered with gauze, and a quick look at his left waist confirmed the presence of more bandages. A wave of excruciating pain enveloped him. He could not discern the extent of his injuries amid the overwhelming agony. Reaching for the gauze on his chest, he cautiously lifted a corner, exposing a lump of herbal paste. The crushed herbs, applied to his wounds, had dried as moisture evaporated, adhering firmly to the gauze. It hurt immensely. He truly wished to deny the intensity of the pain, yet he could solemnly swear that he had endured countless injuries, none of which had ever hurt quite like this. It seemed that with his consciousness returning, the sensation of pain intensified. Cold sweat broke out as he wiped his brow, pausing to touch his left cheek, where a scar remained, and his heart sank. He resolved stubbornly, "I refuse to believe you can break me." Taking a deep breath, he turned to his right, using his right hand for support to sit up, and once again scrutinized his condition. The wounds had been bandaged well. He could find no fault in the care he had received. Sitting upright, pain surged through his back, causing him to instinctively tense. After taking a few deep breaths, he draped the towel blanket over his shoulder and moved to the entrance of the tent. With great caution, he unzipped the opening and emerged. Attempting to stand, he felt far from well. His legs were numb, and walking felt akin to treading on cotton. Outside, the air was fresh, devoid of sunlight, and the sky was clear. The grass beside the rocky nook retained a hint of moisture. He strode over with his long legs to his backpack, intending to contact his teammates, only to discover his phone was dead. It was a case of misfortune compounding upon misfortune, as he faced both a delayed journey and an unexpected storm. Frustrated, he cast aside the phone and donned his clothing, seeking a discreet spot to relieve himself. Like a rootless reed, he felt unsteady, grappling with a sense of humiliation as he moved to the farthest edge of the tent, where he could discreetly urinate. Should he have been a mere tourist, he would have been blissfully unaware of his predicament, lost in the joy of the moment. Yet, Yanxing's lips were tightly pressed together. How could he possibly navigate his way out of the mountains in such a state? He pondered that, with his current condition, even descending the slope would pose a significant challenge. As his gaze shifted to the dry valley below the grassy slope, his eyes suddenly sharpened. There was someone. The valley nestled between two peaks was narrow and had transformed from a dry creek bed into a pool of milky water after the recent torrential rain. A figure emerged from the edge of the opposite forest, making his way toward Yanxing, burdened with a load of firewood, clad in a deep gray garment. After standing for a moment, his legs trembled like strands of noodles. Unable to endure any longer, Yanxing retreated to where he had placed his backpack and sat down, his gaze unwaveringly fixed outside. Do not question her ability to foresee events. It was simply her gift, the origins of which remained a mystery even to her. Her mind was a repository of countless insights. For instance, upon witnessing a castrated man gravely injured, she instinctively knew which remedies to employ and how to apply them, estimating the potential efficacy of each treatment. As she looked up, all she could see was a segment of rock, yet Li Yun was in no hurry. She waded through the standing water and gradually ascended the slope, stopping approximately 200 meters from the rocky cave. She distinctly sensed the presence of the castrated man. Indeed, he had regained consciousness. The heartbeat of a person differs between states of sleep and wakefulness. When awake, the heartbeat is notably more vigorous, and the sense of presence is significantly stronger. In contrast, during sleep, the heartbeat quiets, rendering the sense of existence feebler. One wonders if the eunuch still remembers her visage. Li Yun felt a twinge of impatience, uncertain whether that scoundrel still recalled the incident from over half a month ago when he was thoroughly trampled by her. If he has not forgotten, the expression on his face upon seeing her would surely be quite remarkable. Yanxing sat at the place designated for his backpack, filled with anticipation, waiting for his savior. He genuinely wished to discover the identity of the person who would rescue him. As he waited, the sound of shoes crunching through the grass drew nearer. First, he noticed a cluster of withered branches emerging, and then, as the branches parted, it was as if the mountains shifted and the fog lifted, revealing a beaming face. Upon seeing that face, Yanxing could hardly believe his eyes. The superhuman little girl. Chapter 73, A Calamitous Turn. What does it feel like to be slapped in the face? Imagination and reality seemed to be on entirely different wavelengths. Yanxing's face burned with embarrassment. What had he previously thought? Ah, yes, if the superhuman little girl encountered a severely injured person, she would undoubtedly let them perish. Yet, in a twist of fate, it was precisely this sharp-tongued, fierce little girl who had come to his aid. Yanxing found himself in a quandary, suddenly struck by a revelation. The face that sought vengeance was his own, while the face that owed gratitude belonged to the very girl before him. These two faces represented entirely different individuals, and thus, one must seek retribution for grievances and express gratitude for favors received. In an instant, he found a reason to convince himself, firmly adhering to his principle of vengeance with a sense of righteousness. A look of surprise and astonishment appeared in his eyes as he gazed at the little girl. Not far from the entrance of the rocky cave, Liyun deliberately concealed herself behind the firewood, waiting until he approached closely before moving it aside, revealing her face to him. He still remembered her. Their gazes collided, and in that fleeting moment, Liyun discerned the shock and disbelief reflected in the eunuch's eyes, causing her heart to swell with uncontainable laughter. His expression confirmed that he recognized her face, which was gratifying. She was curious to see how he would react. She had seen through his disguise, yet he remained oblivious to her recognition. She was hidden, while he was exposed, making the situation all the more entertaining. "Scar uncle, you have finally returned to life." A radiant smile illuminated Liyun's face as she cheerfully greeted him, embodying the innocence of a young girl with a pure and gentle nature. Her voice, light and melodious like a yellow oriole in a deep valley, combined with her bright and cheerful demeanor, left Yanqing momentarily dazzled. He could not deny that the little girl was undeniably adorable, petite and charming. Her fair, round face was perpetually adorned with a sweet smile, akin to catching a glimpse of sunlight on a gloomy day. After a brief moment of surprise, he could not help but scowl. "Scar uncle." Yanqing felt a pang of discomfort. For the first time, she had unceremoniously pointed out his impotence, and now, due to the scar on his face, she presumptuously addressed him as Scar uncle. Did she fear he was unaware of his own blemish? A phrase echoed in his mind. While the mountains may change, one's nature remains steadfast. The little girl, sharp-tongued and unyielding, had never been one to mince words, always choosing to bring up the most sensitive topics. With just a single encounter, Yanqing found himself utterly exasperated, yet he had to feign gratitude. "Little sister, was it you who tended to my wounds? Thank you." As the words escaped his lips, he wished he could retract them. His throat felt parched and constricted. His voice emerged as a rasping croak, akin to that of a duck, utterly unbefitting of his handsome and graceful visage. "Of course, it was me." Upon hearing the reluctant undertone in the man's voice, Liyun felt an overwhelming urge to burst into laughter, reveling in the sheer delight of the moment. The eunuch must surely wish for another to come to his aid. Yet it was she, whom he had previously treated with disdain and subsequently assaulted, who had come to his rescue, undoubtedly leaving him in a state of inner turmoil. The thought of causing such distress to the eunuch filled Lu, the student, with immense satisfaction. She merrily gathered firewood, her footsteps light as she ascended to the rocky cave entrance, tossing the wood upward before climbing after it. As Yanqing's gaze drew nearer, he noticed a bundle of firewood atop, which rested a short hatchet and a small hoe. The little girl carried a backpack on her back, the same canvas bag she had donned previously, now bulging with contents. Did she fear he might awaken and pilfer her belongings? The realization unsettled him. Although he had surreptitiously rummaged through her bag without her knowledge, he did not expect to be regarded as a thief. His gaze involuntarily trailed from the girl's shoulder downward, noting that her chest appeared fuller than he had remembered, stretching her gray long-sleeve shirt. Suddenly, he recalled the sensation of being atop her that day, the soft warmth of her form pressing against him, causing his breath to deepen and a shadow to flicker in his eyes. He distinctly remembered how soft her lips were, tender as cotton candy. Yin, through his own reflections, demonstrates the wisdom of adaptability, recognizing that emotional debts can, indeed, be repaid in kind. His cleverness is truly remarkable. Lu, unperturbed by the scrutinizing gazes, carries a load of firewood to the designated stacking area. He carefully removes the bundled wood from the makeshift yoke, arranging it neatly, and sets aside the chopping knife and small hoe. After brushing off the stray wood shavings clinging to him, he unfastens his backpack and settles upon a stone he had chosen as a makeshift seat. He unzips the bag, extracting 2 mineral water bottles, a thick plastic bag filled with water, and 2 food bags containing various items. Yin muses to himself, pondering whether the little girl is merely a precaution against theft, or if her backpack serves a more practical purpose. It seems he has misjudged her intentions, leaving him with a sense of irritation, as if he had been publicly rebuked. His brow furrows in frustration. Perhaps this little girl has an innate talent for vexing him. As she retrieves her items, Lu carelessly places her backpack aside and opens the food bags to allow them to breathe. One bag contains the wild yam she had foraged, its skin meticulously scraped clean, while the other holds unpeeled, freshly washed yam, cut into sections. The yams are robust, their skins a mottled white and yellow. Lu picks up several unpeeled yam roots, clears a space in the ash of the fire pit, and arranges the yams within the red-gray embers. covering them with another layer of hot ash and a sprinkling of charcoal to roast them. Yin falls into a profound silence once again. How is it that this little girl possesses survival skills in the wilderness that rival those of seasoned professionals? Who is she truly? Uncle Scar. I must remind you that the wound on your waist has reopened. Burying the yam, classmate Lu elegantly tapped her fingers, as white as spring onions, and leisurely offered a kind reminder to the eunuch. That fellow's life was remarkably resilient. Despite sustaining such severe injuries, he had not perished. Upon regaining consciousness, he stubbornly refused to remain still, causing his wounds to reopen and bleed anew. She felt no sympathy for someone who did not cherish their own body. Hence, her intention was merely to remind him, devoid of any ulterior motives. Her crisp, youthful voice resonated with a light-heartedness, imbued with mirth, leaving Yin Xing perplexed. And then? Lu Yun raised an eyebrow at the rhetorical question, her smile unwavering. Then, I simply wish to inquire if it hurts. His wounds had been stitched by her hand. The medicine meticulously prepared by her, encompassing tonics for replenishing blood, invigorating energy, aiding in wound healing, and soothing the spirit. Yet, curiously absent was any analgesic. Should he claim to feel no pain, she would write her name backward. The heavens, in their benevolence, had spared her from neglecting the compassion expected of a medical practitioner. As for the absence of painkillers, it did not contravene the principles of medicine, thus alleviating her of any pangs of conscience. Secretly, she reveled in having played a trick on the eunuch, relishing the fact that he had not met his demise at her hands, and finding amusement in his suffering. It was simply too devoid of compassion. Yin Xing felt an urge to strangle the little girl. He could hardly discern where the pain lay, nor could he ascertain whether his wounds had indeed reopened. The man's chest ached with anger, yet classmate Lu remained oblivious, retrieving a single-handled stainless steel bowl. Lifting the lid and extracting a bag from her backpack, she poured in a small amount of rice, adding a handful without rinsing, and tossed it onto the fire to cook, while she gradually added kindling to the flames. Observing the little girl, fully prepared, Yin Xing was taken aback. What purpose did this remarkably strong little girl have in bringing rice into the mountains? He gritted his teeth against the pain and slowly rose to his feet. Inching towards the fire pit, finding no place to sit, he cautiously lowered himself to the ground, trying to avoid aggravating his wound. The young lady, seemingly oblivious to his presence, retrieved a rattan sieve filled with medicinal herbs and placed it on the grass to keep it free from dirt. From her backpack, she produced needles and began threading the herbs, one by one, with utmost seriousness. Occasionally, she would add more firewood, as if she were the sole inhabitant of the universe, treating the man beside her as mere air. Yin Xing found the little girl inscrutable. Once she had assembled a long string of herbs, she tied the ends together and went to fetch a few branches to create a rack beside the fire pit, where she hung the herbs to dry. Preparing to roast them. Were you planning to dry them? Her silence was driving him to madness. In this desolate place, with only the two of them, the little girl maintained an enigmatic demeanor, making him hesitant to even inquire about the date. A simple hum escaped her lips, light as a breeze. What purpose did she have in drying them? Yin Xing felt a surge of frustration. Which of her eyes perceived that he did not require them? His injury was far from healed, and even walking was a challenge. She had previously mentioned that his wound had reopened. How could she think he did not need a change of bandages? A knot of agitation tightened in his chest, yet he found himself utterly powerless against her. He had not forgotten that she was an extraordinarily strong little girl, capable of great force. Even before his injury, he had unwittingly fallen victim to her strength. Now, in his severely injured state, he feared provoking her. A single punch from her could send him tumbling out of the cave and rolling down the hillside into a pool of stagnant water. Under the eaves of another, one must bow their head. Yin Xing endured the suffocating sense of neglect, silently keeping a mental ledger against her, while outwardly expressing humility. Dear sister, I am unable to walk in my current state. Your kindness has brought me this far. Please help me heal my wounds so that I may traverse the mountains once again. You have awakened. Contact your family and friends for assistance. I have my own matters to attend to and cannot wait for your complete recovery. The audacity of the eunuch was astounding. Expecting her to aid him further before he could depart, Lu Yun wrinkled her nose in disdain, exclaiming, "Humph, a rogue is indeed a rogue, shameless beyond belief. After being rescued, he makes no mention of gratitude, nor does he appreciate the life-saving grace, instead demanding further assistance without compensation. Who does he think he is? My phone is dead. Your dead phone is of no concern to me. I am neither your father nor your grandfather, obligated to worry over every little thing. The little girl's retort left Yanxing feeling choked, as if a heavy weight had settled in his chest. This little girl, impervious to reason, was far more arrogant and willful than the pampered daughters of the capital. She sought his submission, yet he could not swallow his pride, choosing instead to remain silent, determined to test whether she would truly disregard him should he faint again. As the water in the pot came to a boil, the grains danced in the heat, releasing the enticing aroma of rice. With his stomach rumbling after days without sustenance, Yanxing felt a blush of embarrassment creep across his face. He discreetly pressed his hand against his belly, striving to suppress the urge to swallow in order to maintain some semblance of composure. Unbeknownst to him, Lu was engrossed in stringing together his herbs, meticulously fashioning one strand after another, hanging them in a row on the rack. As the water in the bowl dwindled, he replenished it, continuing to simmer until the rice grains appeared plump, resembling a porridge-like consistency. He then covered the bowl and placed it atop the embers, allowing it to stew. While the bowl simmered, he pushed aside some of the coals to extract the yam, most of which had been thoroughly cooked, though a few pieces remained undercooked and were buried back in the ashes to warm. Yin Hung felt an intense hunger, his stomach pressing against his back. Yet he felt too embarrassed to ask the little girl for food, silently enduring as a starved wolf. After repositioning the steel bowl several times, he simmered it for over 10 minutes. Lu then opened a tightly sealed food bag and retrieved a pair of chopsticks carved from arrow bamboo. He sifted through the grass sieve, selecting a few herbs to toss into the rice porridge, stirring them in, the tender green herbs changing color from the heat. He then handed the bowl to the eunuch, saying, "Uncle Scar, regardless of taste, you must eat it all. Wasting food is not permitted." Yan's perception of the little girl shifted once again. Despite her fierce demeanor and nonchalant attitude towards others, she seemed to possess a surprisingly tender heart. As for himself, he felt a twinge of guilt for his earlier indignation. After all, the little girl was just that, a girl, and it was unbecoming for a grown man to quarrel with her. "I will eat the yam," he declared. Lu glanced at the eunuch with surprise, realizing that this fellow had finally shown a semblance of conscience, acknowledging the concern for his life-saving benefactor. The little girl's smile was pure, and Yin refrained from delving further into her thoughts, using his chopsticks to sample the herbs. Some were bitter, others sweet, and a few mildly sour. A medley of flavors that danced upon his palate. His left hand was immobile, leaving only his right hand available. He first consumed the medicinal herbs, then lifted the bowl to sip the congee. The unseasoned congee was bland and tasteless, yet Yanxing found it rather delightful. Perhaps it was true what they said, that hunger makes any food palatable. After finishing a bowl, he still felt unsated. Setting down the bowl, he noticed several pieces of yam root in front of him, accompanied by the small girl's voice, devoid of discernible emotion. "This can be eaten." Yanxing did not hesitate, brushing off the dirt from the yam root. Taking a bite, the cooked yam was fragrant and soft, and he ate voraciously, disregarding his demeanor, consuming piece after piece, finishing all that was allotted to him, and wiping his mouth in satisfaction. However, as he wiped his mouth, he realized his hands were still unwashed after relieving himself. Suddenly reminded of this lapse, Yanxing felt a wave of discomfort wash over him, even though the second part was his own. The thought of having touched himself without washing and then handling food was quite unsettling, feeling as though his entire body were infested with lice, itching and uncomfortable. He noticed the small girl carrying a steel bowl as she made her way toward the cave's entrance. Unable to restrain his curiosity, he inquired, "Little sister, where are you going?" The girl walked several meters away from the rocks, where she dug a small pit, lined it with an oilcloth, and collected rainwater in it, covering the surface with a corner of the oilcloth to keep it pristine. Acknowledging that his thoughts had been perceived, Yanxing lowered his gaze slightly, no longer concerned about being referred to as Scar Uncle by the little girl. Indeed, the discomfort of having relieved himself without washing his hands before eating could not be more pronounced. After rinsing his hands with water and wiping his face, Yanxing finally felt somewhat better. He observed the little girl diligently placing the pot over the fire again, adhering to the principle of observing more and speaking less. He watched as she sifted through the grass to find medicinal herbs, tossing them into a bowl. Even someone as dull-witted as he could surmise that she was preparing a concoction for him to drink. In truth, he felt quite unwell, his head heavy and his feet light, yet he persisted in waiting for the medicine, fearing that if he lay down and fell asleep, the little girl would become annoyed and discard the remedy. After approximately half an hour, the girl fashioned a nest out of leaves, pouring the medicinal liquid into it to cool, while adding more water to continue the boiling process. She did not offer him any to drink, allowing it to cool instead. Carefully, she selected numerous herbs and placed them on a nearby rock beside her backpack, where she began to pound them with a stone. Once the medicine had boiled for a sufficient time, she poured the liquid into another leafy nest and boiled it again. After the third round, she strained the herbs away, combining the 3 batches of liquid. The small amount was simmered for a few more minutes before she poured a portion of the herbal brew for the man to drink. The scent of the herbs was quite pungent. Yan Xing tested the temperature and, without so much as a frown, gulped it down in one go. The liquid was warm upon entering his throat, followed by an overwhelming wave of bitterness that was exceptionally intense. Bitter as gall, perhaps even more so. Indeed, good medicine is often unpleasant to taste. As the bitter concoction settled in his stomach, he felt warmth spreading within. The little girl poured another serving, and he tilted his head back to drink it, consuming a third and fourth, ultimately downing 5 portions, leaving his mouth filled with bitterness. Despite the overwhelming taste, Yan Xing made every effort to swallow the remnants and saliva without wasting a single drop. "Uncle Scar, lie down and let me prepare a new dose for you," Lu Yun said, presenting her most innocent and gentle demeanor, her smile warm and inviting. The little girl displayed a charming smile, causing a slight twitch at the corner of Yan Xing's eye. It was only now that he noticed the 2 delicate dimples on her cheeks. Her face bore little flesh, and the dimples became more pronounced when her eyes curved like crescent moons in laughter. He cautiously rose to his feet and moved to the designated spot, obediently lying down despite the pain that coursed through his body with every shift. He refrained from uttering a single sound, embodying the essence of a true man of steel. Such formidable endurance compelled Lu Yun to admire his masculinity, yet admiration did not equip her with the knowledge to apply pain-relieving herbs. After all, the pain was his to bear, not hers. Utilizing her ocular X-ray vision, she discerned that the wound on his left side had reopened and required restitching. She wrapped the herbs in leaves, sought a needle, and heated it over the flame before settling down to begin her task. Confronted by the sight of the adorably innocent little girl while his upper body remained bare, Yan Xing felt a twinge of embarrassment. Unable to cover himself, he simply closed his eyes, choosing to render himself invisible to the situation. Lu, lacking an interest in the study of human musculature and indifferent to the male physique, moistened the herbs with water and carefully removed some of the medication from the left side of his waist, cleaning the edges of the wound from blood and remnants of the ointment. "Scar, uncle," she remarked, "the wound has yet to heal. We had planned to remove the stitches tonight, but your vigorous movements have torn too. We must first remove the stitches before restitching. Without anesthetics, this may be somewhat painful. Please bear with it. If you truly cannot endure, you may call out. There is no one nearby to mock you." Yan Xing pressed his lips together, his muscles involuntarily tensing, unable to resist the urge to open his eyes. Upon seeing the needle and thread in the little girl's hands, he felt an instinctive desire to flee. After all, those were the tools for sewing, and they had not undergone any sterilization. Would this not risk infection? Upon further contemplation, what is there to critique in such a place? In the past, when they were assigned tasks and sustained injuries, there were moments when they had no opportunity to stitch their wounds, relying solely on their sheer willpower to endure. Now, the mere possession of a needle and thread to mend a wound is indeed a considerable fortune. Comforted by a misguided sense of self-assurance, he resignedly closed his eyes, welcoming whatever fate may come. After all, should he perish, he could always rise again as a valiant soul in 18 years. Alas, if death were to claim him, he would forfeit the chance to avenge the affront to his dignity inflicted by the young girl. Just as these thoughts occupied his mind, a piercing pain shot through his left side, prompting him to instinctively clench his teeth and stiffen his body like stone. "Uncle Scar, with your skin pulled so tightly, if the stitching isn't executed with the right tension, you'll have to endure a redo," remarked Lu, her eyes unblinking as she noticed the taut muscles of the eunuch. Unceremoniously, she doused him with cold water. Why does that phrase carry such ambiguity? Yan Xing felt particularly vexed, biting his lip as he endeavored to relax his muscles. There must be a balance in all things. Moderation is the key to excellence. In a bid to avoid inciting the eunuch's resentment, Lu did not apply excessive pressure, carefully removing 2 old threads before restitching. Each time she urged him to relax his muscles, her hands moved swiftly and accurately, ensuring he endured only minimal discomfort. After a couple of stitches, she applied medicine and wrapped the area, covering him with a towel. Observing that he still had his eyes shut, With beads of sweat forming on his forehead, it was evident that he was in considerable pain. This knowledge brought her a sense of satisfaction, having offended her. He deserved to experience a modicum of hardship to learn that women are not to be trifled with. Sensing that the young girl intended to depart, he slightly opened his eyelids, inquiring, "Little sister, are you not curious about my identity?" Who said she was not curious? Just as Li Yun was about to rise, her thoughts churned with unspoken questions, for how could she not be eager to discover who he truly was? She immediately broke into a smile. Pure and innocent. Does it truly matter who you are? Li Yun believed that one should not generalize. Sometimes, if you do not act decisively, you may be ruthlessly oppressed. To avoid being bullied, one must fiercely resist. Many are driven to the underworld for this very reason. Furthermore, some individuals are inherently brutal. Thus, they require a stronger force to contend with them. Otherwise, they will become tyrants, wielding their power without mercy, as long as the populace is not harmed. The thug's use of violence to counter violence can also contribute to stability in a certain region. Yanqing found himself momentarily speechless, even as a soldier. He could not deny the truth in the little girl's words. There were indeed chivalrous souls within the underworld. He remained silent, unable to disclose to the little girl that he was a soldier on a mission, assuring her of her safety and her healing efforts. He was engaged in a covert operation, and should this information leak, both he and his comrades would be in peril. What he hesitated to ask was, "About your injury." Unsure whether to reveal this information to you, Li Yun tilted her head, conveying a single thought. "Do you wish to hear it? You say you can bear it." Yanqing dismissed her concern. He had risen from the dead, indifferent to death itself. What could possibly wound him? The flesh corroded by the medicine had been excised, and new tissue would require time to regenerate. It is advisable to rest for about 6 months, avoiding beans and bean products which are prone to festering, as well as abstaining from seafood, spicy foods, and alcohol. Furthermore, the little girl did not continue, prompting Yanqing to inquire, "What else is there?" "Uncle Scar, are you certain you wish to listen?" "I do." "Then be prepared, and ensure you will not resort to violence to silence me." Yanqing's gaze tightened slightly. "Speak plainly. Your assistance is invaluable, and I would never be so despicable as to harm my savior in order to keep a secret." Li Yun looked at the eunuch with pity. "During my examination, I discovered that you consumed something harmful in your youth, which has irrevocably damaged your ability to bear offspring in this lifetime. Alas, Uncle Scar, do not be disheartened. Perhaps the heavens will not forsake you. Should you encounter a reclusive, miraculous physician, there may still be hope for healing. Alternatively, if you wait a few more years, you might meet me again, and I might also attempt to assist you. As it stands, I lack the capability, and the necessary medicinal materials are exceedingly rare and difficult to procure." Upon hearing that he could not have descendants, Yanqing felt as though struck by lightning. His heart shattered into 1,000 pieces. They had maliciously sought to extinguish his very future when he was so young. Rage surged within him, and he felt as though he were bleeding internally. His muscles tensed, and his temples throbbed violently, threatening to burst through his skin. Observing his distress, Li Yun was taken aback and pointed a finger at the eunuch. Despite his previous indiscretions, she did not wish for his demise. He could not be allowed to act recklessly. If his anger were to overwhelm him and he were to perish, all her efforts would be in vain, and she would be left with the grim task of disposing of his body, a most unwise venture. In his anguish, Yanqing felt a numbness in his chest, and darkness enveloped him, causing him to lose consciousness, his taut muscles finally relaxing. When he regained awareness, he stared up at the gray rock ceiling, his emotions shifting from turbulent storms to serene tranquility, ultimately settling into an indifferent calm. He gazed toward the brightest spot, faintly perceiving a ray of sunlight illuminating the cave entrance, its warmth casting a gentle hue. The little girl sat by the fire, brewing medicine, the air thick with an indelible aroma of herbs. He attempted to rise, when a voice, light and melodious like that of a yellow oriole, chimed, "Scar uncle, don't move if you're awake. The wound might open again, and you'll suffer. If you remember anything, just let me know, and I'll assist you." Yanqing's brow furrowed slightly. How could the little girl know he was recalling? Li Yun, without hesitation, set down the concoction and approached the man, carefully supporting him to prevent any strain on his injury. The little girl possessed delicate, fair hands, and as her palm rested on his muscle, Yanqing's numbed flesh involuntarily warmed and tensed. He had not anticipated such a gentle and considerate side from her, and with her assistance, he managed to sit upright. As she helped him don his clothing, she guided his right arm through, fastening a button to partially cover his torso. and offered the stone she had been sitting on as a makeshift seat for him. Noting his distress from her earlier comments, she refrained from teasing him further, allowing him to absorb her sunlight-like warmth. Suddenly, a slender, delicate hand presented a white power bank. "Scar uncle, I'm lending you this power bank. The weather is stable, and there is signal here, so you can contact the outside world." Yanxing accepted the power bank, and the little girl handed him his backpack before elegantly departing the cave with a small hoe in hand. He retrieved his phone, connected it to the power bank, and after a minute or two, powered it on. A brief search revealed 2 bars of signal. Glancing at the date, Yanxing gasped in astonishment. It was July 6th. Had he been unconscious for an entire week? Without a moment's hesitation, he dialed a number. As the call connected, a tense voice echoed through. "Are you all right?" Hugo received a communication from the captain, overwhelmed with excitement. The captain had gone missing, and one comrade had made the ultimate sacrifice for their country. They had discovered the remains of a teammate who had perished alongside the enemy, yet the captain remained unaccounted for, leading them to nearly believe he had also fallen in the line of duty. Chapter 75. The wedding on the 3rd, 6th, and 9th days of the lunar month. It is market day in Jiudao Township. The 6th also marks a gathering day. After several days of torrential rain, the townsfolk had been unable to venture out on market days. Finally, with the skies clearing, this particular market day was exceptionally lively. Upon returning home, Shou Qiufeng first placed a piglet into the pig pen, then drove her cart to the back gate of the Lu family residence, where she retrieved the key to unlock the rear door of their courtyard. Every July, as the early rice was harvested, by the beginning of this month, the villagers had confined their chickens and ducks to prevent them from straying into others' fields and pecking at the rice. Li's father had to go to work, and with the chickens secured inside, the back courtyard was also locked. Seeing the piglet frolic briefly in the pen before lying down, Shou Qiufeng felt a sense of relief. Exiting the pig pen, she opened the courtyard door and was startled to find her sister-in-law standing outside. Shou Qiufeng felt as though her heart had been struck by a hammer. The pain searing, her face paling. She could not fathom what had been troubling her sister-in-law lately, who seemed intent on provoking her at every turn. Now, even such vile words had been uttered. She wished to ignore her sister-in-law, yet Zhou's relentless scrutiny continued, her remarks dripping with sarcasm. "Oh, running to the Lu family every few days. If you claim there is nothing going on with Liqing, not even I would believe that. One old bachelor and one woman without a man, a perfect recipe for disaster." During lunch, Zhou's sister-in-law observed her with a cold smirk, evidently pleased with the younger woman's forbearance. Shou Qiufeng chose not to confide in her mother about the sister-in-law as harassment, leaving Grandma Zhou oblivious to the fact that her daughter-in-law had been subtly undermining her daughter. Once everything was cleaned, he was of no assistance, watching as the little girl skillfully wrapped the 2 wild chicken eggs in various herbs, encasing them in leaves before burying them in the fire, alongside some yam, which she had meticulously cleaned in a bowl. "Uncle Ba, have you been in touch with your family and friends?" As he tended to the fire, Lu Yun expressed concern over the castrated man as future, truly pressed for time and unable to linger. "My friend will come to pick me up tomorrow, likely afternoon." Yun displayed her warmest smile. "Little sister, I shall never forget the debt of gratitude I owe you. Please leave me your phone number and address, and I will personally come to express my thanks once I have recovered." Suddenly, an inexplicable chill enveloped Lu Yun. The castrated man requested her address and phone number. What if he were a fugitive, aware of her family situation, seeking to repay her kindness only to silence her afterwards? The thought sent shivers down her spine. There is no need for a formal visit of gratitude. I wish to avoid any disturbances in my life. If you are burdened by the debt of gratitude and feel compelled to repay it for the sake of your conscience, please leave a phone number or address for me. Should I find myself in need of your assistance, I shall seek you out to repay the favor." Yanxing paused slightly, acquiescing to the little girl's wishes, perhaps fearing he might be perceived as a nefarious character. Without a phone number or address, how could he be traced? Student Lu, a pragmatic individual, promptly retrieved her notebook detailing the characteristics of medicinal herbs, urging the eunuch to provide a means of contact. Yanxing refrained from leaving an address, instead offering a phone number, informing her that she could reach him through that number. He provided a false name, Zhang Jing, which belonged to the original owner of the scarred face he now bore. Indeed, there existed a person named Zhang Jin, though he was currently missing. Yanxing merely assumed his identity. Upon hearing the name announced by the monk, Lu Yun suppressed a smirk. She had seen the identification card he carried, which bore the image of his current visage, yet his appearance was a fade, merely a testament to his appropriation of another's identity, altering his looks to match. It felt as though trouble had been invited. Student Lu was conflicted. She had intended to use him as a test subject, yet unexpectedly found herself entangled with a potentially perilous specimen. A headache loomed. After much deliberation, she decided to cast aside her worries, believing that when the vehicle reaches the mountain, a path will surely appear, and when the boat arrives at the bridge, it will naturally proceed straight. Future matters could be addressed in due time. In the mountains, darkness descended swiftly, enveloping the surroundings in shadow. The flickering flames attracted swarms of mosquitoes, not drawn by the light as moths are, but lured by the scent of carnivorous plants, rushing toward them only to sacrifice themselves, becoming prey to the very flora they sought. Lu, the student, cooked yam and poured it into a nest made of folded leaves. She then blanched the phoenix tail mushrooms and some wild herbs before finally preparing porridge. The process of cooking porridge is time-consuming, so they first consumed the yam to stave off hunger. The wild chicken eggs, nestled in the fire, were turned once during the cooking, and only when the porridge was nearly ready did she unearth them. The herbs encasing the eggs had evaporated the moisture, causing them to crumble at the slightest touch. Each of them took an egg, cracked the shell, and the egg white seeped into the herbs, resembling a layer of butter. It was particularly visually appealing and exceptionally fragrant when eaten. The cooked porridge was devoured by Yin Xing, after which they prepared another batch of medicine. Once brewed, the concoction was allowed to cool before being stored in a mineral water bottle. They continued this process for 3 batches until it was 10:30 at night, readying themselves for sleep. The eunuch, being an injured soldier, found it easy to aggravate his wounds when crawling in the tent, so Lu suggested he sleep by the fire, moving the caterpillar fungus nearby. Unable to enter the space, she spread a piece of clothing inside the tent and laid down to sleep soundly. Yin Xing secretly observed the little girl, who quickly fell into slumber. He couldn't help but feel a twinge of frustration. How could she be so carefree with a stranger, unafraid of the potential dangers? He didn't dwell on it too much, for Li's father enjoyed a peaceful night's rest. Before dawn, he rose to open the door and made himself instant noodles. As the first light of day broke, he fed the piglets and the chickens. After ensuring the poultry were well fed, he grabbed his keys and prepared to leave for work. Just then, he saw Qiufeng jogging into the main room, momentarily taken aback. She carried a tidy bag, looking presentable, but her expression seemed off. "Qiufeng, are you feeling unwell? You don't look too good," Li's father inquired cautiously, wary of speaking too loudly in case others overheard and misconstrued his concern as meddling in family matters regarding how the Zhou family treated Qiufeng. "No, Zhou Qiufeng," feeling the sting of humiliation from her sister-in-law yesterday, wore a sorrowful expression devoid of smiles. Upon hearing Lu Qing's concern, she slightly shook her head and hesitated before asking, "Brother Lu, may I borrow your household registration book for a moment?" Without inquiring further, Zhou Qiufeng felt immense turmoil within her. She took the Lu family's household registration book, her lips quivering as she summoned the courage to ask, "Brother Lu, Xiao Lele mentioned she desires a new mother. What are your thoughts on this?" Zhou Qiufeng's sudden question left Lu Ba dumbfounded, his mouth agape and words failing him. Witnessing Lu Qing's reaction caused Zhou Qiufeng's heart to race with anxiety, her shoulders trembling with distress. "Brother Lu, you don't approve of the new mother candidate that Lele wishes for, do you?" No. It's not that." Lu Ba quickly shook off his daze, fervently denying it, his heart racing as he stammered, It's not that I disapprove. I merely fear that it would be unfair to her. My leg is not well, and I would only burden others." Tears welled in Zhou Qiufeng's eyes as she grasped Lu Qing's arm tightly. "Brother Lu, let's go to the county and register our marriage." Lu Ba's mind was in disarray. Zhou Qiufeng, terrified that Lu Qing might have second thoughts, and equally fearful of her own hesitation, had made this decision after a night of contemplation, mustering all her courage to take this step. With her resolve still intact, she disregarded all else, pulled Lu Ba along, locked the door of the Lu household, and pushed the still-dazed Lu Ba into the back of the old electric tricycle. She took the wheel, vrooming away. Upon arriving in the town, Zhou Qiufeng parked the electric tricycle in front of a familiar shop, helping Lu Ba board the bus to the county. Using Lu Ba's phone, she called Boss Wu to request leave. Upon learning that Lu Qing had matters to attend to in the county, Boss Wu readily granted her request with a cheerful demeanor. While Lu Ba remained in a state of bewilderment, Zhou Qiufeng was lucid and took the reins, hailing a passenger electric tricycle straight to the Civil Affairs Bureau. It was Thursday, and the bureau was bustling with couples processing marriage licenses. Upon seeing a middle-aged pair, the staff initially assumed they were there to file for divorce. However, they were taken aback to discover they were there to wed. The marriage process was remarkably simple, costing only 9 yuan. After a brief session for photographs and registration, within half an hour, they were presented with 2 freshly minted red certificates. With a marriage certificate in hand, Zhou Qiufeng assisted Lu Ba down the stairs and out of the bureau. Lu Ba wore a foolish grin that caught the attention of passers-by. Still lost in the surreal nature of the day, it was just past 4 o'clock when they returned to the village. The sky was clear and the sunlight gentle. Zhou Qiufeng instructed Lu Ba to wait on the tricycle while she procured fish, meat, slaughtered chickens and ducks, milk, and tobacco, filling the vehicle to the brim. Upon returning home, Lu Ba still felt as if he were in a dream, unable to grasp the simplicity of his marriage to Xiaofeng. As Zhou Qiufeng busied herself moving items into the house, Lu Ba remained dazed, smiling foolishly. "Xiaofeng, are we really married?" "Yes, we are married," she replied. Holding a new quilt and mat, her face flushed as she passed by Lu Ba to place the bedding in his former bedroom. With a beaming smile, Lu Ba trailed her to the door, repeating in disbelief, "Xiaofeng, we are truly married?" "Indeed, she is truly married." Zhou Qiufeng's face burned even hotter as she lowered her head to spread the new mat on the bed. This marriage, half by compulsion and half by deceit, filled her with shame. A jolt of pain shook her, and her muddled brain finally cleared. She rushed to the wardrobe, found the key, and opened the small drawer, rummaging through to uncover a savings book from the very bottom. With a clattering of excitement, she hurried back to Zhou Qiufeng, grasped her hand, and pressed the savings book into her palm. "Xiaofeng, this is all my savings, 11,631 yuan. Please take it." Just as she laid the mat flat, Zhou Qiufeng looked up in surprise as her hand was seized. "Lu, big brother, there's no need for a bride price. I marry you without any dowry. As long as we can live together, that suffices. This is not a bride price. From now on, you will have the final say in this household, and the finances will be under your control. You need not worry about Leilei's tuition. Leilei has received a bonus of 60,000 yuan, and she has scholarships and a relocation fee of 10,000 yuan for Qingda. She has already saved enough for her university expenses." Feeling the tight grip of his large hand, Zhou Qiufeng's heart ached, and tears nearly brimmed in her eyes as she choked out, "Big brother Lu, in the future, I will be a burden on Leilei as she supports me." No, it is we who have burdened you. From now on, you will manage everything at home and outside." Li's father spoke nervously, his words tumbling over one another. "I am not burdened. I marry you and have a place to call home. Leilei does not despise me, so what is there to feel burdened about?" Zhou Qiufeng's heart was heavy with sorrow as she turned and buried herself in Li's father's embrace, sobbing softly. Years of living under the watchful gaze of his sister-in-law had caused her to suppress an overwhelming tide of emotions. When she finally broke down in tears, they flowed uncontrollably, akin to a deluge released from a dam. Lu Ba, at a loss for how to comfort her, hesitated to place a hand on her shoulder, ultimately choosing instead to gently encircle her waist, allowing her the freedom to weep. He understood the nature of Sister Zhou. Qiufeng was in distress and needed an outlet for her pent-up sorrow, embracing the woman with whom he would share the latter half of his life. The sound of her soft sobs brought an unexpected sense of tranquility to Lu Ba. Years ago, Qiufeng, still in her youth, had played behind him in Shogu, and he had never imagined that they would one day form a family. However, life is unpredictable, and after many twists and turns, they found themselves united in middle age. The events concerning Lulu's mother had taught him that even the most passionate love stories can end abruptly. In marriage, it is the steady stream of companionship that endures. Chapter 76. The support arrives after shedding her tears. Qiufeng felt a significant weight lifted from her heart. However, as she lay against Liqing, she became acutely aware of her flushed cheeks, murmuring, "I'm sorry for staining your clothes." "Not a problem, Xiaofeng. Are you feeling better now?" Lu Ba replied with a silly grin, a hint of color creeping onto his prematurely aged face. "Much better," Qiufeng said, lowering her gaze in embarrassment as she wiped her eyes. "Xiaofeng, did your sister-in-law say something to upset you again?" Lu Ba, though physically impaired, retained his sharp wit. He could sense that Qiufeng must have endured considerable grievances, compelling her to seek refuge in marriage with him. Otherwise, such impulsiveness would be uncharacteristic. Yes. Zhou Qiufeng felt increasingly guilty towards Liqing. In her moment of frustration, she had hastily pulled him into marriage without considering his consent, akin to a forced wedding. Henceforth, She resolved to disregard her sister-in-law's words, let her say whatever she wished. If one day it became wearisome, she could have Lei confront her. With a chuckle, Zhou Qiufeng wiped her tears and looked up, her eyes sparkling with mischief as she playfully admonished, "Brother Lu, how can you, as a father, teach Lei to resort to violence? Aren't you afraid that she might grow distant from you?" "Not at all," he replied. "You are my wife, Lei's new mother. Lei is fiercely protective. If anyone dares to insult her family, she won't need prompting from me. She will confront them herself. Do you not recall? Zhang Ke's wife was once struck by Lei." Upon hearing the term wife, Zhou Qiufeng felt a warmth blossom within her heart. She had no doubt about Li Qing's honesty. Lei was well-behaved yet notorious in the village for her fierceness. Whenever someone spoke ill of her family, she would take matters into her own hands. Just days after their grandfather's passing, Zhang Jing's mother had the audacity to utter disrespectful words about Li's grandfather in front of little Li Yun. Without hesitation, Lei had rushed forth and slapped Zhang Jing's mother across the face. Zhou Qiufeng recalled Lei's words, "When you die or when Uncle Zhang Ku passes, I shall come to your house before everyone and repeat what you just said. At that time, neither you nor Zhang Jing will be angry, for I shall bow to you 3 times. That slap had not only left Zhang Jing's mother humiliated but had also rendered her speechless, turning her into a subject of ridicule among the villagers. As Zhou Qiufeng reminisced about Lei, a sense of unease washed over her. "Brother Lu, we have registered, but we haven't informed Lei. Will she be upset?" She pondered, knowing he was likely off somewhere in a remote corner, lost in his own world. The Lu family would henceforth be her sanctuary, and she had embraced the role of a mother. Anyone who dared to bully Lei would soon discover her fierce maternal instincts. She would not hesitate to confront them head-on. With a sigh, she lowered her head and hurried out to gather some belongings. Li's father trailed behind Zhou Qiufeng like a devoted shadow, his heart warmed by the thought that their household finally had a matriarch, and that Lei would no longer be a child without a mother. The journey of marriage required time for adjustment, yet Li's father and Zhou Qiufeng, having shared countless fleeting encounters over the years, found their interactions to be quite natural, albeit tinged with a hint of awkwardness due to their transition from familiar neighbors to spouses. Unbeknownst to her, Lu, while frolicking amidst the mountains, was completely oblivious to the fact that her father had transitioned from a solitary existence to that of a married man. Meanwhile, as she prepared porridge for the castrated man, her new mother was leading her father to the county to register their union. Upon awakening, Yanxing was greeted by the tantalizing aroma wafting through the air. Cautious not to aggravate his wounds, he refrained from moving until the little girl gently assisted him in sitting up, using a damp cloth to clean his face and hands, a makeshift wash of sorts. As he settled down, he noticed that only a handful of fresh herbs remained. His backpack contained some well-prepared medicinal herbs, and it seemed the little girl had stowed away many of her belongings, as the bag appeared quite full. He refrained from inquiring about her intentions, for last night they had spoken candidly, and he knew his friend would likely arrive by noon, while she intended to depart in the morning. To be frank, Yanxing initially believed that the young girl would await her friend's arrival, perhaps to express certain demands. However, it became apparent that she had no intention of meeting him, seemingly indifferent to the matter of her rescue, and unperturbed by the possibility of him quickly forgetting the debt of gratitude he owed her. It remained unclear whether the girl was employing a strategy of feigned indifference or truly lacked concern. After consuming the porridge she had prepared for him, which contained yam and a wild chicken egg, accompanied by herbs, he found the taste quite delightful. Once he finished his meal, he changed the dressings on his wounds, applying fresh ointment to both injuries before drinking the medicinal broth. As he sat there, his classmate, Lu, placed the bowl back onto the fire to brew more medicine, while he busied himself dismantling the tent. In a matter of moments, he had efficiently packed it away into its bag and secured it atop his backpack. "Are you not taking your bowl?" Yanxing inquired, a hint of surprise in his voice. "I'll leave the bowl for you to brew medicine. Beyond 3 mountains from here, there lies a village. We should reach it by tomorrow. I can purchase a second-hand bowl in the village for use in the mountains," Lu replied. Yanxing refrained from further comment, diligently noting the time required for brewing the medicine as Lu reiterated the necessary instructions. With his belongings strapped to his back and a bag containing the insect-eating grass in hand, along with a short machete, he waved farewell to the man and departed. Lu Yun exited the cave and ventured into the forest, ensuring that no one could see her. She then swiftly stored her cumbersome luggage in her spatial pouch, leaving only a few lightweight items in her backpack for appearances, and joyfully resumed her journey, which had been delayed for several days. The young girl moved with an air of nonchalance, yet an undercurrent of frustration arose within Yanxing. The inconsiderate little girl displayed a complete lack of compassion, abandoning him. A severely injured individual, in the mountains, such behavior was utterly detestable. The sole source of his solace lay in the fact that the direction the girl had chosen did not coincide with the location where he had confronted the two assassins. Thus, it was improbable that she would stumble upon their remains. With her departure, the tent vanished, leaving the cave feeling desolate and empty. As noon approached, a young man clad in a white shirt emerged from the mountainside behind the cave, carrying a large backpack and cradling a compass in his hands, incessantly moving and adjusting his bearings as he drew nearer to the cave. Yanxing, stationed inside the cave, heard the rustling sounds and, supporting himself with his waist, stood up to peer out. Soon, he spotted someone emerging from the thicket beside the cave. Their eyes met in mutual astonishment, both exclaiming in unison, "Xiang Yang? Xing?" They exchanged glances, bewildered, as Yanxing scrutinized the young man who had just emerged from the underbrush. A sense of unease washed over him. Why was it Lu Xiangyang who had come to retrieve him? The Yin and Lu families shared a long-standing friendship. Lu Xiangyang's grandfather was an old friend of Yanxing's maternal grandfather. They were born in the same year and enlisted together, unfortunately undergoing training at the same location. And now they still served in the same unit and military district, albeit in different brigades. In this mission, they found themselves as captains of their respective teams. To be frank, it mattered little to him who witnessed his current disheveled state. But Yanxing was particularly averse to Lu Xiangyang seeing him in such a pitiful condition. Likewise, should Lu Xiangyang encounter misfortune, Yanxing would equally dread being a witness to it. Lu Xiangyang, standing at an impressive height of 1.87 meters, possesses a slender and elongated figure, broad shoulders, and a narrow waist. His face, ambiguous in gender, features long, curled eyelashes that surpass even the beauty of a girl's false lashes. His straight and prominent nose adds to his charm, while a small beauty mark resembling a tear rests beneath his left eye. With such a visage, he exudes an air of refinement and gentility, radiating warmth and kindness. He resembles the amiable older brother next door, endearing himself to all around him. Clutching a compass, Lu Xiangyang stands amidst the grass, towering above it. He observes Yanxing, who is missing a left sleeve, clutching a wooden stick with a pallid complexion, embodying a frail and weary appearance. With a smile playing at the corners of his lips, he remarks, "Xing, I never expected you to find yourself in such a predicament. Poor thing, look how pale your little face is. It seems you have endured quite a bit of suffering. Fear not, dear brother, I shall protect you." Who could have imagined that Yan, famously known as the Smiling Lion, who has never tasted defeat in his military endeavors, would one day find himself wounded by a goose? Lu Xiangyang deemed this a most extraordinary occurrence. In truth, being injured by a goose is rather commonplace. One cannot embark on missions without encountering some form of harm. What is truly unusual is the severity of this particular injury, which, it is said, required the assistance of his teammates, a matter that raises eyebrows. Well then, my safety rests in your hands. Lu's laughter danced like a gentle breeze, while Yanxing clenched his teeth in restraint. This fellow simply cannot refrain from his incessant teasing, can he? Once he has recovered, he shall deepen his bond with Lu. Is the Smiling Lion truly so accommodating? Lu Xiangyang, taken aback, chuckled even more heartily as he sauntered toward the cave, declaring, "Of course, we are brothers. As your elder, it is my duty to protect you. You have arrived. Who is in command?" Having known Lu Xiao for many years, Yanxing was well aware of his temperament and chose not to engage in verbal sparring with him. Both were leaders of their respective teams, one severely wounded, the other absent from duty. Who would their comrades report to in such circumstances? With the situation having changed, we must regroup. Lu Xiangyang crawled into the cave and looked around, astonished by the meticulous arrangement of the place, which bore the unmistakable marks of having been occupied for several days. The intricately woven vines and grass served as a testament to this. Who will take over? Yanxing's voice was grave. Regrouping signifies a failure of our mission, an utter disgrace. Currently, the details remain unclear. Lu Xiangyang, shifting to serious matters, set aside his playful demeanor, stating earnestly, according to intelligence, the K organization from the United States and the S organization from E have both taken on the task. Analysis suggests that the items are likely to fall into the hands of the S organization, while the Our Country's Mountain Pass organization has also involved itself. The K organization, the largest gang in the U.S., boasts thousands of assassins. The S organization is an assassination group from E. And despite the exhaustive efforts of the intelligence department in Huaxia, little information has been gathered thus far. Are K and S involved in a mutual betrayal? There are indications of such. Lu Xiangyang set down his backpack. First, let us assess the severity of your injuries before we deliberate on an escape route. Yanxing unfastened his clothing to reveal the locations of his wounds, distinguishing between knife and gun injuries. Lu Xiangyang discerned that Yanxing's condition was not promising and refrained from further discouraging him. Instead, he expressed keen interest in the individual who had assisted in tending to his wounds, persistently inquiring about their identity. An elderly herbalist, Yanxing, reluctant to reveal that his savior was a young girl, grew impatient with the questioning and replied curtly. Lu Xiangyang, brimming with enthusiasm, gossiped animatedly but found himself unable to unearth anything particularly intriguing. When the conversation turned to recent developments, his expression soured. The two organizations were exceedingly brazen, wreaking havoc within Shenong Mountain. To date, we have recovered 6 bodies, and it is estimated that an additional 5 to 9 individuals are still concealed in the area. Contemplating this, his mood darkened considerably. One might argue that these individuals are the true local tyrants, who should be showcasing their might. Instead, these two organizations have infiltrated our borders, engaging in assassination within the territory of Huaxia. Our valiant soldiers, in a bid to prevent public panic, are compelled to assist in the grim task of body recovery. As the rightful defenders of the nation, being relegated to the role of mere undertakers is a gross misallocation of their capabilities. No, it is the two organizations that display a flagrant disregard for our valiant troops, demonstrating an utter lack of respect. They are so infuriating that it feels as though they seek to disturb the graves of K and S. Speaking of the bodies, I personally dealt with 4, 2 of which are not far from here. I must ask you to make the trek when the topic of corpses arose. A gleam of amusement danced in Yanxing's eyes. The location is precisely he animatedly described the environment where he confronted the assassins, clearly indicating the site with the intent for Lu to dispose of the bodies, be they terrorists or innocents, for the sake of peace. Lu Xiangyang, listening intently, shot Yin a look filled with profound resentment, silently questioning if he truly expected him to undertake yet another body recovery. The retrieval of corpses weighed heavily on Lu Daxiao's mind, his tone laden with melancholy. If my memory serves me correctly, I passed by the location you mentioned. I distinctly remember observing a female leopard with her 2 cubs, crouched in the grass, feasting amidst a pungent stench of decay. There is no need to examine the scene. Yanxing could easily deduce the nature of the carrion the leopard scavenged. He could only offer silent condolences for the 2 killers ensnared in his grasp, a poignant reminder of the notion of dying without a grave. Although Lu Xiangyang surmised that the unfortunate prey of the mother leopard might have been a creature of higher intelligence, he nevertheless approached the site cautiously, uncovering several bones along with a torn backpack and clothing. Without uttering a word, he collected these remnants and discreetly dug a deep grave within the woods for burial. Yanxing, taken aback yet maintaining an impassive exterior, leaned on his cane as Lu Xiangyang assisted him in exiting the cave and descending into the dry valley, following the path ventured by their classmate, Lu. Chapter 77, Mutual Destruction. The convergence of broadleaf and coniferous trees yielded a sparse woodland interspersed with a modest rocky hillside. A black bear emerged limping from one side of the forest, making its way to a pine tree where it squatted down, leaning against the sturdy trunk while lowering its head to lick its left shoulder. After a few licks, its ears perked up suddenly, and its once docile demeanor transformed into one of heightened alertness. It shifted direction, crouching behind the tree, its eyes peering through the underbrush toward the small rocky hillside. After approximately 2 minutes, a man clad in a long-sleeved camouflage shirt emerged from the side of a rocky hill, with dark brown hair and striking blue eyes. His appearance was enough to rival that of a model. The young man with brown hair and blue eyes ran with agility and speed, occasionally leaping forward, as his green camouflage backpack swayed with his movements. Shortly after his arrival, another young man appeared from the opposite side of the rocky slope, also dressed in green camouflage and carrying a backpack. With black hair and a sharply defined face, his fair complexion and sunken eye sockets complemented his double eyelids, while the color of his eyes mirrored the clear blue sky. Standing at least 6 feet tall, he was undeniably a handsome young man. The 2 blue-eyed youths dashed through the underbrush and grass, and it was evident that the black-haired youth was not as nimble as his brown-haired counterpart. The brown-haired youth reached the bottom of the slope first and dove into the woods, pausing beneath a tree. He stood only a few meters away from a hidden black bear, seemingly exhausted as he leaned against the trunk, gasping for breath. Before he could fully recover, the black-haired youth emerged from the slope and sprinted into the woods, heading towards the brown-haired youth. "Miluo, are you all right?" The brown-haired youth inquired with genuine concern in his pure Italian accent, as he noticed the approach of the black-haired youth. Miluo's face was drenched in sweat, and his beautiful blue eyes reflected sheer fatigue. He pushed aside a clump of thorns and made his way toward the brown-haired youth, breathing heavily. "I'm fine, Maridi. How about you?" Miluo managed to say, bending slightly as he struggled for breath. "Not so well. I'm out of bullets," Maridi replied, raising his hands in a gesture of surrender. "That's all right. The mission is accomplished." Milo reached into his pocket and produced a tightly wrapped black object, extending it forward. "It is likely that others will soon discover this item has fallen into our possession. Take it with you. We shall part ways and rendezvous at the designated location." Moriarty's azure eyes flickered momentarily before he stepped forward, accepting the bundled item and tucking it securely within his clothing. "Very well, we shall act separately. You go ahead." As he concealed the object, Moriarty seized Milo's arm with one hand, while swiftly raising the other. The concealed blade within his wrist sprang forth, plunging deeply into Milo's abdomen. "Good." Milo turned to leave, but was abruptly seized by a piercing pain in his stomach. Instinctively, he grasped the hand that had reached out toward him, lowering his gaze to see Moriarty's specialized combat knife embedded in his flesh. He clutched that hand, fear preventing him from looking up. Why? Why would you do this? Milo could scarcely believe the reality of the situation. He and Moriarty had been friends since childhood. The closest of brothers who had faced life and death together for many years, supporting one another through thick and thin. Why would Moriarty betray him in such a manner? Moriarty revealed a gentle and refined smile, his teeth glimmering. In this endeavor, whoever succeeds harbors the hope of becoming a candidate for succession. Succession? The pain in Milo's chest was suffocating, a torment far exceeding that of a knife wound. He had never aspired to such a position. If Moriarty desired it, he would have gladly assisted him. Why, for the sake of that position, would Moriarty choose to stab him in the back? "I have never desired to become the heir." Moreau gazed at his brother with profound anguish, devoid of any desire to retaliate. Even Moridi was untrustworthy. What in this world could be deemed reliable? If even their friendship succumbed to the temptations of profit and power, what in this realm is worthy of cherishing? "I yearn for Jan. I love her." At the mention of Jan, tenderness surfaced in Moridi's eyes. He forcefully drew down the knife, having spent years with Moreau. He was acutely aware of when Moreau was at his strongest. After days of combat and a fierce struggle for survival that morning, Moreau was now utterly exhausted, posing little threat. As he forcefully lowered the blade, a powerful fist struck Moreau's head. Years of a hellish existence had honed Moreau's reflexes to be swifter than his consciousness. He instinctively turned his head, the fist grazed past his ear, yet still managed to connect, rendering him dazed as he toppled to the side. Moridi withdrew the knife from Moreau's abdomen, a spray of blood accompanying its exit, while simultaneously slicing through Moreau's palm, leaving a deep gash. As Moreau collapsed, Moridi stumbled slightly but quickly regained his footing, a satisfied smile spreading across his face upon witnessing Moreau's unconscious form. Without Moreau, he was the most qualified to become the heir. Just as he prepared to deliver a final blow, the knife raised. A sudden rush of wind caught his attention, and he swiftly turned, spotting a dark figure lunging toward him from behind a tree, roaring with ferocity. "Damn it!" Moridi cursed under his breath, disregarding the opportunity to deliver a final blow as he dashed towards the edge of the forest. He recalled the black bear from the previous day, when he had crossed paths with it in a fierce confrontation driven by the bear's instinct to protect its cub. He had fired 2 shots. One had claimed the life of the cub, while the other, aimed at the mother, had gone awry, merely grazing her shoulder. The mother bear, preoccupied with her young, had not pursued him then, but he had not anticipated encountering her once more in this place. The hide of the black bear was thick and tough, rendering it impervious to ordinary weaponry. In a fit of rage, even lions and tigers would retreat. Moridi, unwilling to confront the enraged mother bear, instinctively fled. With his ammunition depleted and his objective achieved, he saw no reason to engage in combat with the bear. The black bear harbored a grudge. Now faced again with the foe who had slain her cub, she would not relent. With a fearsome roar, she surged forward in pursuit of the young man with auburn hair. Though bears are large creatures, adept at climbing trees and somewhat clumsy in movement, they can reach impressive speeds, exceeding 50 kilometers per hour when fully motivated, making it easy for them to catch their prey. The mother bear, consumed by grief for her lost cub, roared in fury, ignoring her injuries as she sprinted with terrifying speed, causing the foliage to tremble and sway in her wake. The chase between man and beast unfolded like a game of hide-and-seek amidst the trees, growing increasingly distant. Even after a considerable time, the echoes of the bear's roars lingered in the air, while the fallen Milo lay motionless, seemingly indifferent to the world around him. As the sun descended towards the horizon, casting a delicate golden hue, its rays illuminated the mountains that had been cleansed by days of torrential rain. The majestic peaks and lush greenery were bathed in a golden light, enhancing the mystique and sanctity of the Shinnong mountain, shrouded in swirling mists. Rising to stretch, she waved a small hoe to clear the weeds, meandering forward. After a few steps, she wrinkled her nose. The scent of blood grew increasingly pungent. Lu Yun sighed, her mood far from pleasant. After all, she had merely ventured into the mountains in search of medicinal herbs. Did it truly warrant encountering the stench of blood at every turn? It seemed that Shinnong Mountain was anything but tranquil. Indeed, her concerns were not mere idle chatter. She possessed evidence. Just days prior, she had stumbled upon an injured eunuch, and since setting out that morning, she had crossed a mountain, encountering the foul odor twice. One location bore the unmistakable signs of an animal slaughter, with traces of human activity. Another was merely a pool of blood. According to her theoretical knowledge gleaned from books and further observations, she deduced that the blood was not that of a lower animal, but rather that of a creature known as a human. The presence of blood suggested that someone had been grievously wounded, indicating the forest was perilous. Lu Yun felt as though she had overlooked something significant, yet that sensation was fleeting, slipping away before she could grasp it. Emboldened by her youthful naivety, she pressed on with audacity, undeterred by the lurking dangers of the mountain. Though initially intent on disregarding the blood scent, the uncooperative wind continually wafted it towards her, making it difficult to ignore. After foraging for a few herbs, the odor became overwhelmingly foul, prompting her to abandon her quest for medicine and seek the source of the scent instead. As she traversed the woods, the stench intensified, accompanied by other more pronounced aromas. Experienced hunters would surmise that one of these scents belonged to a large predator, indicating that a lair of such a beast was nearby. After a while, Lu, the student, discovered fresh tracks indicating that an animal had recently passed through, with a few spots of blood still visible on the grass blades. The truth was drawing closer. Despite enduring successive blows of reality, Lu Yun remained relatively unscathed, her heart fluttering with a flicker of hope for a small surprise. Something that might offer her disheartened spirit a modicum of solace after 3 disappointments. She followed the trail in reverse and veered a few meters away, remaining silent. Not far ahead, the buzzing of mosquitoes hinted at the location of the truth. She frowned in disdain. There, she spotted flies, those repugnant creatures that thrive on decay. Flies are undoubtedly the most loathsome of insects, particularly the carrion flies, drawn irresistibly to foul odors, possessing a keen sense of smell that can detect rot from miles away. Lu despised flies, especially those that flit around latrines, feeding on human or livestock waste. Their mere presence was profoundly discomforting. Yet, despite her aversion, the truth lay before her, compelling her to investigate. She donned a mask, brandished a machete to clear the branches and weeds, and navigated around a thicket of thorns to uncover the reality. As she drew nearer, she observed a crumpled figure clad in camouflage green, lying amidst the grass. A camouflaged backpack lay nearby. The person remained motionless, besieged by a swarm of mosquitoes and flies. Another fallen individual. Upon witnessing the scene, Lu Yun felt a chill seep into her heart. What misfortune had befallen her? What god had she offended to encounter such grievous injuries so carelessly? It was maddening. Even in the absence of eggs, the student, Lu, felt an acute discomfort akin to that of a painful egg. She stowed away her hatchet and approached the fallen figure, deftly extracting a cordyceps mushroom. With a swift motion, she snapped a twig and waved it vigorously to disperse the swarm of frenzied mosquitoes. Stepping over the man, she turned to examine his face. He was undoubtedly a gentleman of European descent. It is notable that even among Asians, variations in appearance exist due to differing lifestyles and regions. The contrast between the East and West further accentuates the distinctions between European and Asian features. The man's visage was sharply defined, yet marred by an array of swollen red welts from mosquito bites, rendering him with a visage reminiscent of a toad. His lips were pallid and devoid of color, with dried blood congealed at the corners of his mouth. Lying on his side, his abdomen was torn open, revealing a faint trickle of blood and a foul odor emanating from the wound. Lu silently commended her foresight in wearing a mask as she waved the twig to shoo away the circling flies and mosquitoes, activating her ocular functions to observe closely. There remained a flicker of life within him, an undeniable sign, as she could detect the faint beating of his heart. Activating her X-ray vision, she scanned the man's body. The upper portion of his physique appeared remarkably healthy, with only minor issues that were not cause for concern. However, his abdomen bore severe trauma. He had been nearly eviscerated. The weapon that inflicted such damage must have been exceedingly sharp, narrowly missing his stomach and slicing through both his large and small intestines. The blade had been heavy enough to nearly cleave his intestines in two, with the contents of his bowels oozing from the gaping wound into his abdominal cavity. The internal cavity of the human body differs significantly from the external atmospheric pressure. As his abdomen is slit open, air rushes in, compressing the internal organs. Blood, along with filth, spills forth from the wound, staining his clothing and filling the air with a nauseating stench. Having witnessed the slaughter of pigs, cows, sheep, horses, and dogs, she had never before encountered a person who had been eviscerated. Despite her boldness, she felt a wave of fear wash over her, instinctively taking a small step back, her hand instinctively clutching her chest. Was this akin to slaughtering a pig? How could one resort to such brutal measures against another human being? What deep-seated enmity could possibly justify such savagery? Stepping back a couple of paces, she gazed at the man, barely clinging to life, and her heart raced at the sight of his injuries. Unable to contain herself, she muttered a curse under her breath. Damn his ancestors. Should we not attempt to save that man? Chapter 78. The foreigner is a local tyrant. To save or not to save, this was a matter that required serious contemplation. The buzzing of flies and mosquitoes filled the air as her attractive brows knitted together in frustration. Unconsciously, she waved a branch to fend off the pests, her lips moving in a continuous murmur. To save or not to save, it was a weighty dilemma. Logically, one ought to save him. After all, saving a life is worth more than constructing a 7-story pagoda. It was a human life at stake, and to stand idly by while someone perished felt like a betrayal to her conscience. Yet, if she chose to intervene, given the severity of his wounds, it was highly likely that he was entangled in a feud with the underworld. At this moment, she truly wished to avoid any association with nefarious characters, particularly those of uncertain origin. Foreign gangsters were notoriously ruthless, unflinching in their capacity for violence. It was a risk she could hardly afford to take. If I choose not to save him, alas, I find it truly impossible to overcome the emotional barrier within my heart. My grandfather once imparted that the pursuit of medicine is rooted in the noble intention of saving lives and performing good deeds. To witness a life hanging by a thread and refrain from extending a helping hand would betray his earnest teachings. Yet, even if I attempt to save him, success is not guaranteed. After all, I have never performed an abdominal surgery before. That poor soul has sustained a severed intestine, requiring lavage and suturing. Ugh, the thought of that foreigner's dire condition makes me feel nauseous. Such a sight is truly unbearable. To save or not to save, the dilemma is excruciating. A test of one's emotional fortitude. Sigh, perhaps I should opt to save him. After much internal conflict, a spark of inspiration ignites in my mind, accompanied by a mischievous grin. Here comes another free subject for experimentation, an even better candidate for research than a castrated individual. This opportunity allows me to conduct clinical anatomical studies on him, regardless of whether I can revive him. This experience will surely enhance my surgical acumen for future university studies in anatomy, making me more adept in the laboratory. Even if he does not survive, it is of little consequence. After all, we are deep in the mountains, far from civilization. Should he perish, I can simply dig a grave and bury him, and no one would ever know that I had encountered him. Furthermore, even if he does not survive, his death will not be in vain. At least he will have contributed to the advancement of medicine in our great nation. Death, in this case, would be a noble sacrifice. With excitement, I cast aside the branch, tousle my disheveled hair, crouch down, and gently poke the man's chin with my finger. Dear foreigner, are you willing to accept treatment? Are you prepared to contribute your body to the noble cause of our nation's medical education? You remain silent, and in your silence, I shall take it as your tacit agreement. Oh, noble foreigner, your greatness is truly commendable. Rest assured, should you indeed make the ultimate sacrifice during the operation, the people of the great Middle Kingdom will remember you. Each year, during the Qingming Festival and the Ghost Festival, I shall endeavor to offer you some paper money in remembrance. Thus, it is settled. In a spirited attempt to aid a foreign friend, Lu, our diligent student, hoisted the man up, allowing him to recline against his backpack, maintaining a slightly elevated posture for his upper body. Swiftly, he began to unfasten the man's clothing. As he undid a button, he noticed something glinting at the man's wrists. With a flick of his wrist, he rolled up the sleeves, revealing a delightful surprise. On the man's left wrist rested a Rolex watch. Do not presume that Lu, hailing from a modest background, lacks worldly knowledge due to limited exposure. Knowledge can transform one's destiny, and reading enriches the mind. She possesses an insatiable love for literature, indulging in a wide variety of texts. Such extensive reading, even during her 14 years confined to the small expanse of Fuan County, has allowed her to memorize the logos of various prestigious global brands. The Rolex insignia adorning the watch on the man's left wrist was unmistakable. She could not be mistaken. On his right wrist, he bore a protective armband, housing 2 weapons. As she removed the armband, she felt the cold metallic reassurance of having weapons at hand. She unsheathed one of the daggers, and the blade shimmered with a chilling brilliance, measuring approximately 8 centimeters in length, with a serrated edge extending 4 centimeters near the tip, sharp and menacing. Upon opening the second dagger, it too radiated a fierce gleam. However, it appeared to have seen some use, its edge somewhat dulled. How considerate of you to carry such items with you, she mused. With great exhilaration, Lu, the student, confiscated the knife. What a splendid tool. She had been troubled by the lack of instruments for performing surgery on the man. Now, fortune smiled upon her. The man's right hand bore a deep gash, blood staining the wristband as he collapsed. Lu quickly retrieved a plastic bag from her space to contain both the knife and the wristband, tossing them aside with ease. Unfastening the buttons of the man's shirt revealed a sculpted chest, robust and enviably healthy, adorned with a sun-kissed bronze complexion. His chiseled abs were defined, and the alluring line of his physique hinted at a tantalizing allure. At this moment, let us overlook the unsightly wounds and grime, for life is replete with misfortunes. Regardless of how harsh reality may be, we must possess the ability to perceive beauty, coupled with a heart that can appreciate it at all times. Lu was endowed with such a heart, adept at discovering beauty, purposefully ignoring the unsightly elements that marred the aesthetic. With deftness, she unbuckled the man's belt. Indeed, she was unfastening a belt. Her eyes sparkled at the sight of the gentleman's belt, a prestigious brand renowned globally, Gucci. Ah, the extravagance. One can gauge a man's taste by his watch and belt. These 2 items alone are testament to his affluence. A thrill coursed through Lu at the prospect of reviving this foreign affluent individual, envisioning the potential medical fees that would alleviate her financial burdens for tuition and living expenses. Her spirits lifted. Even the unpleasant odor seemed less offensive, and the incessant buzzing of flies became tolerable. With deft precision, she unfastened his belt, drawing his jeans down to his knees. Wow, what a fine specimen. There have been reports suggesting that due to lifestyle habits and geographical factors, European men possess the largest anatomical dimensions. However, Lu has never witnessed this phenomenon firsthand, thus remains silent. Now, upon observation, even without complete exposure, it is evident that this specimen surpasses by several magnitudes those few male beings she has encountered. When compared to eunuchs, this individual could shame them 1,000-fold. From the wounds, it can be inferred that the injury to his abdomen was inflicted in a downward motion, measuring approximately 7 centimeters in length. The final segment of the wound, slightly shallower at around 3 centimeters, has yet to penetrate the flesh, while the upper injury is a through-and-through wound, where a sharp instrument has pierced the front abdominal wall, severing both the large and small intestines in multiple places, with an additional incision present. The condition of the internal organs is dire. Nonetheless, the man from the trench is somewhat fortunate, as the puncture site is less than a centimeter from the main vein of the rectum. The primary veins have fortunately remained intact, which is a stroke of luck, for otherwise, even Lu, with her prodigious talents, would be unable to perform a venous reattachment surgery without proper instruments. After a thorough examination, Lu could hardly contain her excitement. Performing surgery is a test of a physician's surgical skills, and now, the moment has arrived to challenge her dexterity and the knowledge she has acquired. This is a living, breathing subject for a free experiment, and should he perish, she bears no responsibility. It is impossible to suppress her exhilaration. To ensure the trench man remains stable, She decisively administers a slice of ginseng and a piece of ironwood to him. Due to the unsanitary conditions, fearing infection, she first uses well water from her spatial pocket to cleanse him of the filth. Subsequently, she moves him 3 to 4 meters away to a cleaner area, retrieves a bucket of well water and a spoon from her spatial storage, and takes up the trenchman's military knife to clean it with water before proceeding with the operation. Lacking specialized equipment, the only option to clean the wound of the earth dweller was to widen it further. With a furtive gesture, Lu, the student, deftly made an incision along his old injury. The sharp blade sliced through, pulling the flesh apart and expanding the wound. Nearby, formidable beasts roamed, rendering it ill-advised to establish a camp in situ. Otherwise, nocturnal creatures might come seeking company in the dead of night. She wished to avoid an absurd staring contest with wild animals, and certainly did not wish to be chased through the mountains. Thus, it was prudent to steer clear of the sovereigns of the forest. Moreover, given the severity of the earth dweller's injury, he would require several days of rest before he could move. The absence of a water source further complicated the prospect of camping on site. Safety was of paramount concern, and the external conditions were unsuitable. An alternative, secure location for encampment was essential. Lu Yun hastened to the edge of the trees, where the sun hung low in the western mountains, soon to set. Time was of the essence, and with another injured individual requiring urgent care, she could afford no delay. She set out to find a safe place to camp while also searching for essential surgical supplies. Twisting and turning, traversing mountains and valleys, the diligent student tirelessly sought both medicine and a suitable campsite. At last, as the last rays of sunlight graced the highest peak in sight, she descended from the mountain where the earth dweller had met his misfortune and arrived at the base of the ridges, where she found a sheltered crevice beneath a sheer cliff to pitch her tent, in a location capable of providing refuge from rain. She ensured that even in the event of a downpour, the tent would offer some protection. The site was approximately 2 miles from the creek, not an insurmountable distance. Having secured her tent, she proceeded to light a fire. Once again, Lu, the astute student, commended her own cleverness. During her days of caring for the eunuch, she had gathered a substantial amount of firewood, anticipating his imminent awakening. With foresight, she stored 2 bundles in her space for future use, demonstrating her preparedness. Now, she promptly retrieved them for an emergency. The fire crackled to life, and she arranged the insectivorous plants and mosquito-repelling flowers. She laid out a raincoat on the ground as a cushion, positioning her basin, knife, and other necessary tools. Moving aside, she produced a rabbit for dissection. Her grandfather, a visionary traditional Chinese medicine practitioner, had taught her the art of animal dissection from a young age. Lu had dissected rabbits the most, beginning her education at the tender age of 4, and by 6, she could independently perform a complete surgical procedure. One of her notable successes involved suturing a wound, after which the rabbit lived for an additional 6 months before being slaughtered. The rabbit was dispatched with a bamboo bow and arrow, its body still warm as she opened it up. With remarkable speed, Lu removed the peritoneum and mesentery, twisting them into strands of thread. She skillfully prepared a bundle of meat thread and extracted the rabbit's fat, blending it with various resins she had foraged to create a salve. Having made ample preparations, she cleansed her hands, heated a needle over the fire for sterilization, and threaded a piece of meat line for later use. Everything was in place. She hung a flashlight on a tree branch, adjusting it to the optimal angle. She laid the soft mat from the tent on the ground and carefully placed the foreign earth dweller on it, ensuring he lay flat. Donning gloves, she commenced the surgery. The earth dweller had a life-saving object lodged in his mouth, indicating a strong will to survive. As she embarked on her first internal suturing operation, Lu felt an exhilarating rush. She extracted the man's intestines, coiling the sections that did not require suturing within his cavity, changed her gloves, and began to suture the small intestine's wound. In the hospital, during surgical procedures, absorbable sutures, also known as catgut, are typically employed for internal organ suturing. These sutures generally dissolve within 7 to 8 days. However, as Lu's classmate lacked the requisite catgut sutures, she resorted to utilizing meat threads harvested from rabbits as a substitute. Suturing is an intricate task that necessitates meticulous precision, especially when dealing with the soft, pliable tissues of the intestines, demanding considerable skill and keen eyesight. Lu Yun activated the X-ray scanning functionality of her eyes to ensure accuracy before proceeding with the suturing. Employing the finest needle available, she executed each stitch with utmost care, not out of concern for the patient's discomfort, but rather to avoid snapping the delicate meat thread, of which she had a limited supply and could not afford to waste. Given the softness of the intestines, it took her 6 stitches to successfully close the first rupture. She then applied her specially concocted ointment to cover the wound entirely and encased it with a protective membrane, coating the surface with grease to prevent adhesion to adjacent intestinal tissues. The abdominal wound required suturing in 2 layers, an inner and an outer layer. The meat thread was reserved solely for the inner layer, meticulously calculated for distance and usage to ensure it would suffice. A thin layer of ointment was applied, while the outer wound was stitched with thread designed for fabric. As for the wallet, crafted from genuine leather and emblazoned with the LV logo, it served as a testament to his affluence. Within, it contained only a modest sum of approximately 1,000 yuan, along with a few foreign banknotes, an identification card, and a bank card. Upon examining the identification card, she noted that all the letters were foreign, not in English, rendering her unable to comprehend. Lamenting her lack of understanding of foreign languages, Lu Yun resolved to learn several foreign tongues upon entering university, determined to avoid the embarrassment of being oblivious to insults spoken in unfamiliar dialects. Silently noting the arrangement of letters on the rural gentleman's identification card, I returned the items to their rightful places and laid out his clean garments on the mat. I then assisted him in donning the clothing and bandaged the wound on his palm. Chapter 79. I fear I have consumed you as dusk enveloped the deep mountains. The sun had only just set beyond the hills. What? Brother Zhou and Sister Zhou gaped, their mouths agape enough to accommodate a duck egg. Mother, you cannot be jesting. Marriage is a significant matter. It cannot be so hastily undertaken. Following his shock, Brother Zhou was engulfed by disbelief. Little Feng had shown no inclination towards matrimony in recent years. How could she suddenly declare her intention to marry? Sister Zhou's countenance turned an ashen green. The land of the Lu family was fertile and abundant. They received merely a quarter of the harvest for their efforts. Yet Brother Zhou's family cultivated the Lu family's fields and reaped a bountiful yield, supporting 2 batches of pigs and several flocks of chickens each year. These were all sources of income. If they ceased cultivation, where would sustenance for the livestock come from? Just as she was about to voice her opposition, Brother Zhou interjected, "Very well, we can solely cultivate our own fields. The harvest will suffice for our needs. With the abundance of land, I cannot abandon it. In the future, if we reduce our farming, I shall take up odd jobs to earn money. I could make at least 200 a day." Sister Zhou felt a pang of frustration in her chest. Brother Zhou was a fool, lacking even basic arithmetic skills. Even if they were to cultivate the Lu family's fields, he could still find work elsewhere. Indeed, you have a point. Previously, little Feng assisted with the tasks in the fields, but now that she is married, you must manage the agricultural responsibilities. Little Lu, I am preoccupied and have no time. You shall prepare the meals, and do not forget to feed the chickens, ducks, and piglets. Sister Zhou, incensed, gritted her teeth and was about to summon Zhou Xiaolong to address the situation. However, upon meeting Zhou Xiaolong's unwavering gaze, her heart skipped a beat, prompting her to retreat to the kitchen. There, she toiled while silently cursing her mother-in-law and sister-in-law in frustration. Zhou Gu was eager to inquire about his sister's circumstances, yet Grandma Zhou remained resolute, impervious to his inquiries cloaked in charm. Regardless of how he approached the topic, she maintained a cheerful demeanor, only discussing her daughter's marriage and what belongings she ought to take with her. Unable to extract any information, Zhou Gu was left feeling powerless and resigned, pondering how it was that Xiao Feng could so easily accept marriage. In stark contrast to Zhou Ji's discontent, Lu Ba, from the Lu family, was particularly elated. He diligently followed Zhou Qiufeng around, assisting her with mundane tasks, sweeping alongside her, helping her organize belongings, his actions appearing both foolish and endearing. Zhou Qiufeng found herself both exasperated and amused by his antics. Having resolved to build a life with Liqing, Zhou Qiufeng shed any semblance of shyness and set about cleaning and organizing every room, except for Lily's, carefully noting where to place various items. Once the home was tidied, she affixed a double happiness character on the door. Though she was entering her second marriage, and Liqing had previously cohabited with another, this was their first official union, a somewhat hasty affair, yet still a cause for celebration. Upon seeing the vibrant red character, Lu Ba couldn't help but break into a broad grin. After a flurry of activity, they prepared 10 dishes, dividing them into 2 portions. One was arranged on the ancestral altar in the hall, complete with 3 cups and 2 red candles, to honor the ancestors of the Lu family and Lu Qing's parents with a toast. The other portion was placed at the entrance of the main hall, a tribute to the deities of heaven and earth. Lu Ba clasped Zhou Qiufeng's hand as they together paid homage to heaven and earth. In rural custom, a new bride first venerates the heavens before honoring the ancestral spirits, a ritual known as wedding hall. However, Lu Ba and Zhou Qiufeng opted to forego the elaborate traditional rites, choosing instead a more simplified approach. Yet, they still deemed it essential to honor the heavens and their ancestors that evening. They began by venerating the celestial deities, burning joss paper, and then paid their respects to the Lu family's ancestral spirits, bowing 3 times with utmost reverence. Lu Ba's eyes glistened with moisture. Years ago, he and Lily's mother had not been able to wed, and his parents had never had the chance to meet their daughter-in-law. Today, having taken a wife, he felt that his parents could finally rest easy knowing they had a daughter-in-law. Feeling bashful, Lu Ba awkwardly served Zhou Qiufeng food, stammering, "Xiao Feng, do eat more. You've worked so hard." Zhou Qiufeng could not suppress a laugh and returned the gesture, offering Lu Qing a bite. "Brother Lu, you should eat more as well." Lu Ba's face flushed like a monkey's backside as he nodded and lowered his head to eat, sneaking glances at Zhou Qiufeng, akin to a child caught in mischief. Zhou Qiufeng, however, refrained from teasing him and kindly helped him with his meal. They exchanged bites, each assisting the other, transforming any awkwardness into a delightful warmth. The meal lasted for roughly 40 minutes. Afterward, Zhou Qiufeng urged Lu Qing to rest while she tidied the table and kitchen, washed the dishes, and prepared warm water for his bath, treating him like a revered guest. Lu Ba, with a flushed face, retreated to wash with warm water. Having suffered from a leg ailment since his youth, he initially braved cold showers but later succumbed to rheumatism, which plagued him during damp or chilly days. He had endured considerable hardship, learning over time to embrace warm baths even in summer. When Lu Ba saw Zhou Qiufeng descending, he foolishly inquired, "Xiao Feng, would you like to watch some television, or shall we retire for the night?" As a wave of warmth enveloped her face, Zhou Qiufeng lowered her head, settling beside Lu Qing. They sat together, ostensibly watching television, though neither truly absorbed the content. By 9:30, it was time for bed. Both felt a twinge of embarrassment. Li's father still wore his shirt as he lay down, shifting inward. Zhou hesitated for a moment before extinguishing the light and joining him, her heart racing palpably. Li's father's heart raced even more fiercely. He discreetly inched inward, prompting Zhou Qiufeng to subtly move closer in response. This dance continued 3 or 4 times until she boldly wrapped her arm around him, saying, "Brother Lu, why are you hiding? I want tea bite." I fear I might." Li's father, rigid with trepidation, dared not move recklessly. Though his right leg was impaired, his other needs remained intact, especially with a woman. His legitimate wife, sleeping beside him, thoughts inevitably wandered. He felt restless, contemplating how to articulate his feelings when he suddenly noticed an additional arm draped over him, gently caressing his waist. Tension coursed through his muscles, and words eluded him. Qiufeng, Brother Lu, we are to be husband and wife, destined to share a life together." In the darkness, Zhou Qiufeng's hand trembled slightly, yet she bravely began to unbutton Lu Qing's shirt. "Little Feng," Li's father felt a mix of surprise and delight, elation rendering him momentarily clumsy. The next instant, Zhou Qiufeng leaped onto him, prompting his hands to instinctively embrace her. Suddenly aware of the absence of fabric between them, he struggled for breath. Just as he inhaled deeply, a mouth drew near, and he found himself lost in an impassioned kiss. Amidst the soft rustling and murmurs, a primal dance of passion unfolded swiftly, as the fervent breaths of the couple rose and fell throughout the night. The summer eve was just beginning, and the newlyweds' chamber had only just commenced its tender exploration. The following day, Father Lu awoke, feeling invigorated and eager to prepare breakfast. To his surprise, he discovered that Zhou Qiufeng was no longer by his side, faint sounds emanating from the kitchen reaching his ears. He swiftly donned his clothes, grasped his cane, and made his way to the kitchen with a cheerful clatter. There, he beheld the long-neglected hearth ablaze with firewood, as Zhou Qiufeng busied herself with the preparation of pancakes, filling the air with the comforting essence of home. "Wife," Father Lu exclaimed joyfully, approaching Zhou Qiufeng with a light step. "Brother Lu, please just call me by the old name," Zhou Qiufeng replied, her cheeks flushed with a deep crimson. Accustomed to being addressed as Little Feng, The sudden use of wife felt particularly strange to her. After a night of intimacy, their hearts drew closer, and they truly began to feel the essence of their marital bond. "You are indeed my wife," Father Lu said, his eyes sparkling with a clarity that only a man could understand, a gaze rich with unspoken meaning. "Suit yourself." Zhou Qiufeng shyly averted her gaze, her demeanor turning serious. "Have you washed your face and brushed your teeth?" "No, I haven't tea," he admitted. "Then why are you coming over?" She chided. "Ah, dear wife. I shall wash my face right away," he replied. With all household chores now entrusted to her, Father Lu had reverted to a state of leisure, contributing only by tending to the fire. His foolish grin elicited a strong desire in Zhou Qiufeng to douse him with cold water. "Is this really enough, my dear wife?" Father Lu asked sheepishly. Chapter 80. Return home after years of not cooking. Aunt Zhou found herself in a flurry upon returning to the kitchen. The meal she prepared left both Zhou Xiaolong and Grandma Zhou unimpressed, as her culinary skills paled in comparison to those of Zhou Qiufeng. Frustrated by their criticism, Aunt Zhou contemplated giving up, but a single remark from Zhou Xiaolong left her speechless. He pointed out that while everything Xiaofeng made was delightful, she was overly critical of Aunt Zhou's efforts, questioning why she didn't hold herself to the same standard. With a heart full of resentment, Aunt Zhou begrudgingly tended to her husband and mother-in-law, ensuring they had a hearty breakfast, feeding the pigs and chickens, and preparing slop for the pigs. Throughout this process, she often found herself unsure of the right amount of water to add or where the rice for cooking was stored, repeatedly seeking guidance from Grandma Zhou, who responded languidly, "I don't know, dear. These were all handled by Xiaofeng before. You should go check for yourself and familiarize yourself with it." After much toiling, as the sun ascended high in the sky, illuminating the Zhou household, Zhou Xiaolong had arranged the table and chairs in anticipation of his sister and brother-in-law's arrival. He waited restlessly, and just when he felt he could no longer sit still, he heard his sister call out, "Mom, brother, sister-in-law." He sprang to his feet and rushed to the door. Like a gust of wind, Zhou Xiaolong dashed to the entrance, only to be taken aback by the sight of his sister, one hand clutching a basket and the other supporting Lu Qing. Was it true? Xiaofeng had married Lu Qing? Dressed in a red shirt and trousers, Lu Qing looked handsome and spirited, despite his mobility challenges. His sister, radiant in a matching red top, exuded joy. Upon spotting Zhou Xiaolong, Li's father turned crimson, greeting him with a flustered, "Zhou brother." Lu Ba was at a loss. "Ah, quickly, go inside." Grandma Zhou pushed Zhou Xiaolong aside. "Xiaolong, you are blocking the door and not allowing your sister and her husband to enter." Inside the house, Zhou heard the voices of her sister-in-law and Lu Qing, and her expression shifted to one of distress. Her face turned pale, prompting her to swiftly retreat to the small Western-style building to avoid the situation. Lu Ba felt an uncomfortable knot in his heart as he followed Grandma Zhou and Shogu into the house. Once seated, he found himself at a loss for where to direct his gaze, feeling particularly embarrassed. Zhou Qiufeng generously handed the basket to her brother, her demeanor cheerful and relaxed. "Xiaofeng, you and Lu Qing are truly married?" "Indeed." Lu Ba straightened up, suddenly alert. What prompted this sudden marriage? Zhou Gu expressed his confusion, having never perceived any signs of the two wanting to settle down together, and now it seemed they had unexpectedly tied the knot. Zhou Qiufeng interjected, "Brother, it was my decision to marry Lu Dage. Even sister-in-law believes there's something between us, so rather than let others speculate, I thought it better to make it official. It gives people something to talk about, and after all these years, we are accustomed to gossip, a little more one-team matter." As she spoke, Lu Ba tightly grasped Zhou Qiufeng's hand, finally realizing why her face had been so grim the previous morning. It stemmed from the gossip instigated by her sister-in-law. Grandma Zhou's smile faltered, her face drained of color. She had hoped Qiufeng had come to her senses and decided to live with Lu Qing. But it turned out she had been compelled to marry out of desperation to escape her home. It was a disaster. In the lower room, Sister Zhou felt a chill run down her spine upon hearing her sister-in-law utter those words. Previously, her sister-in-law had never resorted to complaints, which emboldened her to speak such unpleasant remarks. To her astonishment, her sister-in-law had indeed married Lu Qing and had the audacity to openly expose what she had done behind Zhou Xiaolong's back. Sister Zhou dared not even take a breath, fearing that Zhou Gu, in his rage, would come seeking her out for retribution. "Lu Tong," Zhou Gu exclaimed, rising abruptly in fury at his sister's words. "This is utterly outrageous. How can anyone speak like that? As a sister-in-law, one should defend their sister-in-law against slander, yet Lu Tong dares to utter such things." It is evident that Lu Tong has subjected Xiao Feng to considerable distress behind my back. Brother, let's not dwell on it. I want to hold it against you. Shou Qiufeng quickly interjected, grasping her brother's arm. Just treat mother well from now on. There is no need to worry about me. Licheng has been good to me. I have gained a man and a child without any cost. Besides, living so close allows me to care for mother. Ultimately, I have come out ahead. Zhou Ge, infuriated, felt as if he might explode, yet he restrained himself at his sister's insistence. Despite the turmoil within him, he sat down with a stern expression, scarcely daring to meet the gazes of his mother and sister. He and his sister had always shared a close bond during their childhood. When they faced the burdens of farm life, he was the one who took care of her, leading her along as they ventured about and throughout their lives. They had never allowed anger to come between them. He still recalls his father's final admonition before his passing, urging him to treat his sister with kindness. He has always held onto those dying words, and though he sometimes perceived Lu Tong's disdain for his sister, he refrained from being overly assertive. After all, Xiao Feng was a permanent resident of their home, and exacerbating the relationship between aunt and niece would be counterproductive. Little did he realize that Lu Tong presented a facade of civility while secretly tormenting his sister behind his back. Xiaolong, perhaps it is best to heed Xiao Feng's counsel, grandmother Zhou remarked, her face pale with indignation. Yet, being of advanced age, she possessed a greater resilience and foresight. Suppressing her anger to advise her son, now that Xiao Feng has found her place at the Lu family, clinging to old grievances serves no purpose. As long as your wife is content, that is what matters. Father Lu nodded vigorously in agreement, and grandmother Zhou continued discussing the land matters, suggesting that the Lu family manage their own cultivation, to which Father Lu had no objections. Zhou Qiufeng readily concurred. When the conversation shifted to Lulu, grandmother Zhou felt her frustrations dissolve. Lulu is a wonderful child and will not let Xiao Feng suffer. Little Lulu visited our home during the Dragon Boat Festival to assist his father, Lu Qing, in seeking a marriage proposal. At that time, I was unaware of Xiao Feng's sentiments, so I did not share this with you. Now that Xiao Feng and Lu Qing are on the verge of a happy union, I can finally rest easy. Father Lu lowered his head in a bashful manner. While Shou Qiufeng felt a tinge of embarrassment, Mother, had you disclosed that it was Lulu who sought you out as a matchmaker? Would you not have known who little Lulu desired as a new mother? I was merely jesting. If I were to speak the truth, would you admit to it? Grandmother Zhou pondered, a smile gradually spreading across her face. Zhou Qiufeng wore an expression of utter disbelief. Her mother was still playing the role of a cunning fox. At this moment, Zhou Ge felt a profound sense of relief. With Xiaofeng marrying into the Lu family, it was expected that Lulu would provide for his sister in the future. As long as Lulu did not disdain Xiaofeng, she would truly have a good life ahead. Zhou Sa repeatedly agreed, casting aside the vegetables to search for dried fruits. She was not adept at managing household affairs and took quite some time to find the red melon seeds. Zhou Sa, harboring a guilty conscience, was particularly attentive and tactfully inquired about Zhou Ji's lunch plans. Upon receiving her husband's directive, she proceeded to slaughter the chickens and ducks. Despite Zhou Ji's anger and reluctance to engage with his wife, his rationality prevailed. To avoid causing distress to his sister and brother-in-law, he entered the kitchen to prepare a sumptuous meal. Zhou Ge felt a sense of guilt towards his sister, taking it upon himself to gather 3/4 of the chickens, ducks, and geese she had raised, as well as a piglet and the tricycle she had purchased, to send as a bridal dowry to the Lu family. He even included several bags of corn and rice to feed the chickens and ducks. Zhou Sa's heart ached at the thought, yet she managed to feign utmost willingness, wearing a smile that concealed her deep discomfort. Chapter 81. The handsome rural man awakens. Lu Ba and Zhou Qiufeng were happily united, a notion that Lu Yun had never dared to dream of. She diligently bandaged the wounds of the rugged foreigner and prepared a hearty dinner to indulge her own appetite. As night fell, she lit a large fire to ward off wild animals and crawled into her space, first watering the dragon blood tree with 10 buckets of water. After watering, she harvested the vegetables and herbs, leaving her back sore and weary. She nibbled on a few tomatoes before collapsing into a deep sleep. Without a single dream, Lu Xiaotong woke up, swiftly descended to the ground, and hurriedly collected vegetables and herbs, completing the tasks in the medicinal garden before stepping out of her space to check on the rugged foreigner. The campfire continued to emit wisps of smoke, while at the base of the rocky wall, mice visited during the night. However, the mice dared not gnaw at the tent. They merely scurried about before departing. The majority of mosquitoes in the cave met their demise, serving as sustenance for the insectivorous plants. Lu Yun first added firewood to the blaze, then ventured into the tent to examine the foreign soldier. Utilizing her keen observational skills, she scanned his body and discovered that the ointment had taken effect. The wounds on his intestines and the inner walls of his chest were healing. Elated by the results, Lu Yun was thrilled to conduct experiments on the eunuch, confirming that the spatial well water indeed accelerated the healing process. She also tested the ointment on the foreign soldier, validating its efficacy. This particular ointment was her first concoction. Its recipe a mystery, best not to inquire. Since the expansion of her space, her mind had brimmed with a plethora of ideas and imaginative concepts. The ointment was designed for internal injuries, while the eunuch's wounds were external. She had not prepared an ointment for those, as she was still lacking many medicinal ingredients. Upon encountering the foreign soldier, whose intestines had suffered severe trauma and who lacked the conditions of a hospital, she had to rely on her ingenuity to concoct some ointment for use. To put it bluntly, Lu Yun was uncertain of the ointment's effectiveness, given that several ingredients were still missing, rendering her preparation incomplete. Nevertheless, she resolved to adopt a try-it-and-see approach, regardless of its potential efficacy. If it failed, she could simply dig a grave, and no one would be the wiser. There was no fear in that. Clinical experimentation demonstrated the ointment's effectiveness, which was certainly preferable to inaction. While Lu Yun rejoiced in the success of her ointment, the two individuals still in the mountains, Yan Xing and Lu Xiangyang, were busy consuming their rations. Under normal circumstances, with their skills, the two should have left the mountains much earlier. However, due to Yan Xing's severe injuries, his pace was considerably sluggish. It is worth noting that young master Yan had been lying incapacitated for 5 or 6 days, and his weakened state made it exceedingly difficult for him to traverse the terrain, even after consuming a potent medicine that alleviated his pain. Lu Xiangyang accompanied Yan Xing, leading the way, and in certain areas where Yan Xing could not manage to cross, Lu carried the injured man on his back. Following the direction indicated by their classmate Lu, they endeavored to exit the mountains. Even so, the path could not be perfectly aligned, for Lu, with his nimble physique, navigated the mountains with ease, occasionally taking shortcuts, while Lu and Yin were compelled to take longer routes in many places. Consequently, their journey was prolonged. After half a day's travel, they had only managed to scale a single mountain. According to their route, they still needed to ascend another ridge before descending to the foot of the mountain to find the road that connected to the villages. Lu Xiangyang was particularly intrigued by the individual who had treated Yan Xing, as this person seemed to anticipate their need to spend the night in the mountains. Leaving behind a bag of yams for young Master Yan, they had utilized a stainless steel bowl to cook the yams for their meal the previous night. In the late afternoon of yesterday, they discovered a rock shelter to evade the rain for the night. Lacking a tent, they merely built a fire. Lu Xiangyang fared well, but Yan Xing struggled. It was likely a bit chilly in the mountains, and he was showing signs of a fever from the cold. Despite his injuries dulling his senses, he felt undeniably uncomfortable, experiencing alternating chills and heat, with his nose feeling as if it were ablaze. Though his appetite was poor, he made an effort to chew on a few pieces of chocolate and consumed some dry noodles to fill his stomach before taking his medicine and setting off once more. Once again embarking on the journey home, the condition of Yan Heng worsened with the passage of time. The external chill contrasted sharply with the internal heat. Flames seemed to erupt from his nostrils, while his body trembled from the cold. His head felt heavy, and his legs felt as though they were weighed down with lead, rendering them nearly immobile. Each step he took felt as if he were treading on cotton, weightless, with no sensation upon reaching the ground. Consequently, their progress slowed considerably. At the foot of the mountain, the trees were less dense than in the deep wilderness. Sunlight filtered through, illuminating the leaves and blades of grass with a glimmering sheen. Hu Yong dashed through the underbrush, his camouflage attire reflecting the light, moving like a creature in flight. A few meters away, he spotted the captain, whose head rested on Lu's shoulder, his face darkened with distress. "Lu, how is Yan's condition?" Hu Yong inquired. Leaning against a tree for support, Lu Xiangyang propped up Yan Xiao and offered a wry smile in response to Hu Yong's hurried approach. "It's more serious than you might think. He was shot in the chest, and a long gash has opened up on his left side. Fortunately, the bullet and knife were treated with medication, and he was rescued. Or else we would have been left only to recover his body." How infuriating. The captain said he sustained only minor injuries and that his movements were simply hindered. Is this truly what one would call a minor injury? Hu Yong seethed, wishing he could deliver a sound reprimand to the captain. It was blatant embellishment of the truth. If they had not been able to reach him in time, who knew what calamity might have befallen the captain in the mountains? Well, you would have to ask the captain himself about that, Lu Xianyang chuckled, kicking away the metaphorical ball of blame. It was a deception perpetrated by the captain, and the responsibility lay squarely on his shoulders. With a grim expression, Hu Yong crouched slightly beside Lu Xiao, cautiously lifting the captain onto his back. Lu Xiangyang took hold of Yin Hang's backpack, assisting by parting the foliage and offering support to prevent any falls. The two individuals gradually descended the mountain, taking nearly 40 minutes to emerge from the thicket and reach the rural road. A van, driven by Hu Yong, halted by the roadside. They carefully placed Yin Xiao in the vehicle, settling him in the back seat while Lu Xiao kept a watchful eye. It was only then that Hu Yong inquired, "Shall we go to the town hospital or the county hospital?" However, with the captain injured so severely, Lu Xiangyang sighed, "I understand. But this is a directive from Xiao Xingxing. He personally reported to the higher-ups, and arrangements have been made for military doctors to meet us at the airport." Hu Yong pressed his lips together and drove in silence, tears glistening in his eyes. Lu Yun, in a delightful mood, decided to exchange some old ginseng for ingredients to prepare dinner, seeking solace for her stomach. She had a spacious outdoor area equipped with an array of pots and utensils, allowing her to indulge her culinary whims. The crops grown in the medicinal fields could be harvested in just a few days. Most had a life cycle of merely 7 days. During her time accompanying the castrated men, she cultivated a variety of ordinary herbs, harvesting them multiple times until she amassed a sufficient quantity, after which she would switch to cultivating different herbs. The next day marked July 9th. Several days after the flooding, reconstruction efforts were in full swing. Jiudao Township, distanced from the city, had remained unscathed. On the 9th day, which coincided with the market day, the streets bustled with liveliness. It was also a Saturday. Shou Qiufeng had persuaded Li Qing to take 2 days off to help him with his wedding preparations. With Saturday free from work, they enjoyed 4 days of togetherness as newlyweds. Early in the morning, Shou Qiufeng rose at dawn, tending to the livestock and preparing breakfast. After ensuring everything was in order, she instructed Li Qing to stay home while she loaded chickens, ducks, and geese onto the small 3-wheeled vehicle and set off to the market. Zhou Qiufeng is a seasoned vendor on the street. She first pays the stall fee to the shopkeeper at her usual spot, occupying half of the space in front of the store. To smooth the transaction, she also gifts the proprietor a handful of green beans and a few pumpkin seedlings before setting down her chicken and duck cages. The shopkeeper is well acquainted with Shou Qiufeng and graciously accepts her offerings of fresh produce. In the neighborhood, some residents are not local but rent shops for their businesses, necessitating their purchase of vegetables. The shopkeeper is one such individual. Zhou Qiufeng is adept at fostering relationships, often providing the shopkeeper with her homegrown vegetables. This amiable exchange has allowed her to set up her stall in front of the shop for several years, with both parties enjoying a harmonious relationship, assisting each other with watching over the store and exchanging small denominations of currency when needed. On the 6th day of the 6th month, there is a saying that one should eat duck, as doing so will ward off fear of water. Zhou Gu warmly welcomes the Lu couple, instructing his sister to take their mother home. Since yesterday, Zhou Sa has felt neglected by Zhou Gu, who neither scolds nor argues, simply choosing to ignore her as a means of prompting her to reflect. Lu Yun is not disinclined to seek a place to make a phone call, but she hesitates to venture too far. In the valley, receiving a signal is a rare occurrence. To make a call, one must trek to the mountain ridge. If she is to leave, she must take the rustic man along, as she is reluctant to cast him into the void, fearing it may disrupt the balance of their surroundings. Without his company, she cannot shake off her worries. Beyond the mountain ridge lies the territory of ferocious beasts. Should a predator come hunting or patrolling nearby, drawn by the scent of a human, the rustic man would surely become its prey. Thus Lu, determined to find a spot where she can barely receive a signal, tirelessly sends messages until one finally goes through. In her home, Zhou Qiufeng was occasionally spotted by villagers at the Lu family residence, leading them to believe she was merely assisting there, and no one paid her any mind. Neither Zhou Qiufeng nor Zhou Gu made any effort to publicize their presence. Thus the news of Zhou Qiufeng's marriage to Lu Qing remained a secret. On Monday, after 3 days of rest and recuperation, the wounds of the earthbound man had absorbed the medicinal ointment entirely, and the healing process began to integrate with the flesh, with the intestinal lacerations fully closing. Without hesitation, Lu Yun rose early to provide him with a sip of well water from their space. aiding in the healing of his wounds. She had refrained from offering him water until the wounds were securely sealed to prevent any leakage. Simultaneously, she tended to his abdominal injuries with herbal poultices. By evening, Lu, the diligent observer, noted an accelerated healing process of the internal injuries, and joyfully cheered as she offered him another sip of well water. Each person was absorbed in their own endeavors, striving for a livelihood. Lu's father maintained his routine, while Lu Yun wandered through the forest daily, cultivating herbs in their space. Days passed swiftly, and before long, 9 days had elapsed. The wounds of the earthbound man on both his small and large intestines had completely healed, and she prepared herself for his awakening. The mountains were lush and green, the trees glistening with dew. The midday sun shone down from the sky, illuminating the misty, verdant peaks, where birds chirped melodiously and flowers bloomed vibrantly, transforming the towering mountains into a scene reminiscent of a fairy tale. Outside the campsite of Lu, the underbrush had been cleared, and the sun cast its slanted rays upon the rocky cliffs and treetops, with some light spilling onto the base of the rocks and a few beams piercing through the foliage to illuminate the tent, creating a bright and cheerful atmosphere throughout the area. The fragrance of mountains and waters envelopes the surroundings, refreshing and natural. As the melodious chirping of birds echoes from afar, time seems to slow down, allowing this small corner to resemble a tranquil paradise. After tidying up the tools in the area, Liyun sits quietly in the tent, patiently awaiting the awakening of the man. She has checked his pulse and conducted an X-ray scan. All indicators suggest that signs of his revival are becoming increasingly evident. In this serene anticipation, even the sunlight seems particularly gentle and the breeze is mild. A few small birds flit about in the forest, curiously wandering around the cave entrance before lazily taking flight, chattering merrily among the treetops, their movements lively and graceful. The man, who has been in slumber for 10 days, conveys his intent to awaken through subtle body language. At last, with a slightly prolonged breath, he stirs his hand that lies beside him, and then his facial muscles instinctively tighten. His eyelashes and brows flutter gently. A fleeting expression of pain crosses his face. His brows and lashes tremble several times as he instinctively shifts, his eyelashes gradually lifting, and as his eyelids slowly part, his beautiful blue eyes begin to reveal themselves. As he first opens his eyes, those blue irises are as pure as a newborn's, reminiscent of the azure sky over a clear sea, transparent and distant. What a handsome man! Liyun, who has been vigilantly awaiting his awakening, gasps in astonishment at the beauty of his blue pupils, so striking in color, and his splendid physique, fit for a supermodel. The colors and the fragrant air. Miro's gaze wanders, his thoughts drifting. He perceives colors, scents, and the sensation of pain, proof of life. Is he still alive? In a fleeting moment, he experienced an overwhelming sense of aging. To be alive meant confronting a multitude of harsh realities, enduring the relentless machinations of power and the entanglements of desire. It was exhausting. Miro longed for slumber. Truly, he yearned for a solitary and tranquil sleep, free from pain, noise, the fratricidal strife, and betrayal, just a quiet passage to meet his maker. As he pondered, his drifting gaze sharpened in focus. Lying down felt uncomfortable, and instinctively, he tried to turn over. With the slightest movement, he suddenly felt a weight on his shoulder, and before him, a fleeting shadow danced. A voice, sweeter than the song of a lark, reached his ears. Please do not move. Your wound has yet to fully heal, and any sudden motion may hinder your recovery. A stream of fluent English startled Miro, dissipating his nihilistic sentiments and negative mindset in an instant. Instinctively, he tensed, as if to grasp the shadow. As he lifted his head and hand, they quickly succumbed back to the softness of the bed. He was utterly drained. His body felt as though it had not tasted sustenance for months. His mind was alert, yet his body was too weak to raise an arm, let alone assault another. A sheen of fine sweat beaded on the young man's forehead as his gaze darted toward the shadow, revealing a girl? The figure beside him was an Eastern girl, her jet-black hair short and refreshing, each strand elegantly framed. She possessed a round, cherubic face that radiated charm. Her lips curved into a smile, and her large, dark eyes sparkled with mirth, disarming him instantly. The young girl appeared to be merely 12 or 13 years of age. Her skin a delicate shade of pink. Dressed in a gray casual top, she knelt beside him, facing him directly. Her youthful visage and warm smile were tantalizingly close, yet seemed impossibly distant. Milo's eyes widened in astonishment, Had the Eastern girl just spoken in English? He gazed intently at her, his eyes unblinking. Surely, the handsome man could not be ignorant of the English language. After a prolonged silence, Lu Yun felt a pang of frustration. If he did not comprehend English, communication would be utterly futile. Thus far, she had only mastered her native dialect and Mandarin, with English as her sole foreign language. Should he converse in some other obscure tongue, she would be as lost as a duck hearing thunder. Indeed, encountering a compatriot was far more advantageous, as it alleviated any language barriers. Encountering a foreigner who neither spoke Chinese nor English would undoubtedly be a tragic affair. Lu Yun earnestly hoped to avoid such a calamity. Summoning all her patience to soften her tone, in a gentle whisper, she inquired, "Can you understand my words?" "I can," Milo replied, his gaze fixed on the Eastern girl. He detected a flicker of urgency and anxiety in her eyes, prompting him to respond instinctively. "What?" in Chinese. A familiar character floated into Lu Yun's mind, leaving her utterly astonished. Oh, heavens, could it be that she had not misheard? The handsome man understood Chinese. "Do you understand Chinese?" she exclaimed, her excitement prompting an instantaneous switch to her native tongue. "Oh, the language of Huaxia is simply splendid. I understand a bit. I can generally grasp the meaning." Milo articulated a lengthy sentence in Mandarin, albeit with a slight stiffness, though undeniably accurate in pronunciation. "Wonderful. This means we can engage in delightful conversation." Lu Yun's eyes sparkled with joy, for nothing in the world could surpass the happiness of communicating in Chinese. The little girl's laughter radiates pure joy, illuminating her entire face. Although it is merely a matter of communication, in her eyes, it seems as if she has struck the jackpot. That sense of elation spills forth from her smile, abundant and sweet. When she laughs, her eyes twinkle like stars in a summer night sky, brilliant and bright. "Your smile is exquisite, as if you have embraced the entirety of spring." Moreau gazes at the Eastern girl, and in her smile, his previously despondent heart finds an unexpected tranquility. "Your eyes are equally enchanting, reminiscent of a clear blue sky, pristine and distant." The blue of her eyes is truly beautiful, especially when unmarred by harshness or superfluous emotions. Moreau smiles gently. The girl's praise is uniquely special. His smile blossoms gradually, enlivening his entire visage. When his face swells from a mosquito bite, only a vague outline is discernible, but once the swelling subsides and is treated, his features emerge handsome and refined, exuding an air of coolness. The young man with blue eyes and a smile is sun-kissed and striking, embodying a warmth that contrasts his seemingly aloof demeanor, undeniably charming. Even though she is not captivated by fleeting beauty or youthful allure, Lu Yun cannot help but feel a moment of distraction, although she does not fall prey to superficiality. An appreciation for beauty is inherent in all. However, her reverie is fleeting, as she quickly regains her composure. "Handsome stranger, I wish to discuss your condition with you, to help you gain insight into your health, if I may." Chapter 82. Unspoken Heartache. He does not intentionally wield charm. Rather, he possesses an innate allure that captivates, particularly through his smile, which is irresistibly disarming, especially to women. Due to his inherent charm, he underwent training in the art of allure. Years of habit conditioned him to smile only during missions, rendering him taciturn in daily life. Even in moments of joy, he refrained from expressing himself freely, yearning for a cathartic release of emotions, which could only occur in solitude. As Moreau experienced a sudden jolt of realization, his spirits lifted considerably. The little girl, unaffected by the enchantment, allowed him to indulge in unrestrained emotion, to laugh or cry at will. "I observed the flora in the forest when I discovered you. It was dusk, and your vital signs were alarmingly faint. With no time to summon help or transport you from the mountains, I was compelled to perform surgery on you." "You performed surgery on me?" Moreau instinctively questioned, astonished that such a diminutive Eastern girl possessed medical skills. He had presumed a family member or teammate would have come to his aid, making this revelation truly unexpected. Indeed, at that moment, you bore a 5-centimeter long wound across your chest, your large intestine and lower leg grievously lacerated by a sharp object, having been exposed to the elements for an extended period. The pressure on your internal organs had led to severe hemorrhaging, rendering your injuries critical. During the surgery, I made an additional incision at the site of your old wound to cleanse the thoracic cavity, then utilized animal membrane sutures to close the wound. The sutures made from animal membrane are absorbable, eliminating the need for removal. However, due to a scarcity of materials, I used the thread I carried for sewing clothes for the external wound, which would necessitate removal later. There is another matter that perplexes me greatly. When I was treating you, I confirmed that you had no desire to survive at that moment, which led me to exert considerable effort to ensure your successful revival. Young and handsome sir, life is truly beautiful. Please cherish your existence. No matter how much pain you endure, it will eventually pass. Never relinquish the opportunity to live. When you feel you can no longer persist, think of your friends and loved ones. As I spoke with enthusiasm, I noticed the handsome foreigner's gaze was vacant. I was uncertain whether he comprehended my words, which left me feeling powerless. Communicating with foreigners can indeed be quite challenging. They may not grasp the profound nuances of the Chinese language. Engaging with compatriots has far fewer barriers of understanding. If a local were to provoke me, I could simply resort to physical confrontation. However, in dealing with foreigners, as long as they pose no threat to national security and do not engage in malevolence, we should embody the virtues of kindness and compassion inherent in our Chinese culture, treating them gently. Of course, if they are disrespectful, one might still resort to the methods of the more combative nations, as resolving matters through strength can be most effective. Handsome sir, did you truly understand? After waiting a few moments without any response from the foreign gentleman, I felt a surge of frustration. Could it be that my words had frightened him? Even if my remarks were somewhat daunting, most were grounded in reality. He indeed lacked a will to survive at that time. How I discern this is a unique ability of mine, one that I cannot fully elucidate. Death can be a terrifying specter, yet there exist certain experiences that evoke even greater despair, such as betrayal. The anguish of betrayal is infinitely more intense than the pain inflicted by the dagger that Moridi plunged into his abdomen. The physical torment is but a fleeting sensation, whereas the ache of betrayal pierces the soul. Bodily pain is trivial in comparison, for the torment of the spirit possesses the capacity to obliterate all of one's convictions. Milo gazed at the little girl, delicate and tender, her smile radiating sweetness. Her eyes sparkled with clarity, like torches that could dispel the darkness lurking within the human heart. In that ephemeral moment, a ray of sunlight broke through the shadows of his despondent soul, illuminating the confines of his heart that had been shackled in darkness. Little sister, I am not devoid of the will to survive. I am simply weary and long for a brief respite. Allow me to introduce myself formally. Greetings, kind and beautiful girl. I am Milo Costa, which translates to in Chinese. You may call me Milo. I hail from country, where I engage in commerce in Florence and indulge in outdoor sports. Milo chuckled softly, reluctant to admit to the foolishness of his longing for death in the presence of the young girl, for it would be too humiliating. The handsome young man offered a faint smile, his blue eyes twinkling like stars, akin to white clouds drifting across a cerulean sky. With sunlight dancing upon the waves of the sea, enchanting and captivating. Country? No wonder she does not comprehend the letters on my identification. She does not understand Italian. With a hidden sigh, Lu Yun extended her hand. Greetings, I am Lu Yun. Lu signifies joy, and Yun denotes charm. My name is spelled Leiyun, a student. With limbs feeling weak, Moreau struggled to lift his hand and grasped the delicate fingers of the Eastern girl. Her hand was soft and slender, with skin so smooth it resembled a layer of olive oil, resting in his palm like a precious pearl, exuding warmth. Moreau instinctively tightened his grip, yearning to absorb the warmth emanating from her hand. Thank you for saving me. Your surname brings joy to my heart. May I call you Lele? You are quite familiar with Chinese, Moreau. My father and relatives also call me Lele, she replied, her eyes curving into crescent moons as she smiled. Surely, an attractive gentleman like you must have studied in Huaxia. Otherwise, how could you speak Mandarin so fluently and comprehend it so well? My tutor is from Huaxia, and I have been learning Chinese since I was very young. It is one of the most beautiful and profound languages in the world. Moreau chuckled with delight. He understood 4 foreign languages, including Mandarin, and felt grateful for his ability to communicate with the girl. As someone praised their native tongue, Lele chimed in. I too believe my mother tongue is the most beautiful language in the world. Moreau, I suggest that you carry a bodyguard when you go out in the future to avoid such dangers. This was an unforeseen incident. I will consider your advice, Lele. He cherished their conversation, feeling free to express his emotions without pretense. Moreau, your internal injuries are recovering well, but the area around your wound remains fragile. You need to rest and avoid excessive movement. However, lying down all the time is uncomfortable. Let me help you sit up and move around a bit. By the way, now that you are awake, do you need to report this to the authorities? As the handshake concluded and they became acquainted, Liyun felt a twinge of curiosity. She noticed that the sturdy man's hands were calloused, suggesting he had undergone considerable training and likely possessed some martial prowess. The severity of his injuries led her to ponder the identity of the adversary who had inflicted such damage upon him. When he mentioned that there was no need to involve the authorities, Liyun found herself in agreement. Her inquiry had merely been a matter of politeness rather than genuine support for reporting the incident. If trouble had found him in his homeland, even if he were indeed the victim of a treacherous rival, alerting the police would complicate matters for his country. If they chose not to act, it would be seen as negligence, yet taking action would involve intricate legalities concerning foreign nationals. The man had been laid up for several days. Gentle movement could enhance blood circulation and aid in his recovery. Liyun sincerely wished for his swift recuperation and cautiously assisted him in rising. Moreau gradually sat up, wincing slightly from abdominal discomfort, though it was not a significant concern. His primary affliction was weakness, with his limbs feeling heavy and fatigued. As he turned slightly, he noted the tent flap was open, allowing him to survey his surroundings. They were sheltered within a cave that provided some protection from rain, albeit somewhat cramped. A single-person tent was pitched on one side, its quality subpar for serious mountaineering. In the center of the cave, a fire burned, while in the far corner lay a pile of dry twigs. At the innermost part of the cave, branches formed a makeshift bed strewn with various items, including a backpack and a small pot for boiling milk. Nearby, a green plant thrived, its roots bound with grass, revealing patches of soil. Lulu, are you truly a student? Moreau marveled internally at the thoroughness of the young girl's preparations. Indeed, you should consider yourself fortunate, serendipitously. While I ventured into the mountains to study medicinal plants, I stumbled upon you. Furthermore, I am grateful for my family's hereditary practice of traditional Chinese medicine, as I have been immersed in medical principles and cases since childhood. Otherwise, I would truly be at a loss when confronted with your injury. Milo felt an urge to shield his eyes. The young girl, barely more than a child, seemed to possess the understanding of surgical procedures, which typically aligns with university students. However, it was not yet the summer vacation for university students, as he recalled that in Huaxia, universities generally commenced their summer break in late July. His arrival in Huaxia had been at the end of June, and his last encounter with Moridi was on July 7th. The question lingered in his mind. What date was it now, and was the young girl a middle school student or a university student? Lost in his thoughts, Milo looked at himself, clad in camouflage attire with 2 buttons fastened, while several others remained undone. He could see the bandage covering his abdomen, vertically aligned, indicating a similar orientation of the wound. Liyun was unaware of Milo's internal struggle. The tent was too low for him to stand upright, so she urged him to extend his legs and helped him into his shoes. She then stepped outside to lend him further support, assisting the handsome young man from the trench with a blend of lifting and guiding. Milo was astounded by the girl's strength. Despite her petite stature, she barely reached his shoulder, yet effortlessly helped him rise. The hand resting against his waist seemed to possess boundless strength, bearing his weight without the slightest hint of exertion. After lying still for days, he felt as though his legs were not his own. As he attempted to stand upright and take a tentative step, his legs felt weak and unsteady. Had it not been for the young girl at his side, he surely would have collapsed. Taking a step forward, he felt a tugging pain in his abdomen, accompanied by a sensation of heaviness, as if something had been placed inside him, resulting in a feeling of descent. The handsome young man furrowed his brow, clearly displeased by this sensation. Milo, do share your feelings. Do not hesitate, as it will aid me in assessing your condition and administering the appropriate remedy. The gentleman, deep in thought, appeared to have discomfort, a notion that Liyun surmised. During the surgical procedure, the abdominal cavity had been opened, cleansed, and subsequently sutured, with the internal organs repositioned. Due to the inability to restore them to their original arrangement, the organs would need time to adjust, leading to a temporary sensation of heaviness. Liyun had meticulously observed the gentleman's condition, having fasted for an extended period. His intestines were devoid of any residue, remaining empty and somewhat soft. Once nourishment was introduced, they would gradually expand, filling the abdominal cavity, and the peristaltic movements of the intestines would alleviate the sensation of descent. The little girl's voice was crisp and melodious, akin to the sweet chirping of birds. Milo relished this sound, closing his eyes in enjoyment. He took another tentative step, struggling to find his footing, feeling as if he might float away. Slowly, he advanced 4 or 5 paces, beads of sweat forming on his brow. Concerned that prolonged activity might adversely affect his health, Li Yun assisted him in sitting down, then fetched a mat from the tent to lay at the innermost part of the cave, allowing the young man to sit and rest, or lie down if fatigue set in. The far end of the cave was rather low, barely exceeding a meter in height, necessitating a crouched position for anyone entering. Thus, she placed the mat at a safe distance from the fire, where he could stand upright. Milo could barely endure sitting for 10 minutes, feeling fatigued. He prudently chose to recline, resting his head upon his backpack and draping a towel over the sides scorched by the sun. The trench dweller understood the value of cherishing one's body, equating it to respecting the fruits of one's labor. Lu, the young scholar, felt a sense of satisfaction as she imparted a few words of advice and took some small tools to seek food. Milo watched as the little girl ventured further away until she disappeared from view. With great effort, he reached for his backpack, struggling to extract his phone. Upon turning it on, he discovered the battery was critically low, yet he had just enough time to note that the date was July 18th. Realizing he had been unconscious for a full 10 days. 10 days, a truly protracted span of time. In pursuit of his ambitions, Moridi had not hesitated to inflict severe harm upon him. Was a single opportunity worth $100 million truly so significant? Pain welled in Milo's eyes, revealing a vulnerability unknown to others. That knife had severed a bond of brotherhood lasting over a decade. From that moment forth, he would no longer possess brothers he could not afford to lose, and thus his weaknesses vanished. Suddenly, a fleeting shadow crossed his gaze, and he tightened his lips. Chapter 83. The joy of coexistence. After Lu departed from the cave, she meandered through the forest, gathering various medicinal herbs. Before wandering to the stream, from her space, she retrieved a bamboo basket she had casually acquired during her time in the small village. This bamboo basket, a common sight among the villagers of Shinnong Mountain, was specifically designed for fishing. With the basket in hand, she rolled up her pant legs and waded into the water to catch fish. Shinnong Mountain is an enchanting place, where the height of the mountain matches the depth of the waters. In every stream that flows, provided there are no steep cliffs, one can find fish. Even in the secluded creeks deep within the primordial forest, some streams located at higher altitudes are home to diminutive wild fish that resemble loaches. The campsite of Lo, nestled in a low valley, is inhabited by wild fish of modest size, the largest measuring about 3 fingers wide, with most being merely 1 or 2 fingers across. As Lu stepped into the water, she placed her basket into the stream, inching closer to the playful fish. Soon, small fish darted into her basket, which she then carefully lifted to capture them, placing them into a plastic bag before continuing her fishing expedition. Not far from her, a few birds, drawn by the scent of blood, flitted to the bank, pecking at the fish entrails left on the leaves, frolicking amidst the grass nearby. As the sun's warmth intensified, the creatures of the forest became increasingly animated. Moreau, feeling weak, succumbed to a brief slumber. Upon awakening, he was greeted by the dazzling sunlight outside the cave, where 2 squirrels cavorted playfully around an oak tree adjacent to the entrance. He fixated on the little squirrels as they reveled in their antics, but suddenly, a few leapt away and vanished from sight. Moments later, he heard the rustling of leaves and the sound of movement. Throughout his unconsciousness, he had been hydrated, leaving his throat neither parched nor hoarse, and his voice remained normal. After resting for a while, he regained some strength, his voice becoming richer and more resonant, imbued with a unique intonation characteristic of Western speakers of Chinese, lending an alluring quality to his tone. Lu, you possess remarkable dexterity. The 2 ceramic bowls you crafted are truly commendable, Moreau remarked as he observed the little girl skillfully whittling bamboo, quickly shaping it into a fork. His admiration genuine and heartfelt. The young girl from the east possessed remarkable dexterity and, unbeknownst to anyone, sourced clay to craft 2 rudimentary ceramic bowls. Though coarse in appearance, this was no fault of hers. Her survival skills in the wilderness rivaled those of individuals specially trained for such feats. Lacking expertise in pottery, I once attempted to mold a bowl from clay as a child, only to produce a rather unsightly result. Li Yun turned her gaze towards the spot where her belongings lay, revealing 2 grayish-brown bowls with uneven rims and slightly lopsided bodies. She roamed the forest, foraging for herbs and seeking fertile soil to fill her pots. Discovering a patch of clay with a certain stickiness, she sculpted 2 bowls from the earth and water, allowing them to dry before placing them in the fire to harden, thus creating the simplest form of pottery. This technique was one she had learned from her grandfather during a fateful trip into the mountains at the tender age of 6. Stranded by a torrential downpour, her grandfather fashioned a large bowl from clay and fired it to catch fish and prepare rabbits for their sustenance. They survived nearly 10 days in the mountains without hunger. In truth, Li Yun had bowls within her space, yet they could not be retrieved. To maintain her cover and ensure she had something to eat while tending to the injured soldier in the mountains, she resolved to create ceramic bowls. Had she only accompanied him for a day or two, the endeavor would have been unnecessary. However, given the severity of his injury, he required 5 to 6 days of care. While he remained unconscious, she used water from her space to aid his recovery. Now that he had awakened, she intended to cease any special treatment, for the risk of exposing her secret was too great and the consequences unknown. Functionality was all that mattered. Admittedly, the bowls were somewhat unattractive, yet in the pursuit of survival in the wild, such aesthetics were inconsequential, as long as they served to hold water and food. Lu, the student, wholeheartedly agreed, regardless of its unsightliness, as long as it did not spill soup. Moreau always wore a smile, and Lu was perpetually cheerful. The two shared a delightful rapport. Moreau, I must confess, I inadvertently inspected your backpack and removed the sheath from your wrist. I employed your military knife to perform a minor surgery. Your knife is quite remarkable. May I borrow it again? I intend to carve a fork, and I find the use of a hatchet and a paring knife rather cumbersome. Le contemplated utilizing the protective tools of the handsome lad. Moreau casually remarked that one should take what they need. He dragged the backpack from around his neck and handed it to the little girl. Without hesitation, Lu opened the backpack, retrieved a military knife, returned the bag to its owner, and sat by the fire to continue carving the fork. The knife was sharp enough to handle bamboo, and the rough fork gradually began to take shape. The porridge in the small pot began to boil, and the heat was reduced to a simmer, cooking slowly. While the porridge had yet to fully cook, Li's fork was complete, a trident, comparable in size to those sold in stores, with a straight handle devoid of curves. Although the fork was rather rudimentary, Moreau praised it profusely. Testing it in his hands and unable to part with it, he tucked it into his shirt pocket for safekeeping. The fork was originally prepared for him, and Li did not mind. After ensuring the porridge was fully cooked, he poured it into a bowl and set about preparing another pot, as the size of the pot only sufficed for one serving at a time. After cooking 2 bowls of porridge, he turned to the fish soup. With 5 fish in total, 3 were set aside for the soup, while 2 were speared with bamboo sticks and placed by the fire for grilling. The young gentleman, humble and eager to learn, engaged with Le Shui, who, embodying the warm and friendly virtues of the Chinese people, patiently explained to him how to eliminate the fishy odor, which remedies could aid internal injuries, and what might expedite the healing of wounds. Their conversation, filled with joy from her explanations and intrigue from his attentiveness, unfolded effortlessly between 2 individuals from different continents and nations, transcending any significant language barriers, allowing them to interact as if they were old friends, naturally disregarding distinctions of gender, age, nationality, customs, and beliefs. The grilled fish and fish soup emerged from the fire almost simultaneously, the former seasoned with a touch of salt and 5-spice powder, while the latter contained only salt and a selection of herbs. Lu Yun removed the milk pot from the fire and helped Mi Luo to sit up for lunch, serving him a bowl of porridge along with the fish soup. "Lu, we will share," she said. Mi Luo picked up a piece of fish with a bamboo fork. "No, the fish soup is specially prepared for your nourishment. I will have the grilled fish." "I can eat grilled fish, but you cannot." Lu Yun smiled as she proudly held up the fragrant grilled fish. "Why can I eat grilled fish?" Mi Luo, embodying the curious spirit of a child, asked without hesitation. "Well, I do not consume alcohol or spicy foods, nor do I eat seafood. I must avoid anything that could cause allergies. Some sea fish can be beneficial for recovery, and kelp has blood pressure lowering properties. Given your recent internal bleeding and mild symptoms of blood loss, it is advisable for you to refrain from consuming it." Milo nodded frequently, his mind unclouded and fully aware of which words to heed and which actions were permissible. He was acutely conscious of the depth of Moridi's blade, feeling the piercing pain as it undoubtedly breached a vital organ. Thanks to the little girl's adept medical skills, he was able to move just 10 days after her treatment, a testament to her remarkable abilities. The earnestness with which the ruggedly handsome gentleman nodded was reminiscent of young children attentively listening to their teacher's admonitions, an endearing sight that elicited a smile from Lu Yun, who found it utterly delightful. This rugged gentleman was far more charming than the eunuch, whose lack of humanity and lewd behavior were one thing, but after his transformation, he became particularly reticent. Despite spending half a day and an entire night with the eunuch, conversation flowed more freely with the foreign rugged figure. Milo, with his right hand bandaged and unable to exert strength, grasped a fork and bowl with his left. He took a few sips of porridge before sampling the fish. His eyes widened in astonishment at the exquisite flavor. It was simply divine, even with insufficient ingredients. The little girl had infused the dish with herbs, eliminating any trace of fishiness. The fish was tender, delicate, and the taste was refreshingly delightful. Having traveled the globe and dined at the most renowned establishments, he found that even the creations of celebrated chefs paled in comparison to the dish before him. He savored each bite with joy, quickly finishing an entire fish. Sipping the cool porridge, which was pleasantly warm and just right for consumption, he polished off more than half a bowl before indulging in another fish. He then drank the remaining porridge in one go, finally pouring the fish soup and remaining fish from the stainless steel pot into his personal bowl to savor the broth. Even when wielding a fork with his left hand, the young man displayed an exquisite elegance in his movements and dining etiquette, making the stark simplicity of the cave seem akin to a luxurious five-star hotel's fine dining experience. Classmate Lu, using chopsticks, savored her meal. After finishing her congee, she nibbled on fish while admiring the handsome gentleman's dining manner. Indeed, witnessing the contented expression on the rugged man's face brought her a sense of joy. Chapter 84. Unraveling the threads. Deliciousness abounds. The flavors are simply exquisite. And Lele's culinary skills are truly remarkable. Upholding cultural customs, he extolled the child's culinary prowess with an unending stream of praise. Is this truly a foreigner? Listening to the foreign rugged man's effusive commendations, Lu felt a bead of sweat trickle down. His extensive vocabulary was astonishing. Were it not for his blue eyes and the identification in his passport confirming his foreign status, she would have assumed him to be a native of the land. Is the firewood insufficient? Moreau, embodying the admirable tradition of seeking knowledge, was not simply curious for the sake of it. A corner of the cave was piled high with several bundles of firewood, alongside a few dry tree stumps, which should suffice for a considerable duration. It appeared there was no shortage of fuel. Given our circumstances, we would need to remain here for at least 5 or 6 more days. And that amount of firewood would not suffice. Rain is likely tomorrow, and the dampness of the woods after the rain would hinder our ability to gather more firewood. So I shall reserve some as a precaution. She had observed the clouds from the previous night. The western sky bore clouds, signaling impending rain within the next few days. Morning brought rain clouds in the east, and by noon, the sun had dimmed somewhat, leading her to predict that while it may not rain tonight, rain was certain to follow tomorrow. Moreover, July is the season of abundant rainfall at Shinong Mountain, with showers occurring every 3 to 5 days. The recent stretch of 4.5 days of clear weather indicated that a change in the weather was imminent. Milo remained silent, only concerned about advising caution in the forest. Le Chouton gathered her belongings, swaying gently as she carried her tools and a bag containing bowls and pots toward the woods. Milo observed the young girl as she extracted items from her backpack and then returned several to it, including a bowl encased in plastic. With her backpack secured and machete in hand, she set off, appearing somewhat bewildered. Was it not a nuisance to collect firewood while carrying a backpack? Leon had spent several days near the cave, becoming well acquainted with the surrounding area. She knew where dead branches were plentiful, where medicinal herbs thrived, and could discern the density of the trees in different locales. Collecting firewood was no challenge for her. She hurried to the spot where she had previously gathered wood, chopping branches from a fallen dead tree, bundling them into several stacks, and preparing 2 bundles for transport, discarding the rest into her space. Noticing it was still only 3 o'clock, she dashed to the creek to wash herself, leaving her clothes to dry on the bank. She then slipped into her space. Last night, she had intended to examine the injuries of the dashing Earth Trench hero, but had not slept in her space, and had no time in the morning. Only in the afternoon could she tend to her own small plot of land. The space was pleasant, with refreshing and clean air. The enormous dragonblood tree, its age unknown, had been receiving her daily watering, gradually recovering at an excruciatingly slow pace. After more than 10 days, the moisture within the fibrous vessels of the tree remained inadequate, merely a delicate thread. Each day, Liyun observed it, ensuring it was regaining health rather than weakening. Finding solace in this knowledge, her greatest fear was awakening one day to discover that her space had reverted to its original dimensions. Despite knowing that the space required spiritual energy, she found it challenging to obtain, as such resources were indeed rare. Dinner consisted of porridge and fish, and the limited rice brought out by Lu was expected to last only a few more days. The dynamic between the tall young man and the little girl was remarkably harmonious. As night fell, the need to maneuver within the confines of the sleeping tent posed a risk of aggravating his injury. Moreau chose to rest on a mat by the fire. There was little contention about where to sleep. The sole point of mild dispute arose from the coolness of the mountain nights. In a display of gentlemanly courtesy, Moreau offered his towel blanket to the young girl, but Lu resolutely insisted that the handsome boy keep it for warmth. After a brief argument, Lu emerged victorious, and the blue-eyed youth graciously accepted her kindness. His tall frame meant that the blanket only covered a portion of his body, with his feet draped in clothing. His primary concern was to safeguard his injured abdomen from the cold. The following day indeed brought a change in weather. Although it did not rain in the morning, the sky remained overcast, and by late morning, raindrops began to patter, creating a soothing sound against the leaves. In the mountains, rain conjured a shroud of mist. Shinong Mountain transformed into a mystical realm, breathtakingly beautiful. The rain fell intermittently, clouds ebbed and flowed, and the cave's interior remained dimly lit. The fire burned continuously day and night, dispelling the dampness and rendering the atmosphere bearable. With inclement weather preventing outdoor excursions, Lu spent her time in the cave with the charming young man. Their conversations became increasingly engaging, solidifying their friendship. After 2 days of peaceful recuperation, the young man's condition had significantly improved. He was able to walk unassisted, albeit for brief intervals, maintaining his balance for about 10 minutes while standing or walking. With the herbs finely crushed and the small scissors at the ready, Liyun observed the soil-dwelling individual as if awaiting his fate. With a friendly and kind-hearted tone, she gently advised, "Milo, the time for suturing your wound may be prolonged, and the process could be quite painful." "Not a problem, I fear no pain." "So please proceed without hesitation," Milo replied, displaying no signs of anxiety. Trained in the arts of death since childhood, he had become impervious to fear, even of pain. On the day he regained consciousness, a young child had inquired about his preferences, mentioning that while suturing was possible, excessive movement could lead to the wound reopening. They suggested waiting an additional 2 days for a sturdier closure before removing the stitches, which would be more painful but less likely to rupture. He relaxed his muscles, striving to avoid tensing up and complicating the child's task of removing the stitches. The earth dweller feared no pain, and neither did Liyun. As she moistened the medicinal poultice with water, carefully peeling it away and placing it on the leaves, she meticulously wiped away the remnants of the herbs around the wound, which stretched long and menacingly like a centipede. He felt a surge of gratitude. Had Moridi's blade penetrated just a centimeter higher, it would have pierced his stomach, leading to a fatal outcome had his intestines been severed. He might have already been in the presence of the divine. Yet, he found himself puzzled as to why Moridi had not delivered a finishing blow. In their line of work, if one could not ascertain the complete demise of their target, they would invariably ensure the task was finished with a decisive strike. Moridi, having already inflicted one wound, would typically leave no chance for survival. A follow-up stab would have rendered him undoubtedly dead. What could have prompted Moridi to refrain from delivering that lethal blow, thus sparing his life? Milo found himself in a state of perplexity. During the past 2 days of conversation, he recalled that when the child discovered him, he was utterly alone. There was no sign of any other presence nearby, only a trail marked by several droplets of blood. Was it possible that Moridi had severely injured him, and upon the arrival of other adversaries, had abandoned him in haste? While Milo wrestled with these thoughts, his companion, Lu, deftly utilized a small pair of scissors to sever the sutures of his wounds, meticulously snipping each thread, with one hand gently pressing on the wound to prevent any tearing. He grasped the thread's end with the other and, with a firm tug, extracted a length of thread embedded within the flesh. Having lain concealed for an extended period, the thread had nearly fused with the tissue, and its removal caused a trickle of blood to seep from the hole. Lu did not inquire if it hurt. Instead, he proceeded to remove the second and third stitches, continuing with determination until he had extracted a total of 8. He swiftly wiped away the oozing blood, applying a fresh poultice of crushed herbs over the wound before wrapping it in gauze. After removing the stitches from Milo's abdomen, he attended to the dressing of his right palm, which had also received 2 sutures. Remarkably, the injury on his hand was healing faster than that on his abdomen. "Thank you for your efforts, Lu," Milo expressed with a grateful smile. "It's nothing. Does it hurt much? A little, but it is bearable. In the deep of night. Without any hesitation, Le cast the removed threads into the fire to burn and discarded the old dressings into the woods. After washing his hands, he crawled into the tent to sleep, and if sleep eluded him, he engaged in conversation with the handsome young man. On the 21st, the weather was clear. Milo cooperated fully, remaining vigilant at the camp. Chapter 85. Leaving the mountain, parting due to physiological issues. Liyun accomplished nothing and instead lay upon the grassy expanse of the space to recuperate. The previous night, she had endured abdominal discomfort that robbed her of sleep. And in the morning, she mustered the strength to catch fish and prepare a meal. She wished to conceal the reality of her menstrual cycle from the earth-shattering man, considering such matters to be a private affair for women. The thought of a man witnessing her in the throes of dysmenorrhea filled her with shame. After lying there for nearly half a day, her monthly visitor finally graced her presence. Though the onset was overwhelming, Liyun felt a sense of relief. The arrival was preferable to the torment of uncertainty. Reclining on the grass and gazing at the mist-like white, she felt a flicker of joy. For this time her discomfort was notably lessened. She speculated that this improvement was perhaps due to the cleansing and refining of her body she experienced prior to the college entrance examination, which might have positively influenced her uterus as well, resulting in diminished pain during her menstrual cycle in the last 2 months. Though she was uncertain of the true cause, she was grateful for the absence of intense suffering. With a slight ease, she propped herself up, arranged her posture, and sat cross-legged in a meditative position with her palms facing upward. This was a method of physical cultivation left behind in a jade tablet by a former master of the space. The previous steward of the space, unaware of its origins, had preserved it within the tablet after inheriting the realm. The practice bore a resemblance to ancient martial arts' internal cultivation techniques, and Liyun had diligently studied each step, committing them to memory. After encountering the earth-shattering man, she began her nightly practice, dedicating an hour to meditation. However, in recent days, she refrained from practicing at night, fearing discovery by him. His wilderness survival skills are unparalleled, and his practical abilities are exceptional. The fish soup he prepares is equally delectable, filling him with pride. He has memorized the appearance of various edible plants, allowing him to forage for ingredients for the fish soup during future excursions. Milo waited throughout the day, and as dusk approached, he spotted the children returning, their backpacks bulging. He greeted them with a smile, assisting in organizing their packs. Among the treasures was a large bag of freshly peeled yam, a small packet of garlic lilies, and a bundle of mushrooms. "Lele, you are amazing," he exclaimed, giving a thumbs up to this little savior, an outdoor survival prodigy who seems to find everything. Lele beamed with delight, her eyes sparkling. She had gathered these items during her last adventure in the mountains, mixed with a few yam and lily slices cultivated in their space. That evening, the two enjoyed a delightful meal of yam and lily porridge. After consuming their rations for 2 days, it was the 23rd, and taking advantage of the clear weather, they prepared to descend the mountain. On the morning of the 24th, they filled their stomachs, organized their tools, and broke camp. Lele insisted on handling the disassembly herself, packing everything neatly and securing it to the side of her backpack. She tied her machete sheath around her waist, extinguished the fire pit with soil, hoisted her backpack, and grasped the prepared sundew in one hand while wielding the machete in the other as they set off. Milo's backpack was light, and he insisted on carrying it himself, using a sturdy walking stick to prevent any mishaps that might aggravate his injury. He felt a twinge of reluctance to leave this place where he had discovered kindness and beauty, a location worthy of remembrance. Milo candidly admitted his sentiments. "If you ever have the opportunity, come back to the land of Huaxia for a visit. Indeed, I hope Lele can accompany me on a revisit next time. I wish to come in autumn when the rain is less abundant." The two of them walked slowly into the forest, one ahead of the other, gradually distancing themselves from the cave. Moreau, with both internal and external injuries, could not afford to exert himself too much. Liyun walked ahead, selecting the route, helping him navigate through the underbrush, lending a hand in areas with slopes or pits, and constantly monitoring his condition, embodying the role of a devoted caretaker and bodyguard. By the afternoon, they entered a mixed forest of Japanese black pines and various trees. Liyun caught a whiff of an enticing aroma and promptly instructed Moreau to take a rest. She set down her belongings, taking only a hoe, a machete, and a small bag, and energetically plunged into the woods. Moreau smiled broadly, for children are inherently drawn to the mountains. Their exuberant running among the hills is the most delightful sight. Liyun, leaving behind the handsome young man, dashed through the forest, running over a mile until she discovered the source of the fragrance, a vast expanse of matsutake mushrooms. Known locally as songjun, or pine mushrooms, their proper name is matsutake. Scientifically classified as Tricholoma matsutake. They are also referred to as songrong, hemlock mushrooms, and rare precious natural medicinal fungi. The matsutake grew beneath a sparse canopy of Japanese black pines, each mushroom emerging from the earth, some crowned with pine needles, others bare-topped, some fully opened, some aged and withered, and some merely the size of a fingertip, exquisitely beautiful. The area of matsutake was extensive, covering approximately 1/10 of an acre, with varying densities. This delightful mushroom would nourish us well when we dined later that evening. Alas, Lele is a little lucky star, and I find myself fortunate once more. The two set off on their journey again, camping by a water source in the evening and feasting on matsutake mushrooms and yams for dinner. The following day, they were invigorated and ready to embark once more. Whenever they paused for rest, Lele would not remain idle. She would scurry off in search of herbs or dig for yams. On several occasions, she even abandoned the handsome young man to gather mushrooms, ensuring their provisions along the way. After 3 days of wandering through the mountains, by the morning of the 28th, they finally emerged from the wilderness, arriving at a rural path still adorned with its natural surface. The weather was splendid, and many travelers were visiting Shinong Mountain, with vehicles frequently passing along the country road. Liyun flagged down a local van adorned with the regional license plate and negotiated a fare for the ride. The driver, a local man, hesitated as he glanced at the young man standing nearby. "Little sister, that one seems like a foreign friend, doesn't he?" "Yes. What of it?" Liyun replied, puzzled as to why nationality would matter in hiring a vehicle. "I'm rather reluctant to accept business from foreign friends," the driver admitted, his fingers tightening around the steering wheel. "Why is that?" Lele was taken aback. Typically, drivers preferred to take on foreign travelers or those from afar, as they tended to be less finicky about costs. This driver was quite the opposite, which struck her as odd. "Well," the driver hesitated before continuing, "last year, I picked up a blue-eyed foreigner. We agreed on a fare, but upon reaching the destination, he refused to pay, even accused me of fraud. It nearly cost me my livelihood. Since then, unless accompanied by a local, I prefer not to take foreign passengers." Milo, overhearing their conversation, rubbed his nose in a feeling of grievance. Is this what the Chinese often refer to as laying down to take the blame? He was innocently caught in the crossfire, feeling utterly frustrated by being implicated by others. He offered a slight smile to the driver, who appeared momentarily stunned by the foreigner's charm. "Sir, I will pay first, and then leave you my number. Feel free to call me if anything arises." Upon hearing the driver's indifferent rationale, Liyun couldn't help but chuckle, realizing the driver's sentiment, once bitten, twice shy. After some hesitation, the driver accepted the fare. The young man seemed familiar and was likely not of questionable morals, as the little girl was a local, and with her assurance, there would probably be no trouble. He noted down the young girl's phone number, accepted the payment, and took both passengers straight to the government seat of Shinong Mountain District, Yuzhen. Liyun did not accompany them to Yuzhen, alighting at a midpoint junction. Moreau asked the driver to wait a moment, stepping out to bid farewell to the little girl. To the driver's astonishment, the blue-eyed foreign friend spoke fluent Chinese, leaving him dumbfounded. How could the foreigner understand their conversation? Moreau exited the vehicle and walked a few steps with the little girl, advising her to carry self-defense items while venturing into the mountains for her botanical studies. The handsome local lad's repeated cautions reminded Liyun of her brother, Chao, who had also earnestly advised her to be cautious when she planned to explore the mountains for medicinal herbs. After their playful exchange of reminders, Liyun smiled and encouraged Moreau. "Safe travels, Moreau." "Thank you." Moreau waved to the children, first boarding the vehicle, then rolling down the window to glance back. He spotted a young girl still standing by the roadside, her blue eyes shimmering with a touch of tenderness as she called out forcefully, "Lele, remember our promise. You must not change your phone number." "I won't forget," she replied. Liyun couldn't help but chuckle, watching the car recede into the distance until it vanished around a bend, before turning to head home. Chapter 86. The Peculiar in mid-July. The latter part of the month marks the season of early rice harvest. In regions that cultivate 2 crops of rice, farmers typically plow the fields immediately after harvesting the early rice, hastily preparing to plant the late rice. This process is known as double cropping, where time is of the essence. For 3 or 4 consecutive days, the weather was favorable, and the fields were bustling with villagers cutting rice, tilling the land, and transplanting seedlings. The rhythmic clatter of threshers and small harvesters echoed continuously, mingling with the joyful laughter of the people, resonating far and wide. At the end of June and the beginning of July, the nation faced devastating floods, affecting dozens of counties and cities to varying degrees. Many crops were submerged, yielding no harvest, while those that survived the deluge experienced significant reduction in yield. However, in Phong County, only a small portion of crops near the mountains and rivers suffered the wrath of the flood, resulting in a bountiful harvest overall. The post-flood abundance was undoubtedly a source of joy, even though the relentless torrential rains had caused the seedlings, corn, and other crops to lean, diminishing the yield somewhat. Yet, there remained over 70% of the harvest. On the village road of Meizijing, grains were spread out to dry, leaving just enough width for vehicles to pass. Young Lu, with her backpack slung over her shoulders, pedaled her bicycle eagerly towards home, the front basket and rear rack laden with bulging plastic bags. Most of the villagers were in the fields harvesting rice, leaving only the elderly and young children at home, encountering few adults along the way. It wasn't long before they arrived home. The small courtyard of the Lu family was adorned with a layer of golden rice drying in the sun, shimmering brightly. Has the Zhou family harvested their rice? Lu Yun murmured softly to herself, recalling that the Zhou family had planted a new variety of early rice this year, which would take 3 days longer to mature than in previous years. She estimated they wouldn't begin harvesting until around the 29th. Qing Yud, the son of the Chung family, was of similar age to Zhou Gu, and they shared a good relationship. The daughter-in-law of the Chung family was surnamed Lu. Lu Yun fondly referred to her as Aunt Lu. Upon spotting her, Lu Yun steadied her bicycle and called out, "Aunt Lu, congratulations on the bountiful harvest." "Oh, the millet belongs to Aunt Lu's family? I thought it was from Uncle Zhou's," Lu Yun responded. The Zhou family won't start their harvest until tomorrow. Zhou Qiufeng and his siblings are helping us cut rice today, and tomorrow we'll finish up, then help the Zhou family harvest the grain the day after. In the countryside, it was quite common for families to exchange labor during the busy harvest season. Those whose rice ripened later would assist those who were ready to harvest earlier, and once they finished, they would return the favor. This mutual exchange of labor ensured that work was completed swiftly and efficiently. Aunt Lu slowed her vehicle, glancing at the young girl from the Lu family, noticing the large bundles tied to her bicycle, and couldn't help but feel a chill of concern. Is Lila going into the mountains to rob? Li Yun quickly dashed to the fence, retrieving a plastic bag that someone had hung out to dry. She opened one of her packages by her bicycle and filled it with mushrooms, offering it to Aunt Lu. "This is for Grandpa Chung Wu and your family to enjoy as a treat. Why go through all the trouble of sticking a happy character on it?" In her mind, questions swirled incessantly. Even with the prestigious honor of being the top scholar, she felt no need to engage in frivolous celebrations. Moreover, during the initial days following the release of the college entrance examination results, no congratulatory decorations had been displayed, and certainly, there was no need for them thereafter. With a head full of queries, she pushed open the door to find the house impeccably tidy, adorned with celebratory symbols on every door. The antiquated television in the living room had vanished, replaced by a grand color television, alongside an additional long wooden bench. Confused and disoriented, Li Yun struggled to comprehend the situation. Her father was known for his frugality, never one to squander money, especially on superfluous furnishings. Where had all this come from? After pondering for a considerable time without arriving at a conclusion, she brought her belongings into the house, opened the door to her room, and swiftly set about her tasks. She emptied her backpack, hanging it on a nail to air out, then dashed upstairs to retrieve a bamboo sieve, pouring out various herbs to let them breathe, and added some mushrooms to the sieve as well, placing them in the living room to ventilate. Having cleared out what needed to be aired, she took a bag of cucumbers and tomatoes to the refrigerator room. After selling some produce previously, she had replanted and now had a substantial stock. Thus, she had ample justification for her excursion into the mountains, which allowed her to bring back a large haul of tomatoes and cucumbers. Upon entering the clean and orderly refrigeration room, she carefully placed the tomatoes and cucumbers in the basket. Opening the refrigerator, she was astonished to find it brimming with chicken, duck, pork, and eggs. Her face contorted in disbelief. Her family's refrigerator typically stored only cured meats and rarely overflowed. This abundance was utterly inconsistent with what she had known before. Relatives? However, when it comes to kinship, her family only consists of her great-grandmother and her grandmother's maternal relatives. Her great-grandmother's family, the Huss, hails from a neighboring village, and there are only 2 daughters in the family. The elder daughter married into another family, while the younger one is her great-grandmother. Subsequently, when her great-grandfather and great-grandmother were still alive, the Hu family moved to the provincial capital. Initially, there remained some familial ties. But after the passing of her great-grandmother's parents, the sisterly bond grew faint, and eventually, they lost contact altogether. As for her grandmother's maternal side, they are the Chins from the same village. By bloodline, they share a marital connection with Zhang Jing's father's lineage. There were familial exchanges between the Qin and Lu families during her grandparents' time. Yet a falling out ensued due to her father's leg injury and the subsequent borrowing of money, resulting in a complete cessation of relations to this day. Therefore, it can be concluded that the Lu family has no relatives. If we were to consider friends, the likelihood is also quite slim. Most of her father's acquaintances were not the kind to share both joys and sorrows. After her father's leg injury, those friendships turned nearly non-existent. With no kin or friends visiting, who could possibly bestow such a plethora of gifts upon her family? If anyone were to be so generous, it could only be her father's boss. If Mr. Wu were to visit and bring meat, that would be understandable. But what about the new furniture at home? This left Lu Yun in a state of utter perplexity. Frustrated and bewildered, she closed the refrigerator door and hurried off to help Sister Lu with the grains. After finishing her tasks, she planned to tidy up her clothes and head to the kitchen to heat water. Upon entering, she noticed thin wisps of smoke rising from the hearth, where a pot was set to boil. Opening the lid, she discovered the water was pleasantly warm. How peculiar! Such strangeness! With a heart full of curiosity, Lu Yun wandered around the kitchen, examining this and that, glancing east and west, yet finding no clue. Reluctantly, she fetched her bathing bucket and basin, filled them with warm water, and headed to the outdoor bathing area. Having just finished her menstrual cycle, she dared not use cold water. During her days in the mountains, she had avoided it as well, resorting only to wiping herself down with a towel. Though there was no foul odor, she felt discomfort. After thoroughly cleansing herself from head to toe, she donned a short-sleeved t-shirt and cropped pants, feeling remarkably light, rejuvenated, and refreshed. The presence of chickens, ducks, and pigs filled the air with the vibrant essence of rural life. It puzzled her profoundly. Really, how could a mere 20 days away lead to such transformative changes? With a heart full of turmoil, Lu Yun closed the door to the cattle shed, took her clothes to the water pump to wash, and after cleaning them, she hung them upstairs to dry. She then descended to retrieve several bamboo sheaves, as some herbs and mushrooms still needed sun-drying. If not dried properly, they would spoil. Once the items were sun-dried, she brought out some already cleaned huangjing and dihuang from storage to dry out excess moisture, before sitting down to wash the mushrooms. As she cleaned a few clusters of cloud mushrooms, her mind jolted suddenly, and she looked up toward her home, wondering if it could be as she suspected. Outside the topic chapter 87, the feeling of having a mother the vehicle drove out of the village, heading towards the agricultural fields, stopping at a certain point. Sister Lu brought food, and they walked along the ridges, crossing several plots of land to reach the expansive fields belonging to the Chung family, calling for the busy workers to take a break. The afternoon sun blazed intensely, and everyone in the fields wore straw hats. Fragments of rice leaves flew about, sticking to their bodies and causing an itchy sensation. Each face glowed with a healthy flush. Assisting the Chung family are not only the Zhou couple and Zhou Qiufeng, but also the spouses of Chung Yude's cousin, alongside Zhang Ku and his wife, Sister Wu. Zhang Ku's mother is the paternal aunt of the Chung family, establishing a familial bond between Chung Yud and Zhang Ku. As they conversed, Sister Lu could not help but commend the Lu family daughter. Years ago, when Lu Qing suffered a leg injury, both the Chung and Zhou families lent financial support to the Lu family. Lu, raised with the values of gratitude instilled by the elders, holds a deep respect for those who once aided her family, continuing to honor the memory of the older generation. Even after their passing, Lu is genuinely kind-hearted. This is not news to you. Cheng Yud smiled as he echoed his wife's sentiment. Lulu has been accepted into Qing University. I am eagerly awaiting the celebratory feast from Qing. Although I wonder when that will actually happen. Sister Zhou paused momentarily, casting a furtive glance at Zhou Qiufeng, only to find her sister-in-law stifling a laugh. Her smile particularly dazzling. This caused Sister Zhou to feel a twinge of discomfort. Having married into the Lu family, her sister-in-law now bore the brunt of household responsibilities, managing everything from meals to the care of chickens and ducks, as well as tending to the fields and the vegetable garden, leaving her with an endless array of tasks. Regret washed over Sister Zhou. Had she foreseen this, she would never have resented her sister-in-law for residing with her family. With her sister-in-law present, She would have been spared the burden of household chores, merely needing to assist her husband in the fields. Alas, regret offers no remedy. For her sister-in-law has indeed committed herself to the Lu family, prioritizing their needs above all else, and has ceased to concern herself with the Zhou household. Contemplating the necessity of managing everything herself in the future, Sister Zhou felt particularly despondent. Cheng Yud mentioned whether Lu Jia should host a celebratory banquet, and Shouge and the others unanimously expressed their desire to partake in a drink. It is noteworthy that Lu Yun has achieved the status of provincial champion, which has brought newfound prosperity to Meizijing village. Many locals, when discussing Meizijing, refer to it as the village of champions. Amidst the conversation, Lu Saizi suddenly interjected, Caliobio. Which university has Zhang Jing been admitted to? When will you treat us to drinks? Zhang Ku and his wife were taken aback, while Wu Saizi blushed and replied, the admission letter has yet to arrive, and we are uncertain of the destination, so we will forego the banquet. It's merely a university, no need for ostentation. Wu Saizi hesitated, making excuses, leading Cheng Yud and Zhou Gu to speculate that Zhang Jing's performance was likely far inferior to Lu Yun's. Had Zhang Jing excelled, Wu Saizi, being her nature, would have undoubtedly proclaimed the news far and wide, reveling in the occasion with a grand feast. Yet, no one sought to expose the ruse of Zhang Ku and his wife. After a brief respite, everyone resumed their labor. As the glow of dusk enveloped the western sky, the industrious individuals concluded their day's toil. Lu Yun, at home, meticulously cleaned a batch of mushrooms and herbs, transferring them to the second floor to sun-dry. As the sun began to set, casting its rays away from the courtyard, she took the initiative to assist the Cheng family in harvesting grain, gathering the sun-dried grains into heaps and packing them into woven bags. With nimble hands and feet, she cleared the area in under 20 minutes. The bags of grain were left untied to allow for ventilation. After washing her hands, she proceeded to collect her own herbs and mushrooms to prepare dinner. His daughter had ventured into the mountains for over 20 days, nearly a month, and he was almost beside himself with worry. Each time he thought of her, he felt an overwhelming urge to embrace her, but upon seeing her, any thought of reprimanding her vanished, replaced solely by joy. The father, eager to catch a glimpse of his little girl, wondered if she had lost weight after such a long time in the mountains, if she had sustained any injuries, caught a chill, or gone hungry. With the mountain floods being so severe, he also pondered if she had been frightened. Upon seeing his daughter, he immediately seized her and scrutinized her closely, bombarding her with a barrage of questions, each one following the last without pause. Lu Yun assisted her father into the main room, where he noticed a bamboo sieve brimming with an assortment of mushrooms, shiitake, wood ear, phoenix tail, chicken feet, pumpkin mushrooms, and even 2 clusters of turkey tail mushrooms. His eyes widened in astonishment. Lele, where did you acquire such an abundance of mushrooms? Lele, oh dear Lele. He stammered, his face flushing crimson, feeling embarrassed to mention his marriage. Father, could it be that you have married? Observing her father's reddened countenance, Lu Yun experienced a flash of realization. Could her suspicion be correct? After wrestling with her thoughts for nearly half a day, she arrived at countless conjectures, ultimately dismissing them all, leaving only one. Her father had gotten married. At that moment, witnessing his reaction, she believed with high certainty that her father had shed the title of a bachelor and ascended to that of a married man. Feeling utterly embarrassed, her father muttered a soft Is your new wife Aunt Feng? Come on, tell me, is it? Lu Yun embraced her father's hand, shaking it gently, and a smile blossomed from the depths of her heart, impossible to conceal. It was a moment of pure joy. Her father wished he could disappear into the ground. Oh, long live Dad, Lu Yun exclaimed, throwing her arms around him and resting her head against his chest. Dad is getting married. I am no longer a child without a mother. I finally have a complete family. From now on, with a wife by his side. She could feel at ease even when he was away. Overwhelmed by her affection, Lu Yun's father shyly glanced at the girl, noticing her eyes squinting with delight, her smile wide and radiant. He hesitantly asked, Lulu, you don't resent your father, do you? Burrowed in his embrace. Lu Yun lifted her head at the sound of his voice, turning to see Zhou Qiufeng at the doorstep. She held a straw hat in one hand and a sickle for harvesting in the other, dressed in a short-sleeved shirt with sleeves rolled up. Feng Ani, no, it's new mom, Lu Yun exclaimed, releasing her father and sprinting joyfully towards Zhou Qiufeng. Upon hearing the title new mom, Zhou Qiufeng felt rooted to the spot, unable to move. Her gaze fixed on the approaching little Lulu. A wave of emotion washed over her, and her eyes grew warm with unshed tears. She felt like crying. Even though she was marrying Li Qing, she had harbored anxieties, fearing that one day Li might reject her as a burden. Yet, she never anticipated that someone would embrace her so wholeheartedly, genuinely accepting her as part of the family. Shou Qiufeng's heart raced, nearly spilling tears from her eyes. Just a brief moment of hesitation passed before she was enveloped by the flying embrace of the little girl, whose head nestled into her bosom. Leaping into the embrace of her new mother, Li Yun giggled, "New mama, I shall still call you Aunt Feng. I cannot call you mama." As it evokes memories of that heartless woman. Referring to you as new mama may sound like I'm addressing a caretaker to outsiders, yet in my heart, I regard Aunt Feng as my mother. Very well, as long as Lilu is content, Shou Qiufeng said, swallowing her tears, discarding her straw hat, and gently patting the child's shoulder, her heart brimming with a warm, comforting sensation. She too was now a mother. Meanwhile, the discarded Lu dad stood aside, watching his daughter melt into Shou Qiufeng's embrace, unable to suppress a twinge of jealousy. "Oh, ungrateful Lilu, now that you have a new mother, you no longer need your father. Dad, my new mother is your wife. How can you be jealous of your own daughter? How embarrassing. And I am right to feel this way. Of course, it is indeed my prerogative." Listening to the playful banter between father and daughter, Shou Qiufeng's smile broadened. Contemplating pinching the child's cheek, yet hesitating for fear of the grain dust on her hands, she set aside her sickle and declared, "Brother Lo, please tend to the fire while I feed the pigs. Later, we shall slaughter a chicken to nourish Lilu." "Ah, I shall go," Lu dad replied joyfully, heading towards the kitchen. "Please do not kill a chicken. I am not malnourished." At last, she comprehended the origin of the extra chickens and furniture. The new mother had brought them from the Zhou family. Indeed, while little Lilu is growing, it is essential to enhance her nutrition to ensure her proper development. I have sold some of the chickens and ducks, keeping a few for our meals. Very well then. Aunt Feng shall take a bath first. The grain dust clings to my skin, making me feel itchy and uncomfortable. Such a simple yet profoundly heartwarming statement stirred a gentle warmth within Shou Qiufeng, causing her eyes to glisten with warmth as tears cascaded down her cheeks. She swiftly wiped away the tears and, with a smile, replied, "All right, I shall take a shower first." Concerned that the fine residue of rice stalks might cling to her child, she took a step back, rolled up her sleeves, and hurriedly fetched a clean outfit from her bedroom, along with 2 buckets of cold water, rushing to bathe. Lu Yun merrily dashed into the kitchen, where she found her father seated on a low stool, tending to the fire. His ever-adorable face radiated a sweet smile as she pulled up a stool to sit across from him, gazing at him with unrestrained laughter. "Father, I heard from Aunt Lu that Uncle Zhou and Aunt Zhou are helping her family with the rice harvest. Shall we invite your esteemed mother-in-law over for dinner tonight?" Caught off guard by his daughter's playful jibe, the dad nearly choked, feigning a stern demeanor as he shot her a mock glare. However, upon encountering her radiant smile, brighter than that of a sunflower, he could no longer maintain his facade of authority. "Well, we could invite them over, I suppose. But, perhaps it's best not to." "Why not?" Li Yun queried, her curiosity piqued by a multitude of questions. Suddenly, she realized. Is it because Sister Chunmei has objections? "I understand now. I shall send some mushrooms over to Grandma Zhou," she concluded. "Very well, you may do so. But if Chunmei says anything, do not engage in another quarrel with her," the dad cautioned, offering no objections. This was because Shou Chunmei harbored an aversion to their family, making it inappropriate to invite the Zhou family over for dinner. Sending a small token of kindness to the elderly was a child's expression of filial piety, distinctly different from inviting them to dine. Rest assured, I generally prefer to resolve matters through spirited discussion rather than resorting to physical confrontation. Li Yun chuckled merrily and dashed out of the kitchen like a whirlwind. Lu Ba wiped the cold sweat from his brow. Was Lila preparing to engage in an argument with Shou Chunmei? He initially contemplated advising her to endure and avoid creating trouble. However, upon reflection, he decided it might be better to let Lila handle it. If a dispute were to ensue, perhaps it would be beneficial for Lilu to vent her frustrations on behalf of Xiaofeng. Chapter 88. Happiness. Zhou Chunmei had just turned 19 according to the lunar calendar, her age virtually 20. Studying in the city, she had broadened her horizons and kept pace with contemporary trends, adorning herself in black stockings paired with a striking red skirt, vibrant as a flame. Strolling down the street, one could hardly discern whether she hailed from the city or the countryside. Zhou Tianming was also 15, born in the 3rd lunar month, making him a little over a year older than Lu Yun, and he stood tall, surpassing the height of 1.7 meters. The siblings each possessed a mobile phone, thoroughly engrossed in their playful pursuits. Their son and daughter-in-law were busy assisting others with labor, while Zhou Nainai tended to the chickens, ducks, and the newly acquired piglets at home, preparing meals for the two children. The elderly lady was in the side room, sorting through pumpkin seedlings when she heard the melodious call, "Zhou Nainai, are you at home?" She quickly set aside the seedlings, responding as she made her way out of the room. Zhou Gu also recognized the voice and, knowing it was Lulu, stood up while munching on watermelon and walked out of the building. Zhou Chunmei, who was absorbed in her phone, suddenly stiffened, her expression darkening as she stood up in a huff, following her father. Upon entering the Zhou household, Lu Yun spotted Zhou Nainai peering out from the side room and rushed forward. "Zhou Nainai, it has been quite some time since we last met. You look radiant and youthful, as light as a swallow, seemingly rejuvenated by several years." "No, my father is reluctant to scold me. Moreover, if he truly intends to reprimand me, my new mother, Aunt Feng, would come to my rescue. If my father were genuinely to strike me, even seeking Grandma Zhou for help would be futile, as by the time you arrived, I would already have suffered greatly." At that moment, Brother Zhou had just exited the lower floor building and stepped into the courtyard. Upon hearing Xiao Leilei's words, he paused, contemplating the joy of the little one. Li Yun dashed over to Grandma Zhou, and upon hearing footsteps, turned to see Shou Xiaolong and Shou Chumei, her face lighting up with a broad smile. Zhou Chumei, however, turned her head away with a huff, unwilling to acknowledge Lu Yun, though her peripheral vision remained fixed on her grandmother and Lu Yun. Noticing that Lu Yun's t-shirt was stretched taut across her chest, her expression darkened further. The Lu family, though not destitute, lived a life of frugality, lacking in nutritional sustenance. Logically, Lu Yun should have appeared gaunt and emaciated, yet the reality was quite the opposite. Aside from her slender frame in early childhood, by the age of 5 or 6, she had blossomed, her skin soft and fair, provoking envy in others. "Don't just stand there chatting, sit down," Grandma Zhou commanded without hesitation, pulling them both to join her inside. Brother Zhou quickly made his way to the kitchen, retrieved a chilled watermelon from the fridge, and sliced off 2 pieces to present to his mother and little Leilei. Understanding the underlying tensions, he took his seat and shared the watermelon with them. Zhou Chunmei, with a sullen expression, also sat down, feeling frustrated at witnessing her father and grandmother's fondness for Lu Yun, yet she dared not express her ire, leaving her in a state of deep frustration. "You are always so generous. It truly leaves me exasperated." Grandma Zhou, upon hearing the child's words, did not hesitate to draw the bag closer for a better inspection. Besides the turkey tail mushrooms, there were also pumpkin mushrooms and chicken foot mushrooms. Filling the bag to the brim, Shou Chumei secretly yearned to confront Li Yin, yet she found herself too intimidated to do so. At home, she feared no one but her father. Should she dare to express her anger in his presence, she would undoubtedly face a scolding, and there was a possibility he might reduce her allowance. In her quest for a comfortable life at school, she chose to suppress her indignation, refraining from any sarcastic remarks towards Li Yun. Little Feng felt a renewed sense of hope. "Even if I were to perish at this very moment, I could do so with peace." As she sent little Leilei beyond the threshold of the home, Grandma Zhou could not contain her tearful eyes. "Mother, why speak of life and death in such a grim manner? Little Leilei is a good child, and little Feng will not be looked down upon in the Lu family. After all, she has finally found a good place to belong. You should be pleased." Zhou Gu, fearing for his mother's tears, hurried to offer comfort. Grandma Zhou favored her sister-in-law and Li Yun, much to Zhou Chunmei's discontent, who muttered quietly, "Hasn't my aunt already married into the Lu family? Shouldn't Li Yun address Grandma as Grandma or Grandma instead of calling her Zhou Grandma and referring to my father as Uncle Zhou? It feels as though the Lu family does not regard us as relatives at all." "You know nothing." Zhou Gu felt an overwhelming urge to send his daughter flying with a slap. His face darkened with frustration. "Leilei has called your Aunt Feng for many years out of genuine respect, while you have addressed your aunt as aunt for years without sincerity. When have you ever shown true concern for your aunt, aside from when you needed money from home? As I overheard your nonsensical ramblings, it seems you need not attend school any longer, fend for yourself, or implore your mother to devise a means to finance your indulgences." Zhou Chunmei sought to defend herself, but upon witnessing her father's stern visage, she lowered her head in distress. "I sobbed." Zhou Chunmei was so chastised that she dared not utter a word in retort, let alone contest for her living expenses, her eyes brimming with tears of grievance. Grandma Zhou offered no counsel, for she knew it would be futile. If she did, she would be held accountable for her granddaughter's living and tuition fees, and she had no means to support such a burden. Thus, the elderly woman took a bag of mushrooms to the kitchen to prepare a meal. Upon hearing Zhou Ji's furious roar, Zhou Xiaozi, seeing her daughter's reddened eyes, did not dare to utter a word. She was in no position to confront her husband. Zhou Xiaoyou made his stance clear. Should she continue to create disturbances, Zhou Xiaolong would divorce her, leaving her without hope for the remainder of her life. Fearing to become a divorcee herself, Zhou Xiaozi naturally refrained from clashing with her husband, adhering to his whims while pretending not to notice her daughter's pitiable state, and went about washing clothes instead. As Lu Ba plucked chicken feathers, he noticed Xiao Mianao approaching and quietly inquired, "Lele, has Chunmei caused you any distress?" "No. Although it appears that Sister Chunmei looks upon me with disdain, she likely fears Zhou Bo and refrained from unleashing her ire upon me. Hence, I did not engage in any quarrel. It is well that you did not. In the future, out of respect for your Aunt Feng, endeavor to accommodate her. Engage in disputes when necessary, but refrain from physical altercations, lest Grandma Zhou and Aunt Feng find themselves in a difficult position. Father, your little Mianao is not a machine for violence. She will not resort to unwarranted aggression, as long as she does not overstep her bounds. I see no reason to expend my energy in throwing punches. Indeed, Lele, the little cotton-padded jacket, is the most understanding. Naturally, one need only consider whose child she is." The father and daughter exchanged lively banter, thoroughly enjoying their conversation, when Sister Lu arrived in her vehicle to collect the grain. Upon spotting the duo, she greeted them before proceeding to load the grain onto her truck. Without needing to inquire, she was well aware that it was little Lele who had assisted in gathering the grain and filling the bags. Whenever there were items drying in her household, Lele would lend a hand, and she was always quick to help during rainstorms or at dusk. Despite her tender age, she was industrious and considerate. A truly thoughtful young lady. Shou Qiufeng took the corn to feed the chickens and ducks, then prepared the pig feed. Upon washing her hands, she spotted Sister Lu and greeted her with a smile. "Qiufeng, are you assisting Lele's family with feeding the pigs?" Sister Lu inquired. Her expression bewildered as she noticed Zhou Qiufeng's hands still smeared with remnants of pig feed. How could Zhou Qiufeng be helping out at Lele's home while the father and daughter were present? Lele's father nearly choked on his words upon hearing this. "Sister Lu, Aunt Feng is not helping us feed the pigs. She is tending to her own household chores." Liyun could hardly contain her laughter, her smile stretching from ear to ear. Her own household? Sister Lu's mind had yet to grasp the situation. Wasn't Zhou Qiufeng's family the Zhou family? Sister Lu's reaction sent Lu Yun into a fit of giggles, her amusement bordering on pain. Truly, if it were not for her prior desire for Aunt Feng to become a new mother and her mental preparation for such an eventuality, she would have also been taken aback by the news of her father's marriage to Aunt Feng. The prospect of such a shock was, in fact, delightfully amusing. Lu Yun felt certain that it would not be long before the villagers learned of her father's wedding to Aunt Feng, undoubtedly leaving many wide-eyed and astonished. Indeed, it was just at the beginning of the month, merely 2 days prior to the 6th of June, that they had obtained their marriage certificate. "Sister-in-law, when you have time, please come over for a visit. You can invite me to do something. Just come find me at Li's home." Qiu Feng candidly acknowledged her remarriage. A few days ago, someone spotted her at Li's residence and assumed she was assisting them, so no one questioned her, and she was disinclined to clarify. Sister Lu responded, climbing into the vehicle, yet once more inquired, "Qiu Feng Luqing, have you truly wed?" "Indeed, if you doubt it, just look at the door. There's a couplet of auspicious characters posted." The Lu family was still preparing the meal, while the Chung family was dining. The Zhang and Zhou couple spontaneously decided to join the Chung family for dinner, filling the table to capacity. As they feasted, the absence of Zhou Qiufeng was brought up. Sister Lu cast a glance at Zhou Xiaolong, her expression quite peculiar. Qiufeng is dining with her husband and daughter. Hence, she could not come. Sister Zhou lowered her head, while Brother Zhou smiled without offering a reply. Her husband? Hadn't she divorced? Where then did this husband and daughter come from? Sister Wu's eyes widened in astonishment. Zhou Qiufeng's ex-husband, Li Xiaodong, had a son. Yet that child was born to another woman. Sister Lu questioned, who was Qiufeng's husband? And who was this daughter? Not only was Sister Wu perplexed, but even old Qing was equally bewildered. One can remarry after divorce, Sister Lu hinted meaningfully at Sister Wu. Xiao Lu, you cannot be jesting, can you? Old Chung regarded his daughter-in-law with a peculiar gaze before glancing at the young couple from the Zhou family. Zhou Xiaolong showed no resistance, suggesting it was indeed true. How could I dare jest about such matters? Then, who is Qiufeng's current partner? You know him. He resides diagonally across from the Zhou family. Diagonally across. Liqing? Cheng Yud reacted swiftly, assigning roles to the characters. Did you just say that Xiaofeng married Liqing? Wu's expression abruptly darkened before shifting to a pale hue. Her face a canvas of emotions. You guessed correctly, it is indeed Liqing. I only learned of this while harvesting grain just now. Xiaofeng obtained their marriage certificate with Liqing on the 4th of June. If you don't believe me, you can ask Zhou Xiaolong. It's true. My sister has moved in with Liqing. Oh, I see now. No wonder I spotted Xiaofeng at the Lu family home a few times. I thought Liqing was out and had Xiaofeng help with feeding the piglets. So they are married after all. Who played matchmaker? The atmosphere instantly grew lively. Wu's complexion fluctuated numerous times, her gaze darkening as she chose not to partake in the discussion. Unbeknownst to Zhou Xiaofeng, she had become the topic of conversation at the Cheng family's table, busily preparing a meal. She sought two meat dishes, using chicken as the base for a hot pot, accompanied by mushrooms, pumpkin sprouts, flowers, scallions, and bok choy as side dishes. That evening marked the first family reunion for the three of them. As the dishes were served, the two adults and the child began their meal, with the parents sandwiching the child between them. Before they even started eating, Zhou Qiufeng picked up a large chicken leg and placed it on the child's plate, considering it her beloved little one's essential nourishment, aiming to raise the child plump and healthy enough to evoke envy in others. In a harmonious exchange, Lu Dad also offered a chicken leg to his cherished little one, earnestly advising, Lele, you are too thin. You must eat more. The bowls were piled high with 2 generous chicken legs, filling the entire bowl. Lu Yun looked perplexed and exclaimed, Dad, new mom, I am 14, not 4. At 14, I am practically a young adult and do not need to eat chicken legs anymore. At merely 14 years of age, still so youthful, she was urged to eat quickly, with chicken gizzards and nourishing chicken soup awaiting her. Zhou Qiufeng selected the gizzards for little Lele and filled a bowl with soup. On one side sat her father, and on the other, her new mother, creating a complete home. Lu Yun was enveloped by a profound sense of happiness, as anticipated, savoring the chicken leg in her bowl. The newlywed couple observed their child eating with delight, their hearts brimming with joy. This precious little one brought them more happiness than anything else. Lu Yun also experienced the bliss of having a complete family, a feeling that permeated the air and filled her heart, as rich as the verdant hues of summer mountains, almost overflowing. This sensation lingered around her, making even her breaths feel fragrant. Such precious happiness can only be truly appreciated by those who have either experienced or lost it. Those immersed in happiness often take it for granted, viewing it as a natural part of life. The greatest joy in life lies in having healthy elders, a loving partner, an angelic child, and a few close friends, just as the Lu family embodies now. Chapter 89. A duet of happiness while Latong was basking in the sweetness of joy. Moreau was en route to his boarding gate at the airport. Upon arriving in Yuzhen, he did not linger but instead transferred to a bus to Chang City, the nearest point to Shinong Mountain, before taking the subway to Han City, the provincial capital of Yi Province. He hurried to the airport to purchase a ticket and subsequently checked into an hourly room, relishing a refreshing shower. He was not a perfectionist. Yet after several days in the mountains without a bath, he felt quite uncomfortable, even though he had perspired much. He had longed to cleanse himself in the mountain stream, but little Lele had advised him against the cold water, and thus he endured for 8 or 9 days. To be honest, he was constantly worried that an unpleasant odor might offend the little girl nearby. Fortunately, he had been applying medicine daily, which emitted a faint herbal fragrance that masked his body odor, preventing any embarrassment. After a few minutes, a large white bird took flight, soaring into the night sky towards distant horizons. The rural nights offered little in the way of entertainment. While city dwellers might stroll outdoors, the countryside was shrouded in darkness, and anyone wandering outside risked a dog bite, leaving them to rue their misfortune. Consequently, villagers seldom ventured out at night unless necessary. Families would gather to watch television, enjoy homegrown fruits, engage in light conversation, and then retire for the evening. The Zhou family was set to harvest rice the following day, with zongzi to be consumed during the break. These delicacies required prolonged cooking to reach their full flavor, and Grandma Zhou needed not concern herself too much with the preparation of bread, buns, or dumplings. Brother Zhou and his wife also lent a hand. Even if their dumplings were not particularly aesthetically pleasing, they were clean, hygienic, and, most importantly, edible. As the Zhou family busied themselves in the kitchen, the Lu family reveled in familial bliss, their meal extending for an extensive period. Lu Yun found herself overindulged. Unable to refuse her father's offerings on one side and her new mother's on the other, She was left with no choice but to accept, resulting in a stomach distended like a small drum. Parents around the world share a common aspiration. They hope their children will eat more and grow stronger. When Leba observed that his child was eating more than before, a smile spread across his face. Likewise, Zhou Qiufeng, delighted that her child did not shy away from her, wished to fill him with the finest delicacies. Witnessing her child's joy in eating brought her greater happiness than any meal could provide. As the family of three gathered for their first dinner together, the atmosphere was warm and cozy. Zhou Qiufeng insisted that her husband and child refrain from assisting with the dishes, taking it upon herself to handle all the household chores while they enjoyed television. Lu Yun, not particularly fond of television, ascended the stairs, bringing down the sun-dried Huangjing and Di Huang to the living room. She set about washing a large pot, suitable for cooking zongzi or boiling water, and arranged bamboo strips within it, placing the Huangjing meticulously inside. Huangjing comes in various forms: raw, cooked, processed, and wine-infused. Raw Huangjing is simply the purified root, while cooked Huangjing requires steaming and drying several times. Processed Huangjing undergoes a rigorous 9-steaming, 9-drying process, and wine-infused Huangjing is additionally soaked with wine and black beans. Di Huang, the precursor to cooked Di Huang, is transformed into the latter through careful processing. Both processed Huangjing and cooked Di Huang are commonly utilized in the medicinal formulas Lu Yun prepares. As a fortunate individual blessed with a medicinal herb garden, she is resolutely opposed to purchasing herbs from a shop. Instead, she believes in cultivating and processing them herself. Most villagers possess a rudimentary knowledge of herbal medicine, recognizing plants such as yuzu, chekianzi, xiaokuko, chiaijihua, and meidonkeo. And while Leba and Zhou Qiufeng are acquainted with some, they lack expertise and are cautious not to meddle unnecessarily. They simply inquire if their assistance is needed. Such trifles hardly require the assistance of others. Lu Yun can manage it all by herself. She prepares a pot of yellow essence, placing it atop the stove to steam, then fetches a small basin to gather tomatoes and cucumbers, washing them thoroughly before setting them on the table for anyone to take as they please. Lele, are you off to visit that elderly gentleman again? Is there anything you need to assist him with in selling? Leba inquires, immediately discerning that the inquiry pertains to fine goods from the old man. He is particularly curious if the proprietor Wu has inquired about his daughter's last harvest of tomatoes and cucumbers. Unfortunately, there are none to sell. The elderly gentleman cultivates his produce solely for the market and for his own consumption. She has resolved that when finances are not a concern, she will refrain from growing fruits and vegetables for sale, opting instead to enjoy the fruits of her labor herself. Leba expresses his regret, lamenting the lack of surplus to sell, which inevitably disappoints both Wu and County Magistrate Tang. I've reserved a portion for Grandma Zhou. I shall deliver it to her tomorrow. Is that really necessary? The quantity is small. Lele should eat more herself. When there is more to share, you can give it to my mother. With so many people at home, if you take it over now, my mother won't even get a chance to enjoy it. Lele, being dutiful, brings joy to Zhou Qiufeng, who, however, disagrees, knowing that her niece Chunmei does not get along with Lele. If Lele delivers something, her mother may not necessarily receive it, and that would only cause Lele undue distress. Hee, I understand. That's why I didn't take it with me when I went to see Grandma Zhou this evening. I plan to wait until everyone is out working tomorrow, and I shall quietly deliver it to her myself. You little schemer, Zhou Qiufeng remarks, touched by Lele's thoughtfulness, smiling as she picks up a tomato and begins to nibble slowly. Leba chuckles contentedly, munching on a cucumber. Leba felt somewhat bewildered. He recalled that the 2 boxes were among the items purchased on the day he wed Xiaofeng. That day he was in a daze, vaguely remembering the places they visited, but struggling to recall the specifics of their purchases. He refrained from asking and lowered the volume of the television. Zhou Qiufeng sat down and opened one of the boxes, revealing a silver handbell. She picked up the bracelet and gently clasped it around Lele's delicate wrist. The little hand was so slender that it slipped on effortlessly. It is customary for children to carry a bit of silver for protection. After a gentle shake, she couldn't help but chuckle. Lele's wrist was too thin, and the smooth skin made it difficult for her to keep it on. Perhaps it would be best to store it in her backpack for safekeeping. Leba understood Zhou Qiufeng's concerns and felt a warmth in his heart. Xiaofeng still remembered those old traditions, which was thoughtful of her. All right, I will heed Aunt Feng's advice, Lu Yun replied with a smile. In rural customs, children are adorned with silver ornaments after birth, as tradition holds that they ward off evil spirits and prevent malevolent influences. At her age, she need not fear such things. The new mother purchasing a pair of silver bracelets was a gesture of affection, a gift from the elders that she dared not refuse. Accepting it was the best course of action. Little Lele was gentle and obedient, like an adorable baby, and Zhou Qiufeng felt her heart melt. She pushed aside the red silver box, opened the pale white box, and lifted the lid to reveal a mobile phone inside. Lele, I wish to buy you a computer, she said. Considering the time you will spend studying in the capital, it would be wiser to purchase it there, as it would be easier to seek repairs if any minor issues arise. Moreover, the prices here are comparable to other places, but the quality cannot be guaranteed. For now, I will get you a mobile phone. This one is from ZTE. It seems to require a 4G card. You can purchase a card in the capital, which will save you from roaming charges and help you save some money. Zhou Qiufeng took out her smartphone and inquired whether he liked its color, suggesting that he could exchange it if he didn't. Laba seized her other hand, clasping it tightly in his palm, a warmth blossoming in his heart and his eyes misting over. They were married, yet he had not bestowed upon her a wedding ring, necklace, or earrings. Rather, it was Xiao Feng who had planned everything for Lulu. With a wife like her, his life felt truly worthwhile. Liyun felt a pang in her nose and enveloped her new mother in a heartfelt embrace, exclaiming, I really like it, and Feng, thank you for being willing to be my new mother. A child with a mother is a treasure, while one without is akin to a weed. She had once been a child without a mother, often scorned as an illegitimate child. Zhou Qiufeng remained silent, cradling the child in her arms, although not her biological daughter. From the moment she entered the Lu family, the child became hers, and she vowed to be a good stepmother, providing the love and care a daughter deserves. With ample quantities of huangjing and dihuang, they steamed the herbs for nearly 3 hours, until around 10:40. Despite the impending work in the fields the next day, Lu Ba and Zhou Qiufeng were reluctant to retire early, steadfastly waiting for the herbs to finish steaming before sending them upstairs to dry. Once they lay down, Lu Ba held his wife tightly, but Zhou Qiufeng gently nudged him, bashfully reminding him, Brother Lu, Lulu is at home. Lu Ba felt his face flush with embarrassment. He had merely been overwhelmed with emotion, wishing to embrace Xiao Feng, not intending anything else. Yet her words ignited the flame within him, stirring his passion. Zhou Qiufeng, half pushing, half yielding, found herself in his arms once more, and they reveled in their affection for each other. Beside the medicinal field, a row of flower pots adorned the base of the spiritual stone mound. Among them, 4 pots contained the delicate cloud mushrooms, with 2 pots showcasing specimens that had reached a height of 3 to 4 inches, while the others were brimming with lush growth, resembling a fluffy cloud resting atop the pots, radiating vibrancy. When classmate Le first ventured into the mountains and discovered the cloud mushrooms, he astutely collected some freshly unearthed buds along with several bags of soil, storing them in his spatial realm. Through careful observation, he concluded that as long as the items were not planted in the ground or came into contact with the soil, they would retain their original form at the moment they were placed in the space. After a trip to the county town to acquire flower pots, he had not planted anything until his second journey into the mountains. While guarding the earthen trench, he filled a pot with soil from the area where the cloud mushrooms thrived, planting a small specimen as an experiment. Initially, one pot remained empty, while another was nourished with spatial well water, and a small cloud mushroom was planted directly in the medicinal field. The experiment revealed that nearly anything could flourish in the medicinal field, with the cloud mushrooms requiring harvesting in less than a day. Conversely, soil transported from the outside world to the spatial realm exhibited growth rates comparable to the external environment, taking 3 to 4 days to yield a harvest. Notably, the cloud mushrooms watered with spatial water experienced accelerated growth, ready for harvest within a day and night. What brought the greatest joy was that the pots nourished with spatial water continued to yield new mushrooms after harvesting, likely due to the presence of spores from the fungi within the soil. This process could be repeated around 8 to 10 times, until the spores were exhausted, ceasing new growth. In contrast, the pots that did not receive well water yielded no new mushrooms after the initial harvest of the small specimens. The experimental results left Lu ecstatic, as he filled flower pots with soil and irrigated them with well water, resulting in an impressive harvest of cloud mushrooms, weighing at least 300 pounds. Having previously conducted experiments that allowed for mushroom cultivation in a designated space, he unceremoniously dug up a considerable amount of soil upon finding matsutake mushrooms, storing it away. With a sharp military knife, he effortlessly sliced through the delicate fungi, breaking them down and repurposing them as nutrients in the flower pots. Matsutake, the most haughty of fungi, demands stringent growing conditions, thriving solely in unpolluted, undisturbed primitive forests of pine and oak, typically beginning its growth after the onset of autumn. Shinong Mountain is a wondrous locale where the unique geography and climate defy conventional understanding, allowing for the occasional summer appearance of Matsutake, although few are fortunate enough to discover them. Finding Matsutake made Lu feel that even without locating ginseng or angelica, the journey was worthwhile. Cheerfully, he watered all the flower pots with well water, harvested medicinal herbs from the fields, and after a round of labor that left him utterly exhausted, he replenished his strength with a slice of melon before tending to the dragon blood tree. After completing his tasks, he meditated beneath the dragon blood tree for an hour, eventually succumbing to a deep slumber. His sleep was particularly restful, and he awoke before 5 in the morning, ready to meditate once more. For the day's success begins in the morning, and early meditation proves most beneficial. Shou Qiufeng and Li's father also rose early. As dawn broke, they awakened, their harmonious union fostering a vibrant spirit. Zhou Qiufeng was the first to rise, quietly opening the front door, washing her face, kindling the fire, boiling water, brushing her teeth, and then washing her hands to prepare breakfast. Lu Ba, taking a cautious step back, moved with utmost care to avoid disturbing the children. After washing his face and brushing his teeth, he proceeded to the kitchen to tend to the fire. Once Lu Yun completed her meditation, the space around her illuminated with a soft white glow, signaling the dawn. Listening intently, she heard her father and Aunt Feng conversing quietly in the kitchen, accompanied by the gentle sounds of their activities. Swiftly, she sprang to her feet and hurried to the medicinal field to inspect the mushrooms she had planted the previous night. The results were unmistakable. The flower pots were adorned with glossy mushroom caps, while the small mushrooms in the spiritual field had all matured. Thanks to the exceptional quality of the soil, these mushrooms were significantly larger than their naturally grown counterparts, each one robust and healthy. Overjoyed, Lu Yun let out a jubilant shout as she raced to the medicinal field to harvest the fungi. To avoid compacting the earth while planting, she had deliberately chosen a patch of land that had never before been used for medicinal herbs, placing the mushrooms at the edge for easy access. Matsutake mushrooms are a species that remains impossible to cultivate artificially. They can only flourish in the wild. When a Matsutake reaches the end of its life cycle, it releases billions of spores, which, under specific conditions, can develop into mycelium. This mycelium evolves into mycorrhizae, eventually maturing into a full-grown Matsutake. Understanding the importance of sustainable harvesting, Lu Yun knew to leave some spores for future growth. If she harvested this batch, it would ensure the continued production of Matsutake mushrooms, indicating that the medicinal field could support their cultivation without relying on the ecosystem formed by oak trees. After gathering the mushrooms from the medicinal field, Lu Yun also pulled a few of the larger Matsutake from the flower pots, leaving the smaller ones, which were only the size of her fingers, for collection later in the afternoon. Having completed the morning tasks, I found my phone on the bed and glanced at the time. Just 6 o'clock. Rising at this hour hardly qualifies as late. I swiftly drew back the curtains and made my way to wash my face and brush my teeth. In the kitchen, I heard the faint sound of the door opening. Zhou Qiufeng and Lu Ba knew their child was awake. A slight blush crept onto their faces, fearing that their child might have overheard the sounds from their bedroom the previous night. Grandmother Luo was up early, tidying up and exchanging greetings with her son and daughter-in-law before setting off with a bag of zongzi towards the Lu household. Upon reaching the front yard, she spotted Lulu by the water pump, her face breaking into a warm smile. "Lulu, why are you up so early?" Li Yun had just begun brushing her teeth, and recognizing the footsteps, she turned her head upon the person's approach. Seeing Grandma Zhou, she greeted cheerfully, her mouth still foamy with toothpaste. "Good morning, Grandma Zhou. Please, come inside. Aunt Feng and my dad are in the kitchen." "All right, I shall enter," Grandma Zhou replied, carrying her belongings and smiling as she walked into the Lu home. Hearing the conversation outside, Lu Ba and Zhou Qiufeng knew who had arrived. Lu Ba stood up to greet her. However, by the time he reached the kitchen door, Grandma Zhou had already entered. "Lu Qing, you need not come to greet me. This isn't my first visit," Grandma Zhou said with a smile, placing the bag on the cupboard. "I made these zonzi yesterday, adding peanuts. As I recall, Lulu enjoys them." After ensuring that both the young and the elderly were well fed, Zhou Qiufeng began tidying up the dishes and feeding the pigs and chickens. Observing the smile on the girl's face, Grandma Zhou felt reassured. She did not perceive the girl as bustling about as a burden. Rather, she understood that a woman managing a household inevitably leads a busy life. I find it quite manageable, she mused. Grandma Zhou was well aware of the nature of the gift from Lele, and she accepted it with joy, heeding the young lady's advice to keep it a secret. Chapter 90. The medicinal seedlings arrived. Zhou Chunmei and Zhou Tianming were not left out. Particularly after Zhou Chunmei had received a stern reprimand from her father the previous evening, she dared not provoke him again. She washed her hands, removed the nail polish from her toes, and refrained from applying makeup in the morning. Instead, she tied her hair back, donned a straw hat, and accompanied others to work in the fields. Lu Yun and Zhou Qiufeng waited for Zhou Ge to begin his work for a short while before setting off. Zhou Qiufeng rode on little Lele's bicycle, transporting the young lady out of the village along the natural dirt paths that wound between the fields. Arriving at the location where Zhou Ge was harvesting rice. The first rice field harvested by Zhou's family belonged to the Lu family. It was the largest parcel, situated near the irrigation ditch and adjacent to the road, making it convenient for farming. Thus, if the Lu family did not cultivate it themselves, many villagers would gladly take on the lease. Each member of the Zhou family wielded their sickles to cut the rice, laying down a small patch. Upon seeing Zhou Qiufeng, the siblings from the Zhou family, mindful of their elders, greeted her with the term aunt. Lu Yun happily acknowledged Zhou Chunmei and Zhou Tianming. Zhou Tianming felt quite embarrassed, responding with a low murmur while continuing to harvest the rice. Zhou Qiufeng and Lu Yun paid little heed to the demeanor of others, wielding their specialized sickles designed for cutting rice as they moved to the opposite end of the expansive field to begin their work. Huaxia, located in a remote mountainous area, was established on the flatlands nestled between hills. There were not many rice paddies, and the surrounding villages near the town center had a slightly higher number of fields. When the land was distributed among households, each person received an average of just over 6 points of land. At that time, the Lu family, consisting of 4 members, managed to acquire a total of 2 acres and 7 points of land. Later, in the late 1990s, due to the transferability of land contracting rights, the Lu family acquired 3.5 acres of land from others. As Li's father had suffered a leg injury and needed funds, they sold off several plots. Had they chosen not to sell, they would have possessed over 10 acres of arable land, which, based on their previous holdings, would have rendered the Lu family relatively affluent at that time. Currently, the Lu family owns slightly more than 6 acres of paddy fields, including the garden in front of their house, totaling over 7 acres of cultivated land, excluding the mountainous and economic forest areas. The largest field they possess, which is currently being harvested, measures 2 acres and 4/10, nearly 2 acres and 5/10, and takes an irregular shape. The field is spacious. The Zhou family of 4 is harvesting at the head of the field, while Zhou Qiufeng and Lu Yun are working at the opposite end, separated by a considerable distance. Zhou Qiufeng is renowned in Meizhuan for her swift hands. When it comes to cutting rice and transplanting, her speed is unparalleled among her peers, claiming the second position without daring to assert the first, as only one elder from the previous generation could rival her. Thus, when she begins her work, all that can be heard is the swish of the sickle slicing through the seedlings and the rustling of rice ears colliding. Lu Yun, who was also once quite fast, upon resuming her work, displays remarkable speed. She bends down and moves forward continuously, leaving behind neatly arranged rows of seedlings. After a while, Zhou Qiufeng, engrossed in her labor, hears someone gasping for breath. She stands up and looks over, spotting Sister Lu standing on the ridge of the large field belonging to the Lu family, gazing down below. And she cannot help but wonder, "Sister Lu, what is the matter?" Sister Lu stood on the ridge of the field, gazing down upon the expansive Lu family's farmland, where each individual appeared frozen in astonishment. Hearing Zhou Qiufeng's inquiry, she glanced at her and then shifted her gaze towards the opposite side. "Qiufeng, the people on the other side by the ridge, are they Lele?" "Indeed," Zhou Qiufeng replied casually, turning to look as well, gasping in disbelief. Was that truly Lele? In a brief moment, a significant portion of the rice stalks by the ridge had collapsed, revealing individuals continuously bending, stooping, and producing a cacophony of sound reminiscent of multiple workers laboring in unison. Zhou Qiufeng immediately sprinted over, maneuvering around a patch of unharvested rice, and positioned herself in the cleared area to observe the child. There, Lele bowed her head, grasping the rice seedlings and wielding her sickle with an almost unbroken rhythm. Her speed was such that it left Zhou Qiufeng in awe. Lu family's daughter excelled in her studies, possessed a gentle temperament, and displayed filial piety. adeptly managing both mountain and field tasks, as well as household chores. A girl of such caliber would indeed be impossible to find even with a lantern. Thus, Zhou Qiufeng's marriage into the Lu family was truly a fortuitous gain. You must feel envious. I don't mind, she declared, pride illuminating her expression. Sister Lu let out a few hums of acknowledgement before returning to her own labors, as she still had a plot of seedlings to tend to. Completing this final field would enable her to assist the Zhou family with their grain harvest the following day. In the coolness of the early morning, the villagers hurriedly harvested rice, their efficiency surpassing that of the afternoon. Typically, on clear days, they would cut the crops in the morning and thresh them in the afternoon. If the weather forecast promised no rain, they would cut the seedlings the day before and thresh them the next day. However, in uncertain weather, they were hesitant to proceed. For should it rain, the grains would be drenched in the fields and could sprout within a day and night. During a stretch of fine weather, many would harvest on the first day and thresh on the second, and soon the air was filled with the sounds of machinery and the whirring of the pair harvesting machines, creating a lively atmosphere in the fields. Zhou Chunmei paused after cutting a few stalks of rice, taking a moment to rest before resuming her work. She was the slowest among her peers. While others had ventured far ahead, she had only managed to harvest a small bundle. She was working on a row close to the field's edge, and each time she stood, she noticed a large area across from her had been laid flat. Drawing ever closer, assuming it was her aunt, she paid little heed to it. As the sounds grew louder and nearer, she stood to take a look. Before she realized it, the person across from her had moved within mere meters of her, and then she recognized the figure. It was Liyun. Zhou Chunmei stared at the swaying rice stalks, feeling a rush of anxiety. What astonishing speed! She observed for several minutes, then lowered her head to continue her work. Suddenly, a flurry of activity erupted, and soon their paths collided. Chunmei, Liyun called out, having cleared a few stalks to create a path. Upon seeing Zhou Chunmei watching her intently, she called out again, then bent down to resume her harvesting. Zhou Chunmei watched in disbelief as Liyun effortlessly flattened a patch of uncut seedlings, moving ahead with remarkable speed. The width of the rows she had harvested was twice that of Zhou Chunmei's, and the total area was simply incomparable. Zhou Chunmei's face flushed crimson as she clenched her teeth, determined to find a spot to cut in, and silently began harvesting rice. Initially, Zhou Gu and Zhou Sa did not notice. It was only when half of the entire field had been cut down that the couple realized the astonishing speed of the Lu family girl. They stood in stunned silence. And what added to their frustration was that Lu Yun seemed utterly oblivious to the aches and pains of labor, rarely pausing to straighten her back for a break. With the extraordinary speed of Lu Yun and the swift hands of Zhou Qiufeng, over 2 acres of land were cleared in less than an hour. The expressions of the Zhou family were particularly vivid. After completing the largest field, they moved to the second one, adjacent to the vast expanse, which was another plot allocated to the Lu family that year, measuring just over 2/5 of an acre, making a total of 2 acres and 7/10 when combined with the larger field. The smaller plot was assigned to the Zhou siblings, while Zhou Gu, Zhou Sa, Liyun, and Zhou Qiufeng proceeded to the third field, located slightly below the smaller one. At 10 o'clock, Grandma Zhou brought Zongzi to the fields, and by that time, Zhou Qiufeng and the others had already harvested several plots. Upon witnessing Lu Yun's astonishing speed, Grandma Zhou's eyes nearly fell into the fields. Simultaneously, due to the presence of Lu Sa, news of Zhou Qiufeng's impending marriage to Lu Qing spread. While villagers were somewhat accepting of the fact that the Lu family girl was faster than Zhou Qiufeng, the announcement of their marriage left everyone in shock, jaws dropping to the ground. As noon approached, the sun blazed fiercely, and the villagers only began to finish their work near 12 o'clock. Meanwhile, the Zhou family had nearly harvested all the rice from the Lu family's paddy fields. Grandmother Zhou was in high spirits, while the Zhou siblings were somewhat disheartened and remained silent. After a short break of just over an hour, the villagers returned to the fields under the relentless sun, and the Zhou family followed suit, hastily transporting the electric thresher, diesel engine, and tools with a tricycle. Once the electric thresher was activated, it whirred continuously, requiring a constant supply of rice ears. The Zhou family, along with Lu Yun and Zhou Qiufeng, formed a team of 6, working in pairs. As one pair threshed the rice, the other replenished the supply, ensuring that the machine was never idle, thus conserving fuel and maximizing efficiency. As the thresher's chamber filled with grain over time, individuals would take turns to pack the rice into bags, while others continued to thresh. This cycle repeated, and the number of filled bags steadily increased. By the end of the day, The Zhou family's morning harvest remained incomplete, with a portion still unthreshed. In the past, when the Zhou family cultivated the Lu family's fields, they received only a quarter of the grain. However, this year, in appreciation of his sister's contributions, Zhou Gu decided on a 50-50 split of the harvest. The rice was weighed in the fields, first determining the total weight, and then dividing it into 2 equal heaps, one for each family. After washing off the day's toil, the mother and daughter quickly prepared a meal, knowing they had more work ahead the next day and needed to retire early. In truth, Zhou Qiufeng did not feel particularly fatigued, but she could not resist Lu Qing's insistence on resting early. Lu Yun, who consumed spatial products daily, felt invigorated and experienced no aches from the day's labor, even finding the energy to engage in further efforts in the evening. The following day, they resumed harvesting once again. The Cheng family completed their final tasks and proceeded to assist the Zhou family. Cheng Yuliang, the cousin of Cheng Yud, also joined, as his wife had gone to her family to gather grain. With an increase in manpower, Brother Zhou focused solely on transporting fertilizer into the fields. Thanks to the ample workforce, the remaining fields of the Zhou family were entirely harvested in less than half a day. There was still time in the morning for threshing, and by afternoon, all the grain had been successfully processed. In the evening, they dined at the Zhou household, and Lu Ba also attended. As light returned, it was the 31st. The Zhou family commenced transplanting rice seedlings. By mid-morning, a nest of chicks that Zhou Qiufeng had been incubating hatched. Grandma Zhou kept watch for half the day, helping to remove the shells. Due to the sweltering heat, they could not brood the chicks, and by 10 o'clock, she placed the entire brood in the backyard of the Lu family to play. During the busy season, everyone rose at dawn and returned at sunset. With many hands, the Zhou family accomplished all their tasks in just 2.5 days, aside from the rice seedling fields. The Cheng brothers learned firsthand what it meant to be versatile and exceptional. The Lu family's daughters were remarkably swift at cutting the grain, bundling the straw, and threshing. Their pace during transplanting was astonishing, rivaling that of a hen pecking at corn. The spacing of the seedlings appeared meticulously measured, with uniform length and width. The Cheng brothers could only express one sentiment: sheer admiration. Those who witnessed it shared a single thought: next year, we must invite them to help us. After applying the organic fertilizer and compound fertilizer to the pear fields, they would rake the soil once before transplanting the seedlings. The elders, including Brother Zhou, allowed Lu Yun to proceed at her leisure, while Zhou Chunmei softly murmured a desire to slack off, though she dared not voice it loudly. It was not a market day. The streets were devoid of vendors, and the sun blazed fiercely. Even the few stallholders selling fruits and frozen meats in the open air sought refuge in nearby shops to escape the heat. The bus from the county to Jiudao Township had yet to arrive, leaving the outdoor parking lot and street eerily vacant. Lu Yun pedaled her bicycle to the designated spot. Glancing around and noting the absence of people, she secured her bicycle and sat atop it, unfurling an umbrella to shield herself from the sun as she awaited her delivery. After approximately 7 or 8 minutes, a motorcycle approached from the direction of the county towards Jiudao Township. The rider scanned the surroundings until his gaze fell upon the figure under the umbrella, and he headed straight for her. Upon seeing the approaching motorcycle, Lu Yun beamed with joy. The long-awaited delivery had finally arrived. As the motorcycle came to a halt, Lu Yun folded her umbrella and placed it in her bicycle basket, expressing her gratitude for the effort. The man, appearing to be in his 50s, smiled apologetically. "You must be Lu, right? I apologize for being late. It's my first time here, and I took a wrong turn through Shangzhuang Township." "Not a problem at all," Lu Yun replied, demonstrating her understanding. The rider secured the motorcycle and unfastened a plastic crate from the back seat. He untied the rope and lifted the crate to the ground, opening the lid to reveal green branches, with 2 bags of herbs nestled beneath them, encased in soil-filled sacks. "Count the bags to ensure the quantity is correct," he suggested, handing the bags to her for inspection. Lu Yun crouched down to examine the herbs. One bag contained angelica, while the other held ginseng, both relatively small seedlings. Ginseng typically develops 1 leaf per year, and by observing the leaves, she discerned they were all 1 year old. The angelica was also diminutive, likely 1 or 2 years old. "No need to count. I trust you," she assured him. She did not count the items, confirming that there was no deception involved. She lifted the bag and placed it in the front basket of her bicycle, effortlessly fitting both packages inside. To shield the contents from the sun, she casually draped a branch that lay nearby over the top. The owner secured the basket and set it aside, then proceeded to open the rear trunk. Retrieving a large bag of dried medicinal herbs for the young student, Lu Yun packed the dried herbs into her backpack and took out money to pay, handing over a total of 3,000. The owner counted the money, wiped the sweat from his brow, and smiled, saying, "Young student, if you ever need more herbs, just give us a call, and we will deliver them right to your door." He and his friend had rented land in the Shinong mountain area to cultivate ginseng, angelica, and dendrobium. They typically sold only the dried products. A couple of days prior, they had received a call from the young student wanting to purchase fresh ginseng and angelica. Initially, they were hesitant to accept the order. It was a small transaction, and the requirements were quite demanding, as the student insisted on freshly dug seedlings. After much deliberation, they ultimately decided to take on the business, recognizing that the buyer was the top science student from Province. It is worth noting that this promising student was studying medicine at Qing University, and those in the medical field have a direct connection to medicinal materials. Should she excel in her studies and work at a hospital or establish a clinic, she would undoubtedly require these materials. If she were to promote their products or purchase herbs from them, it could lead to fruitful opportunities. In business, connections are paramount, which is why they agreed to deliver to her doorstep, with payment upon delivery. If no one was present to receive the goods, it was of little concern, after all. The herbs remained in their possession, and they would only incur a minor loss in transportation costs. "Well, if you need more, I will prioritize your herb garden," he added. Lu Yun, ever benevolent, found herself at a disadvantage. A freshly unearthed ginseng root cost 200 yuan, while angelica demanded 50 yuan per plant, a steep price indeed. Yet, her urgent need for ginseng and angelica seedlings compelled her to comply. Most notably, her tender age rendered her incapable of riding a motorcycle, and public transport to the herbal garden consumed precious time. Engaging someone to procure the herbs for her not only incurred a debt of gratitude, but also necessitated explanations. A cumbersome affair. The herbal garden offered the convenience of home delivery, albeit at a premium. Even as a courteous response, the driver expressed delight, subtly advertising his own cultivated herbs, securing the plastic basket, and bidding farewell to the young scholar. Chapter 91. The crafting of medicinal pills. Once the news spread, nearly everyone in the village was aware of the partnership between Zhou Qiufeng and Lu Qing. Opinions varied, some favorable and others not. Yet the two parties remained unfazed by the gossip, allowing the unkind words to flow through one ear and out the other, greeted with a gentle smile in response to the goodwill. Benefiting from the nurturing care of her new mother, Lu, the diligent student, played the role of an obedient child at home, drying grains and feeding the chicks. In a clandestine act, she replaced ordinary water with spatial water to nourish the chicks, which hatched successfully, totaling 19 healthy chicks, none of which succumbed to the sweltering heat. Simultaneously, Lu discreetly fed the sweet potato vines from her space to the piglets and exchanged the homegrown beans, eggplants, and bok choy for the produce from her spatial garden, as her space lacked pumpkins and peppers to offer in return. The outcome of the clever switch was that Lu Ba and Zhou Qiufeng enjoyed an insatiable appetite daily, savoring their meals with extraordinary delight, their spirits particularly buoyant. Zhou Qiufeng, in particular, thrived, and while women were shedding pounds, even the men found themselves lighter by several gene, each looking somewhat pallid. She radiated vitality daily, appearing a touch fairer, leading the villagers to speculate about her newfound glow, attributing it to her recent marriage and the bliss of wedded life. Lu Yun, aware of the true cause, silently continued to provide her family with new provisions. However, she refrained from offering her new mother and father the water from her space well, for it possessed the ability to expedite wound healing, a concern for her father, whose leg injury had healed improperly. Allowing him to drink that water might facilitate further complications should he require surgery in the future. As days flowed by, the calendar turned to mid-month, and on August 7th, the arrival of autumn was marked, with corn soon to be harvested. In her space, the ginseng and angelica thrived. Nourished by the well water multiple times daily, their growth accelerated as days and nights passed, equating 10 days to a decade of development. With the approach of her university studies looming, Lu, the diligent student, ventured once more into the mountains in search of medicinal herbs. Despite various concerns, Lu Ba and Zhou Qiufeng allowed her the freedom to pursue her endeavors, finding solace in the fact that this time, she did not venture to Shinong Mountain, but rather sought herbs in the nearby hills. To ease their minds, Lu arranged for her new mother to drop her off at the mountain's base in the morning, promising to call for her family to pick her up in the evening. On her fourth excursion into the mountains, Lu remained for 3 days. When she finally called to notify them it was time to pick her up, Zhou Qiufeng met her at the foot of the back mountain in Shangzhuang Township, where she returned with a basket brimming with herbs and turkey tail mushrooms. Zhou Qiufeng's expression at that moment conveyed a profound sense of irony, while others scoured the mountains in vain for a single mushroom. Her family's daughter consistently returned home with her hands full. If word of this were to spread, the next time she ventured into the mountains, a throng of eager followers would surely trail behind her. She returned from the mountains on the 17th, allowing Lu Yun a night of rest before she commenced her preparation of the medicinal concoction the following day. With her father at work and Zhou Qiufeng occupied in the fields, she found herself alone at home, free from prying eyes. She meticulously cleaned the pot and placed it over the fire pit, pouring in the carefully processed herbs to brew. With thorough preparations in place, she proceeded with the task of concocting the medicine without the slightest hint of disarray. While the herbs simmered over the flames, Lu Yun ventured into the backyard to locate the mortar and pestle, which was, in fact, a stone mortar. This tool, hewn from rock, featured a concave center designed to hold various items, primarily for grinding grains, but it was specifically utilized for pulverizing herbs. The mortar had been acquired by Lu Yun's great-grandfather, crafted from a unique bluish-white stone, with an elongated oval depression at its center, complemented by a grinding stone that was also made of stone, featuring a circular hole to accommodate a wooden stick. This could be operated either by foot or manually rolled. Since her grandfather's passing, the mortar had been stored beneath the eaves of the pigsty behind the house. As Lu Yun discovered the mortar, she scanned it with a discerning gaze, observing that each structural joint emitted a spectrum of colors, accompanied by a faint, ethereal white glow. This white light signified spiritual energy. However, with a quiet sigh, Lu Yun recognized that the mortar was indeed a vessel of such energy, and she could not simply discard it within her spatial realm. Such a substantial object could not vanish without a trace. Even her father, despite his absent-mindedness, would undoubtedly notice its disappearance, leaving her with no plausible excuse when questioned. The stone mortar is quite substantial, measuring over 2 feet in length, with edges that are a thick 10 centimeters, weighing approximately 80 pounds. It requires 2 individuals to move it on a regular basis. However, with effortless grace, Lu's classmate lifted the stone mortar and transported it to the edge of the water basin in front of the house, where he meticulously bathed it, scrubbing it inside and out, over and over again until it was spotless, and then left it to bask in the sun. He then returned to the kitchen to add firewood, activated the induction cooker, placed a pot on it, and began to saute glutinous rice, preparing 2 large platters, the rice taking on a delicate golden hue. Once the rice was prepared and the stone mortar had dried under the sun, he moved it into the hall. Lu Yun poured the rice into the hollow of the mortar, inserted the grinding wheel, sat down on a chair, wiped her feet clean, and stepped onto the grinding stick, vigorously crushing the rice. The grinding wheel rolled, shattering the rice grains, producing a symphony of delicate crunches as the fragrant rice was pulverized into flour, transitioning from coarse to fine. Must it truly take so many days? Zhou Qiufeng exclaimed in astonishment, tiptoeing into the room. 3 days is quite a short span. If the medicinal herbs are not chopped and ground, it would likely take 7 or 8 days to dissolve. Oh, Zhou Qiufeng could only marvel at this. Indeed, such a physician requires a natural gift. Were she to assist Lu Qing with those tasks, she surely would lack the requisite meticulousness and patience, likely forgetting half the steps and even the names of the herbs. As she washed her face and entered the kitchen, the rice cooker had tripped, and upon glancing at the fire pit, she noticed the flames dancing. The large pot used for steaming was perched on the rack, its lid firmly pressed down by a stone, sealed so tightly that even steam could not escape, while the sound of boiling water emanated from within the pot. Around the end of June to the beginning of July, the heavens seemed to shed all their tears. From late July onwards, most regions of the country experienced little rainfall. And in Fang County, there was no significant rain from late July to August, with only a few days of light drizzle, often accompanied by sunshine. With the clear skies and the midday sun blazing, Zhou Qiufeng was not in a hurry to commence work. The children's tasks did not involve her directly. She utilized an electric stove to boil water, while she went out to catch a duck for slaughter, scalding its feathers and cleaning it, reserving half for dinner and the other half for cooking. Only after noon did the villagers venture out to work in the fields. Lu, a diligent student, was adamant that her father and stepmother should not keep vigil. She needed to add herbs to the medicinal pot, some of which were stored in her spatial realm. And the water used for concocting the medicine was sourced from her spatial well, definitely not something she wanted others to witness. Li's father and Shou Qiufeng lay in bed, listening to the sounds from the kitchen, and before they realized it, they drifted off to sleep. At the break of dawn, Lu Yun awoke from her meditation and first checked the medicinal field. She was instantly elated to discover that tiny matsutake mushrooms had sprouted in the very spot where she had previously cultivated them. The mushrooms were minuscule, barely peeking above the surface, yet their numbers were abundant, spreading over a considerable area, much wider than during the previous planting, indicating that the spores from the mature matsutake had dispersed far and wide. After harvesting the first batch of matsutake, that area had remained dormant for several days with no signs of growth, yet Li Yun had remained patient, watering it every few days. Under natural conditions, it typically takes 5 to 6 years for spores to penetrate the soil and develop into a tangible form. However, the soil in her spatial realm possessed extraordinary powers, allowing new matsutake to emerge in just 20 days, effectively compressing the timeline by several decades. Truly, a life enhanced by extraordinary capabilities is blissfully fortunate. Standing outside the medicinal herb field, Li Yun touched the back of her head and chuckled foolishly. The matsutake mushrooms could thrive and reproduce freely in the field, ensuring an endless supply for generations to come. This lifetime would be devoid of any shortage of matsutake. Not only could they be consumed endlessly, but they could also be sold. Matsutake symbolized a wealth of money. Lu, with her eyes sparkling with joy, grinned widely, her smile stretching from ear to ear. Just as she was reveling in her thoughts, she remembered that dawn had broken, and her new mother would soon be waking up. She could no longer afford to linger over the herb field and quickly retreated. In truth, Shou Qiufeng had awakened at the crack of dawn. Hearing no sounds from the house, she feared that if Lu was still napping, waking her too early might disturb the child. So she lingered a little longer before finally rising with the sun. Shortly thereafter, Li's father also got up to wash his face and brush his teeth. He hurried into the kitchen, volunteering to help his daughter kindle the fire. The kitchen remained warm throughout the day, and he worried that the child might feel too hot, suggesting she step outside for some fresh air. The happy family of 3 enjoyed a delightful breakfast together. Li's father drove his small tricycle to work, and just as he reached the village, he was stopped by the village headman. The headman, also a Shou, was of the same generation as Grandma Zhou and would soon turn 60. He appeared quite sprightly, looking not much older than Li's father. With a stern expression, the village headman called out to Li's father, "Lu Qing, may I ask when you plan to host the scholars' feast? The end of the month is fast approaching, and your daughter will soon be heading to the capital. You haven't made any arrangements yet, which is quite concerning." Well, Uncle Zhou, I am not planning to host a banquet," Li's father replied, feeling quite embarrassed. He had been asked by many people over the past few days about the feast, and it had begun to make him feel quite awkward. "What? No banquet?" Village Chief Shou nearly struck Li's father on the head, exclaiming, "You scoundrel. Our village has never produced a top scholar throughout history. It's a rare occasion that your daughter has passed her high school exams, and yet you refuse to host a celebration? No matter how frugal you are, this is not the way to save. Lele has brought such honor to us simple folk. A modest feast would suffice. If every family contributes 100 or so, it would be enough for Lele's needs for an entire year." "Uncle Zhou, please don't scold me. It's my daughter. She insisted on not having a feast. You know Lele's temperament. Neither Xiaofeng nor I could persuade her. Since she said no celebration, we simply complied." As Zhou's hand waved in frustration, Li's father instinctively shrank back. He knew the village chief was not one to be trifled with. Years ago, after injuring his leg, he had fallen into despair, and the chief had delivered a sharp slap and a stern reprimand. Now, with the chief's stern demeanor, he felt a twinge of fear. Is it Lele's decision? Yes, it is her wish. What has Lele been up to lately? She has been at home, diligently preparing herbal medicine. She started boiling the concoction yesterday, and will likely need another couple of days to finish. Oh, Lele is compounding medicine. Ha. Lu Qing, your daughter is more accomplished than you. Who knows? Our village might produce a miraculous doctor in the future. Never mind, off you go. Just looking at your forlorn expression makes me want to give you a few slaps. I'll come back in a few days to see our little scholar." Sighing, Li's father felt as if he had received a royal pardon as he hurriedly drove away. Upon reaching the workshop, he finally relaxed. But little did he know that his respite was short-lived. By evening, as he was about to leave, Boss Wu stopped him and bluntly asked, "Lu, when exactly will you host a feast? I've been waiting endlessly, and my hair is turning gray." "Boss Wu, My little one refuses to host a banquet, so we shall not be entertaining guests, and I ask that you keep this in mind. Ah, no banquet. When does Lele start school? Qingdao will begin receiving new students on the 28th, but Lele was unable to secure a ticket for the days following the 28th. She only managed to obtain one for the 27th, and is expected to depart from home on the 26th. What mode of transport will she take? What time does the departure and arrival occur? It is preferable to avoid traveling on a midnight train to Beijing, as there will be no one to greet her at such an hour, and it is unsafe for a young lady. She has managed to secure a second-class seat on the high-speed train, departing shortly after 8 in the morning and arriving around 2:30 in the afternoon. At mealtime, Lu Dad shared with a mother and daughter pair about his encounter with the village head and boss Wu regarding driving the child to the provincial capital. Lu Yun readily agreed, saying, "That's wonderful. We can take Boss Wu's ride. There are plenty of seats. Dad and Aunt Feng will join us, and we can explore the night market in the provincial capital. Well, I shall accompany you. I'll ask my mother to help us feed the pigs for a couple of days," said Zhou Qiufeng, brimming with delight. Lu Dad nodded enthusiastically, feeling that, while they may not send their daughter to the capital, being able to take her to the provincial capital would lessen future regrets. On the evening of the third day, the couple discovered that among the ginseng and angelica planted in their backyard, only one plant remained. The others were missing. They initially suspected someone had stealthily stolen them, only to learn that Lele had uprooted them to use in her medicinal concoctions. That night turned into yet another sleepless one. Ladad and Zhou Qiufeng rose early, only to find the pot still simmering over the fire, causing them to break out in a cold sweat. This medicine certainly requires prolonged brewing. They dared not inquire further, fearing it might dampen their child's spirits. On the 21st day, as the morning dawned, the student, Lu, found herself grappling with the discomfort of her monthly cycle. With no other recourse, she endured the unease, persevering through a sleepless night until 8 o'clock in the morning. Upon lifting the lid, she beheld a large pot, filled with a layer of medicinal broth that resembled jelly in texture, its hue a muted shade of dark green. Without hesitation, Lu retrieved a generous platter of filtered green medicinal liquid from her spatial realm and poured it into the pot, followed by several bowls of water drawn from her spatial well. She then covered the pot and weighted it down with stones, allowing it to simmer. After an hour, she removed the lid to discover a thick concoction within the pot. She arranged 4 large soup bowls and a small porcelain bowl, scooping the medicinal broth into the bowls and covering them. Once again, she added several more ingredients to the pot and resumed the simmering process. Half an hour later, the mixture had thickened to a consistency akin to well-kneaded dough, viscous yet not solidified. Lu then prepared a ceramic basin, pouring in some finely ground rice flour, and transferred the medicinal broth into the basin. She added more medicinal liquid from her spatial collection, along with 2 bowls of previously extracted broth, covered it once more, and continued to simmer. While tending to the pot, she diligently added rice flour to the ceramic basin, stirring incessantly until the mixture formed a cohesive dough-like mass. She then shaped the dough into small balls, each roughly the size of a pigeon's egg, and placed them in a sieve to cool. Once she had completed the first batch, filling 2 sieves, she began the second batch, which was smaller and finished in a single wicker basket. After crafting the second and then the third batch, she still found herself with only 1 wicker basket's worth. All the medicinal broth in the 4 large soup bowls had been consumed, leaving only a small amount in the porcelain bowl. During the preparation of the third pot, she spooned a measure of this remaining broth into the mixture before allowing it to cool and storing it within her spatial realm. Carefully shape the dumplings. Wash the pots and pans, pour water into a basin and place it indoors, then take the utensils outside for cleaning. After tidying up, Lu, a diligent student, rests her head on the living room table, guarding the cooling medicinal dumplings. Shala leans on the table, eagerly gazing at the door. Upon seeing herself, she breaks into a broad smile and swiftly runs forward. "Lu, you've succeeded." "Yes, it's done." Lu Yun lazily reclines on the table, flashing a bright smile that reveals her pearly teeth. As her new mother approaches, she rises and pulls her to admire the results. "Lu, what is this for?" "Aunt Feng, this is primarily for you. You have some gynecological inflammation, and I've prepared a prescription for you. Once your menstruation is over, begin with the medicine in the sieve, followed by the one in the basket, taking it with warm water before bedtime. The other medications are for me to take to school." "For me?" Zhou Qiufeng's heart tightened, and her nose tinged with bitterness. Lu Yun, possessing the X-ray vision, had observed Aunt Feng's condition. Her ovaries were weak, the eggs small and feeble, and there was inflammation in her uterus. Given such circumstances, conceiving a child would be exceedingly difficult. Yet, she refrained from uttering the truth, knowing it would only bring sorrow to Aunt Feng. Zhou Qiufeng felt warm tears welling in her eyes. Xiaolu had toiled for 3 days and nights to assist her with the medicine. This gesture was more precious than gold. All she could do was care for the children and ensure that Lu and his father had no worries. Chapter 92. Congratulations on becoming a grandmother. I'll take care of it. Father Lu nodded in agreement. Recognizing that the little cotton-padded jacket had stayed awake for 3 days and nights and must be in dire need of rest. As Lu Ba and Zhou Qiufeng welcomed 3 unexpected guests, they were taken aback. Uncle Zhou Man, what brings you here? They inquired. Is it not your soft-heartedness that led you to heed Lu Li's suggestion to forgo a banquet? Hence, we felt compelled to come ourselves, replied village chief Zhou, casting a disapproving glance at Lu Qing. With a slight huff, he redirected his attention to introduce his companions, a Mr. Li, the township head of Jiu Dao, and Mr. Lu, the secretary of the township. Mr. Li and Mr. Lu shook hands with the couple, their faces beaming with warmth. First, allow us to congratulate you on your union. May you grow old together and enjoy a lifetime of happiness. Our fellow villager has raised a scholar, and we have come to partake in a toast. Hoping not to intrude. Oh, not at all. You flatter us, responded Lu Ba, shyly smiling as he shook hands with the township head and secretary, ushering them into their home. Village chief Zhou gestured for the officials to enter, and both Mr. Li and Mr. Lu, eschewing formalities, carried in gifts of wine and other offerings. Once seated, they presented a large red envelope. Dear fellow villager, this is for the scholar. Our Jiudao township is quite impoverished, and our finances are limited. We managed to allocate 6,000 as a prize, though modest. It is a token of encouragement from our township. How could we allow the township to go to such expense? Lu Ba said, feeling a bit embarrassed. Village chief Zhou, being straightforward, took the envelope on behalf of the couple and handed it to Zhou Qiufeng along with a red envelope of his own. This is from our village. We, too, have limited economic resources, but we shall offer 3,000 as a prize for the scholar, no matter how poor or struggling the village. Should anyone produce a provincial scholar, we will tighten our belts to contribute that amount as a reward. You are the matriarch. Assisting the young lady while Lu Qing remains rather naive and oblivious. I find it tiresome to engage in lengthy discussions with him. Village head Zhou publicly jested at Lu Qing, eliciting hearty laughter from Deputy Li and Secretary Lu, leaving Li's father with a flushed face as he chuckled foolishly and went to boil water. Zhou Qiufeng accepted the red envelope, offered sunflower seeds, brewed a pot of tea, and invited the village head to entertain the guests while she washed rice and prepared dinner. She then caught a couple of chickens for slaughter, ensuring they were her own authentic free-range chickens, not those brought by the village head. After preparing the chickens, she had Lu Qing scald and pluck them, while she cleaned the pig's trotter and ham brought by the guests, set them to stew, sliced the meat, and prepared greens as side dishes. Upon learning that Li's classmate had been researching medicine, staying up several nights and only sleeping in the afternoon, Zhou, Li, and the secretary refrained from disturbing him, choosing instead to enjoy their tea and sunflower seeds, with each sip of tea becoming increasingly delightful, transforming even the least refined into connoisseurs of tea. As Zhou Qiufeng stewed the meat and prepared the chicken, she directed Lu Qing to handle the entrails, while she chopped the chicken into pieces for boiling, opting for a nutritious soup rather than frying the free-range chicken. The couple from the Lu family was bustling about, while Li's classmate was also preoccupied in her own space, only managing a brief nap before awakening in the afternoon to tend to her modest plot of land. She began by harvesting matsutake mushrooms, followed by picking wood vines and cold rice dumplings, gathering both 3-leaf and 5-leaf wood vines. A black tiger occupied one corner of the medicinal herb field, its vines sprawling over the fence. Without watering it from the well, she could still collect a batch of ripe fruit weekly, but with irrigation, she could harvest fruit every 3 days. The continuous ripening of the fruit resulted in a small mountain of harvested produce. After harvesting the wood vine and the cold rice dumplings, I began to dig up the lilies, which I hadn't done in quite some time. The garlic bulbs, each larger than a bowl, weighed about 3 to 4 pounds, roughly equivalent to those that have been nurtured for 5 to 6 years. Once I managed to complete some tasks, I spent the evening gathering watermelons, bok choy, and eggplants. Just as I was engrossed in my work, I sensed the presence of guests outside. Pausing my activities, I listened intently and quickly tidied myself up, retreating to my room to feign sleep. Zhou Qiufeng and Lu Ba prepared a meal and went to check on their daughter. They gently opened the door and switched on the light, only to find her still peacefully slumbering. The couple softly called her name a couple of times. Lu Yun pretended to wake, groggily sitting up before joining them for dinner. Li Xiang and Lu Shu were aware that their young classmate had likely endured a sleepless night, and therefore, they did not expect her to awaken. When the hosts managed to rouse her, it pleasantly surprised them, further enhancing their admiration for Li's parents. They refrained from forcing the children awake, demonstrating their respect for their autonomy. As the dishes were served, everyone gathered to dine, with Li Xiang and others engaging Lu in conversation over the meal. The days drew nearer to the end of the month, and the back-to-school season loomed ever closer. On August 23rd, the market day in Jiudao Township. After Lu Ba left for work, Zhou Qiufeng busied herself with household chores, donning a backpack and carrying a shoulder bag, while she took her daughter to the market. The midday heat had settled in, and the market likely dispersed by mid-morning. Those heading to the market set off early. By the time the sun had just begun to rise, the streets were already bustling with crowds, teeming with people. Sister Wu, accompanied by her daughter, was in the lingerie store, having just selected an item when her daughter pulled her aside, prompting her to inquire, "Xiao Jing, what is the matter?" Upon concluding her words, a voice resonated, "Qiu Feng, it has been quite a while since I last saw you out selling your wares. Today, you have finally made an appearance. My household has been quite busy, and I have missed a few market days recently." Zhou Qiufeng pulled Lu Yun to the front of the shop. As the proprietor, she inquired first, to which Qiufeng responded with a smile while glancing inside the store. "Xiaohe, this is my daughter. Please assist in selecting an appropriate model. I must emphasize that my daughter is only 14 and still in her developmental stage. It is imperative that you choose wisely to ensure her growth is not adversely affected." "Ah, Qiufeng, you cannot be. Where did you acquire a daughter?" The shop owner, in her 30s, possessed a curvaceous figure and wore light makeup. Zhou Qiufeng often set up her stall in front of her shop, resulting in a familiar rapport between them. "I have remarried, and my husband's daughter is now also considered my own," she replied. "Xiaohe, enough chatter. Please help my daughter select some clothing. If we delay, everything suitable will be sold to others. If we cannot find anything fitting, I shall seek assistance elsewhere, and you must not accuse me of being ungrateful." "Very well. I shall assist your daughter in selecting a few pieces, and we can discuss further afterward." The shop owner chuckled as she set off to find suitable lingerie models. Upon noticing Zhou Qiufeng's entrance, Zhang Jing turned her face away, unwilling to confront Qiufeng, and even less so Lu Yun. Initially, she had dismissed rumors suggesting that Zhou Qiufeng had taken on the role of a stepmother to Lu Yun. However, upon hearing her parents confirm the truth of the matter, she was filled with indignation, nearly throwing something in frustration. Why must Zhou Qiufeng, who could marry into any family, choose to be a stepmother to Lu Yun? Clearly, Grandma Zhou was related to the Zhang family, and knowing well the discord between her family and the Lu family, Zhou Qiufeng's decision to marry into the Lu family seemed a deliberate affront. In the past, Li Yun had no stepmother and could freely insult her, claiming that Li Yun's father was a worthless man, unwanted by anyone. However, with Zhou Qiufeng's marriage to Lu Qing, she lost even the last pretext to belittle Li Yun. Zhang Jing, in turn, harbored resentment towards Zhou Qiufeng. Accompanying her new mother, Li Yun surveyed the shop, a modest 20-square-meter storefront adorned with clothing racks, predominantly showcasing women's apparel, reminiscent of styles found in the county. Her keen eyes soon spotted Zhang Jing, and she couldn't help but narrow her gaze slightly, noting that Zhang Jing's expression seemed rather off. With a sense of suspicion, she repositioned herself to gain a clearer view of Zhang Jing, utilizing her unique observational skills. As Zhang Jing's silhouette came into focus, a radiant smile blossomed on Li Yun's face. While she was scrutinizing, Zhou Qiufeng also noticed Zhang Jing and her mother, cheerily greeting them. "Sister Wu out shopping too? Are you helping Zhang Jing pick out clothes? When does school start for her?" Sister Wu, initially wishing to avoid Zhou Qiufeng, found herself unable to escape as the two entered the shop. With a forced smile, she replied, "I always said you two look like a family. It appears I was indeed correct. Congratulations." "Thank you." Zhou Qiufeng graciously accepted the compliment. Li Yun, glancing between Sister Wu and Zhang Jing, allowed her smile to widen even further. "Hello, Sister Wu. Congratulations. It's been such a short time since we last met, and I never imagined you would soon become a grandmother. How delightful. I also wish you a speedy embrace of a chubby little grandson." "What did you say?" Sister Wu, hearing the first part, assumed Li Yun was mocking her daughter for her poor academic performance, causing her face to flush with embarrassment. Yet, upon hearing the latter part about becoming a grandmother, she was instantly enraged, her nostrils flaring with indignation. Her piercing shout caused the other two female patrons in the shop to halt, their attention drawn to the impending clash between the two parties. Zhang Jing's face turned pale as she pressed her hand against her abdomen, her body trembling slightly. With a fierce cry, Aunt Wu prompted Zhou Qiufeng to immediately position herself beside her daughter, ready to act as a guardian. Lei was her child. Anyone who dared to strike the girl would have to contend with her first. Aunt Wu, I must congratulate you on the prospect of becoming a grandmother. What I mean is that Zhang Jing is pregnant, likely nearing 2 months along. Oh, Aunt Wu, Zhang Jing is expecting a baby. Your elevation to grandmotherhood is indeed a joyous occasion. Why do you wear such a gloomy expression? Could it be that Zhang Jing has yet to share the news of her pregnancy with you? You are unaware that you have a grandchild on the way. Lu Yunyun beamed with a smile, her laughter akin to a gentle spring breeze. Who would have thought that Zhang Jing, unmarried, was expecting? This was monumental news. While it might be a scandal of epic proportions for the Zhang family, for her, it was a cause for celebration. How had Zhang Jing and her mother once derided her? They had called her a bastard. Now, was not Zhang Jing carrying a child out of wedlock? Delight bubbled within Lu Yunyun, unable to suppress her schadenfreude. It would be unjust to deem her excessive. After all, she had been labeled a bastard by Zhang Jing and her mother when she was merely 2 or 3 years old. That hatred ran deep within her, rendering forgiveness impossible. She was a mere mortal, adhering to the principle of treating others as they treated her. If one wronged her, she would repay it in kind. No one should attempt to bind her with moral theories. A gentleman avenges himself 10 years hence. So too did Lu Yunyun. The grievances of her childhood went unaddressed at the time. Now, if she did not seize the opportunity to exact her vengeance, how could she quell the resentment that festered within her heart? Zhou Qiufeng was taken aback. Could it be true that Zhang Jing was with child? Zhang Jing's lips trembled uncontrollably, her entire body stiffening, paralyzed by fear. You speak nonsense. My daughter is still an innocent girl. How dare you claim she is pregnant? You tarnish her reputation, and I shall sue you. Sister Wu's face turned a ghastly shade, alternating between pale and flushed with anger, desperately wishing to silence Liyun. Nonsense, you say? Perhaps I should call the police, and better yet, invite the county reporters. Or even arrange for a full video recording of our visit to the local hospital for a checkup. I shall bear the expenses, and if it proves untrue, I will apologize to you. Do you dare to go? Of course, we must go. Sister Wu's chest heaved, her teeth clenched in fury. She dragged her daughter along. But Zhang Jing, in a panic, grasped her mother's hand tightly, pleading, Mom, please no. We cannot go. The others in the shop suddenly comprehended. The girl's reaction signified that she was indeed pregnant. What did you say? Why must we not go? We must have a checkup. We cannot allow anyone to tarnish your reputation. Sister Wu's voice trembled. No. Mom, please don't go. Zhang Jing sobbed aloud. Sister Wu, is it not evident? This indicates that Zhang Jing truly is with child. If you insist on taking her for a checkup and record it, where will she hide her face afterward? Zhou Qiufeng shook her head, letting out a sigh. Sister Wu, do not be too harsh. Zhang Jing is 18, and it is perfectly normal for an adult to have a boyfriend. Moreover, carrying a fragile little life is delicate. It's none of your concern. Madame Wu's face turned a shade of green with fury as she abruptly interrupted Zhou Qiufeng, her voice sharp as she directed her inquiry at Xiao Jing. Why on earth can't you go to the hospital for a checkup? Mom, I might really be pregnant. Oh, I haven't had my period for 2 months. Zhang Jing was utterly overwhelmed by the shocking revelation, her mind a chaotic blur, unable to grasp her surroundings. Under her mother's fierce gaze, she trembled, sobbing softly. Madame Wu felt as if the ground beneath her was spinning, nearly losing her balance. Instinctively clutching onto a closed rack to steady herself, her face twitched, and her chest heaved with rapid breaths, as if the air was escaping her. Zhang Jing, congratulations. First, you excelled in the college entrance examination, and now you are expecting a child. What double happiness. I forgot to ask, who is the father of the child? Didn't you always say you had no boyfriend? Oh dear, you can't possibly not know who the father is, can you? If you're unaware of the child's paternal lineage, what will happen when they are born and labeled as illegitimate? The child is innocent. Oh, Aunt Wu, please slow down. Zhang Jing is carrying a baby. What if she falls and miscarries? How foolish of me. Zhang Jing still needs to attend university. It seems she will have to terminate this pregnancy. Poor child, born into the wrong circumstances. Madame Wu, infuriated and feeling her chest tighten, realized they were in a public establishment, exposed to the curious eyes of onlookers. Embarrassment surged through her as she hastily pulled Zhang Jing away, fleeing in haste. Dragging her along, Madame Wu pushed and jostled through the crowd towards the street, where some bystanders were puzzled, eager to learn what had transpired due to Lu's loud outburst. It was evident to all that a woman's pregnancy could not be concealed. Lu Yun blinked her innocent eyes, shyly touching her nose. Aunt Feng, it seems I inadvertently caused a mishap just now. Aunt Wu will probably despise me. Do you think she might come at our front door with a knife in the middle of the night? She is currently dealing with a fire in her backyard. There is no time for her to concern herself with our door. Zhou Qiufeng could not help but laugh. Lulu was being mischievous. Having been bullied by Zhang Jing in the past, it was now Li's turn to seek retribution. Mister. He observed the unfolding drama for a while before he went to select clothing, bringing several outfits for Zhou Qiufeng to try on the child. A girl of 13 or 14, just entering her developmental stage, typically wore only camisoles and did not don structured undergarments. Zhou Qiufeng had initially hesitated to purchase a bra for the girl so early, but with the soon to head to the capital, it would be rather embarrassing if she were to be ridiculed for not wearing one. Lu Yun followed to a corner, drawing the curtain to try on the undergarments, while Zhou Qiufeng meticulously checked the fit, adjusting as necessary. She even summoned the shopkeeper, ultimately selecting 4 pieces, before moving on to choose shirts, t-shirts, jeans, and casual pants, 2 sets of each, along with some underwear, perfectly assembling for complete outfits. They had intended to buy winter clothing as well, but unfortunately, it was not yet available, leaving them no choice but to forego that purchase. At the checkout, Zhou Qiufeng packed the items into a backpack and continued shopping with the child. Her expression was strained, while Zhang Jing, with tears welling in her eyes, found that the villagers who initially intended to greet the mother and daughter decided against interfering in their affairs. Upon returning home, Sister Wu opened the door, carelessly tossing the bag aside, and collapsed onto the wooden sofa, her face first turning a shade of blue, then contorting in distress. Zhang Jing had followed closely, her cries leaving her disoriented, as she stood there sobbing intermittently. How can you still have the audacity to cry? Sister Wu was so furious that she felt as though her lungs might explode, seeing her daughter in such a state. She erupted in wrath. As if your reckless behavior wasn't enough, you have now brought a child into this world, tarnishing my reputation. You must terminate it. Do you hear me? Tomorrow, go and have an abortion. Zhang Jing stifled a sob, too afraid to cry any longer. The thought of having lost face before Qiufeng made Sister Wu's chest ache anew. She glared at the child, her anger intensifying with each glance. A tempest of rage with no outlet. In a fit of fury, she slapped Zhang Jing, stormed into the room, and slammed the door behind her, brooding in solitude. Zhang Jing stumbled back from the force of the blow, and only when her mother had stormed off in anger did she allow herself to cry freely. Rushing upstairs to lock herself away, she feared her father would interrogate her relentlessly, and thus hurriedly retreated upstairs. The child had always been under her mother's care, and Zhang's father recognized that he would not glean any information, so he ceased his inquiries and busied himself with farming tools, bathing, and changing clothes. It was all Lu Yun's fault. The wretched Lu Yun had robbed her of her innocence, leading her to this predicament. Zhang Jing gritted her teeth, terrified of losing control and crying out. She felt powerless against Lu Yun and dreaded that should a commotion arise, Lu Yun would proclaim her pregnancy to the entire village, leaving her exposed to their judgment and scorn. With swollen eyes, Zhang Jing heard her father call for her and obediently descended to join the meal. The atmosphere was heavy with tension. Sister Wu wore a grim expression while Zhang Jing, eyes reddened, focused on her plate. Zhang's father glanced between the two, puzzled, wondering if perhaps there was a rift between mother and daughter. He pondered extensively, surmising the possible reasons behind the discord between the mother and daughter. Consequently, he resolutely refrained from interjecting. Based on past experiences, he understood that he must not involve himself in the conflict between his wife and daughter, otherwise, he would ultimately find himself in an untenable position. Having clarified his thoughts, Zhang Ba promptly ceased his inner turmoil, choosing to ignore the discord between his wife and child, and instead focusing on his meal. Thus, amidst the peculiar atmosphere of one party remaining silent and the other seething with anger, an entire day and night passed by unnoticed. When dawn broke on the 24th, Wu's sister-in-law, with a sullen expression and having skipped breakfast, took Zhang Jing to the county town. She was reluctant to bring her child to the rural hospital for the procedure, fearing that acquaintances might learn of it and spread the news, leaving her with no face to show the villagers. Hence, Zhou Qiufeng rose before dawn to prepare a meal, and as the first light appeared, they had a simple breakfast before setting off on a tricycle, excitedly heading to Shinong Mountain. Chapter 93. You are quite handsome at the end of August. As the school season approached, a palpable hustle and bustle filled cities across the nation. The capital, a hub of prestigious educational institutions, was poised to welcome countless students from all corners of the country, infusing even the air with a heightened sense of anticipation. However, within a specialized care unit of the capital Military Medical General Hospital, an unusual tranquility prevailed. The ward contained 2 beds, with bedside tables arranged with water cups, toothbrush holders, and fruit, while the air conditioning emitted a cool breeze. Through the tightly shut glass windows, droplets of condensation were faintly visible. Within the room lay but one patient, a remarkably handsome young man whose features seemed sculpted by divine hands, his face flawless to the point of being unblemished, pale as jade, with a nose delicately shaped, and lips that were a soft, rosy hue reminiscent of freshly bloomed peach blossoms. Such lips, more enticing than those of any woman, adorned his face as he sat by the bedside, clad in a blue shirt, cradling a book in his hands. Several volumes were neatly arranged beside his pillow, and his concentration was palpable, his lowered gaze exuding tranquility and gentleness. His thick, elongated eyelashes fluttered with each breath, resembling butterflies alighting delicately on the tips of branches, quivering in the breeze. In the hushed stillness, a page was turned, and then the ward was enveloped in silence once more. After a brief interval, the door swung open with a resounding bang, revealing a strikingly handsome young man with a beauty mark beneath his eye, who strode in with exuberant steps, a backpack in hand, and slammed the door behind him, exclaiming joyfully, "Xiao Xingxing, gather your belongings and prepare for discharge." Yanzhong, engrossed in his reading, finally lifted his head at the mention of his release, his movement remarkably graceful. A simple escaped his lips, his voice rich and alluring. As he raised his gaze, a faint smile illuminated his flawless, handsome face, his sparkling eyes radiating warmth and charm, embodying the essence of a refined gentleman. Damn it, what a devil! Upon witnessing Yanzhong's captivating expression, Lu Xiangyang cursed inwardly, feeling exasperated. Couldn't Xiao Xingxing refrain from smiling so gently? Truthfully, he preferred Yanzhong's usual icy demeanor over this public display of charm. Though he had only been bedridden for a little over a month, his complexion bore a slight pallor, yet he appeared no different from an ordinary person. The moment he awakened, he greeted the world with that beguiling smile, inciting a desire to give him a good punch. "Xiao Xingxing, you are free now. Hurry up and pack your things for discharge. The leaders await your return for assignments," he muttered under his breath, urging him once more. Assignments? Upon hearing of the task, Yanxing's double dragon-like eyes finally glimmered with joy as he swiftly gathered his books. Having been confined in the hospital for over a month, he felt as though he could suffocate from the monotony. To make matters worse, he was subjected to a weekly blood draw, leading him to suspect that he had become some sort of experimental subject. The sole advantage of his isolation was the absence of bothersome distractions, yet the interminable days spent in the hospital were excruciatingly dull. The prospect of discharge was indeed a momentous blessing. Upon learning that he could not only be released, but also return to work, Yanxing's previously gloomy demeanor transformed into one radiant with sunshine. "Xiangyang, what brings you here?" Yanxing asked, packing his books into a backpack. Suddenly recalling that Lu was also a soldier, it struck him as curious that he had come to retrieve him from the hospital instead of being at the barracks. "My orders today are to fetch you from the hospital and take you to meet the leaders," Lu Xiangyang replied with a hint of displeasure. Clearly uninterested in such a trivial task, he would much rather endure the rigors of military life, preferring to sweat and toil in the mud rather than face Yanxing's cheerful countenance. Moreover, he relished the camaraderie of training with his comrades. The filth of sweat and dirt was inconsequential compared to the discomfort of looking presentable for a hospital visit. Glancing at his neatly pressed shirt and suit, Lu felt a twinge of irritation. Dressed so impeccably, it seemed a waste, especially since there would be no grand banquet to attend or lovely ladies to admire. Yanxing frowned slightly, his brows, as slender as willow leaves, arching with a sense of foreboding. The reason for his discomfort was all too clear. The two quickly organized their belongings, stuffing their backpacks to the brim, even including fruits, and carrying 2 paper bags filled with their meager possessions. Tidying up the bedside table, neatly folding the quilt, and ensuring the hospital room is immaculate, the 2 friends collected their belongings and casually disposed of the trash in the large bin outside, descending the elevator with an air of nonchalance. Upon exiting the elevator, the 2 young men made their way to the parking lot. Locating the sleek black cheetah adorned with military plates, with elegance, the vehicle made its way out of the hospital and seamlessly merged into the bustling city streets. 2 hours later, the once pristine cheetah was cloaked in a fine layer of dust as it arrived at the heavily guarded entrance of a military district. The vehicle underwent a thorough scanning inspection, and the driver, Lu, wore an expression of despondency. What should have been a 30-minute journey had stretched to 4 times that duration. The capital's traffic woes seemed hopelessly insurmountable. Silently lamenting this misfortune, Lu pressed the accelerator as the electronic gate opened following the scan. He maneuvered through the military district with the tenacity of a hero from ancient tales, navigating numerous checkpoints before finally entering the inner sanctum of the base. At this juncture, neither of the young men had the luxury to reflect on the difficulties faced or the relief of their arrival. The dust-covered cheetah sped towards the core of the military area, undergoing yet more inspections before reaching the administrative zone. Familiar with the office area, Lu and Yin proceeded directly to their destination, halting their vehicle before a 2-story administrative building. Upon disembarking, the station guards acknowledged the young men with a crisp military salute, to which the duo responded with a nod before ascending to the 2nd floor. Approaching an office manned by guards, they announced their presence, calling out their report and stating their identification numbers. The guard pushed open the door, allowing 2 young men to step inside. The office was neatly arranged, featuring a desk, a bookshelf, and a corner designated for meetings. Apart from the slogans adorning the walls and a large map, a clock was the only other object present. A computer on the desk was illuminated, and a military officer, clad in uniform, was studying the map with a cigarette pinched between his fingers. His military cap rested on the desk, and he sat slightly turned, revealing only half of his profile. He appeared somewhat older, around his 50s. This man was General Lu Jingyi, the commander of the military district, holding the rank of Major General. General Lu was also the uncle of Lu Xiao, being a direct sibling to Lu Xiao's father, Lu Zhengying, who was the eldest brother and pursued a civilian path, currently serving as the Deputy Minister of the Ministry of Health. Greetings, Chief. Though the 2 young men were not in uniform, they stood upright, their postures as firm as pine trees. As he spoke, the officer extinguished his cigarette in the ashtray, walked around the desk, and approached the 2 youths. Lu Xiangyang and Yin Xing lowered their eyes in sorrow, not daring to take a seat. They moved to the meeting area, remaining standing, awaiting the general's invitation to sit. Once General Lu was seated, the 2 brothers finally took their places at the lower end, maintaining their straight posture, ready to receive admonishment. Yin, how are your injuries? The 2 young men sat with perfect composure, but General Lu appeared oblivious to their tension, gently inquiring about Colonel Yan's health. Report, Chief. Yin Xing is in excellent condition and ready for duty at any time, Yin Xing replied assertively. What glory is there in that? The nation has painstakingly nurtured talents, hoping you will survive to defend the homeland, not to become martyrs. How can you serve the country when you lie lifeless? General, I am still alive, aren't I? Thus, I can continue to serve the nation to the best of my ability. Upon encountering the elegantly poised youth, Major General Lu's eyes twitched with irritation as he retrieved a file folder from his drawer and hurled it towards him. Fine, if you desire a mission, I shall assign you one. Sir, it is inappropriate to harm others with hidden weapons. As the file folder soared through the air, Yin Xing, with a playful smirk, swiftly extended his hand and effortlessly pinched the folder between his fingers. Lu Xianyang remained silent, treating himself as a mere wooden post. He dared not jest with his uncle, for a careless remark could result in a swift kick to his backside. Upon securing the folder, Yin Xiao opened it, revealing 2 pages of documents. After quickly scanning the contents with a glance, his handsome, fair face darkened noticeably. He immediately exclaimed, Firstly, I request a different assignment. I recommend my comrade, Zhuang Xiaoman, to undertake this mission. Reason? Major General Lu observed the youth leisurely, a dangerous curve forming at the corners of his lips. Zhuang Xiaoman possessed a cherubic visage, perfectly suited for feigning youth and posing as a university student. Yin Xing rapidly presented his justification, betraying no hint of shame as he confidently defended his choice. The mission, directly assigned by the commander, stemmed from a new lead from the National Intelligence Agency. A certain individual at one of the nation's prestigious universities was under considerable suspicion. The person entrusted with the task would be required to infiltrate the university as a student to investigate the ultimate motives of a likely spy. The challenge of this mission was not particularly daunting. Yet the difficulty lay in the necessity of blending in with a group of delicate young students, far too arduous for the young Master Yin. Why is that? It was now Yin Xiao's turn to inquire endlessly. He is not as handsome as you. Yin Hong's temples quivered slightly as he reported to his superior, Sir, I would like to recommend another striking youth, Lu Xiangyang. He is handsome, tall, radiant, graceful, and brimming with youthful vitality. Lu Xiangyang, who had been inadvertently caught in the crossfire, wished for nothing more than to find a hole and burrow into it. Who had he offended? Who had he offended? Yin Hong's face contorted with frustration. Sir, why must it be me? Because you are handsome, responded Major General Lu with a casual remark. Is being handsome a fault? Yin Hang lamented, rubbing his forehead in despair. It was truly agonizing and heart-wrenching to deal with a superior who did not adhere to the expected protocols. Sir, Lu Xiangyang is even more handsome than I am. He is more popular and has better connections. If you doubt me, accompany us for a stroll on the streets. Regardless of age or gender, people will flock to Lu, not to me. Yin Hong's blatant fabrications made Lu Xiangyang wish he could send him far away with a swift kick. This fellow would undermine himself without a second thought to push the mission forward. Was this truly acceptable? He is not as handsome as you. Major General Lu remained unmoved. Sir, let's refrain from excessive sentimentality. You are handsome. It must be you. But, sir, I still have injuries. Is it not absurd to assign someone to be a student merely based on their looks? This is a world that values appearances. If you are handsome, you must be utilized to your fullest potential. Nowadays, universities are overflowing with attractive young men and women. If we were to randomly select someone, they could easily be outshined, thereby tarnishing the reputation of our military. You must perform admirably. Should you dare to bring disgrace upon our soldiers, I will ensure you regret it. To the point where even your grandfather would not recognize you. Commander, my striking appearance is quite conspicuous if I am recognized upon my first appearance, and my military identity is discovered. Will my mission still proceed smoothly? Yin Xing pressed his lips together. Is it truly so arduous that you wear such a look as if you are about to leap into a fiery pit? If it proves too challenging, it would not be impossible to assign a different task. Please, Commander, grant me a change of assignment. Yin Xing promptly volunteered. As for the alternative task, it is rather straightforward. You are to invite the individual who aided in your recovery to the military headquarters to serve as our esteemed military physician. How does that sound? Surely, it is not too